With profound sorrow, we mourn the passing of Chu Tian, the chairman of Tianhai Rongchuang Group and a legendary figure who succumbed to brain cancer and various other ailments. In a national emergency, the foremost medical experts were summoned, and after a night of urgent consultations, all efforts to save him proved futile. At 5 o'clock in the early morning of April 3rd, Chu Tian was declared brain dead. On that day, April 3rd, 2018, the official announcement from Longwu spread like wildfire across the internet, shaking the world to its core. The Eagle Nation declared a nationwide internet blackout for 3 days of mourning. The Iron Nation, with its formidable military, fired salutes for 3 consecutive days. It is said that the renowned iron-willed man was confined to his room, where mournful cries could be heard emanating from within. In a land of the sun never sets, a royal princess willingly leaped into the sea as a form of burial tribute. In the void of brain death, Chu Tian found himself enveloped in an endless darkness, akin to a tidal wave submerging him. Yet faintly, he could hear the distant sounds of lamentation. A sigh escaped his heart. If granted another 20 years, he yearned to sit atop a rocket and personally explore Saturn, to gaze into the cosmos and discover if extraterrestrial life existed. After all, aside from illness, there was naught left to trouble him on this planet. Amidst this haze, a youthful, melodious voice, laced with fury, suddenly pierced through his senses. Chu Tian, I command you to return at once and retrieve the fruits of the holy vein flower for me. How audacious for a woman to issue him commands. At the sound of the voice, Chu Tian opened his eyes to find himself atop a mountain, surrounded by drifting white clouds, seemingly within reach. Before him stood a young girl clad in a pale white dress, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, appearing to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Her cherubic face, though tender, already bore the promise of unparalleled beauty. The girl, as porcelain-like visage, was ablaze with anger. Seeing Chu Tian's bewilderment only fueled her ire. You foolish Chu Tian, I have told you countless times that Yi Fan saved my life. I intend to repay him with all that I possess. As my fiancé, you are obligated to wholeheartedly assist me in this endeavor. Furthermore, given Yi Fan's tragic background, his meridians severed at birth, only the holy vein flower holds the hope for restoration. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Return immediately, and I care not what means you employ. You must procure the fruits of the holy vein flower, or I shall no longer acknowledge you. Compassion? Chu Tian frowned. It had indeed been a rarity for someone to utter that word to him in a long time. At his level, interactions were merely transactions of interest. To mention compassion would draw ridicule. Such sentiments were the realm of children. Yet, who was this girl before him? His fiancée? Glancing down, he was astonished to find that his own body had transformed into that of a child, clad in a snug black suit. Resembling her in age, it appeared he had truly become a child, as if he had traversed into another realm. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his mind, and a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Had he truly crossed over, and into the pages of a novel at that? The Heavenly Emperor? The great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, the celestial Emperor Yi Fan, and the holy maiden Liu Yun. Chu Tian murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Despite his status as a patriarch, commanding the realms of light and darkness and establishing a vast commercial empire, he too once harbored dreams and fantasies in his youth. Back in high school, he was captivated by a rather kitsch novel titled Celestial Emperor, which kept him awake for 3 consecutive nights, engrossed in its pages. That was a long time ago. Nonetheless, the memories linger vividly. After all, having traversed many trials, he often found solace in reminiscing about those fervent days of youth, reflecting on his own moments of innocence. In this reincarnation, he found himself embodied in the youth of the notorious antagonist, the great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, from the unfinished novel Celestial Emperor. He had unexpectedly become this tragic figure, whose entire family had been slaughtered, whose fiancée he had betrayed him by entangling herself with the fateful son Yi Fan, leaving him bereft of everything. Ultimately, consumed by rage, he descended into the demonic path, self-proclaiming as the great hate demon lord. hunted relentlessly by the sects of the entire Hengtian Continent. Chu Tian's lips twitched slightly. In the narrative, this great hate demon, Lord Chu Tian, was undoubtedly the most sorrowful character. Born with a silver spoon, his father was an emperor, one of the mightiest beings on Hengtian Continent, and the vice-master of the Holy Heavenly Sect, one of the 7 supreme sects of the land. The Chu family was the founding lineage of the Holy Heavenly Sect, boasting a legacy of over 1 million years. This current generation marked the zenith of the Chu family's power. His father, Chu Tian, had wed a goddess from the ancient sword god clan beyond the realms, achieving the pinnacle of his life. After giving birth to 3 daughters, he finally had a son, Chu Tian, who upon his arrival into the world, awakened the supreme physique of the chaos demon god, an extraordinary phenomenon that stirred the entire Hengtian Continent, earning him the title of the greatest prodigy of all time. The figure before him was his betrothed, Liu Yun, who possessed an innate Tao body and remarkable talents. However, despite her unrivaled gifts and background, as a rival to the protagonist in the novel, the original owner's fate was tragically grim. Yet, it must be noted that among the various antagonists in literature, the original owner was quite exceptional, boasting a formidable background and a storyline that spanned the entirety of the book. Remarkably, due to the author's failure to conclude the tale, he was never ultimately vanquished by the protagonist. Although he had committed numerous misdeeds, divine providence still favored him, for at the very least, he had been granted a second chance at life. Chu Tian mused quietly to himself. Having weathered countless storms and faced life and death trials, he had grown accustomed to emotional detachment, his expression swiftly returning to calm. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have bound the super plundering system. By seizing everything from the fateful sun, you shall receive rewards of destiny. Chapter 2. An invincible background and extraordinary talent. What justifies it? Dear host, do not be overly concerned or sorrowful. A gentle female voice softly reassured. The purpose of this system is to assist you in overcoming the favored children of fate, guiding you to the pinnacle of existence, and enabling you to become the one true child of destiny. The rewards include a package for transmigration, a tome of chaos creation, a celestial emperor's arrival talisman, and a creation elixir. Strive, dear host, to seize everything from the favored children of fate, and you shall earn destiny points, which can be used to exchange for goods in the system's marketplace. Indeed, were these favored children of fate? Before you, they are nothing. The system's gentle voice encouraged Chu Tian. You are utterly correct. These favored children of fate are mere trifles, Chu Tian murmured to himself. Embracing his new identity in this life, a terrible cold glint flickering in his eyes. What rationale permits them to lead him astray? Who possesses the qualification? The favored children of fate and the heroines are nothing but trifles. As a once great patriarch, he feared nothing. The only limitations he faced were those of lifespan and disease. Since the capricious deity granted him another chance at life, this time, strong individuals would possess prolonged lifespans, and ailments would no longer serve as constraints. He would tread upon these so-called favored children of fate and ascend to the summit of all realms. O pitiful and wretched demon lord of hatred, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, allow me to rewrite the tragic destinies of your entire family. With this thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian realm, 7th level of bone forging, possesses the strength of 700,000 pounds, comparable to that of a young ancient beast. Truly remarkable. Physique, chaos demon body cultivation method, chaos creation scripture, 1st level divine abilities, none treasures. Celestial Emperor's arrival talisman grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess. Creation elixir, consuming it enhances the host by 3 realms without any side effects. In the Hengtian Continent, realms are classified as blood condensation, bone forging, spirit refinement, integration, divine, celestial, true divine, divine king, and great emperor. At the age of 3, Chu Tian condensed his blood, capable of lifting small mountains, and by 6, he had entered bone forging, possessing a strength of 100,000 pounds, akin to that of a young, ancient, ferocious beast. This illustrates just how extraordinary his talent is. Now, merely 2 years later, he has reached the 7th level of bone forging, wielding 700,000 pounds of divine strength, able to lift a mountain with one hand. The terror of his chaos demon body is evident. Chu Tian sensed that the chaos creation scripture was already operating within him. In a brief span, it enhanced his physique by 10%, enveloping his skin with a layer of chaotic divine radiance, significantly augmenting his defenses. One could surmise that even those of the spirit refinement realm would struggle to breach it. Glancing at the system panel, Chu Tian noted that his strength had reached 800,000 pounds. Truly, a product of the system is bound to be exceptional. Such a formidable ability. If the chaos creation scripture were to be introduced to the continent, it would undoubtedly incite bloodshed among the sects of Hengtian. Without hesitation, Chu Tian took out the creation elixir and consumed it. What are precious medicinal pills but external objects? Only by enhancing my strength can I achieve tangible results. The Xian Dan melted instantly upon entering his mouth. A warm current surged through his body, akin to a tsunami, fervently transforming his physique. Bang, bang, bang. Intense cracking sounds echoed from Chu Tian's bones, reminiscent of thunderclaps, with sound waves sweeping through the air, causing the clouds to swirl violently. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tian's realm ascended 3 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the bone forging stage, with his strength on the panel soaring to 1,500,000 pounds. At the tender age of 8, he stood at the apex of bone forging with an astonishing force of 1,500,000 pounds. Such figures, if disseminated across the myriad realms, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. It is worth noting that even the offspring of ancient colossal beasts possess only around 1 million pounds of strength in their youth, instilling fear in those of the spirit refinement realm. Yet, at 8 years old, Chu Tian could already contend with the young of these ancient giants. The resounding booms immediately attracted the attention of the sect's powerful figures, prompting patrolling disciples to arrive. However, upon sighting the cloaked Chu Tian, they instinctively recoiled and concealed themselves among the clouds, quietly observing. This young saint was not supposed to be here, honing his body alongside his father, the Emperor of Heaven. How did he end up in this desolate place with the young lady of the Liu family? The atmosphere appeared decidedly tense. The matters between these two were beyond their jurisdiction, unless they wished to court death. Chu Tian, are you deaf to my words? Liu Yun's fair visage flushed with anger. Her voice sharpened. Are you creating such a ruckus to deliberately attract the sects powerful to your aid, rather than assisting me in obtaining the sacred pulse fruit? Very well. Since you refuse to help, do not approach me again. I shall never acknowledge you. Suddenly, a hum interrupted her as Liu Yun's voice faltered. Her porcelain-like face drained of color. For at that moment, Chu Tian regained his composure and cast a glance in her direction. The chill in his gaze was devoid of warmth, ruthless, domineering, and fierce, exuding an air of authority. She found herself at a loss for words to describe it. Just a single look left her feeling icy, as if she had plunged into a frozen abyss. It seemed that uttering even a single word more could lead to her demise. It was reminiscent of the gaze she had once encountered from the sect leader, a glance that could induce dread, compelling one to submit. Yet, the sect leader's gaze seemed to lack something compared to Chu Tian's. Is this the sacred pulse fruit? Chu Tian's voice was calm as he retrieved a black box from his chest and opened it, revealing a fiery red fruit that glimmered brilliantly within. The fruit was the size of half his fist, adorned with a network of mysterious patterns, and upon its emergence, a dense aura of spiritual energy began to emanate. The sacred pulse flower, one of the supreme elixirs of the Holy Heavenly Sect, bore fruit only thrice a century. Inaccessible to elders below the divine level unless they made significant contributions to the sect. Only upon a breakthrough to a major realm would the sect reward such a precious fruit. The realm of divine medicinal crops was overseen by his father, the Emperor of Heaven. The fated child Yi Fan had been rendered impotent by poison. The sacred pulse fruit was the miraculous remedy that could restore his meridians. The original protagonist is rather naive. He did not refrain from bringing forth the sacred pulse fruit, believing it to be a means of aiding his childhood companion. with whom he had even made an engagement. He felt it was his duty to repay Liu Yun for her life-saving grace. However, he could not help but feel discomfort by Liu Yun's unwavering attention towards that ineffectual Yi Fan, especially as she repeatedly urged him to pilfer precious elixirs and rare treasures. This prompted him to fabricate a story, claiming he had not stolen anything, merely to tease his fiancée. To his astonishment, this led to Liu Yun's furious rebuke, chastising him for failing to understand her desire to express gratitude and for lacking empathy. Chu Tian found himself somewhat speechless. In his view, the original protagonist had already exhibited remarkable kindness and compassion. He had selflessly assisted Liu Yun in her quest for gratitude, all the while witnessing his fiancée be entangled with other men, incessantly proclaiming her intent to devote everything to repay her benefactor. Yet Yi Fan was not his betrothed. Why should he be compelled to search for spiritual herbs to craft an image of gratitude on her behalf? The original narrative reveals that even after many years, Liu Yun continued to maintain this guise while associating with Yi Fan, harboring a deep resentment towards her fiancé, who she deemed cold-hearted and ungrateful. Conversely, Liu Yun was revered as the white moonlight saintess, her good reputation echoing throughout the Hengtian Continent, with many believing that the seemingly heartless Chu Tian was unworthy of her. Eventually, when tragedy struck and his family was destroyed, a wrathful Chu Tian succumbed to the path of darkness, but it was too late to alter his fate, while Liu Yun and Yi Fan became lovers, reaping the rewards of everything Chu Tian had once possessed. Otherwise, the infamous demon lord would not have been affectionately dubbed the Great Victim by countless readers. The unparalleled divine medicine, the sacred pulse fruit, the disciples and formidable figures of the sect, concealed within the clouds, gasped in astonishment, finally comprehending why the young saint and Liu Yun had been clandestinely meeting outside the sect. Divine medicines of the sect could only be acquired by those who had rendered significant contributions. Chu Tian's possession of such a fruit implied he had illicitly infiltrated the sacred garden, leveraging the authority of the Heavenly King Emperor to pilfer it. At present, Chu Tian had merely attained the body refinement stage, rendering the sacred pulse fruit useless to him. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that he had stolen it for Liu Yun. Nevertheless, despite this, no one dared to confront him. This matter was beyond anyone's jurisdiction, as who would dare to accuse the eldest son of the Chu family of stealing a sacred pulse fruit? The most that could be done was for sect disciples to gossip privately, deeming it unfair, which might indirectly tarnish the reputation and prestige of the Heavenly King Emperor. After all, the unparalleled divine medicine, the sacred pulse flower, belonged to the sect and not to any individual family or powerful figure. What do you mean, Chu Tian? How dare you deceive me? Upon witnessing Chu Tian produce the fruit, Liu Yun's initial surprise turned to fury. What was his intention? Clearly, he had acquired it, yet he chose to mislead her and deliberately stirred such a commotion. Chapter 3. Is your life, Liu Yun, truly so precious? You insolent wretch, you are utterly ridiculous. Chu Tian cast a frigid glance at Liu Yun, his eyes filled with an icy disdain and a faint hint of murderous intent. Holy Heavenly Sect governs vast lands, with over 1 million inner disciples and countless formidable warriors. What right does a worthless individual, devoid of cultivation and accomplishments, have to consume the sacred pulse fruit? Is it merely because she once saved your life? Is your life, Liu Yun, truly so precious? Do you believe you are worthy? Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? What utter nonsense are you spouting? Liu Yun's face flushed crimson as she screamed, hardly able to believe that Chu Tian would utter such words to her. His expression remained cold. He was neither the original owner of this body nor a sycophant. Indifferently, he commanded, "Star slave, come forth." As the words left his lips, the space around them warped. A young girl, clad in a pale yellow maid's attire and veiled in a snow-white scarf, appeared, kneeling gracefully before Chu Tian. "Your servant is here. Please give your command." She was an orphan taken in by the Emperor of the Heavenly Kings, 10 years older than Chu Tian, raised since childhood as a loyal assassin cultivated by the Chu family, who had accompanied him since his infancy. In his earlier years, When he lacked the ability to protect himself, she had been his steadfast guardian. These assassins bore no names of their own, merely referred to by a code prefixed with slave. Among the elite ranks of the Chu family's assassins, the names were derived from celestial bodies and the primordial forces of the universe. Star Slave, having just reached adulthood, ranked third among the formidable assassins of the Chu family, earning the title of Star for her exceptional talent. Raising his hand, Chu Tian placed the sacred pulse fruit into Star Slave's palm and helped her to her feet. Dedicate yourself to your training. In the future, there shall surely be a place for you among the higher echelons of the Sacred Heaven Sect. In the original narrative, after his descent into the demonic path, the only one who steadfastly remained by his side was Star Slave, who at that time was known as Ugly Slave. Approximately a decade later, when Yi Fan fell into the heavenly fire forbidden zone, Liu Yun, disregarding all warnings, rushed in to rescue him. At that moment, Chu Tian was in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and he had dispatched Star Slave to effect the rescue. Though she successfully extracted Liu Yun, the latter insisted on bringing Yi Fan along, which led to Star Slave being ensnared by the hellfire within the forbidden zone, her body reduced to charred remains. Her visage forever altered to resemble that of a fearsome specter. From that day forth, she was referred to as Ugly Slave. After Chu Tian's fall into the demonic path and subsequent escape from the Sacred Heaven Sect, he was pursued relentlessly across the entire Hengtian Continent. With no path left to the heavens and no refuge in the earth, it was Ugly Slave who, at the cost of burning her primordial spirit, opened a passage connecting Hengtian Continent to the outer realms, allowing the great hate demon lord to escape. In her final moments, as she burned her primordial spirit, she was pierced through the head by an enraged Liu Yun's sword, leading to her demise. My master, I am unworthy of receiving such a divine elixir. I would rather die than accept it. Star Slave's beautiful eyes widened with visible terror, fearing that Chu Tian intended to dismiss her. She had followed closely behind him, witnessing firsthand as he infiltrated the divine herb garden and plucked the sacred pulse fruit. Such an act was a grave transgression within the Sacred Heaven Sect. How could she dare to accept it? In the future, the little mistress has long harbored discontent, always lingering by the side of the young master, repeatedly whispering ill of him. Even though she has never uttered a word against the little mistress, steadfast in her silence, the young master has grown increasingly dissatisfied with her. Raised in the Chu family, she owes a great debt of gratitude to the patriarch. Should Chu Tian cast her aside, her only recourse would be to repay that debt with her life. This is a token bestowed upon you by the young master. Take it. Chu Tian, possessing Zemak Ben Insai, immediately discerned the concerns of the star servant. He raised his gaze to the seemingly empty sky and declared, I am the designated saint child of the sect. According to sect regulations, upon reaching adulthood, one is entitled to receive 2 sacred pulse fruits. This sacred pulse fruit shall be deducted from that allocation. The sacred pulse flower is the property of the sect, and although it is precious, the Chu family is not devoid of comparable divine medicines. It would be unwise to jeopardize the reputation of the Chu family and the revered Heavenly King Emperor for such a trifling matter. In the original narrative, it was precisely due to Chu Tian's reckless antics for Liu Yun, which offended numerous individuals, that the reputation of the Heavenly King Emperor and the Chu family was sullied. Yi Fan, in his unruly manner, acted with impunity, confronting the heavens and the earth as he pleased. Liu Yun, under the guise of gratitude, exploited the prestige of the Chu family to clean up after him. Such a favored child of fortune, Chu Tian mused, could easily fill that role himself. Thus, when the Liu family denounced the Chu family as traitors, the illustrious Chu family, which had flourished for 1,000,000 years within the Sacred Heaven Sect, crumbled with alarming ease. The Heavenly King Emperor was besieged and imprisoned, with scarcely any powerful sect members daring to speak in his defense. Prior to the downfall of the Chu family, a climate of betrayal had already taken root. Strong members of the family had either perished or turned traitor. Having been reborn, Chu Tian would not gamble his reputation for such meager gains. As a spiritual leader, he understood the gravity of the situation. The loyalty of those who follow you is vital, yet the distribution of interest holds even greater significance. To jeopardize the authority of the Heavenly King Emperor and tarnish the Chu family's reputation over a trivial resource would be an unwise trade-off. The young saint was indeed magnanimous. The hidden disciples and strong figures of the sect, concealed within the surrounding clouds, drew a sharp breath. They gazed at the sacred pulse fruit in the hands of the star servant, overwhelmed by an inexplicable mixture of envy and admiration. The fruit of this supreme divine medicine possesses boundless applications, and on the continent, even divine beings would vie for it. Moreover, Chu Tian's clarification instilled in them a profound, albeit ineffable, sense of comfort, as if they stood on equal footing with him. The young saint, despite his immense background, could claim the sacred pulse fruit without fear of reproach, yet he chose to explain that it was taken from his own allocation, not arbitrarily seizing the sect's assets. The young saint was approachable and genuinely kind. The little mistress, the servant, though the star servant was veiled, her flushed face was evident, and her starry eyes brimmed with tears as she held the sacred pulse fruit, trembling slightly. Ultimately, she bowed deeply to the ground in gratitude. The life of a humble servant was saved by the master, and the grace bestowed by the young mistress is immeasurable. How could I, a mere servant, ever repay such kindness, even if it cost me my life? Congratulations to the host for altering the fate of the star servant, rewarded with 500 points of destiny value. The system's gentle and melodious notification resonated in Chu Tian's ears. He paused for a moment, taken aback. It appears that one need not solely suppress the child of destiny to acquire destiny points. However, the points gained from suppressing such a child are far more abundant. In the original narrative, although the star servant diligently protected him, his indifference towards her had resulted in her lack of recognition within the Chu family. Bestowing the sacred vein flower fruit is, in essence, a tacit acknowledgement of the star servant as his close companion, a crucial development that would elevate her status within the Chu family, granting her access to various resources and completely altering her fate. Lowly servant, how dare you claim my divine medicine? Liu Yun's voice was sharp and filled with fury as she rushed forward, snatching the black box away and delivering a kick to the back of the star servant, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her anger stemmed from the feeling that something rightfully hers had been taken away, leaving her deeply unsettled. Moreover, this sacred veinflower fruit was intended for Yi Fan. How could this lowly servant presume to take it? This was not due to the star servant's inability to react. Her talent, though inferior to Liu Yun's, was not vastly lacking. The disparity in age and cultivation level was apparent, yet she dared not evade or resist, for her status dictated otherwise. After all, Liu Yun was Chu Tian's fiancée, betrothed since birth, a fact well known throughout the Hengtian Continent. Chapter 4. Chu Tian, I loathe you. Young mistress, I am guilty. I am guilty. Xingnu crawled up and fervently knocked her head in apology. At that moment, Chu Tian raised his hand and struck Liu Yun's twisted face with a resounding slap, sending her hurtling over 100 meters and shattering a 3-meter-high boulder. In that instant, it seemed as though the very air had ceased to flow, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Those hidden within the clouds of the sect gaped in disbelief, their pupils dilating in terror, wishing they could turn and flee. Such a scene was beyond their rightful observation. One was a minor saint, the other the future matriarch of the Chu Tian family, a being with an innate Tao body, destined for immeasurable achievements. What they witnessed now would undoubtedly become their dark secrets when Chu Tian and Liu Yun stood atop the sect or even the pinnacle of the continent. Would they be silenced by death? Moreover, the minor saint had always treated Liu Yun with utmost kindness, not merely obeying her commands, but indulging her every whim. How could he suddenly strike her for a mere servant girl? If word of this spread, how could Liu Yun maintain her standing? As the black box containing the sacred pulse flower's fruit flew from his grasp, Chu Tian caught it deftly and then lifted Xingnu, placing it gently in her palm. Xingnu, remember, you belong to this young master. From now on, apart from this young master, as well as my father and mother, no one else has the right to make you kneel, nor to strike you. Chu Tian calmly instructed before turning his gaze toward Liu Yun, his eyes flashing with a ruthless and cold light that belied his youthful appearance. The onlookers from the sect in the clouds rubbed their eyes in disbelief. feeling as though the minor saint had transformed entirely. Cold, merciless, domineering, and fierce, his presence commanded respect and instilled fear, making it difficult to meet his gaze. If such demeanor belonged to a seasoned warrior or a deputy sect leader, they would not find it surprising. Yet, the minor saint was merely 8 years old. Chu Tian, you scoundrel, you actually struck me for that wretched maid. Do not approach me again. I no longer wish to acknowledge you. Liu Yun emerged from the ruins, half of her face swollen and bloodied, her eyes reflecting an enmity beyond her years. As an innate Dao body, though not as powerful as Chu Tian, she was not far behind. Thus, the slap would not have been fatal. However, she seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You should be grateful I still find you of some use, having only employed 1% of my strength. Otherwise, your head would have exploded. Chu Tian approached, his expression calm as he inquired, "Tell me, who informed you that the sacred pulse flower's fruit in the divine herb garden had ripened, capable of aiding Yi Fan in unblocking his meridians, prompting you to seek me out?" The sacred pulse flower's fruit was the sect's supreme miracle elixir. Its ripeness was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. Even the original owner had never been privy to such knowledge. It was indeed remarkable that a mere girl like Liu Yun had acquired this information. Chu Tian, with his keen instincts, sensed an underlying mystery. A flicker of panic crossed Liu Yun's eyes as she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Tian's gaze, and hurriedly replied, "I discovered it myself, wishing to repay Yi Fan for his life-saving grace. As my fiancé, rather than contemplating a way to repay the kindness shown, you instead harbor doubts and slander against me." "Chu Tian, I despise you," shouted Liu Yun. With that, she turned to leave in haste. Yet in the next moment, a shadow enveloped her. Chu Tian blocked her path. Looming over her with barely a fist's distance between them, his cold, domineering gaze seemingly intent on devouring her whole. Liu Yun's petite frame trembled violently, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her face drained of color. "Speak, who is it?" His voice roared like thunder, resonating in Liu Yun's ears. Boom! Despite her cunning, she remained merely a child of 8 or 9, her willpower far inferior to that of an adult. In an instant, Liu Yun shuddered, her mind blank, and she instinctively blurted out, "It was Jiu'er who told me." But the moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her misstep, her body stiffening as she attempted to clarify, "No, it's not." Yet Chu Tian had already fallen into contemplation, disregarding her feeble defense. "Yue?" Chu Tian murmured to himself, memories of Jiu'er surfacing unbidden. On Liu Yun's second birthday, the Liu family hosted a grand celebration, inviting formidable figures from various sects and illustrious clans. Jiu'er was a specially trained servant from the Yi family, akin to the star slaves cultivated by the Chu family, presented to Liu Yun as a birthday gift. Of course, Jiu'er, bred for gifting, lacked the innate prowess of the star slaves. The Yi family was another founding lineage of the Holy Heavenly Sect, established alongside Chu family ancestors, and the current sect leader, Yi Xiong, is the patriarch of the Yi family, a respected emperor-level powerhouse on Hengtian Continent, revered as the Heavenly Hero Emperor. He and Liu Yun's father, the King of Heaven, who serves as the vice leader of the Holy Heavenly Sect, grew up as sworn brothers, collectively known as the twin emperors of the Holy Heavenly Sect, their combined efforts elevating the sect to the pinnacle of Hengtian Continent, renowned across myriad realms. Yi Fan, the son of fortune from the Yi family, is ironically viewed as a notorious failure, born with severed meridians and disregarded by his clan, looked down upon by all. He is even a direct descendant of the Yi family, who must address the sect leader as uncle. Further recalling the original narrative, where the Chu family fell from grace and was despised by all, Liu Yun, the innate Dao body and the cherished jewel of the Liu family, had a mysterious near-drowning incident, fortuitously rescued by this so-called failure from the Yi family. Such occurrences seem to set the stage for a series of subsequent events. But is it all mere coincidence? Intriguing, truly intriguing. Chu Tian's gaze possessed a depth incongruent with his exterior, and after murmuring to himself, he looked down at Liu Yun, stating coldly, "To force your fiancé, the Holy Son, to steal the supreme divine fruit of the sect in the name of so-called gratitude is a crime heinous enough to warrant extermination. Yi Fan, leveraging the life-saving grace, threatens the fiancé of the Holy Son to aid in the theft of the divine fruit, a crime deserving of 1,000 cuts. You, wretched individual, are unworthy of becoming the future matriarch of the Chu family, let alone my betrothed. Liu Yun, I present you with two choices. First, I shall personally end your life and annihilate your entire Liu clan. Second, your family must capture Yi Fan and subject him to a gruesome fate, displaying his flayed form atop the peak of our sect as a warning. Should you choose this path, I may consider leniency in my judgment. With these words, Chu Tian turned and descended the mountain with Xing Nu, his icy voice echoing across the summit. Xing Nu, the supreme divine herb, the sacred vein flower, is a closely guarded secret of our sect. The fact that it has been recklessly divulged is intolerable. Immediately take the enforcement team to seize that wretched maid, Zhu Er, and conduct a rigorous interrogation to uncover any hidden truths behind this matter. Understood, young master, Xing Nu replied, and soon both vanished from the mountain peak. Chapter 5. The Celestial Rankings System Tasks, the villain's lack of discretion. That's not how it is. Chu Tian, please let me explain. Liu Yun's face was ashen. Overwhelmed by fear, she collapsed upon the mountain peak, weakly calling out to Chu Tian's retreating figure. She could not fathom the dramatic shift in Chu Tian's demeanor towards her, and even towards Yi Fan. Were the Yi and Chu families not intertwined by shared roots? What was wrong with her assisting Yi Fan? However, the astute Liu Yun realized that she might have inadvertently provoked a significant crisis, one that could jeopardize the very existence of her family. The disciples and powerful figures patrolling the sect concealed within the clouds were struck with terror. The involvement of the young saint and the Chu and Liu families rendered them paralyzed with fear, preventing them from even aiding Liu Yun as they hastily retreated. Soon, news of the events on the mountain spread like wildfire throughout the sect. The ineffectual Yi Fan, relying on his past rescue of Liu Yun as leverage, coerced the young saint into stealing the sacred medicinal fruit of the sect. In a moment of fury, the young saint, realizing his folly, struck his fiancée, Yi, and ordered her to personally capture the useless Yi Fan. He even openly declared that Liu Yun was unworthy of becoming the future matriarch of the Chu family. In less than half an hour, Xing Nu received authorization from the Heavenly King Emperor and led the sect's enforcement team to forcibly enter the Liu family, apprehending Liu Yun's personal maid, Zhu Er. The Holy Heavenly Sect was in an uproar. Shortly thereafter, the Yi family announced that they had captured Yi Fan and were conducting a rigorous interrogation. Should his crimes be confirmed, there would be no mercy, assuring the Chu family of their safety. On the mountain, it was not until much later that a powerful figure from the Liu family arrived to escort the terrified young lady Liu Yun back. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the fated daughter Liu Yun. Reward, 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the fated son Yi Fan. Reward, 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Liu Yun now harbors a profound fear of you. Reward, 500 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Yi Fan now bears immense resentment towards you. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. On the journey back to the sect, the system's gentle and melodious notifications echoed in Chu Tian's ears, and in a brief span, his accumulated destiny points had already surpassed 10,000. Chu Tian had no urgency to return to the sect. After descending from the mountain, he instructed Xing Nu to hasten back and capture Zhu Er. This was the territory of the Holy Heavenly Sect, who would dare to act against him unless they were courting death. While contemplating the internal dynamics of the Holy Heavenly Sect, he recalled that the sect had a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, with the position of sect leader alternating between two founding families, maintaining a delicate balance. However, in this generation, with his father, the Heavenly King Chu, marrying a divine maiden from an extraterrestrial lineage, the Chu family's influence surged. Though he held the position of deputy sect leader, his authority subtly eclipsed that of the Yi family. Coupled with the emergence of his chaotic divine body and the alliance with the innate Tao body, their power reached its zenith, instilling a profound sense of crisis within the Yi family. In his memory, The most frequent admonition from the heavenly King Chu had been to remain discreet, to navigate cautiously as if steering a vessel for 10,000 years, to avoid seeking prominence, and to refrain from showcasing his brilliance carelessly. It is evident that the vice sect master, Lord Chu Tian, has sensed the discord in the current situation. In a bid to preserve the unity within the sect, he has chosen to remain discreet, lest he provoke the already sensitive Yi family. The original protagonist, despite being the Holy Son and possessing strength comparable to that of an ancient beast's offspring, has remained low profile, garnering significant fame, yet minimal accomplishments. One must understand that powerful, immortal ancient clans and top-tier sects begin training their prodigies from a tender age, honing their talents and fostering an indomitable spirit. The mindset of invincibility is cultivated early on, allowing for the forging of an unwavering will to contend for supremacy in the world. The peculiar case of Lord Chu, endowed with supreme attributes and a prestigious background, yet remaining obscure, is indeed a mystery. Speculation abounds in the outside world, questioning whether Chu Tian has been rendered ineffectual or has encountered some missteps in his cultivation, concerns that have even begun to tarnish the reputation of the Chu clan, even within the original narrative, until the final moment when the conflict between the Chu and Yi families erupted completely, with the Yi family revealing their true intentions. Lord Chu prioritized the preservation of sect unity, refraining from a complete fallout and choosing to trust his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiong. Otherwise, with the Chu family's millennia of foundation, even if abandoned by their allies and retaliating with full force, the Holy Heavenly Sect would not only face fragmentation, but also suffer significant losses, threatening its status as a top-tier sect. To take a step back is to risk losing everything, ultimately relinquishing the legacy left by ancestors into the hands of others. Chu Tian Muset, as a prominent figure, he firmly believes that initiating a decisive strike is preferable to enduring a multitude of retaliations. True intimidation is forged through action, not through concession. Ordinary individuals may have the luxury of discretion, as they lack the capital to boast. However, for the Chu family, standing at such a formidable height, it is exceedingly strange to aspire to low-profile development. Though Lord Chu Tian is renowned for his unparalleled strength, he evidently does not grasp the brutal nature of struggles concerning the survival of a family. This is clearly illustrated by the actions of the Yi family, which has undoubtedly begun to scheme. It is likely that Yi Tianxiong has orchestrated these maneuvers behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a mere waste from a Yi family consistently establish contact with the cherished daughter of the Liu family, the future matriarch of the Chu family, thereby disrupting the cultivation of the young master of the Chu clan? Such occurrences defy logical explanation. A gentle female voice echoed in Chu Tian's ear, announcing the issuance of a system task. The antagonist will no longer remain inconspicuous. As a supervillain and the destined son of fate, he is meant to shine like the stars and instill awe across the realms. This task is part of a continuous storyline. The first stage requires him to attain the #1 position in the Hengtian ranking for body refining, suppressing all prodigies of the same realm, which will yield generous rewards from the system. The system clearly understands that a prodigy must command respect and wield influence, while his father, in his pursuit of humility and retreat, inadvertently leads outsiders to perceive the Chu family as declining, inviting others to take advantage. Upon hearing the system's task, Chu Tian smiled faintly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he gazed ahead. At the entrance of the sect, a colossal golden stone towered, standing 100 meters high. The Hengtian ranking, emblazoned in 3 resplendent golden characters atop a colossal stone, stands as a testament to the collaborative efforts of the paramount sects of the Hengtian Continent. This ranking, steeped in the annals of time, predates even the venerable Holy Sky Sect. Each top-tier sect and illustrious family within the Hengtian Continent erects a plaque bearing the Hengtian ranking. The ranking is categorized into 3 distinct tiers: the heavenly ranking, the earthly ranking, and the realm ranking. The heavenly ranking encapsulates the hierarchy of the mightiest warriors of the Hengtian Continent. The earthly ranking compiles prodigious talents under the age of 30, their positions determined by potential. The realm ranking signifies those who excel in combat prowess within a specific realm, serving as a crucial criterion for evaluations in both the heavenly and earthly rankings. To ascend these rankings signifies the attainment of everlasting glory, etching one's name into the annals of history on the Hengtian Continent. Inscribed in gold upon the stone are the names of prodigies who have left their mark over countless ages. At the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings stands the Hengtian Divine Sovereign, the unrivaled champion of both past and present, having thwarted the incursions of the otherworldly demon clans and safeguarded countless lives. The 96th rank is held by the Heavenly Emperor, the Vice Master of the Holy Sky Sect, who once dominated the earthly ranking for 27 years, excelling in various realms of cultivation. The 97th position is claimed by the Heavenly Hero, the Master of the Holy Sky Sect, who similarly held a prominent place in the earthly ranking for 27 years. The fierce rivalry between King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiang, sworn brothers, is vividly illustrated by their competitive ascent on the Hengtian ranking, a struggle marked by both camaraderie and conflict over decades, reflecting the brutal clandestine power struggles between the two founding families of the Holy Sky Sect. This precarious balance was abruptly shattered when King Chu Tian wed the divine daughter of the Broken Sword clan, Jian Kongzhu, who bore him 3 daughters and a son. Looking up at the Hengtian ranking, one notes the 28th position occupied by the wife of the Heavenly Emperor, who single-handedly vanquished the demon lord of the Forbidden Lands with a single stroke. Indeed, Jian Kongzhu not only eclipsed the 2 sect masters of the Holy Sky Sect, but also entered the rankings with a mere line of introduction, devoid of prior achievements. Propelled solely by her remarkable feat, the Hengtian ranking exclusively records the strong of the Hengtian Continent. Jian Kongzhu ascended the ranks only after marrying King Chu Tian, solidifying the Holy Sky Sect status as the preeminent sect of the Hengtian Continent. Her meteoric rise into the top 30 of the heavenly rankings speaks volumes of the formidable prowess of the Demon Lord's mother. Under such auspicious circumstances, the Chu family's influence reached unprecedented heights, only to plummet dramatically, facing extinction within a mere 30 years. From the perspective of the patriarch, King Chu Tian, such anomalies suggest the presence of extraordinary phenomena. The most extraordinary of these phenomena are none other than his father, King Chu Tian, and his 3 sisters. After all, one need not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-like companion. The fated Sun Yi Fan and the so-called Holy Sky Goddess Liu Yun are, in King Chu's eyes, inconsequential threats. Fortresses invariably begin to crumble from within. In a world where subtlety is an elusive concept, how can one remain inconspicuous when endowed with an unparalleled mother and the exalted physique of a chaos demon god? It is simply implausible. Chu Tian inwardly lamented the shortcomings of his father, King Chu Tian. In the original narrative, the impotence and wrath of the great hate demon Lord bore significant responsibility for the Chu family's downfall. Yet the greatest blame lies squarely with this father figure. With a remarkable hand dealt to him, he squandered it entirely, stifling the potential of his wife, Jian Kongzhu, and son, Chu Tian. A prodigy, when cloaked in obscurity for too long, inevitably devolves into mediocrity, which exceptional talent does not begin to reveal their extraordinary gifts in their youth. Chu Tian cast his gaze down the Hengtian rankings. At the pinnacle of the Earth rankings stood the Zihong Sacred Sect's holy maiden, Liu Yun, a paragon of beauty and strength, born with celestial grace. By the age of 1, she had condensed her blood. At 2, forged her bones. At 4, refined her spirit. And she had once held the top position in the blood condensation realm, second in the bone forging realm, and first in the spirit refinement realm, ultimately reigning supreme in the composite realm. As he continued to peruse the list, he encountered a series of astonishing accomplishments. Although Liu Yun was indeed formidable and significant, she was, after all, the destined nemesis of the protagonist Yi Fan, who at that moment was likely still an ineffectual being, yet to witness her emergence. He would address her in due time. Fourth on the list was Yi Feng, the son of the Tianxiong emperor, who had previously ranked 3rd in the blood condensation realm, 5th in the bone forging realm, and so forth. A flicker of cold light crossed Chu Tian's eyes at the mention of Yi Feng, for he was the betrothed of his elder sister, Chu Yun, and a quintessential representation of cruelty and ungratefulness. Chu Yun would eventually earn the moniker of the Heartless Demoness, reviled by the Hengtian Continent and pursued by major sects, all for his sake. Tragically, Chu Yun would meet her end at his hands, sacrificing her own kin and slaying her partner, thus augmenting his reputation. In this lifetime, I will not permit such a tragedy to befall my family. As Chu Tian contemplated the name Yi Feng, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in his gaze, ultimately settling upon the fifth name on the bone-forging rankings, Yi Chang. Yi Yueguang, the elder brother of Yi Fan, had ensured that the latter remained in the Yi family, despite his ineptitude, all thanks to this brother's unwavering support. In the aftermath of the Tianwang Emperor's tragic demise and the obliteration of the Chu family, it was Yi Chang, with his honest demeanor and resolute character, who executed the most ruthless acts, sparing not even the infants of the Chu family. He would coldly remark to Yi Fan that one must eradicate the roots of the problem, lest it flourish anew, a grim task he willingly undertook. Yi Chang was also the strongest in the current Sacred Heaven Sect, having achieved the 9th level of bone forging at the tender age of 12, boasting an astonishing strength of 300,000 pounds, capable of slaying 10 ancient mammoth beasts in a minute. First on the bone forging rankings was Hui Mei of the Zihong Sacred Sect, at the 10th level, wielding a might of 900,000 pounds, able to. The names of the Yi family members frequently adorned the various rankings, with many disciples from the Sacred Heaven Sect as well. Yet the Chu family, the illustrious founding lineage of the Sacred Heaven Sect, found their names conspicuously absent. To avoid inciting the Yi family suspicion, King Chu Tian not only urged his son to maintain a low profile, but also forbade any of the Chu family's disciples from competing with the Yi family. The speculation regarding the decline of the Chu family is not without foundation. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. A beast that retracts its fangs and claws inevitably gives the impression of aging. Such a situation is perilous and must not persist. With a nascent vision for the future brewing in his mind, Chu Tian strode purposefully into the sect, opting not to return to the Chu family, but instead heading towards the Hengtian Palace. Upon entering the palace, Chu Tian was met with a chorus of gasps, soon followed by a torrent of accolades. In a mere 30 seconds, Yi Chang had already slain 15 ancient mammoths. At 40 seconds, the number had risen to 20. Was Yi Chang poised to challenge for the top rank on the bone forging list? Among the current generation of the Yi family, aside from the inept Yi Fan, they all exhibited remarkable prowess. Was it possible that the tradition of rotating leadership within the Holy Sky sect would be disrupted, allowing the Yi family to maintain their dominance? Yi Feng, the sect leader's son, was already formidable, and Yi Chang's momentum was equally impressive. At 50 seconds, he had dispatched 25 mammoths, with merely 10 seconds remaining. 28 had fallen. Chu Tian looked up to see Yi Chang's name, now 5th on the body forging list, with numbers continuously fluctuating beside it. The minute-long countdown was still ongoing, and the tally of slain ancient mammoths had reached 30. However, Chu Tian remained unfazed, standing quietly as he awaited Yi Chang's emergence. Yi Chang was not his intended target. He had neither the time nor the energy to engage with such a minor character. Ultimately, when the minute concluded, Yi Chang's tally stood at 33 mammoths slain. He had effectively killed 1 ancient mammoth, each possessing 100,000 pounds of strength, approximately every 2 seconds, an astonishing feat nearing the realm of instant annihilation. Yi Chang's ranking instantly ascended to 3rd on the bone forging list. Yi Yueguang, at the 9th level of bone forging, wielded 500,000 pounds of strength and had slaughtered 33 ancient mammoths in a minute. Suddenly, the Hengtian and Earth lists began to illuminate, revealing Yi Chang's name in the 99th position. 99th on the Earth list, Yi Chang, 12 years old, had previously reached the 4th level of blood condensation and the 3rd of bone forging. The palace was filled with envious and jealous glances from the numerous disciples of the Holy Sky sect. With a membership exceeding 1 million in the inner sect, fewer than 10,000 ever made it onto the list, and it took years for a disciple to ascend to the Earth list. Achieving this status signified entry into the realm of prioritized cultivation within the sect. Even the last position bore immense honor and provided boundless resources. From a vortex that appeared on a massive golden stone, a robust youth clad in coarse gray cloth, sporting a buzz cut, emerged. Upon scanning the presence of the pseudo-fated sun, Yi Chong, a gentle and melodious notification resonated in Chu Tian's ears. What is a pseudo-fated sun? Chu Tian inquired of the system. The fated sun possesses immense fortune. Those close to him are enveloped by this aura and grow alongside him. Hence they are designated as pseudo-fated suns, the system elucidated before issuing another reminder. In regard to the so-called false child of destiny, it falls within the realm of suppressing true heirs of fortune, inflicting tremendous harm upon their fates. At that moment, Yi Chong, having just emerged from the golden vortex, immediately noticed Chu Tian at the entrance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian, you slander my brother and, instead of hiding within the Chu family, dare to venture into the Hengtian Hall. A heavy aura of menace flickered in Yi Chong's gaze. It was upon learning that his brother had been captured by the sect that he had hastened to the Hengtian Hall to conduct a test. After all, it was only through his own exceptional capabilities that the clan would consider sparing his brother, Yi Fan. Yet, his loathing was directed more towards Chu Tian. His brother, having suffered a complete severance of his meridians, was already pitiful enough. This man not only displayed no sympathy, but also dared to malign his own brother, placing him in perilous circumstances. The reason he recognized Chu Tian was due to a prior encounter when Chu Tian visited the Liu family in search of Liu Yun, during which he happened to be at the Liu residence with his brother, Yi Fan, and had caught a distant glimpse of Chu Tian. Chapter 7. You are unworthy yet insist on delivering yourself. Chu Tian is he the renowned little saint's son? Chu Tian? Within the hall, numerous disciples were taken aback, directing their gazes towards him. Although Chu Tian was famed across the Hengtian Continent, making a tremendous impact upon his arrival, he had remained reclusive, rendering most inner disciples unable to recognize him. The events concerning the two founding families had already spread throughout the Hengtian sect, and even the ordinary disciples had heard whispers of it. Boom! Yi Chong's gaze turned icy as he leapt into the air, his massive form generating a thunderous sound as he descended upon Chu Tian like a falling star, casting a dark shadow over him. Chu Tian, why do you slander my brother? Yi Chong's question was abruptly interrupted. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian moved, delivering a punch with the swiftness of lightning, countering the force with a strike that connected directly with Yi Chong's abdomen. Puff! Yi Chong expelled a mouthful of blood, caught completely off guard, and was hurled backward at an even greater speed, crashing heavily against the golden stone of the bone refining ranking. With a resounding crash, the dreadful impact echoed, seemingly shaking the entire palace. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanying this were the ominous sounds of Yi Chong's bone shattering. He slid from the bone refining ranking, collapsing into a pool of his own blood, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging with rage, yet he could not muster the strength to rise again. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was suffocating. All present gaped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that the little saint's son, Chu Tian, would be so overwhelmingly fierce, making a decisive move without uttering a single word. What was even more astonishing was that Yi Chong, who had just entered the third position on the bone refining ranking, was effortlessly crushed by Chu Tian, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. They were all left in a state of bewilderment. This little saint's son, who appeared to barely reach Yi Chong's chest and bore the face of youth, was harboring such terrifying power within him. At that moment, Chu Tian advanced with deliberate strides towards Yi Chong, his invisible yet formidable presence causing the air within the hall to seem to stagnate. Many disciples feared that Chu Tian would seek to eradicate Yi Chong entirely, given that he was the brother of Yi Fan. However, to their astonishment, Chu Tian did not even spare Yi Chong a glance. He merely walked past the bloodied figure and entered the golden vortex of the bone refining ranking. The entire assembly was left in shock. Throughout the entire exchange, Chu Tian had not responded to Yi Chong with a single word. He had merely unleashed a punch without even acknowledging him. They struggled to articulate the nature of what they had just witnessed. It felt as though Chu Tian's attack on Yichang was merely an afterthought. Had Yichang not approached him, Chu Tian might not have felt compelled to strike at all, for Yichang was far too weak, unworthy of being his opponent. It seemed as though his purpose in coming to the Hengtian Palace was solely to challenge the bone-refining ranking, and Yichang had foolishly sought confrontation. To annihilate the third-ranked Yichang, who possessed a formidable strength of 500,000 pounds, was surreal. Even the offspring of the ancient beast, the golden-winged Dapeng, could not possibly eliminate a contender of the same rank so effortlessly. In the realm of Hengtian, I stand as the pinnacle of exceptional beings. Is it possible that the Hengtian ranking has registered an error? Is there any substance to Yi Chang's ascension? The disciples present were momentarily struck dumb. Caught in a whirlwind of discussion, their attention diverted from the bloodied figure of Yi Chang, who appeared to be on the brink of death. His entire skeletal structure had been shattered by a single punch from Chu Tian. He would not only survive, but would also be left permanently incapacitated. At that moment, a name suddenly materialized on the golden stone of the bone-forging ranking. Chu Tian. 1 second, 10 colossal mammoths. The numbers flickered again. 2 seconds, 30 colossal mammoths. In an instant, the minds of everyone present were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Within the testing space, thousands of ancient mammoths trumpeted their resonant calls, their sharp, heavy sounds deafening, while their ivory tusks gleamed with a deadly radiance, charging relentlessly towards Chu Tian like miniature mountains. Boom! 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 Chu Tian remained unflinching, darting through the herd of mammoths like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly obliterating the ancient beasts with each movement. Blood mist erupted in his wake. He had once led a mercenary army into the fray against a 100,000-strong army, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such a vast spectacle, while grand, was insufficient to stir his emotions. The power Chu Tian wielded now was terrifying. With the chaotic demon body and the chaotic creation true scripture, he had attained the 10th level of bone forging, granting him an astounding strength of 150,000 pounds. Even a young true dragon, at the bone forging stage, could not possibly possess such formidable power. With 150,000 pounds behind his punch, he could shatter a small mountain. The mammoths, each possessing merely 10,000 pounds of strength, were as fragile as tofu in his hands. With blood surging through him, Chu Tian charged like a lightning tank among the herd, causing blood to splatter and leaving no trace of the beasts in his wake. In mere moments, several mammoths were obliterated. Outside, the atmosphere had grown eerily silent, as if the Hengtian Hall were devoid of life. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. On the bone forging ranking, the final digits next to Chu Tian's name surged wildly. Chu Tian, in 10 seconds, had taken down 365 ancient mammoths. In 15 seconds, 500 ancient mammoths. In 20 seconds, 675 ancient mammoths. In 30 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. With a sudden tremor, the bone-forging ranking halted, marking Chu Tian's time at 30 seconds. 1,000 ancient mammoths defeated. The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, with all eyes wide and bloodshot, fixated on that sequence of numbers. In the pool of blood, Yi Chang trembled violently, his eyes wide with rage as he coughed up blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The heavy breaths of the onlookers echoed like wild beasts, their eyes blood-red in the palace. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be foul play. Even slaying ordinary beasts in the wild could not be this effortless. This is a colossal ancient mammoth, possessing an extraordinary strength of 100,000 pounds, far from being a mere chick. For many at the 10th level of bone refining, vanquishing a single ancient mammoth is an arduous task, fraught with the risk of being countered. Everyone was taken aback. Is the bone refining ranking of this caliber? Within the testing space, Chu Tian murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the vast, desolate land devoid of any mammoth. He had held his breath, intending to deliver a grand spectacle, a minor shockwave to the Holy Heavenly Sect and even the sects of the Hengtian Continent. However, to his astonishment, having fought earnestly, He had eliminated all the appearing mammoths before time had expired. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars and piercing shrieks reverberated through the boundless space. 10 juvenile 9-clawed golden dragons, 10 golden-winged Dapeng chicks, and 10 true howler cubs emerged simultaneously, their beastly eyes cold and fierce, charging towards Chu Tian in unison. The dragon roars were thunderous, and, as the dragon tails whipped through the air, they caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The golden-winged Dapeng moved with the swiftness of lightning, its wings beating as if teleporting, dark golden claws tearing towards Chu Tian's face. The roar of the true howlers was almost tangible, akin to a sonic assault, causing Chu Tian's eardrums to throb and his mind to spin. 30 ancient ferocious beast cubs appear before him, a sight so terrifying it defied imagination. Each one possessed the capability to slay the most elite of human prodigies, and now there were 30 of them. Chapter 8. Battling the true dragon is as easy as dining. Are you human? This is precisely the effect desired. Chu Tian, far from being daunted, let out a low growl. His hand, enveloped in a swirling, chaotic black radiance, rose to seize the talons of the young rock, tearing viciously. With a resounding rip, the young rock was cleaved in two, golden blood splattering forth. Chu Tian bellowed, his blood surging to the heavens, as chaotic light danced around him. The tail of the true dragon hatchling struck his back, leaving only a faint mark that failed to breach his defenses. Turning, Chu Tian unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the head of the true dragon hatchling. With a swift kick, the true roar hatchling exploded on the spot. At this moment, the time on the bone refinement ranking resumed its course. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone refinement, had slain 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds. And in 3 seconds, he had dispatched 1 golden-winged rock hatchling and 1 true dragon hatchling. In 10 seconds, he had taken down 2 true dragon hatchlings, 3 golden-winged rock hatchlings, and 1 true roar hatchling. Could it be that I am mistaken? Is it not only at the divine refinement stage, or even after reaching the fusion stage, that ancient ferocious beasts appear in the assessments? Engaging in combat with true dragon hatchlings, could this truly be human? Is it not the ultimate limit of humanity to battle the offspring of ancient giants at the physical realm, slaying 1 every 2 seconds? As time ticked away, the numbers on the leaderboard shifted continuously, while the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, breaths coming heavy and labored, as if they were beasts themselves. Were it not for the uninterruptible nature of the Hengtian ranking trial, they would have rushed into the testing space to ascertain whether Chu Tian was cheating. Soon enough, as the clock struck 1 minute, the test concluded. Chu Tian's name ascended to the pinnacle of the bone refinement ranking in an instant. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone refinement, wielded a titanic strength of 1,500,000 pounds, having slain 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 true dragon hatchlings, 10 golden-winged rocks, and 10 true roar hatchlings within a minute. The second place, C.I. Heng Sacred Sect, S. Hui Mei, at the 10th level of bone refinement, possessed a strength of 900,000 pounds in 1 minute. 1,500,000 pounds? Am I seeing things? Someone murmured, turning to their companion for confirmation. What did you see? 150. I saw 150 as well. Chu Tian, at the bone refinement stage, possesses a strength nearly double that of the young, ancient, ferocious beasts. Is the chaos demon body truly that extraordinary? Is this the holy son of our sacred heaven sect? Cough, cough, cough. In a pool of blood, Yi Chong's face was ghostly pale, coughing violently, his body convulsing as if he might perish at any moment. Yet, in this moment, no one had the time to attend to him. Buzz. Just then, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, his black attire immaculate, his expression calm. He cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chong and then at the bone refinement ranking, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the hall, and stepped out of the Hengtian Hall. His purpose in the Hengtian Hall was to suppress all contemporaries of the Yi family, including Yi Chong, rather than targeting a specific individual. Had Yi Chong not approached him, Chu Tian would have had no impetus to seek him out for trouble. Defeating him was merely a matter of convenience. If he sought death, then so be it. It It was as simple as that. Regarding excessive attention, Chu Tian believes that his energy is invaluable and should not be squandered on trivial individuals and matters. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the false child of destiny, Yi Chong, severely impacting his mentality and leaving an irreversible shadow. A reward of 1,000 destiny points has been granted. Congratulations to the host for repressing the fortune of the child of destiny, Yi Fan. Another reward of 1,000 destiny points has been awarded. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Chu Tian Dipat. However, at that moment, within the Hall of Eternal Heavens, the rankings on the earthly leaderboard underwent a sudden alteration, with Chu Tian's name unexpectedly rising to the first position. First on the earthly leaderboard, the holy son of the Holy Heavenly Sect, Chu Tian, aged 8, possessing the chaotic, divine, demon physique, ascended to the pinnacle of the bone-tempering list. Second on the earthly leaderboard, the holy maiden of the compassionate navigation sect, Liu Yun, a maiden of celestial birth, who condensed blood at 1 year, tempered her bones at 2, refined her spirit at 4, and once ranked first in the blood condensation realm, second in the bone-tempering realm, first in the spirit refinement realm, and first in the combined body realm. Third on the earthly leaderboard, the heart demon sect. Yi Chong, who had just squeezed into the 99th position, also vanished from the list. The earthly leaderboard only records the 99 most promising prodigies under the age of 30. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. In the pool of blood, Yi Chong's eyes bulged in furious disbelief before he fainted. The Holy Heavenly Sect has 2 main peaks, representing the 2 founding families, the Chu family's Holy Emperor Peak and the Yi family's Holy Sovereign Peak. At the summit of Holy Emperor Peak stands the main hall. Upon returning to the Chu family, just as Chu Tian approached the hall's entrance, a hunchbacked elder greeted him with a respectful bow. Young master, Madam has descended from the divine clan and is currently discussing matters with the master. Please wait a moment. The hunchbacked elder's face was etched with deep lines, and his eyes were murky and devoid of life, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. Yet, Chu Tian understood that this was merely the elder's exterior. The elder's true name was long forgotten, but he had always been responsible for guarding the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. Even the Chu Tianwang addressed him as Elder Tua, while Holy Emperor Peak seemed to be filled with countless strong individuals. This elder could rank at least second among them. After the death of Chu Tianwang, who had fallen into the demonic path, Chu Tian's escape from peril heavily relied on this elder's sacrifice to shield him from Yi Tianxiong. Though not a member of the Chu family, he had spent his entire life within it, surpassing many of the direct descendants in reliability. Very well, Elder Tua. Upon hearing that his mother, Jian Kongzhu, had descended, Chu Tian felt a subtle stirring within him, graciously returning the gesture before standing at the entrance with Elder Tua, awaiting her arrival. It appeared that his actions had initiated a butterfly effect. In the original narrative, Jian Kongzhu had remained in seclusion within the ancient Divine Sword clan, preoccupied with unknown matters, ultimately meeting her demise in an internal conflict within the Divine Clan. It was precisely due to Jian Kongzhu's death, which stripped away her deterrent power, that Chu Tianwang and the Chu family suffered a tremendous blow, allowing the Yi family to launch their final strike against the Chu family. However, Yi Tianxiong had once engaged in a conversation with Yi Fan, subtly hinting that Jian Kongzhu appeared to be embroiled in a fierce dispute with the ancestors of the ancient Sword Divine clan to secure something significant for Chu Tian, with Yi Tianxiong secretly fanning the flames that led to her downfall. Now that Jian Kongzhu had the ability to descend, it signified her continued freedom and the potential to return to the Holy Heavenly Sect at any moment. At that moment, a chilling female voice resonated within the hall. King Chu, I am indifferent to your grand designs and notions of unity regarding the Holy Heavenly Sect. What I know is this. Should a similar incident occur again, I shall return instantly and sever the Yi family's sacred Emperor Peak with a single stroke. How dare a mere wastrel from the Yi clan bully my precious son? As the deputy sect master, how can you hold such a position? You might as well rename yourself Yi Coward. Cough, cough, cough. My lady, please lower your voice. There are ears outside the hall. Came a slightly awkward reply from King Chu. Lower my voice. I speak for my son to hear. What an illustrious lineage he possesses. Endowed with the unparalleled chaotic divine demon body, a talent rarely seen throughout history. As the son of the sword goddess Jian Kongzhu, he is destined to stand atop the celestial firmament, illuminating the heavens. Yet within your Holy Heavenly Sect, he is forced to tread cautiously and discreetly. What gives? Jian Kongzhu's voice remained frigid, leaving no face-saving grace for King Chu. Even in her mere astral manifestation, Jian Kongzhu could distinctly sense everything occurring within the sacred Emperor Peak. Chapter 9. A single blow to avert 100 Tian has performed admirably this time. One a mere waste from the Yi family, and the other a trifling little wretch with an innate Dao body. Were they to dare bully and scheme against my Tian? It is to be hoped that this is merely a childish farce, devoid of any entanglement with the Liu family or even the Yi family. Otherwise, I shall raze them to the ground. And as for King Chu, I must inform you, should you dare to interfere, preaching about mercy and urging Tian to relinquish his pursuit, I shall return with my first sword to strike you down, and then I shall dismantle that so-called sacred Emperor Peak, rendering Yi Tianxiong powerless. King Chu chuckled bitterly, yet in the face of his furious wife, he could only nod in acquiescence. My lady, I did not consent to let Xing Nu lead the sect's enforcement team into the Liu family to capture Jiu. The Yi family should now comprehend our resolute stance. Had I not fortuitously descended at that moment, you, King Chu, would have likely ended Jiu's life without a second thought, not pursuing the matter further, would you? Jian Kongzhu's voice resonated with determination. Little Tian has done well. That Jiu must be interrogated until the truth is laid bare. I wish to see whether it is indeed Yi Tianxiong who schemes against my son from the shadows. My lady, that is unwarranted. It is likely that some old-timers from the Yi family are the ones stirring trouble. Tianxiong is my sworn brother. We have traversed the continent and explored the cosmos together, facing life and death side by side. I know his character well. He would never resort to such underhanded tactics against me. If there were matters to address, he would communicate with me directly. Tianxiong is also a witness to our bond. Why must we delve so deeply, disrupting the balance and creating such a spectacle? Look, Tian is well, nurtured by me, now possessing the strength of 7 layers of bone tempering, wielding a force nearing that of a true dragon cub. King Chu implored earnestly, reminiscing about the past to vouch for Yi Tianxiong. Father places too much weight on his brotherly bond with Yi Tianxiong, thought Chu Tian, casting his gaze downward, his eyes glimmering with cold resolve. His haste to leave the Hengtian palace and arrive here was to persuade King Chu to allow him to handle matter. Even his participation in the Hengtian palace's bone-tempering rankings was aimed at breaking the impasse. Chu Tian contemplated how to convince King Chu, for his youth was his greatest hindrance, making it difficult to intervene in many matters. Fortunately, his mother, Jian Kongzhu, was not so narrow-minded. Her support from behind the scenes saved him much effort. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the elder Tuo's murky eyes flickered with surprise, as if he inadvertently remarked, "Since the master became the vice sect leader, he has placed too much importance on many matters, leading to indecision and the loss of initiative." Yet many cannot voice this. The young lord's firm retaliation has invigorated many strong members within the clan. It is my fault for speaking out of turn, for presuming to criticize the vice sect leader. Please punish me, young lord, the elder Tuo said, bowing with trepidation. Elder Ta, you are a venerable elder of the clan. Such words only serve to humble me. Chu Tian replied, assisting the elder to his feet, though his eyes sparkled with intelligence. The elder's words clearly indicated to him that many within the Chu family supported him. There were numerous individuals within the clan who were dissatisfied with King Chu's conciliatory approach towards the Yi family. This time, the formidable counterattack invigorated the group. "Xiania, come here quickly so your mother can see if you are injured," came the voice of Jian Kongzhu. As Chu Tian stepped into the grand hall, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white dress, with elegantly arched brows and piercing eyes, rushed to embrace him. She fussed over him with tender concern, her gaze brimming with affection, as if fearing her son had suffered some injustice at the hands of the Chu Tianwang. "My lady, Tian'er is also my son. How could I allow him to endure any harm? Remarked a tall, middle-aged man, the Chu Tianwang, with a sense of helplessness. Outside, he was the invincible emperor of the heavens, the vice leader of the sacred Heaven Sect, wielding immense power. Yet within the confines of his home, he was merely an ordinary middle-aged man, cowering before the fiercely protective nature of his wife, too intimidated to interject. Despite the fact that their son had stolen the sacred pulse fruit, assaulted his fiancée, and even threatened to flay the worthless members of the Chu family, claiming he would annihilate the Liu family otherwise, Jian Kongzhu seemed to perceive only the monumental grievances suffered by her son. However, in the face of his formidable wife, he dared not speak further, for fear that her wrath might compel her to return from the outer realms to destroy the Liu family, shatter the sacred Emperor Peak, and ruin the situation he had meticulously crafted. After expressing her concern, Jian Kongzhu invited Chu Tian to sit in her lap, inquiring, "Little Tian, I do not wish to argue with your father, this coward. How do you propose we deal with the Liu family and that worthless Wei?" The Chu Tianwang forced a wry smile, prepared to defend his lack of cowardice, but a fierce glare from Jian Kongzhu made him shrink back, casting a pleading glance at his son. His intention was clear. He hoped Chu Tian would show mercy and refrain from escalating matters. Chu Tian felt somewhat uneasy with Jian Kongzhu's affection, for he possessed the soul of an adult. Yet, upon sensing the profound maternal love emanating from her, that feeling of resistance dissipated. As for the desperate gaze from his father, Chu Tian chose to disregard it, were it not for the constraints of his identity. He would have liked to call out, "Cowardly old father." After a brief contemplation, Chu Tian raised his head, his eyes cold and resolute. "Mother, my opinion is that we must pursue the matter to its conclusion, unearthing all those who conspired against me. A single strike must be made to prevent a flurry of blows. To maintain the stability and unity of our sect, we cannot afford to compromise blindly. Relentless retreat will only cause them to perceive us as weak and embolden them to take further advantage." The Chu Tianwang, with a bemused smile, was taken aback by his son's words, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this truly the son who had always been obedient and docile? Jian Kongzhu's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a profound insight! A single strike must be made to prevent a flurry of blows. Truly, you are my son, Jian Kongzhu. We shall proceed as you have suggested." At the doorway, the hunchbacked elder trembled, his murky eyes reflecting disbelief. Was such wisdom truly within the grasp of an 8-year-old child? The young master was indeed the progeny of the sword-breaker goddess and the master. Not only did he possess extraordinary innate abilities, but his insights were also nothing short of remarkable. A single strike must be made to prevent a flurry of blows. In just 10 brief words, the profound truths of life contained within them become increasingly evident upon deeper reflection, evoking a sense of sudden enlightenment. Ha! What a splendid saying. Strike a decisive blow to avoid a flurry of attacks. This truly embodies the pragmatic approach of the Chu family. My third uncle also expresses his unwavering support for you, shouting on, urging you to delve into the matter until the true culprit is unmasked. A middle-aged man entered the grand hall, laughing heartily and applauding. "Elder brother, you have raised an exceptional son. I, your third brother, am indeed envious." This visitor was Chu Tianyun, the third elder of the Chu family and the younger brother of Chu Tianwang, as well as the 5th elder of the Holy Heavenly Sect and the head of the sect's law enforcement hall. Within the Holy Heavenly Sect, he is a figure of considerable stature, capable of causing a stir with his mere presence. "Tianyun, I pay my respects to my sister-in-law and extend my congratulations," he remarked with a smile, his face radiating excitement. Xiaodian has remarkably secured the top position on the Earth ranking, greatly vindicating the Chu family and elevating the prestige of our Holy Heaven Sect. Chu Tianyun saluted Jian Kongzhu, his countenance brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 10. How can such an exceptional son remain low-key? First in the Earth ranking. Are you referring to the Hengtian ranking? Jian Kongzhu inquired, as she was not a native of the Hengtian Continent. While she was aware of the Hengtian ranking, her understanding of its significance within the continent was rather limited. She knew only that its rankings held immense importance in Hengtian. At this moment, however, King Chu's pupils constricted sharply. Initially displeased with the arrival of Chu Tian, all his grievances dissipated as he exclaimed in shock, "Third brother, what are you saying? Little Tian has surged to the top of the earth ranking? Surely, you jest with me and your sister-in-law." The concept of being first in the earth ranking was something everyone in Hengtian understood. It signified the most promising prodigy under the age of 30. Yet, how old was Chu Tian? Merely 8 years, and only at the bone refinement stage. This was indeed astonishing. Elder brother, your role as deputy sect master seems somewhat inadequate. The entire sect is in turmoil. Even ancient recluses have emerged from their secret realms to ascertain if there has been a mistake with the Hengtian ranking. Chu Tian remarked, his expression one of incredulity as he regarded Chu Tian. Are you not aware of how powerful little Tian is? Just moments ago, he defeated the last-ranked Yi Chong with a single punch, annihilating 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds and vanquishing 30 ancient beast cubs in the same brief span. He has directly ascended to the top of both the Hengtian bone refinement ranking and the earth ranking. Not only our sacred heaven sect, but the entire Hengtian Continent is abuzz. A multitude of ancient beings have come forth to witness what manner of prodigy our sacred son is, speculating whether he is a transformed ancient divine beast cub that we have brought back. The 3 esteemed elders of the sect have personally mobilized and are currently entertaining those ancient figures outside the sect. As Chu Tian spoke, his gaze grew increasingly bizarre, causing Chu Tian to feel a chill run down his spine, as if the middle-aged man intended to dissect him. Nevertheless, the fact that he had ascended to the top of the earth ranking was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had merely exerted his full strength to make a grand statement, to demonstrate to the world that the younger generation of the Chu family had not fallen behind, while simultaneously completing a system task. Truly, you are your mother's pride. This is the bloodline of my ancient sword divine clan, the legendary chaos demon body. Suddenly coming to his senses, Jian Kongzhu exuberantly planted a firm kiss on her son's fair cheek. If it weren't for your father being such a coward, I would have long taken you to explore the cosmos. You would have toppled the elites of all the top sects and ancient clans, as well as the ancient divine beast cubs, one by one. My son, without a doubt, is the most exceptional. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the task of no longer being low-key. Reward, 10,000 destiny points and 1 creation divine pill, reviving the dead, flesh and bone white, capable of healing all injuries. At this moment, the system's gentle and melodious reminder resonated in Chu Tian's ears. First in the earth ranking, first in the earth ranking, first in the earth ranking. King Chu repeatedly murmured to himself, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. A mixture of excitement and gratitude surged within him. For Chu Tian was his only son, and what father does not wish for his child to achieve greatness? Yet, there was also a sense of helplessness and wry amusement. Being ranked first on the leaderboard signified that his years of discreet efforts to prevent the Yi family from feeling threatened by the Chu family had come to naught. With a son of such remarkable talent, achieving the top rank, how could he maintain a low profile? Alas, alas, my dear Tian, I support your pursuit of the truth behind this matter, but do endeavor to minimize the involvement of others. After all, Yi Qianxiong is my sworn brother. And as the founding family, we must prioritize the unity and stability of our sect. With a deep sigh, Chu Tianwang pondered the situation. At this point, how could he remain oblivious? Not only was his wife dissatisfied, but even his 8-year-old son had secretly gone to the Hengtian Hall to participate in the test without informing him. Chu Tian had hurried over, and though he said nothing outright, he too was subtly expressing his discontent through Chu Tian. My dear Tian, you are exceptionally gifted, bestowed the title of Holy Son at birth. The future of the Holy Tian sect undoubtedly belongs to you. Your father, ever cautious, safeguards the interests of our sect for your sake, Chu Tianwang advised. Father, fear not. I am mindful of my responsibilities, Chu Tian replied with a slight smile, clasping his hands in respect to his father. At last, he had resolved this internal dilemma. His greatest concern was not Yi Fan, the child of destiny, but rather his own father, fearing that he might cling to outdated ways and hinder him from behind, which would truly pose a problem. It seems you, coward, possess a modicum of conscience, recognizing who truly belongs to your family, Jian Kongzhu remarked with an eye roll. Suddenly, at that moment, Tianwang, Chu Tian, and Jian Kongzhu all shifted their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. Master, madam, the Lord of Tianxiong is bringing a young man to pay his respects and is waiting at the foot of the mountain, reported the old servant, to all out. What a formidable presence. Chu Tian looked up at the turbulent sky, observing how the once clear heavens had abruptly darkened. Indeed, the power of the strong in this world is fearsome. Their aura manifests outwardly, their every word and action capable of influencing the very cosmos. My dear Tian, your mother is currently advocating for a significant opportunity for you within the ancient Sword Divine clan and cannot remain by your side, Jian Kongzhu said. Placing her hand on Chu Tian's head, her eyes filled with affection. However, pursue your ambitions freely, your mother and, well, your cowardly father will always be here to support you. With a glare at Chu Tianwang, Jian Kongzhu began to slowly fade away. You old fool, if you dare to mistreat my little son, I shall return and cut you down with a single sword strike. And take good care of my 3 daughters. Should a single hair be harmed, my sworn brother has arrived. Do not delay in admitting Tianxiong. I shall personally go greet him. With a hearty laugh, Chu Tianwang swiftly descended the mountain. Do not hold it against your father, Shao Tian. He shares a bond of life and death with Yi Tianxiong. And in accordance with the ancestral teachings of the Chu family, the interests of the sect must always take precedence. Otherwise, given your father's temperament, he would not endure such restraint. Nevertheless, your father is your father, and you are you. Follow your own convictions and act accordingly. Your 3rd uncle will be here shortly, so do not fear, Chu Tianyun explained with a smile, before casting an admiring glance at Chu Tian. Truly remarkable, the legendary supreme physique, the chaos divine demon body. When silent, one remains inconspicuous. When one speaks, the world is astounded. At the tender age of 8, having reached the bone-refining realm, he ascended directly to the top of the Earth ranking. Even the novelists of this continent would not dare to write such a tale. Ye Tianxiong. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, before he added with a smile, how could it be otherwise? This is entirely human nature. As a member of the Chu family, I shall naturally prioritize the broader interests of our sect. My only desire is to uncover the truth behind the scenes and resolve the misunderstandings between the Chu and Yi families. Chapter 11. As the Chosen One. What happens when I acquire a treasure? Old Ta, in the past, I happened to overhear my mother mention that you bear hidden injuries. Chu Tian turned to Old Tua at the entrance and inquired. His words were clearly fabricated. Old Tua had remained at the sacred Emperor Peak for many years without ever taking action. The existence of hidden injuries only came to light during the downfall of the Chu family, a fact even the Chu Tian king was unaware of. However, with Jian Kongzhu absent, any inexplicable matters could easily be attributed to her. Just moments ago, upon exiting the Hengtian Hall, a rift suddenly opened in the void, and a pill fell from it. To my eyes, it resembled the legendary creation divine pill. Old Tua, could you verify this? Chu Tian casually fabricated a story as he approached and placed the pill in Old Tuo's hand. The Chu Tian king seemed somewhat unreliable. Since the creation divine pill was a product of the system, it was undoubtedly authentic. Moreover, it would be of no use to him at present. Better to offer it to Old Tua for healing, thereby augmenting the Chu family strength. A rich aroma of medicine suddenly filled the vast palace. The creation divine pill. Old Tuo's entire being trembled as he gazed at the pill in his hand. It was said to be a supreme pill that could resurrect the dead, crafted only by the revered alchemists of the medicine god clan. Chu Tianyun instantly materialized beside Old Tua, and upon seeing the 9 faint purple patterns swirling around the pill, he was struck with astonishment. It was precisely as described in the ancient texts. Merely inhaling the fragrant essence of the pill had already healed the minor injuries he sustained in his youth. With wide eyes, Chu Tianyun looked at Chu Tian and exclaimed, "Is this truly a treasure you stumbled upon while walking? Indeed, is this the fabled creation divine pill?" Chu Tian appeared genuinely surprised. in such a fantastical realm. The emergence of top-tier prodigies could indeed provoke the resonance of the great Tao, and while it was rare for one to be struck by a treasure on the road, it was not entirely impossible. As the embodiment of the chaotic, divine, demon body and the destined child of fate, why should he not be worthy? In light of this, Old Toa, you should consume it. It ought to aid in your hidden injuries, Chu Tian urged. My young master, I implore you not to, Old Toa replied. This creation divine pill is of immense value, capable of resurrecting the dead. It is akin to a second life. I am merely a servant of the Chu family. How could I dare accept such a grand gift? The lady possesses a discerning eye, having seen through my hidden injuries, but they are merely minor wounds and of little consequence. After enduring the torment of these hidden injuries for so many years, how could Old Toa not be tempted? Yet, he still returned the divine pill to Chu Tian. Old Toa is merely a pill. In comparison to your contributions to the Chu family, this is nothing. Chu Tian is merely expressing his gratitude on behalf of his parents, Chu Tian humbly stated. After all, with the system in place and so many children of destiny available, acquiring destiny points to exchange for such treasures rendered the creation divine pill less significant to him, no matter how precious an external object may be. It cannot compare to having a top-tier powerhouse safeguarding one's peace of mind. Old Toa, you truly have hidden injuries. We have been oblivious all these years. Chu Tianyun exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, what Chu Tian said is correct. Your contributions to the Chu family are immense. This creation divine pill shall be regarded as a gift from the family to you. Within the clan, exchanges were to be made with other items in return for Shao Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tianyun solemnly declared, Shao Tian, in 3 days, the sacred heavenly pool of our sect will soon be unveiled. Our family intends to leverage this opportunity for entry into the sacred heavenly pool as a trade with you. The sacred heavenly pool is the corporeal manifestation of the esteemed ancestor Duanmu, and it holds significant value for cultivating the divine soul of the divine warriors. You have reached the 10th level of bone refining, entering the phase where you can commence soul cultivation. Thus, the sacred heavenly pool will greatly benefit your journey into soul refinement. It's worth being no less than that of the creation divine pill. Upon finishing his words, Chu Tianyun turned his gaze to the Elder Ta and said, Elder Ta, you can now consume the creation divine pill with peace of mind. With this, the elder humbly acknowledged as it stands, I am indeed remiss, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the young master and the third master. Everything, including my life, is owed to the Chu family. I am unworthy of such kindness. Elder Tual, understanding the profound importance of the pill, did not linger on formality any longer and promptly ingested the creation divine pill. With a hum, Elder Tual closed his eyes and a stream of purple divine light flickered. The power of creation surged momentarily. The mention of the sacred heavenly pool sent a slight tremor through Chu Tian's heart. He anticipated encountering this place so soon. The sacred heavenly pool harbored tremendous opportunities, previously seized by the child of destiny, which had a direct impact on the balance of the sacred heavenly sect. Having endured for 1,000,000 years, the sacred heavenly sect has seen its share of rises and falls, encountering numerous crises along the way. The venerable ancestor Duanmu was the pivotal figure in revitalizing the sect during a critical period of decline. The Duanmu family is now one of the foremost clans within the sacred heavenly sect, second only to the 2 most prominent families. The essence of the venerable ancestor Duanmu resides within the sacred heavenly pool, having undergone the baptism of the world's essence for hundreds of thousands of years, and has begun to develop a nascent consciousness. Years later, when the sacred heavenly pool opened for the once-in-a-century grand baptism for young disciples, Yi Fan gained the recognition of the nascent ancestor Duanmu, who came to rely on him heavily, thereby indirectly securing the support of the Duanmu family, allowing him to establish his footing within the sacred heavenly sect. The living presence of the venerable ancestor Duanmu represents an extraordinary opportunity, one of the greatest fortunes bestowed upon Yi Fan. If one could enter early, it might yield fruitful results. Chu Tian offered a smile to his uncle, Chu Tianyun. Although in the original narrative, this character failed to render significant aid to the Chu family, being a minor antagonist who perished after only a few appearances. He was now proving to be of utmost utility. Moreover, from his recollections, it became clear that the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was not merely a trade for the creation divine pill, as Chu Tian had suggested. It was, in fact, a precious chance that Chu Tian willingly offered him for soul cultivation. Thank you, dear uncle, for granting this invaluable opportunity to your nephew. I too wish to enter the sacred heavenly pool to refine my soul and lay an unparalleled foundation. Surprised by Chu Tian's awareness, Chu Tian smiled with a hint of nostalgia, saying, my dear nephew, I am growing old. Entering the sacred heavenly pool may only allow me to advance a level or two. The continent has not been tranquil in recent years. Major sects are at odds, and the younger generation is filled with prodigies, vying for supremacy. Within our sect, hidden currents swirl. The Yi family lurks with predatory intent. If this situation persists, despite the profound heritage of the Chu family, we may find ourselves in peril. It would be prudent to offer this opportunity to you, Chu Tian, to forge a promising future for our clan. In the days to come, should you have the chance, kindly look after my arrogant offspring. Chu Tian remarked with a smile, gently patting Chu Tian's shoulder, assuring him not to burden himself with worry. In truth, had Chu Tian not ascended to the pinnacle of the earth rankings, he would not have relinquished this chance. Thank you, third uncle, Chu Tian expressed earnestly, his heart filled with admiration. Indeed, it was fitting for a venerable clan that has endured for 1,000,000 years to exemplify unity and foresight. Chu Tian's words may seem simple, discussing a mere 2 minor realms, yet countless powerful figures have risked their lives for even the slightest advancement and yet failed to attain it. The cowardly old man. With such a promising hand, you squandered it to the point of utter ruin, leaving your family extinguished, with offspring either dead or consumed by madness. At that moment, the veiled star slave appeared at the hall's entrance, kneeling on one knee. Star slave pays homage to the young master and third master. Rise, Chu Tian replied coolly. Has the interrogation of Jiuri yielded results? Star slave cast a glance at Chu Tian, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Even I find this hard to believe, Chu Tian. You possess a loyal and devoted servant. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, showing no offense, preparing to step aside. Do not worry. Star slave, speak freely. Third uncle is family, Chu Tian said calmly. The forcible capture of Jiuri from the Liu family was never intended to be a covert operation. Moreover, as the head of the law enforcement hall, without his consent, Jiuri could not possibly maneuver the sect's enforcement team. Young master, my subordinates and several disciples of the law enforcement hall employed severe punishments. Yet despite nearing the brink of mental collapse, Jiuri remained resolute and refused to confess. Star slave clenched her teeth and continued. In desperation, I resorted to the soul-searching technique, uncovering the entire truth. I have utilized dark methods. I beseech Third Master and the young master to impose punishment. Eons ago, the celestial demon nearly obliterated the Hengtian Continent, which is why dark arts are abhorred in Hengtian. This was also the reason the great hate demon lord fell into darkness and was hunted by the sects throughout the Hengtian Continent. Proceed, Chu Tian said, his expression impassive. He was already aware of these matters. In his heart, he perceived no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. What significance does the method hold? Whether good or bad, it is merely a tool employed to achieve one's objectives. Chapter 12. Kneel and apologize to the young master of the Chu family, not a problem. Merely a trifling matter, Chu Tian replied with an unruffled demeanor. The Holy Heavenly Sect governs vast territories and millions of inhabitants, with the enforcement hall tasked with maintaining order, often employing clandestine demonic methods, a customary practice among major sects, albeit shrouded in secrecy. Jiuri, a loyal disciple trained by the esteemed elder Yihanggu, was entrusted with the task of ingratiating the Yi family to Miss Liu Yun while disrupting her relationship with the young master. The news of the ripening sacred vein fruit, which could aid Yi Fan's cultivation, was divulged to Miss Liu Yun by Yihanggu himself. Upon uttering these words, Xingsu immediately prostrated on the ground, cradling a jade slip in his hands. This slip contained records from Juer's memories, detailing the various actions she was instructed to undertake by Elder Yi to meddle with Miss Liu Yun, intended for the young master and the third master as perusal. Given the involvement of the esteemed elder from the Yi family, the gravity of this matter was monumental. Chu Tian's expression remained serene. The involvement of the Yi family was anticipated, merely a procedural formality. In stark contrast, Chu Tian's countenance was as frigid as ice, emanating a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached alongside a stern-faced, middle-aged man, exuding authority. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Little Tian, why not greet Uncle Tianxiong? He dotes on you the most. You once even urinated on his face shortly after your birth." Son of the Holy Sun, Chu Tian, pays respects to the sect master. Chu Tian replied with impeccable courtesy. However, he refrained from calling Yi Tianxiong uncle, instead addressing him as sect master, adhering to the formalities of the sect, leaving no room for critique. His gaze subtly shifted to the young boy, following Yi Tianxiong. This boy, slightly over a decade old, bore a stern expression despite his tender age. As Chu Tian met his gaze, the boy scrutinized him in return, his eyes harboring an intensity and ferocity that belied his youth, indicative of a child who had endured the vicissitudes of life, exuding an unsettling maturity. Seeking forgiveness, how intriguing, Chu Tian mused, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. His recollections of this boy were scant, yet they were marked by the presence of Liu Yun. The fated child, Yi Fan, was a pivotal figure in the downfall of the Chu family, achieving monumental feats. At that moment, Yi Fan stood bare-chested, his arms bound by iron chains, thorny vines cruelly embedded in his back, drawing forth blood that dripped incessantly. Yet, there was no trace of anguish in his eyes. Instead, he glared defiantly at Chu Tian, suddenly roaring, "Chu Tian, you scoundrel! If you wish to kill or maim, come at me directly. There is no need to involve Liu Yun or her family, nor to vent your frustrations on my brother." Filled with rage, Yi Fan lunged at Chu Tian like a wild beast. Chu Tian remained still, his expression unchanging, yet a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed his youthful face. This scene closely mirrored the provocations initiated by Yi Chong within the Hengtian Hall. Although Yi Fan was a child of destiny, having faced the harsh realities of life from a young age, he was still somewhat naive and lacked the cunning of an adult. Since Yi Fan seemed intent on courting death, Chu Tian was more than willing to oblige him. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong's authoritative and indifferent voice suddenly resonated, lacking decorum. "You are at fault first. Chu Tian is the holy son of our sect. How dare a worthless individual like you howl at him? Kneel." With an impassive expression, Yi Tianxiong yanked the iron chain in his grasp, causing Yi Fan to stumble and kneel before Chu Tian. "Little Tian, I have come personally for two reasons. Firstly, to congratulate you on ascending to the top of the Hengtian D list and to extend my congratulations to your father. Secondly, to alleviate any misunderstandings you may have regarding the Yi family, lest it jeopardize the brotherly bond between your father and me, thereby affecting the unity of our sect." Yi Tianxiong turned his gaze towards Chu Tian, his face breaking into a genial smile, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Chu Tian referred to him merely as sect master. "I have brought this worthless one here, and you may do with him as you please, be it to kill or to torture him. Even if he is the child of my third brother, I will not show any favoritism. Should this matter damage the brotherly bond between your father and me or affect the relationship between our families, this worthless one would not be able to compensate for it, even with 1,000 lives." Chu Tian's gaze grew slightly frigid. This old fox was indeed far more formidable than the fated son Yi Fan. It was evident that Yi Tianxiong was fully aware that Chu Tian regarded him as a life-and-death brother, willing to uphold his dignity, which is why he played the emotional cards so heavily, adopting an air of stern impartiality. Otherwise, as the holy son of the sect, a mere worthless Yi Fan would undoubtedly face death upon confrontation. Yi Chong had not dared to provoke Chu Tian after being nearly incapacitated by a single punch, and no one had since dared to trouble him. While rules are significant, strength holds greater importance in this world, where the powerful reign supreme. No one would rise to the defense of a worthless individual who dared to provoke a formidable talent. The higher-ups within the sect would surely side with Chu Tian. When Yi Fan had rushed forward moments ago, Chu Tian had already prepared to utterly incapacitate him, but Yi Tianxiong's intervention had spared Yi Fan's life. It seemed that the fated son indeed possessed a robust destiny, prompting Yi Tianxiong to emerge in his defense. Yi Tianxiong likely sensed the dire implications of Yi Fan's ascension to the top of the list, prompting this cunning old man to act decisively. Binding Yi Fan as one might a dog, had he truly chosen to attack Yi Fan, it would have appeared petty, actively damaging the relationship between the two families and undermining the sect's unity. Within the sect, there would also be discussions about the Chu family's lack of magnanimity. Yet, Yi Tianxiong probably did not realize that from the outset, his true target was never the worthless Yi Fan. Dealing with him was merely a secondary consideration. The ultimate goal was to awaken Chu Tian and the Chu family through Yi Fan's predicament, thereby striking a blow against the Yi family. Little Tian, the Chu and Yi families are brother clans. Do you not think it best to put an end to this matter? Let Xing Nu bring that brat here and execute him directly. Chu Tian, unable to contain himself, spoke up to advise. For had it not been for Jian Kongzhu's prior arrival suggesting that Chu Tian handle the situation, he would have swiftly dealt with Yi Fan himself. Chu Tian's brow furrowed slightly, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes, but before he could speak, the icy and menacing voice of Chu Tianyun suddenly rang out. He must not be spared. My dear brother, I understand your loyalty to the sect leader. Yet this matter transcends the fate of a mere inconsequential individual. There are those scheming behind the scenes against your legitimate heir, the scion of the Chu family, and the future hope of our sect. We cannot allow this to conclude so easily. Chu Tianyun strode forward, grasping a jade slip tightly in his hand, fixing his gaze on Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and said, Sect leader, as the head of the law enforcement hall, do I not possess the right to interrogate a mere girl? The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining order within the sect, including apprehension and interrogation, and thus certainly holds such authority. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, yet a dangerous cold light flickered deep within his eyes. Then may I inquire, sect leader, what punishment should befall the esteemed elder of our sect, your own blood relative, Yi Hongwu, who has nurtured assassins and infiltrated the inner circle of my Chu family's heir's fiancé, inciting destruction and divulging the sect's most profound secrets? He has urged our holy son, Chu Tian, to steal the sacred vein's fruits for Yi Fan's consumption. What penalty shall he face? Chu Tianyun's voice resonated with lethal intent, his gaze ice-cold. I now harbor grave suspicions that a considerable faction within the Yi family is deliberately plotting against my Chu family's prodigy. Boom, boom, boom. As these words escaped Chu Tianyun's lips, the heavens transformed, the winds howled, and the skies darkened, thick clouds enveloping the summit of the sacred emperor. The atmosphere between heaven and earth felt as though it had solidified. Chu Tianyun's proclamation was suffocating, directly targeting the Yi family. Chu Tian's expression remained calm as he surveyed the surroundings, acutely aware that at the moment Chu Tianyun spoke, though it appeared deserted, ominous currents of energy surged nearby. Yi Tianxiong had personally arrived, and the strong of the Chu family, as well as the higher echelons of the sect and esteemed clans, were undoubtedly observing this confrontation. However, Chu Tian had no intention of intervening. The Chu family had languished in silence for far too long. They needed a resounding clash to demonstrate to the outside world that their fangs and talons still remained sharp, and that any affront from the Yi family would incur a heavy toll. Chu Tianyun, do you wish to disrupt the unity and stability of our sect? Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened in an instant as he regarded the jade slip offered by Chu Tianyun, refusing to accept it. Instead, he cast a heavy accusation, his voice sharp and commanding. Do you have any comprehension of the words you utter? To slander a revered elder is a grave offense. As the head of the law enforcement hall, it is your duty to uphold the order of the sect. Do your words not pass through your mind before they escape your lips? Withdraw at once. Yi Tianxiong bellowed in fury. The moment Chu Tianyun stepped forward to speak, he sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that events had unfolded which he was unaware of. After all, Chu Tianwang's demeanor had not altered. Yet Chu Tian dared to provoke him without the head of the family's command, directly implicating a venerable elder of the Yi family, his own uncle. His keen intuition warned him not to pursue this line of discussion further. Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? We shall settle this later. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached with a grim expression, snatching the jade slip from Chu Tianyun's hand. How could Chu Tianyun dare to act without consulting him, the family head? Regarding such a significant matter, Chu Tianwang swiftly scanned the jade slip with his divine sense. In an instant, he stood frozen in place. Ye Hongwu. Suddenly, the voice of King Chu emerged hoarsely, almost bursting forth from his throat with those 3 words. A terrifying aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloped the vast expanse of the heavens. When the emperor's wrath was unleashed, mountains crumbled and seas surged, eclipsing the sun and moon. Elder Hongwu, no. How could this be possible? There must be a misunderstanding. At that moment, Yi Fan, kneeling on the ground, turned pale and glanced towards Yi Tianxiang. Wasn't it said that they had come to resolve this dispute? How could it suddenly escalate to such an extent? A chill coursed through Yi Fan's body. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who had treated him kindly, providing protection for him and his brother Yi Chong. It was even thanks to Yi Hongwu's immense sacrifices that he had survived after his meridians were destroyed. At that moment, Chu Tianyun strode forward, casting a disdainful gaze upon Yi Fan, his voice filled with cold menace. You were poisoned at birth, with the venom seeping into your very organs. Merely to preserve your life, vast resources have been consumed every moment. Over the years, to eradicate the toxins, various precious divine medicines and rare treasures of heaven and earth have been expended. The Tianyuan fruit, the essence of the stars, the dragon blood vine, and this time, the holy vein flower, each one a marvel of the world. To safeguard your life, Yi Hongwu exploited your debt of gratitude towards Liu Yun, repeatedly inciting me, the young master of the Chu family, to steal, resulting in immense losses for our sect, an array of crimes too numerous to tally. Bang! Chu Tianyan raised his hand and struck Yi Fan's chest, causing it to cave in. His eyes filled with malice. A worthless wretch like you is unworthy of consuming such extraordinary treasures to prolong your existence. Without my assistance, as the young master of the Chu family, you would have long since perished, your bones turned to dust. Do you dare to roar at me? Kneel and apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Chapter 13. The Celestial Ring, Hidden Tasks, and the Holy Maiden. I am not in the wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? Yi Fan coughed blood, his chest caving in, his mouth filled with viscous crimson liquid. Yet, instead of yielding, he glared at Chu Tian and bellowed, I, Yi Fan, do not kneel to heaven or earth. I only kneel to my parents. What being first on the celestial rankings? Had my meridians not been severed since childhood, I would not be inferior to him. Give me some time, and Chu Tian would not stand a chance against me. If there is any dissatisfaction directed at me, do not involve Elder Hongwu, you scoundrels. Congratulations to the host. A severe blow to the luck of the son of destiny, Yi Fan, has resulted in a reward of 1,000 fate points. Chu Tian, okay. Crouching down to look down at Yi Fan, his demeanor calm and indifferent. You are nothing but a waste. With your talent and strength, you are not even worthy of my attention, let alone deserving of my personal intervention to extinguish your life. That would merely sully my hands. Yet, Yi Hongwu and certain others have conspired behind the scenes to assist you, attempting to siphon my strength, a truly audacious act. Tell me, who else stands behind you? Is it merely Elder Yi Hongwu? Chu Tian appeared to be inquiring of Yi Fan, yet his gaze shifted to Yi Tianxiang, a slight smile gracing his lips. Uncle Tianxiang, as the leader of our Holy Heavenly Sect, you possess greater insights. Do you truly believe that one mere Elder Yi Hongwu possesses the capability to control the sect's affairs, evade the scrutiny of numerous formidable members of the Chu family, manipulate the Liu family at will, obtain the sect's top secrets, and procure countless priceless treasures and divine herbs from my Chu family to prolong the life of this waste? I can't shake the feeling that there are deeper, more formidable forces at play behind the scenes. Yi Tian fixed his gaze upon the youthful visage of Chu Tian, his expression dark and inscrutable, as if lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Elder Hongwu is a half-step emperor venerable, having overseen many crucial departments within the sect, contributing immensely to its welfare. He is revered and respected. If you do not consider him a significant figure, who then qualifies as one? The heads of various halls, the leaders of the peaks, or perhaps even I, the sect leader? Yi Tian's eyes turned icy, betraying little emotion. Yet his grip on the iron chain tightened, a menacing aura enveloping the surroundings, casting shadows across the sky. To slander an elder is a grave offense, one that has already begun to affect the unity and stability of our Holy Heavenly Sect. Though you're the Holy Son, young Tian, you are still Navi, lacking understanding of many matters. Do not let yourself be swayed by nefarious individuals. Yi Tian cast a stern glance at Chu Tian. He believed there were indeed members of the Chu family acting behind the scenes, potentially the high-ranking figure, the head of the law enforcement hall, Chu Tian. Some are plotting against me. My uncle is merely voicing my grievances. How has this turned into the Chu family's alleged disruption of the sect's unity and stability? A chill radiated from Chu Tian's youthful face as he spoke deliberately. The hat of sect leader you have placed upon yourself is too grand. You should return it and wear it yourself. Since this involves Elder Yi Hongwu, let us first detain him for thorough questioning to discern who is truly undermining the unity and stability of our Holy Heavenly Sect. Once your uncle truly underestimated you. Little Tian. Yi Tian cast a profound glance at Chu Tian and spoke in a grave tone. Every elder of the Supreme Council has made significant contributions to our sacred Heaven Sect, and those in high positions must undergo thorough investigation, with ample evidence, before any arrest can be made. Yi Tian turned to Lord Tian, his voice heavy with concern. Lord Tian, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Do not allow yourself to be misled by fabricated information. A single misstep could plunge our sect into turmoil. As leaders, you and I bear immense responsibility and must not be swayed by fleeting emotions. Misguided. That little Jew was subjected to soul-searching. The events etched in memory clearly indicate that she was trained as an assassin by Yi Hongwu. Yet at this moment, Chu Tian raised his head, his eyes cold and fierce, retorting to Yi Tian. Brother, the evidence speaks for itself, and you dare suggest this is a misunderstanding? The Tianyuan fruit, the essence of the stars, the dragon blood vine, and even the sacred vein S fruit. Each is a treasure of the sect. Little Tian is my son, and your nephew. How can you brazenly utter such words? Fortunately, little Tian decisively apprehended Ju. Otherwise, in a few years, if she were to suddenly vanish and news of these sacred medicinal treasures being stolen were to spread, there would be no absolving little Tian. Even if he plunged into the Tianqing Sea, how would the other families, the powerful, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples within our sect perceive little Tian, the young holy son? Lord Tian, do not be agitated. There may indeed be a misunderstanding. Allow me to consult Uncle Hongwu. Ye Tianxiong sepok solemni. Fully aware of the implications concerning the elder of the Yi family and the anger of Lord Chu. Lord Chu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes tinged with blood. Brother, I can make concessions for the greater good of the sect, but that does not mean I will allow others to conspire against my son from the shadows. I initially thought this was merely childish play. Yet, your Yi family has gone too far this time. Yi Hongwu must pay a heavy price. A terrifying aura emanated from Lord Chu, distorting the heavens above, which began to shatter. A colossal black vortex materialized in the sky, fearsome and chilling. Here stood two renowned sovereigns of the Tian list, confronting each other, both illustrious figures in the history of the Hengtian Continent. Lord Tian, for the stability of the sect and concerning Uncle Hongwu, can't we allow my brother to return and conduct a thorough investigation? Yi Tianxiong's gaze was authoritative and icy, refusing to yield an inch. The atmosphere was stifling. Within the sacred Heaven Sect, countless powerful individuals trembled in fear, their bodies cold with dread. The sect had not faced such a grave crisis in an eternity. The standoff between the leaders represented two founding families, A single miscalculation could ignite a civil war within the sect, leading to catastrophic consequences, potentially fracturing the Sacred Heaven Sect. If there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me. Do not harm Grandfather Hongwu. Beside them, Yi Fan trembled in terror, yet no matter how he struggled and roared, he could not move an inch. The slightest breath from Lord Chu caused blood to seep from every pore of his body. At that moment, a delicate and ethereal breath suddenly enveloped him, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure of external energies. While all eyes were fixated on the two imperial figures, Chu Tian's gaze remained steadfastly on Yi Fan, immediately noticing the black ring adorning his left middle finger. Moments ago, this very ring had emitted a fleeting glimmer of black light. It appeared that the Heavenly Sha divine ring had begun to awaken. It remained uncertain whether the Heavenly Sha saintess within had stirred from her slumber. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he advanced, placing a foot upon Yi Fan's arm, chillingly declaring, "My father and the sect leader are engaged in discourse concerning the Supreme Elder. What right does a worthless wretch like you have to speak?" With forceful pressure, he crushed Yi Fan's arm into a powdery ruin, yet with his other hand, he swiftly snatched the black ring from Yi Fan's finger, stowing it away. The Heavenly Sha divine ring, the very source from which the original narrative derived its Heavenly Sha emperor, was the key to Yi Fan's ascendance. Empowered by this ancient divine ring and the Heavenly Sha saintess within, the Heavenly Sha saintess, akin to an ancestral figure, represented an opportunity that Chu Tian would not allow Yi Fan to seize. Yi Fan let out a piercing scream as his arm was utterly shattered, oblivious to the fact that the black ring on his hand had vanished. Moreover, Chu Tian deliberately crouched to obscure his actions from view. While the gazes of many within the sect were directed towards Yi Tianxiong and Chu Tianwang, leaving no one to notice the theft of the black ring from Yi Fan's hand. Congratulations, host, for plundering the protagonist's great fortune, the Heavenly Sha divine ring. You are awarded 10,000 destiny points. The host's acquisition of the treasure, the Heavenly Sha divine ring, has triggered a hidden quest to subdue the Heavenly Sha saintess. Keep striving, host. Capturing the Heavenly Sha saintess will yield substantial rewards from the system. A gentle voice encouraged Chu Tian. What a cruel little beast, Yi Tianxiong thought. Casting a fleeting glance at Chu Tian, believing him to be enacting revenge upon Yi Fan, before redirecting his attention to Chu Tianwang. Your Majesty, what do you think of this plan? I shall return immediately to apprehend Yi Hongwu and personally inquire. Within 3 days, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. In the face of Yi Tianxiong's assertiveness, Chu Tianwang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, his eyes bloodshot, acutely sensing something amiss yet reluctant to voice outright rejection. After all, Yi Tianxiong had come personally with his nephew Yi Fan to apologize, displaying ample decorum and affording the Chu family considerable respect. Yi Hongwu was indeed a significant figure within the Yi family. Being Yi Tianxiong's uncle, a direct apprehension would undoubtedly carry substantial ramifications. Uncle Tianxiong, I believe this course of action is unwise, Chu Tian interjected, his eyes flashing with cold determination. He rose, calmly addressing the distraught Yi Fan. 3 days is far too long. Should Yi Hongwu have other accomplices or more formidable figures backing him, it would grant him the opportunity to extricate himself. Moreover, as a supreme elder, he possesses knowledge of many critical secrets of our sect. Should he defect or act irrationally, it would cause immense harm to the sect's interests. We must detain him immediately and conduct a thorough interrogation. Is this your stance as well, Your Majesty? Yi Tianxiong asked coldly, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with Chu Tian. He found it somewhat perplexing. Although Chu Tian was a holy son, how could someone so young possess such clarity in reasoning and audacity to repeatedly interject in their conversations? Despite his tender age, he seemed to have a firm grip on the situation concerning Chu Tianwang. This was indeed illogical. Traditionally, Chu Tianwang was the unquestioned authority within the Chu family. Today, however, far too many events had unfolded that defied his expectations. Chu Tianwang's expression darkened, and he disregarded Yi Tianxiong's inquiry, not merely because he had promised to delegate this matter to Chu Tian, but also due to the profound anger simmering within him. Observing this, Chu Tian's youthful visage bore a resolve and ferocity that belied his years. He abruptly turned to Chu Tian and, with an imposing presence, declared, "Third uncle, the matter is of great significance and cannot be delayed. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you possess the authority to act decisively." "You are correct, Xiao Tian. Immediate apprehension and questioning are imperative. Had it not been for your quick decision to capture Jiora last time, the Liu family would have nearly whisked her away in secrecy." With Chu Tian's endorsement, Chu Tianyun's demeanor hardened, and without hesitation, he bellowed, "Law enforcement hall, heed my command. Immediately seal off the sacred elder's secret realm, permitting no one to enter or exit. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility." With a fierce determination, Chu Tianyun soared into the air, not seeking the consent of Chu Tianwang or Yi Tianxiao. The resolution to entrust this matter to his nephew was made on the advice of Jian Kongzhu, a promise directly made by Chu Tianwang himself, ensuring that he would not be held accountable for any subsequent repercussions. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement peak, thick golden iron chains pierced the heavens, inscribed with runes that pulsed with divine light, binding a colossal secret realm deep within the void. Numerous powerful figures emerged from the law enforcement peak, following Chu Tianyun towards the secret realm, their imposing aura saturating the atmosphere. The entirety of the sacred Heavenly Sect trembled. The third-ranking member of the Chu family was leading the law enforcement hall to seal off the elder's secret realm. A significant event was indeed unfolding. Chapter 14. Who says there is no meaning boldly? Chu Tianyun, who has the authority to seal the secret realm of the Saint Elder. Yi Tianxiang's expression darkened to an extreme, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Heavenly King, it is not that my elder brother refuses to show respect to your Chu family, but rather that some individuals have gone too far. In order to maintain the unity of our sect, my elder brother had no choice but to act thus." With that, Yi Tianxiang extended his hand, casting a shadow that obscured the sky, warping the very fabric of reality, as if he held an entire world within his palm, enveloping Chu Tianyun. Observing this, the Heavenly King of Chu displayed a countenance of fluctuating emotions, clenching and unclenching his fists, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated through the heavens. To conspire against the young master of the Chu family and still wish to escape? The elder too emerged from the main hall, his murky eyes glinting with sharpness. With a mighty grasp, he reached across Yi Tianxiang's hand and seized the void with ferocity. Boom! The vast emptiness collapsed, shrouded in darkness, as the terrifying might of the Emperor's divine power raged, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Puff! In the emptiness, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a robust physique coughed up blood, his hair disheveled, plummeting from the depths of the void to the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak. This man was none other than Yi Hongwu, who, unbeknownst to anyone, had managed to escape to the realm outside the Saint Elder's secret domain, intending to flee the sect, to secretly harm the young master of my Chu family. Should you manage to escape the sect, what face will my Chu family have left? Elder Tu murmured softly, then turned and returned to the main hall. At this moment, the sect was enveloped in a stifling silence, as countless powerful beings stood in a daze. Beyond Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiang, the sect harbored yet another emperor, concealed within the sacred Emperor Peak. Elder Tu turned out to be a hidden emperor. How astonishing. I have visited the Chu family numerous times and met Elder Tu, yet I never realized he was an emperor. The expressions of countless powerful beings within the sect twisted in disbelief, their shock beyond words. Now, the visible emperor power of the Chu family had reached 3, including the formidable Sword Emperor Jian Kongzhu, the strongest in the Hengtian Continent. At this moment, within the Yi family of the sacred Emperor Peak, silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. The elder of the Yi family had been grievously injured and struck down, an ominous energy swirling throughout the Yi family. Within the sect, countless individuals were filled with trepidation, fearing that the 2 founding families might truly come to blows. Heavenly King, does your Chu family still regard the rules of the sect and my position as the leader with any respect? Yi Tianxiong, his face darkened, retracted his hand, and vocally questioned Chu Tianwang. Without my permission and the consent of the Elder Council, what authority does your Chu family possess to directly suppress a supreme elder and encircle the secret realm of the Saint Elder? Although Yi Tianxiong's inquiries persisted, the momentum had significantly diminished, and he refrained from further attacking Chu Tianyan. It was evident that Elder Tu's intervention and the emergence of another emperor from the Chu family had instilled great trepidation in him. Grandfather Hongwu, are you all right? Yi Fan's eyes turned crimson as he gazed at the elderly man on the ground, continually spitting blood, his entire body trembling. The cowardly elder was indeed unreliable. Fortunately, Elder Tuo's injuries have healed. Chu Tian's gaze was icy, and a slight smirk graced his lips as he prepared to stand and respond to Yi Tianxiong. However, instead of answering his elder brother's question, Chu Tianwang approached Yi Hongwu, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. With a fierce glare, he demanded, "Uncle Hongwu, tell me, why have you plotted against my son? Are you being manipulated by someone behind the scenes?" The implication was clear. Chu Tianwang had already begun to harbor suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's body trembled imperceptibly, his expression darkening to an almost palpable degree. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, which had spiraled beyond his control. This was not the Chu Tianwang he knew. His decisive and ruthless actions, especially in apprehending Jur and probing her soul, were astonishing. The Chu family had displayed an audacity that allowed them to suppress the esteemed Elder Yi Hongwu without seeking Chu Tianwang's approval. What unforeseen circumstance had unfolded? Vice Master, every man must bear his own responsibility. I could not bear to see the prodigy of the Yi family crippled for life. Thus, I took risks. Yi Fan is a once-in-a-million genius. Please do not pursue this matter further. Yi Hongwu's murky eyes struggled to turn towards Yi Tianxiong, suddenly ignited by a flicker of flame. Brother, he is igniting his soul fire in self-immolation. Stop him. Chu Tianyan's voice echoed from outside the peak, urgently approaching. But it was too late. Suddenly, the flames in Yi Hongwu's eyes extinguished, life fading as his spiritual energy unraveled. His head tilted, and he perished in Chu Tianwang's grasp. Scoundrel! Chu Tianyan arrived, fury boiling within him. Brother, his self-immolation must be an attempt to conceal the mastermind behind this, to procure confidential information from our sect and scheme against our sect's holy son. My family's prodigy cannot be undermined by a mere elder who has withdrawn from the core of power and entered the sacred heaven's secret realm for seclusion. We must investigate thoroughly, Chu Tian declared coldly, his heart heavy with regret. They were so close to uncovering the true mastermind. Although Chu Tianwang had erupted in anger, it was evident that he still harbored some hopes. However, it was clear that Yi Hongwu had long prepared for his own demise. Such a formidable being was not akin to Jur, whose singular desire was death. Congratulations, host. Yi Hongwu's death has dealt a significant blow to the fate of the sun. Yi Fan, rewarding you with 2,000 destiny points. Naturally, this matter would require thorough investigation. The sect master would also delve into it. Yi Tianxiong's expression remained grim as he stated, "However, it is apparent that with Yi Hongwu's demise, I feel somewhat relieved. To Chu Tianwang, I say this. My elder brother will not let this matter rest easily. Should we discover anyone behind the scenes framing Uncle Hongwu, I will not remain passive. Brother, I too shall pursue this matter to its conclusion." Chu Tianwang raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with Yi Tianxiong as he enunciated each word. Shao Tian is my bottom line. It would be wise for you to advise certain individuals within the clan to tread carefully. Yi Tianxiong regained his composure and smiled faintly, saying, "Very well. Tianwang, my brother, as I have always stated, as long as we unite our efforts, no one can disrupt the unity and development of the Holy Heavenly Sect." Chu Tianwang's expression darkened, yet he nodded slightly. Grandfather, you scoundrel. You have slain my grandfather. I shall fight you to the death." At that moment, Yi Fan's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a wild beast as he lunged at Chu Tianwang, viciously tearing at him. His aura surged, overwhelming in intensity, his bones crackling with a sound more terrifying than even Yichang, having reached the pinnacle of bone tempering with strength exceeding 600,000 pounds. However, even with such power, should Chu Tianwang allow him to strike, he would only end up obliterating himself. Indeed, he had been concealing his strength all along. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's gaze. Yi Fan's ability to cultivate was no surprise to him. Yi Fan had clearly been hiding his capabilities to exploit Liu Yun and procure more divine herbs and treasures from him. Yi Hongwu and the forces behind him likely never anticipated that he would suddenly sever ties and pursue the matter relentlessly, after wasting so many divine herbs and rare treasures, to merely achieve a strength barely approaching 700,000 pounds. What a waste. Chu Yun descended from the heavens, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Brother, this waste should be eliminated directly, so the sect can witness the consequences of plotting against the Holy Sun. Buzz, Yi Tianxiong, who had just steadied his emotions, suddenly turned his head, a terrifying malice erupting in his eyes, as he coldly said, Chu Yun, Uncle Hongwu has already sacrificed his life for this matter, willingly shouldering all the responsibility. Yi Fan is merely a child. Is it truly necessary? What do you say, Tianwang? Yi Tianxiong gazed intently at Chu Tianwang. Yi Fan's meridians are utterly destroyed, and he has consumed numerous divine herbs. Pursuing this matter further holds no significance. Chu Tianwang remained silent, inwardly agreeing that probing into this waste was futile. It would be wiser to let the matter slide for the stability of the sect. Who says it lacks significance? At that moment, Chu Tian stepped forward, smiling. Uncle Tianxiong. To waste such an abundance of divine herbs on a waste is bound to cause discontent among the sect's disciples if word gets out. Furthermore, Yi Fan is merely at the bone-tempering stage. Most of the powers of the divine herbs are now latent within his body. I propose we cast him into the Sin domain, where the spiritual energy is severed, preventing Yi Fan from further refining the potency of the divine herbs within him. My second sister has trained under the deathly poison sovereign for years and possesses profound insights into the human body. She must have methods to extract the medicinal properties. Even if extraction proves impossible, allowing her to refine them into a single elixir would surely yield an unparalleled divine pill. Hiss! At this utterance, a collective gasp resonated throughout the surroundings. To refine a living being into a pill? And such a suggestion came from the lips of a holy son of a righteous sect. It was utterly breathtaking. Chapter 15. In youth. Such malevolent conduct, to refine the living into divine elixirs, is undoubtedly an act of dark sorcery, a grave transgression against the righteous path. Who could have imagined such words would emanate from the lips of a young scion of the sect? The Sacred Heaven Sect is a prestigious establishment of righteousness. Chu Tian remained expressionless, for in his heart there existed no distinction between good and evil. In the original narrative, the infamous demon lord was pursued by numerous sects not solely due to his descent into malevolence, but primarily because the Chu family had fallen, leaving him bereft of support. In such circumstances, many sought to exploit the opportunity to strike at this renowned prodigy. When the Chu family was in its prime, their influence was formidable. Had he merely uttered the words about refining living beings into elixirs, or even if he had attempted to transform Yi Fan into a pill right before their eyes, who would dare to impose judgment upon him? Who would have the audacity to pursue him? In the original tale, the latent properties of those divine herbs had provided immense assistance to Yi Fan. If one fails to eradicate the roots of the problem, it will inevitably resurge with the spring breeze. Yi Tianxiong was present, and he could not directly execute Yi Fan. It was equally impossible for Yi Fan to slip away unscathed. Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen, his voice sharp. Chu Tian, your malevolence will surely lead you to a dreadful demise. Such cruelty! How can our Sacred Heaven Sect, a bastion of righteousness, employ such dark arts? Yi Tianxiong, filled with rage, cast a frigid glare at Chu Tian, barely managing to restrain his emotions. He had never anticipated that someone so young could utter such venomous words. Moreover, the sect leader himself had come to confront him, showing no regard for face, intent on pursuing the matter to its conclusion. Little Tian, what you suggested is indeed a splendid approach, Chu Tian remarked, commending the idea without dwelling on notions of right and wrong, concepts only children would concern themselves with. Yu Yao, having trained under the deadly poison sovereign for many years, had communicated that she would return in 2 months. She should possess a solution. With an abundance of divine herbs and rare treasures at hand, the concoction produced would undoubtedly be a remarkable divine elixir, providing an explanation for the sect's losses. Chu Tian turned to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, with a smile. Brother, let us not forget our sister-in-law's words. This matter shall be handled by little Tian. Moreover, the clan believes that little Tian's decision is entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang fell into contemplation for a moment, then nodded and addressed Yi Tianxiong. Brother, the sect has suffered immense losses, and this commotion is substantial. Although Yi Hongwu has taken his own life, as the primary and secondary leaders of the sect, we owe an explanation to our followers. The order of the sect is my responsibility. Capturing Yi Fan is both just and reasonable according to our sect's laws. Considering Yi Fan's youth, if he can produce equivalent divine herbs to exchange, we may spare his life. Take him away and imprison him. Chu Tian waved his hand decisively, and soon law enforcement disciples arrived to seize the pallid Yi Fan, transporting him to the dungeons. At this juncture, it was unnecessary to compromise their own son for the sake of a worthless individual. Let Chu Tian unleash the pent-up fury and frustration within him. Both he and Chu Tian believe that Chu Tian's relentless pursuit of the Yi family and this worthless Yi Fan stemmed from matters concerning Liu Yun. After all, he was but a waste. Killing him was simply killing him. Uncle Tianxiong, save me. Please save me. Yi Fan's face turned ashen with fear. After all, he was merely a youth who had just witnessed the tragic demise of his grandfather. At this moment, he was consumed by terror. The cursed prison, an isolated realm devoid of vitality, served as a confinement for the great demon and unparalleled fiends. Entering such a place would surely spell his ruin. You promised that as long as I accompanied you to St. Emperor Peak, you would ensure my safety. Yi Fan was swiftly led away, vanishing beyond the horizon. Yi Tianxiong clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light, an ominous aura causing the heavens to tremble. Ultimately, he gradually relaxed his fists and turned to Chu Tiandao, saying, Nephew, as someone who has traversed many realms and is a sworn brother of your father, I advise you to show mercy when it is within your power to do so. The world is rife with formidable warriors and extraordinary events. One may be in a position of strength, yet a single misstep could lead to an abyss from which there is no return. Chu Tian clasped his fists and smiled. I shall heed the teachings of the sect leader, but I also wish to impart a piece of wisdom to you. What is it? Yi Tianxiong's countenance turned icy. Overthinking can lead to one's own demise, Chu Tian replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong regarded Chu Tian with a profound gaze before taking flight from St. Emperor Peak. Heavenly King, brother, congratulations on your fine son, Chu Tian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, reveling in Yi Tianxiong's humiliation. The many observers from the Chu family on St. Emperor Peak also displayed unrestrained smiles. While this moment was exhilarating, the consequences to follow would be dire. Chu Tianwang sighed softly, yet he held no regrets. His son was his bottom line. This served as a warning to the Yi family, making them aware that the Chu family possessed the means and strength to retaliate. Xiao Tian, how do you intend to deal with the Liu family? Chu Tianwang inquired of his son. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyun's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, naturally, they must pay a heavy price. This group of deluded fools, attempting to straddle two boats, seeking to benefit from the Chu family while also trying to align with the Yi family, are courting disaster. He believed that given Chu Tian's fury, he would not allow the Liu family to escape unscathed. Father, please discuss this matter with third uncle and let the clan handle it on my behalf, Chu Tian suggested, shaking his head. I do not wish to expend my precious energy on trivial matters. As a leader of his generation, Chu Tian understood the essence of power in a world governed by the strong preying on the weak. Power. It is power that reigns supreme. Had he not first visited the Hengtian Hall for the assessment, and secured the top position on the Earth ranking. Chu Tian would not have come to represent the Chu family to express support. Moreover, Yi Tianxiong would not have suddenly brought Yi Fan to apologize. Power is the foundation of everything. Being first on the Earth ranking transformed the perception of this mere 8-year-old boy, leading to an almost revolutionary shift in how others regarded him. The Liu family, residing within the Sacred Heaven Sect, is merely a second-tier clan. Their influence insufficient to sway the fate of the Chu family. Chu Tian, indifferent to their existence, utilized the Liu family solely to convey his stance and to suppress the arrogance of the Yi family. Congratulations, host, for delivering a powerful blow to the fated child. Yifan, you are awarded 1,000 destiny points. A gentle and melodious voice resonated continuously in Chu Tian's ears. Father, third uncle, I have undergone the Hengtian ranking test and gained new insights. I shall return to seclusion to digest these revelations and strive for a swift breakthrough into the divine refinement realm. Chu Tian bowed respectfully before turning to enter the main hall. Both King Chu and Chu Tian were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. Their astonishment evident as they gazed at Chu Tian's departing figure. This young man seemingly disregarded the Liu family's affairs entirely, a stark contrast to his relentless pursuit of the Yi family moments prior. It is truly perplexing. This youth, is he not vehemently opposed to Liu Yun's betrayal? Chu Tian muttered in exasperation. After all, Chu Tian's earlier proposal to refine Yi Fan into an unparalleled divine pill had startled them. They had assumed his fury stemmed from Yi Fan's involvement with Liu Yun. Yet, the sudden reversal, coupled with his disinterest in the Liu family, was utterly baffling. Children grow older, yet their thoughts remain inscrutable, King Chu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Tianyun, with Yi Hongwu's recent suicide, many matters now fall upon my shoulders. You shall handle the Liu family, merely issue a warning and impart some lessons. Liu Yun, being a young girl, lacks understanding, and ultimately, she is destined to be Xiao Tian's rightful wife, so there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Rest assured, brother, I will manage it appropriately, Chu Tianyan replied, a flicker of malice dancing in his eyes. The Liu family's interactions with the Yi family had long been a source of dissatisfaction for them, yet they refrained from interference, respecting it as their elder brother's family matter. However, the situation had now escalated to jeopardize the reputation of the Chu family, nearly endangering Chu Tian himself. Chu Tian's words had spread widely, the two options he presented to Liu Yun circulating throughout the Sacred Heaven Sect, becoming common knowledge. How could this be easily overlooked? As the young master of the Chu family, I shall not allow outsiders to easily trample upon us. As King Chu departed, Chu Tianyun muttered to himself before soaring from the Sacred Emperor Peak, accompanied by over 1,000 enforcers, heading straight for the Liu family's location outside the sect. Xiao Tian offered you two choices. You failed to fulfill the task of flaying Yi Fan alive. Thus, you have chosen the first option, to obliterate your clan. Chapter 16. You may feel indignant, yet you must endure. Even if you harbor resentment, it must be suppressed. In the law enforcement peak. Within the confines of the Sin Domain prison, Yi Fan's voice cracked as he roared in anguish, drenched in blood, kneeling heavily before Yi Tianxiong, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. The supreme divine elixirs and the treasured artifacts of the sect were all stolen by Chu Tian himself. Even if Grandfather Hongwu leaked information from behind the scenes, the bulk of the responsibility lies with Chu Tian, who is the principal offender. And the Chu family bears its share of negligence as well. Why must my uncles and aunts take their own lives to atone? Why must I be cast into this Sin Domain prison, while Chu Tian remains unharmed, and the Chu family suffers no consequences? Furthermore, my brother Yichong was unjustly ambushed by Chu Tian within the Hengtian Hall, sustaining severe injuries, with most of his bones shattered. Yet Chu Tian bears no accountability for this. Yi Fan was filled with indignation. I implore my uncles and aunts, for the sake of my father, to his sister-nephew. His eyes were bloodshot as he fervently bowed before Yi Tianxiong. I beseech you to grant me freedom. I must care for my brother, and for Liu Yun. She has faced immense pressure from the Liu family due to her assistance to me. There is still so much I need to accomplish. I cannot perish within this Sin Domain. I beg of you, I implore you, save me. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Fan struck his forehead against the cold. Dark stone floor, blood spilling forth, the heavy thuds echoing across the desolate, shadowy ground. After all these years, you finally wish to seek my aid, your uncle. Yi Tianxiong stood with his back to Yi Fan, arms crossed, his voice deep and authoritative yet somber. I understand you feel wronged, that you are discontented and unwilling to accept your fate. But your discontent must be stifled. You must endure. Your life was salvaged by your uncle's sacrifice. Otherwise, no one in the Holy Heavenly Sect could save you, not even I. Moreover, you still fail to comprehend the significance of Chu Tian ascending to the top of the earth rankings. Yi Tianxiong's tone grew increasingly grave. Our Holy Heavenly Sect has thrived for 1,000,000 years, enduring countless rises and falls, yet we have always managed to rise again. Do you know why? It is because our sect's principle is rooted in strength and talent. As long as one possesses power, even the two founding families must yield. The ancestors of the three foremost families of the sect, Zhimu Xingzu, Gu Mo Zhu, and Su Xinzu, were once rising stars of the sect, not belonging to our founding families. However, if they possess sufficient strength, we must concede the position of sect leader to them. All three of these esteemed ancestors once held the top position in the Hengtian Earth rankings. Do you understand now? Thud. Yi Fan's face turned pale, collapsing onto the ground as he grasped the gravity of why his uncle, upon learning of Chu Tian's ascension, neglected even to tend to his gravely injured brother Yi Chong, hastily binding him to seek reconciliation with Chu Tian. What does it truly signify to be among the three esteemed ancestors of the sect? Without their intervention, it is feared that the Sacred Heaven Sect would have long ceased to exist. They valiantly averted catastrophe, rescuing the sect from perilous straits and leading it to resurgence. In their youth, they too once ascended to the pinnacle of the earthly rankings. The three premier families now stand within the Sacred Heaven Sect, subordinate only to the Yi and Chu families, possessing the right to claim a mountain peak uniquely their own within the sect. Although merely 8 years of age, Chu Tian has already attained the top of the earthly rankings, rivaling the three founders of this revival. Such a prodigy, even without the Chu family's illustrious background, and having pilfered some supreme divine medicines and treasures, would hardly be considered a mere trifle. Yet, to think that one as ineffectual as myself could nearly impede such a remarkable talent's cultivation is an unforgivable transgression. Should Chu Tian take my life, none would dare to speak against it. Yi Hongwu bore the greatest sin with his own life. I am the one who caused my uncle's demise. I am but a worthless wretch. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he wept uncontrollably. Yi Tianxiong's voice was heavy, like a hammer striking an anvil, as he turned slowly to gaze into Yi Fan's crimson eyes. Remember, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Power is the very foundation of all. Has your constant forbearance and humility yielded any benefit? Let me tell you now, it serves no purpose whatsoever. What good is crying? You have consumed countless divine medicines and treasures, and although you possess formidable strength, you remain low-key, patient, lurking in the shadows, refusing to compete or contend. You have not even made a name for yourself on the everlasting heaven rankings. What is this if not cowardice? Throughout history, how many emperors and heroes have risen to fame in their youth, dominating the world as they ascended? Yi Fan wiped away his tears, prostrating himself with a resounding thud, his blood boiling with fervor. Uncle, I have erred. I implore you to aid me and illuminate my path. Upon my departure, I will strive to challenge the everlasting heaven rankings, to ascend the bone-forging rankings, and no longer will I conceal my strength or play the role of a fool. I shall confront Chu Tian directly and defeat him with my own hands. I seek vengeance for my grandfather and elder brother. I must rescue Liu Yun. With Chu Tian's malicious disposition and methods, she shall not meet a favorable fate by his side. His vitality surged like a dragon, nearing a staggering 800,000 pounds of force. Observing ye fans profond vigor, ye tianxiong sigit. Bending to assist him, your uncle chose to end his own life to protect you. Yet your strength is commendable. It honors your uncle's sacrifice. You were born with a primordial sacred bone nestled in your brow. and your innate talent is not inferior to that of the chaotic divine demon body possessed by that brat Chu Tian, a prodigy that emerges once in a million years in our Yi family. However, while still in your mother's womb, a treacherous individual employed their dark arts against you. And after your birth, you were poisoned, rendering your meridians utterly destroyed. Your parents perished in their quest for supreme divine medicines to save you. For over a decade, I have secretly investigated, scouring the Yi family and even the various powerful clans, including the Chu family, yet I have never uncovered the identity of that treacherous fiend. These years, the reason I have not cared for you is that I feared you would attract that villain's attention once more and suffer harm. Thus, I entrusted Uncle Hongwu to look after you in secret. Uncle, Yi Fan murmured, his body trembling and eyes reddening. Time is short. Do not speak. Listen to me. Yi Tianxiong's expression hardened as he turned, hands clasped behind his back. What I do is for the future of our family, to protect the pride of the Yi clan. However, this time, although my uncles are the clan leaders, the enforcement hall is under the control of the Chu family, and I cannot overstep my authority to release you. In this prison of sin, where spiritual energy is depleted, even the mightiest will quickly become powerless. Yet you are different. Within you lies a myriad of hidden medicinal powers. Seize this opportunity to refine your strength and absorb the energy within your body. I will find a way to release you from the outside. Yi Tianxiong fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, his voice earnest. You must remember, the only one who can truly save you is your own formidable power. Yi Fan Posit then suddenly touched his brow lightly, and a flash of violet divine radiance flickered. Uncle, over these past years, I too have encountered fortuitous events. I obtained an ancient treasure, the celestial Xian divine ring. With its aid, the sacred bone of chaos in my brow has begun to show signs of revival. Hence, my strength has escalated so rapidly. However, I have just realized that when Chu Tian crushed my arm, he seized the celestial Xian divine ring. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback, memories flooding his mind of the moment when Chu Tian suddenly crouched down, tormenting Yi Fan and fracturing his arm. Initially, he thought it was mere revenge, a form of torment, not something to be taken too seriously. Yi Fan possessed the power of medicinal herbs, even if his bones were shattered. As long as he did not perish, he would recover swiftly. That little brat's true aim was the divine ring on your finger. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened profoundly. What a cunning and ruthless child. Uncle, the celestial Xian divine ring is exceedingly precious. You must help me retrieve it, Yi Fan urged, his voice frantic, his heart bleeding. Yi Tianxiong shook his head. It is too late now. Had it been discovered on the spot, I could have reclaimed it effortlessly. But now, this is a conflict between juniors, and I cannot intervene. Otherwise, the strong within the Chu family would also interfere. And concerning that young girl from the Liu family, do not worry excessively. She will not perish. At worst, the family may suffer some collateral damage and sacrifices. The Chu family also needs her to maintain their facade. Yi Tianxiong began to counsel Yi Fan, urging him that since the sacred bone of chaos had already begun to revive, he should not dwell too much on it. The current task was to focus on enhancing his strength. He had initially thought that Chu Tian at the bone refinement realm was utterly invincible and could only be dealt with gradually. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Fan's sacred bone of chaos had begun to awaken. Perhaps he truly had a chance to suppress Chu Tian within the same realm. As long as you can prove yourself stronger than Chu Tian, nothing is insurmountable. Yi Tianxiong encouraged Yi Fan before taking his leave. 150,000 pounds of strength is all it takes. I can achieve it as well. Uncle, believe in me. I shall avenge myself with my own hands. Yi Fan's desperate roar echoed through the prison of sin. Chapter 17. Assessing gains and enhancing strength as night descended. Moonlight cascaded upon the sacred Emperor Peak, draping the main summit in a silvery satin. Chu Tian, Bodhishinit, reclined within a medicinal vat, the thick mist obscuring his visage. With eyes closed, he directed the chaotic essence recently absorbed by the chaotic creation true scripture to complete a grand cycle within his body. His form radiated with chaotic divine light. Akin to a block of primordial divine, iron being relentlessly forged, impurities steadily purged. The essence of the medicinal liquid in the vat was continuously absorbed, while the expelled impurities rendered the water murky. With a deep breath, Chu Tian exhaled, producing a dragon-like breath that transformed into a ferocious divine dragon, lingering in the air before dissipating. This breath of dragon energy could easily vanquish an ancient mammoth. Should any outsider witness this spectacle, they would likely be struck with awe and fear. What a formidable physique to wield such immense power with a mere breath. Weighing in at 170,000 pounds of strength, I could now slay a true dragon cub with a single punch. Opening his eyes, Chu Tian felt the explosive vigor coursing through him, particularly the intricate and profound trajectory of the chaotic essence. The chaotic creation true scripture, a product of the system, proved to be profoundly mystical, its operational path far surpassing that of the Chu family's ancestral texts, the great emperor scripture, by tenfold or more. As if the stars in the cosmos had conspired to paint a grand and magnificent tapestry within him. Even the sacred heaven scripture, passed down to him early on and reserved for the current Holy Son and the sect leader, paled in comparison to the chaotic creation true scripture. Upon completing his cultivation, a thought crossed his mind, and the system panel unfolded before him. Host, Chu Tian realm, 10th level of bone forging, possessing 170,000 pounds of divine strength, capable of annihilating true dragon cubs. Indeed, the destined child of fate. Physique, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation true scripture, first layer, divine abilities, none treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman grants 10 minutes of Imperial Combat Strength. Heavenly Sha Divine Ring requires 1,000 destiny points for refinement. Contains a fragment of an ancient powerhouse's remnant soul, posing a certain threat. Host must exercise caution. Destiny points, 36,500 points. The system's prompt occasionally echoed in his ears, rewarding him with several hundred destiny points, often pertaining to Liu Yun or Yifan. System, please recommend the most suitable items for exchange in the shop at this stage, Chu Tian silently requested. He had already perused the system's marketplace, which brimmed with an abundance of goods, encompassing divine artifacts, treasures, divine medicines, runes, formations, and more, meticulously categorized into dozens of major categories and thousands of subcategories. To review every item and select the appropriate ones would be an arduous expenditure of time and energy. As a prominent figure, Chu Tian preferred not to squander precious moments on trivial matters. Anything that could be resolved through speech or expenditure would not warrant an ounce of unnecessary effort. The host, currently at the pinnacle of bone forging, stood on the precipice of a significant breakthrough into the spirit refining realm. The system's gentle and melodious voice soon resonated. The realm of refining the spirit serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul and the ignition of the divine fire. Hence it is aptly named refining the spirit. This stage primarily focuses on honing and tempering the spirit within a mind, gradually solidifying the ethereal essence in a tangible form. During this phase, the enhancement of perception, spirit, and physical prowess becomes paramount. It is recommended that the host exchange for the Supreme Spirit Refining Pill along with the perception, spirit, and physical prowess auras. The Supreme Spirit Refining Pill, when consumed daily, continuously tempers the spirit. The three auras ensure that the host's perception, spirit, and physical condition remain in an optimal state at all times. The Supreme Spirit Refining Pill costs 400 destiny points each, while the three auras collectively require 600 destiny points per day, totaling 1,000 points. It is anticipated that within a month, the host will attain the most perfect state, solidifying the spirit into substance and breaking through the realm of refining the spirit. Without hesitation, Chu Tian stated his intention to exchange. According to the logic of transmigration novels, products from a system are invariably exquisite and reliable. Given his current strength, there is little need to exchange for supreme elixirs, treasures, or weapons. Enhancing one's power is of utmost importance. The exchange was successful, costing a total of 1,000 destiny points, leaving him with 35,500 points. The system's voice resonated. In his hand appeared a pale blue pill. And following his cultivation, his previously waning spirit was instantly revitalized, brimming with vigor, while a torrent of strength surged through him. His observations of the operational trajectory of the chaotic creation true scripture within him became increasingly refined. He understood that this was the effect of the three auras. Upon swallowing the spirit-refining pill, Chu Tian felt a sensation akin to being pricked by needles at the back of his head, accompanied by a persistent mild sting. However, the powerful spirit within him effortlessly countered this discomfort, leaving him unaffected. Chu Tian recognized that this was the essence of the supreme spirit-refining pill, continuously tempering his spirit. Based on his understanding of this world, such high-grade pills are incredibly challenging to refine. The array of required medicinal materials is secondary. The real obstacle lies in the spiritual and soul aspects, which are beyond the capabilities of average alchemists. Only those of the emperor level can delve deeply into the soul and dare to concoct such pills. Yet, the emperor-level alchemists are immensely powerful and noble. Crafting pills for the refining the spirit realm is often seen as a waste of their precious time and energy. Consequently, although these pills are intended solely for the refining the spirit realm, the supreme spirit refining pill is priced even higher than divine medicines. Even the Chu family cannot produce many, and those they do possess are merely of middling quality, harmful to the spirit. Among the top-tier forces on the Hengtian Continent, young disciples typically rely on willpower and innate talent to hone their spirits, with few external aids to assist them. This is a primary reason why cultivating talent is so critically important. While refining the body and bones can be aided by celestial materials and earthly treasures, refining the spirit largely depends on one's inherent gifts. In mere moments, Chu Tian experienced a significant enhancement in his vision, hearing, smell, and touch. He could distinctly perceive the strength of the breeze as it caressed his face. Chu Tian realized that this was the immense benefit of his spiritual elevation. Although his physical strength had not increased, his combat prowess had grown substantially compared to before. The essence of the spirit embodies reflexes, insight, a profound connection to the cosmos, and an affinity with nature, elements that are ethereal and intangible, yet of paramount significance. The realm of spiritual refinement holds tremendous importance. The strength and focus of one's spirit can decisively influence the distance a practitioner may traverse on their path. Within Chu Tian's mind resides the memory of the descriptions provided by King Chu Tian regarding his own experiences in the spiritual refinement realm, which he deliberately nurtured in his only son's perception of this state. At the pinnacle of his spiritual refinement, King Chu Tian could perceive the subtle vibrations caused by leaves fluttering in the wind from a distance of 1,000 meters. Within a radius of 100 meters, no movement could escape his keen observation. His mental prowess was so formidable that he could metaphorically obliterate a prehistoric mammoth with a mere glance. Despite the immense strength of figures like King Chu Tian and Yi Fan from the original narrative, they were unable to achieve the solidification of their spiritual essence. At best, their spirits resembled vast and deep lakes, powerful yet ultimately unrefined and chaotic. If one could materialize their spirit, vanquishing a dragon hatchling with a single gaze would be a trivial task. Chu Tian mused to himself and subsequently instructed the star servant waiting outside to procure another barrel of medicinal liquid. Resuming his efforts to hone his physique while circulating the chaotic creation true scripture, this medicinal concoction, extraordinarily precious, was crafted from thousands of spiritual herbs and offered remarkable benefits for enhancing vitality and fortifying bones. Only an ancient family like the Chu clan, with a legacy spanning millions of years, could afford to cultivate the younger generation so lavishly. Chu Tian's rapid ascent to his current level of power was greatly aided by the system, yet the formidable foundation laid by the Chu family was equally indispensable. The Tianxian divine ring adorning his left ring finger continuously absorbed his vitality, returning strength to cleanse his physique. Chu Tian understood that this was the purpose of the Tianxian divine ring, to purify both body and spirit, significantly enhancing his foundational strength. Additionally, the slumbering Tianwang saintess within the ring unconsciously absorbed his life essence, enriching his spirit. He had no intention of employing destiny points to forcibly awaken the Tianwang saintess ahead of time. A forcibly harvested fruit lacks sweetness. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally, allowing for a more favorable outcome. Chapter 18. The Forged Innate Tao Body, unveiling hidden truths the following day as noon approached. The voice of Xing Nu resonated from outside the door. Young master, the third master has sent word, requesting your presence at the Liu family estate. He claims there is a matter of utmost urgency to discuss. Time is of the essence. Moreover, the eldest master has also dispatched a servant to inform you that formidable members from various clans within the sect, accompanied by their offspring and carrying significant gifts, have come to pay their respects. Numerous esteemed elders from across the continent are also in attendance. You're urged to make haste. With a hum, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, capable of piercing the wooden door and creating two small apertures, allowing sunlight to stream in and illuminate his form. His skin radiated a weighty brilliance reminiscent of chaotic divine iron. He seemed transformed, akin to a piece of chaotic divine iron that had been tempered through countless strikes. I understand, Chu Tian replied, rising from the wooden tub and standing before the floor-length mirror. The visage reflected in the mirror was that of a youthful boy, his face still tender. Yet his eyes flickered with an incongruous, icy light that starkly contrasted with his youthful appearance. After a night of body forging and the operation of the chaotic creation true scripture, Chu Tian had grown an additional 5 centimeters. Though still young, he stood at a height of 1.65 meters, comparable to many adults of slightly shorter stature. As Xing Nu entered to assist Chu Tian with his attire, she blushed slightly upon witnessing his physique suffused with chaotic divine radiance, lowering her head as she dressed him. Where shall you go first, young master? She inquired softly while fastening his belt. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Chu Tian responded, "Let my father handle the social engagements. Inform the servants that I am in the midst of critical training. We shall first proceed to the Liu family estate. Since my uncle has deemed it a matter of utmost urgency, it must be significant." Chu Tian recognized that this was merely a reaction following his ascension to the top of the heavenly earth rankings. These visitors had come to congratulate the Chu family, seeking to introduce their younger generation to him, thereby fostering relationships and alliances between the families and the next generation of leaders. Whether from prestigious families of his past life or the ancient clans of this realm, such practices were customary. Intermarriage, forging friendships, and sharing resources were the norm. Previously, due to Chu Tianwang's humility and reluctance to engage, he had gradually distanced himself from these individuals. Now, with him, the young master of the Chu family, having attained the top rank, many perceive this as a signal of a shift in the Chu family's stance, naturally attracting those eager to curry favor or ally with them. As for the other sect's powerful figures and ancient relics, they too were keen to glean insights and witness firsthand the reality of his chaotic divine body. Chu Tian, however, had little desire to engage with these hypocrites who merely wasted time and energy. He would leave such matters to his father, Chu Tianwang. His singular mission was to grow stronger, to continue amassing strength, and to seize all resources and fortunes belonging to the children of destiny. Very well, young master. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. Before long, Chu Tian was aboard the splendid carriage arranged by Xing Nu, pulled by 9 majestic fiery lion beasts. Soaring swiftly from the sect and arriving at the Liu family estate, situated 100 miles away. Before him unfolded an expansive and magnificent estate of palatial grandeur. Upon arriving at the entrance, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed the senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Hundreds of enforcers of the law hall, clad with long blades and bearing expressions as cold and chiseled as statues, stood in 2 solemn rows at the threshold. Scattered around them lay numerous dismembered corpses, with blood flowing like streams into the distance. Among the fallen, some members of the Liu family were still clinging to life, emitting faint cries for mercy. A cursory glance revealed that the death toll of the Liu family at the entrance alone exceeded 100. The star's servant, guiding the chariot, turned pale. Though trained as an assassin by the Chu family, it was his first encounter with such brutality. Chu Tian stepped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings with an impassive countenance, his brow unwrinkled. He had witnessed far worse scenes before, where the carnage from a barrage of artillery rendered the aftermath grotesque beyond measure. Yet, he sensed something amiss. It was inconceivable for Chu Tian to unleash such carnage upon the Liu family immediately upon arrival. According to sect protocols, annihilating the Liu family should not have been so arduous. Clearly, an unforeseen incident had transpired. Xiao Tian, we must discuss this urgently as we move, Chu Tian said, his expression grave, striding out of the estate with blood splattering beneath his feet, his eyes glinting with a fearsome aura of malice and intent as he led Chu Tian deeper into the Liu family estate. There is no time for idle chatter. This matter is of utmost importance. My uncle has yet to report this to your father or the sect, and he wishes to hear your thoughts first. With a somber demeanor, Chu Tian continued, my uncle and his men infiltrated the Liu estate and discovered that your fiancé, Liu Yun, possesses a counterfeit innate Dao body. The Chu family has been deceived by the Liu family. A jolt of shock coursed through Chu Tian. This revelation was absent from the original plot he was familiar with. Following the clues had unearthed such a hidden truth. As they spoke, they arrived at the heart of the Liu estate, standing before a towering palace that reached a height of 1,000 meters. The ground surrounding the palace was stained a deep crimson, the air thick with the scent of blood, suggesting that a battle far more brutal than that at the entrance had unfolded here, with the Liu family displaying fierce resistance. A dreadful pressure permeated the heavens, mingling with Chu Tian's aura, indicating that he had personally eradicated the Liu family's most formidable warriors. Xiao Tian, you have arrived. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in a low-cut, ornate gown wailed at the entrance, calling out to the two enforcers escorting her, release me. My son-in-law is here. You are finished. She was Liu Yun, the mother of Liu Yun. Chu Tian had always held Liu Yun in high regard, addressing her as aunt whenever he visited the Liu family. A counterfeit innate Dao body? Chu Tian furrowed his brow as he followed Chu Tian into the palace. Hearing the commotion, he raised his eyes and caught sight of the beautiful Liu Yun standing beside Liu Yun, while the others around her appeared disheveled, some bearing wounds and bloodstains. In stark contrast, her pristine white dress remained unblemished and intact. As an innate Dao body, the Chu family had never considered calling off the engagement. With such a title, none dared to lay a finger on her. Upon the appearance of Chu Tian, Liu Yun appeared momentarily startled, her eyes flashing with a hint of anger, her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance. With a soft huff, she turned away, seemingly awaiting Chu Tian to approach her first. Traditionally, even amidst their occasional disagreements, Chu Tian would make amends by the following morning. Yet this time, he took an inordinate amount of time to seek her out and offer an apology, leaving her family to endure considerable distress, too late for her liking. Liu Yun resolved to give Chu Tian the cold shoulder. Though girls may mature earlier, displaying a greater understanding than boys, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Uncle, can the innate Dao body, birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth and aligned with the Dao principles, truly be fabricated? Chu Tian inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the mother and daughter before retracting his gaze. Even as he passed by them, he did not spare them another look, his expression grave as he entered the palace alongside Chu Tian. The notion of a counterfeit innate Dao body was absent from the original narrative, hinting at deeper underlying secrets. Liu Yun's delicate face turned pale, her hand rising in a daze as if to grasp something from Chu Tian's retreating figure, her mouth opening as if to call out. Yet, Chu Tian's silhouette had already vanished within the palace's confines, the grand doors firmly shut by the law enforcement disciples. Liu Yun felt profoundly wronged. She had been poised to apologize, ready to extend an olive branch. Should Chu Tian have merely initiated a conversation and provided her the opportunity to reconcile? Why? Why did Chu Tian not even deign a glance in her direction? Chapter 19. the fate of the corpse of a divine woman, and the fabrication of the Tao body. You wretched girl, I explicitly cautioned you just moments ago. Why did you not stop Chu Tian? Luo Yushan exclaimed, her voice filled with panic, akin to one on the brink of drowning. What sins have I committed to endure such fear daily since marrying into your Liu family? Within the hall, amidst the myriad realms, countless extraordinary Tao bodies exist, which can be categorized into innate and acquired types. The innate ones form a Tao fetus within the womb, while the acquired ones can be forged through potent scriptures, secret arts, or unparalleled divine medicines, granting the opportunity to cultivate a Tao body. Chu Tianyun elucidated this to Chu Tian. So, you mean to say that after her birth, the Liu family utilized certain means to fabricate her Tao body? Chu Tian's brow furrowed even tighter. Yet, I have heard that when Liu Yun was born, the great Tao resonated, an extraordinary phenomena manifested across 1,000,000 li, captivating all within its radius. Could such celestial signs be fabricated? Even if they were artificially conjured, they would surely be unable to deceive so many formidable powers within the sect. Within the Holy Heavenly Sect, the number of strong individuals is staggering. Just among the openly acknowledged emperors, there are the renowned Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong, both esteemed figures on the everlasting sky ranking. Not to mention that Jian Kongzhu was also present within the sect at that time. It is truly hard to believe that a second-rate family like the Liu family could successfully deceive the entire sect with fabricated celestial phenomena. It is precisely because the Liu family has orchestrated this deception so convincingly that our family has remained oblivious for all these years. Chu Tian, you must see for yourself. Everything will become clear, Chu Tianyun said, his expression grave, as he led Chu Tian deeper into the palace. The palace was vast, and the ground appeared to have been excavated by the Liu family, revealing an exceedingly long and profound underground tunnel. Suddenly, Chu Tian sensed a rich essence of the Tao emanating from within, a sensation he had previously experienced with both Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong. This essence allowed them to manipulate the winds and clouds, altering the very heavens in accordance with their emotions. Before long, Chu Tian entered a cavern and immediately discerned the source of the abundant Tao essence. There, suspended in midair, was a female corpse clad in a white silk gown. Despite having lost all signs of life, her closed eyes still exuded an awe-inspiring Tao essence that left onlookers astounded. The corpse of an emperor, Chu Tian gasped, his expression shifting profoundly. The emperor, the pinnacle of existence across myriad realms, invincible and unmatched, was a rarity even among the highest echelons of sects within the everlasting sky continent. The Holy Heavenly Sect currently boasts 2 emperors, who even suppressed the ancient sacred land of Sihong Shenzong, earning the title of the foremost sect in the everlasting sky continent. Such a powerful being, whose very corpse harbors the principles of the Tao, remains immortal and brimming with formidable might. The revelation that beneath the Liu family lies the corpse of a female emperor, unbeknownst to anyone, is nothing short of shocking. This is not merely an ordinary emperor. She is an emperor with a fully realized innate Tao body, a long-lost leader of the Sihong Shenzong from 100,000 years ago, known as the Tao Sovereign of Destiny. Chu Tianyun's visage grew serious as he recounted the intricate details he had unearthed to Chu Tian. Upon discovering the intricacies behind the scenes, Chu Tian was utterly astounded, for hidden within was a narrative that had never been described in the original plot. The root of all events stemmed from King Chu Tian's marriage to the celestial maiden Jian Kongzhu of the extraterritorial divine lineage. There existed a tradition among the 2 founding families of the Holy Heavenly Sect. The head of the family, namely the current sect leader and deputy leader, could only marry within the sect to foster unity among the various families, share benefits, and stabilize the situation. Throughout the generations, the heads of the Chu and Yi families had sought alliances with women from other factions, but they were relegated to the status of concubines. However, King Chu Tian shattered this convention by not only taking Jian Kongzhu as his legitimate wife, but also refraining from taking concubines within the sect. This breach of tradition incited widespread discontent among the various families within the sect. Upon his birth, endowed with the chaotic divine demon body and extraordinary talent. Chu Tian drew intense wariness from the Yi family and reverberations from other prestigious families within the sect. After all, Chu Tian's bloodline bore no connection to the families within the sect, and should he ascend to the position of sect leader, it could potentially jeopardize their interests. This urgency compelled King Chu Tian to seek a worthy match for his newborn son, aiming to establish a childhood betrothal to quell the myriad doubts and grievances within the sect. Amidst this backdrop, the rapidly ascending second-tier family, the Liu family, seized the opportunity presented by the impending birth of Liu Zheng's wife. Thus, Liu Yun made her grand entrance into the world, possessing an innate body. She was born with a breath of primordial energy, reminiscent of the innate Tao body, yet the disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. With a grim countenance, Chu Tian remarked, "That scoundrel Liu Zheng unleashed the aura of the emperor corpse of the Tao of Destiny, heralding the emergence of a fully developed innate Tao body, which naturally provoked a grand celestial phenomenon. Employing secret arts, he extracted the principles of the Tao from within the Emperor of Destiny and refined them into the newly born Liu Yun's body. The dense principles of the Tao deceived not only our entire Chu family, but also your mother. Over the years, Liu Zheng had continually surreptitiously infused Liu Yun with innate Tao principles, ensnaring our entire clan in his deception. Furthermore, the Liu family exploited our Chu family's influence to amass wealth, securing countless resources from the sect. Your father was not oblivious. However, due to Liu Yun, he chose to turn a blind eye, making it difficult for us to act. Yet, the Liu family, aware of their own impending doom, secretly extended an olive branch to the Yi family, attempting to align themselves in hopes that the Yi family would safeguard them once their transgressions were unveiled. The origins of Liu Yun's maid, Jua, were not unknown to the upper echelons of the Liu family, yet they tacitly accepted her presence for this very reason. Liu Zheng even covertly instructed his subordinates to gather evidence of our family's wrongdoings, aiming to strike back against the Chu family at a critical moment. Should this matter come to light, our family would likely become a subject of ridicule across the Hengtian Continent, severely affecting our standing within the sect and shaking it to its very core. Chu Tianyun's countenance was shrouded in profound gloom, exuding an aura of formidable menace. In truth, my dear third uncle, he began, my initial intention was merely to leverage this incident as a cautionary reminder to the Liu family, urging them to temper their actions and demeanor. After all, the misdeeds they have committed have tacitly been attributed to our clan, tarnishing our family's reputation. However, I never anticipated the Liu family would respond with such vehement resistance, refusing to permit the law enforcement hall to conduct a search, and even resorting to the killing of several disciples. Enraged by this, my third uncle led a contingent to breach their stronghold, ultimately discovering this cavern. To my astonishment, the ancestral figure of the Liu family attempted to eliminate my third uncle to silence him. Fortunately, that old wretch was vanquished by my third uncle. Though this incident has escalated dramatically, with a resigned smile, Chu Tianyun added, "Ideally, your generation should focus solely on your cultivation. However, this matter, being intricately linked to your betrothal, has significant implications, compelling me to summon you for a discussion." Chapter 20. What it means to be the son of destiny. Whether you believe it or not, uncle, this matter must never be disclosed to my father. It is imperative that we keep this information tightly sealed, especially from the Yi family. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack our clan, potentially jeopardizing his position as deputy sect master. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. He had initially been disinclined to engage with Liu Yun, considering her merely a young girl. However, the Liu family's influence had begun to encroach upon the Chu family's standing, leaving him no choice but to intervene. Are the law enforcement disciples you brought trustworthy? Chu Tian, our family has presided over the law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, firmly entrenched. These disciples are undoubtedly loyal to us. I have confidence in that, he asserted. Chu Tianyun immediately concurred with his assessment. If this matter were to reach the ears of King Chu Tian, it would essentially be equivalent to it reaching his sworn brother, Yi Tianxiang. In a fit of rage, King Chu Tian might act irrationally. Isn't it widely accepted within the sect that the Liu family's actions are instigated by our Chu family? Isn't it tacitly understood that the Liu family is aligned with us? Chu Tian zimak gun li. If that is the case, then let us stage a display of unwavering justice and a sweeping anti-corruption campaign within the sect. Uncle, immediately suppress all activities of the Liu family and place Liu Zheng under stringent control for thorough interrogation. He must not be allowed any contact with the outside world. We shall uncover all the resources and wealth the Liu family has amassed over the years and submit them to the sect. Furthermore, discreetly dispatch law enforcement disciples to apprehend all personnel from the Liu family holding significant positions within the sect and destroy any evidence they have gathered against our family. Those involved in serious offenses should be executed on the spot. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, hesitating. Little Tian, but isn't such a move rather conspicuous? The Liu family is a second-tier clan, and they have accumulated considerable influence over the years. If we strike suddenly, the Yi family and the other top 3 families, who have already harbored grievances against us, might react unfavorably. I fear we may face dire consequences, especially considering your father's position as the clan leader. Is it wise to keep him in the dark? It is precisely for that reason that we must be unwavering, and just in our actions, Chu Tian replied coldly. We shall not take a single cent from the treasures and resources embezzled by the Liu family. Everything will be handed over to the sect's treasury. All implicated personnel from the Liu family will face public trial before the sect's disciples, with no favoritism whatsoever. In doing so, the Yi family and the other top clans will have nothing to say. As for the grievances from the Duanmu family and the other 3 major families, do not worry. Uncle, this situation will soon be reversed. His confidence stemmed from the presence of the revered ancestor Duanmu in the Holy Heaven Pool. While the other families might be uncertain for the time being, at least the Duanmu family would proactively align themselves with the Chu clan in the future. Regarding my father, Chu Tian pondered for a moment. This old man was indeed a source of concern. After all, King Chu Tian preferred to maintain a delicate balance, prioritizing the unity of the sect above all else. Aside from the rather assertive matter of marrying Jian Kongzhu, there has hardly been any display of resolve until now. Let me find an opportunity to mention this to my mother. She will undoubtedly agree. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun burst into hearty laughter, patting Chu Tian on the shoulder, and said, "Third uncle has been waiting for this very statement. With you, little Tian, and your mother's support, which is also my sister-in-law's backing, third uncle fears nothing. We shall proceed as you suggested." Chu Tian medli smai fai li, for it seemed evident that only Jian Kongzhu could truly bring Chu Tianwang to heel. However, how to deal with the corpse of the Destiny Dao sovereign posed a dilemma for Chu Tianyun, who furrowed his brow in hesitation. The Zihong Holy Sect was the most ancient sacred ground on the Hengtian Continent, having long held the title of the continent's foremost sect. It was only in recent years that the brothers Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong, alongside Jian Kongzhu's marriage, managed to barely suppress this venerable holy land. Logically, the corpse of the Destiny Dao sovereign should be returned to the Zihong Holy Sect for proper burial. Yet, what an immense fortune a sovereign corpse represented. Not to mention, it was the embodiment of a perfected innate Dao body. Proximity alone could lead to enlightenment, greatly benefiting practitioners of the celestial god realm. Otherwise, the Liu family would not have gone to such extremes to protect it. The hair and blood from the sovereign's corpse were invaluable materials. Even having a weaponsmith refine the body would instantly yield an unparalleled weapon of slaughter. One could only wonder what extraordinary stroke of luck the Liu family had to acquire a sovereign's corpse. Relinquishing it back to the Zihong Holy Sect left Chu Tianyun feeling quite resentful. Congratulations, host, for seizing the fortune of the fateful daughter Liu Yun and the great opportunity of the Destiny Dao sovereign's corpse. Reward, 10,000 destiny points. The system's notification chimed in, informing the host that they could spend 5,000 destiny points to seize the opportunity of the sovereign's corpse. With a delightful chuckle, Chu Tian realized that not only had he received a substantial reward in destiny points, but that half of it could be utilized to directly claim this opportunity. It seemed the Destiny Dao Sovereign's corpse truly represented a significant chance for Liu Yun, though she likely remained unaware of it at this moment. Say they, Chu Tian son vet in Wali. Suddenly, boundless Dao essence erupted from the Sovereign's corpse, radiating divine light as it soared through the air. The Destiny Dao Sovereign's corpse opened its eyes as if it had come to life, pointing a finger toward Chu Tian's brow. Was this a legacy passed down through the generations of the Emperor? Chu Tian was utterly astounded. Just as he was contemplating whether to return the corpse to the Zhihong Holy Sect, unexpectedly, Chu Tian had directly gained the Sovereign's recognition, destined to inherit its legacy. But wait, how could little Tian, who was not even an innate Dao body and had never practiced the scriptures of the Zhihong Holy Sect, suddenly acquire such a legacy? Chu Tian was both shocked and perplexed. Could it be that he was indeed the fateful child destined to encounter divine elixirs on the road? Initially, Chu Tian harbored skepticism regarding the notion of Chu Tian stumbling upon divine elixirs, especially ones that could make even emperors fight for them. Yet now, he found himself starting to believe, for an even greater unbelievable event lay before him. The Tao transforms into a divine chain, enveloping every corner of the vast cavern, with celestial radiance cascading and the essence of the Tao surging, flowing into the center of Chu Tian's brow. Chapter 21. The Astonishing Treasure, an Extraordinary Encounter. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Imperial Corpse Scriptures and the Celestial Destiny, Tao Sutra. Congratulations, host, for seizing the divine powers of the Imperial Corpse and the Eye of the Heavenly Tao. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Tao Tai Pearl, a gem forged from the profound insights of the Celestial Destiny Tao Sovereign, which greatly aids the pursuit of enlightenment in cultivation. Suddenly, before Chu Tianyun's astonished gaze, boundless principles emanating from the Imperial Corpse surged forth, coalescing into a vibrant, fist-sized, multicolored orb that fell into Chu Tian's hands. My heavens! Chu Tianyun gasped in disbelief. Extracting the principles from the body of an Imperial Sovereign and manifesting them into a Tao Tai Pearl. Whoever can comprehend its essence may very well become the next Celestial Destiny Tao Sovereign. Such a remarkable treasure deserves to be described as a monumental stroke of fortune. Even if one cannot fully grasp its depths, simply possessing it for cultivation promises unimaginable benefits. In an instant, the Tao principles within Chu Tian began to circulate, and an eye opened at his brow, seemingly capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Even Chu Tianyun, a half-step Imperial Sovereign, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, as if he stood utterly exposed before Chu Tian. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao, a peerless divine pupil forged through the lifelong insights of the Celestial Destiny Tao Sovereign, encompasses all 3,000 paths, bridging the heavens above and gazing into the abyss below. Chu Tianyun felt parched, and although the figure before him was his own nephew, the formidable power of Chu Tian augured well for the family. Yet he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. What extraordinary luck this was! With a thunderous crash, the drained Imperial corpse collapsed to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble and the heavens to quake. Even bereft of its Tao principles, the Imperial corpse still harbored terrifying energy, albeit devoid of its former cataclysmic might. The cavern, once sustained by the Imperial corpse's grandeur, crumbled into ruin, clouds of dust billowing into the air. With one hand clutching Chu Tian and the other grasping the Imperial corpse, Chu Tianyun swiftly fled, emerging outside the palace in an instant. As the Eye of the Heavenly Tao at his brow closed, he fully assimilated the Celestial Destiny Tao Sutra before slowly opening his eyes. Suddenly, a large face, adorned with an expression of deference, approached him. Little Tian, may I borrow this Tao Tai Pearl for a few days? A hint of embarrassment colored Chu Tianyun's voice. As an elder, he felt it was his duty to bestow benefits upon Chu Tian. However, with both of Chu Tian's parents being Imperial sovereigns, he had little of value to offer in return. Conversely, the Tao Tai Pearl, infused with the principles of the Celestial Destiny Tao Sovereign, could significantly enhance his understanding of the Tao, potentially allowing him to touch the threshold of sovereignty. Chu Tian chuckled softly, initially puzzled by Chu Tianyun's intentions, before casually tossing the Tao Tai pearl to him. Third uncle, the Tao principles are something only accessible to those in the divine realm. I am merely at the bone refinement stage, light years away from igniting divine fire. This treasure would be of little use to me. You have made significant contributions to the family, so it is only fitting that I lend it to you. Dear uncle, in the future, you might consider discussing with Father the notion of constructing a secret realm centered around the great Tao Pearl, akin to the sacred heavenly pool. This sanctuary would allow those who have rendered significant service to the family to enter and cultivate. As a revered patriarch, he is far from being a short-sighted individual. Bestowing the creation divine pill upon the old hunchback serves the same purpose. The strength of the Chu family fortifies his position as the holy son of the sect. Furthermore, expanding the great Tao Pearl into a secret realm would maximize its utility, granting him, as the young master of the Chu family and the possessor of the great Tao Pearl, the privilege to enter and cultivate at will. Holding the great Tao Pearl in his hand, Chu Tian paused momentarily before stating, "It appears I have underestimated you, dear uncle. Chu Tian, your vision and breadth of mind are truly not befitting that of an 8-year-old child. If my arrogant little rascal possessed even a fraction of your wisdom, I would be content to close my eyes in peace even now." Chu Tian sighed heavily. Reminded of his own wayward offspring, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger, vowing to return home and administer a deserved reprimand. "Uncle, in truth, cousin Chu Xiong is not so bad," Chu Tian chuckled softly, fully aware of whom Chu Tian was referring. Shout Tian, Anne is here. Hurry and make them let me go." At that moment, the shrill cries of Luo Yushan pierced the air as she turned, glaring furiously at Liu Yun. "Xiao Tian has emerged. Do not hesitate to apologize to him. Have you forgotten my instructions?" Luo Yushan, restrained by 2 enforcement disciples, knelt on the ground, desperately calling out to attract Chu Tian's attention. Liu Yun, with misty eyes and her pristine white dress untouched by dust, looked utterly aggrieved. However, under her mother Luo Yushan's urging, she began to approach Chu Tian step by step. Though still young, she already bore the beauty that could rival nations. Her tearful expression evoked profound sympathy. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Tian instinctively cast a glance, momentarily locking eyes with Liu Yun. His gaze turned cold and indifferent, quickly shifting away as he walked with Chu Tian towards the estate's exit. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered countless stunning beauties. From top-tier celebrities to royal princesses, they all seemed no different than mere ephemeral illusions in his eyes. Even knowing that Liu Yun would one day become a renowned goddess across the Hengtian Continent did little to stir any emotion within him. Instead, the knowledge of her future role led to a sense of aversion towards her tear-streaked visage. Seeing Chu Tian's frigid demeanor, Liu Yun's eyes reddened further, her heart swelling with endless grievance, causing her to halt in place as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Uncle, it seems that Luo Yushan and Liu Yun remain unaware of the truth, having been kept in the dark by the Liu family. In that case, we might consider easing our control over Liu Yun, allowing some ambiguity to seep into the outside world," Chu Tian remarked calmly. This was not born from pity, but rather from recognizing that such a significant action in containing the Liu family would inevitably attract external scrutiny. It would be better to use the uninformed Luo Yushan and Liu Yun as a smokescreen, releasing them to stir the waters and facilitate Chu Tian's covert control over the Liu family's actions. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Indeed, our family operates under the banner of righteous retribution against the Liu family. Luo Yushan and Liu Yun are undeniably living tokens of innocence. We shall not pursue them, for otherwise we would become the perpetrators of injustice, harming the innocent." He concluded, "Let us proceed as you suggested, Xiao Tian." With a gesture, Chu Tian signaled for the 2 law enforcement disciples to promptly release Luo Yushan. Rising to her feet, Luo Yushan shot an intense glare at Liu Yun before hastily catching up with Chu Tian. "Aunt Luo," Chu Tian greeted politely as Luo Yushan approached. "Xiao Tian, this girl is rather thoughtless. Please do not hold it against her. Those relatives and side branches of the Liu family have been engaging in despicable acts under the guise of the Chu family name, and I have always opposed it. Luo Yushan expressed, her initial anger directed at her daughter. Aunt has always believed that Liu Yun's betrothal to you is a stroke of fortune for her. However, this girl stubbornly clings to the support of that scoundrel Liu Zheng, associating with that useless Yi Fan and clamoring for reckless repayment of favors. Aunt, I'm not angry, Chu Tian replied calmly, having never regarded these trivial matters with much concern. I heard that you, Xiao Tian, have ascended to the top of the bone refining rankings and the earth rankings. I have yet to extend my congratulations. Luo Yushan offered a compliment, then cautiously voiced her true intention. Xiao Tian, since you are not upset, could you please speak to your third uncle? If there are no significant issues at hand, perhaps we could release that scoundrel Liu Zheng. Although he is indeed at fault, he remains Liu Yun's biological father and your father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan cast a wary glance at Chu Tianyun, still unsettled by his earlier display of ruthless power. Chapter 22. Why should she be disdained? What wrong has she done? Should he plead for her? Chu Tian turned a glance at his uncle, Chu Tianyun, before responding with a smile. All right, Annie, I will plead with uncle. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun could not help but chuckle. It was his son-in-law, Chu Tian, who had insisted on detaining Liu Zheng and closely monitoring his interrogation. It was indeed surprising that Luo Yushan had turned to Chu Tian for help. Annie, on behalf of that scoundrel Liu Zheng, I sincerely thank you, Xiao Tian. Rest assured, when he is released, I will keep a watchful eye on him and ensure he does not misbehave. Luo Yushan expressed her gratitude repeatedly before turning to reprimand Liu Yun beside her. You, my girl, why are you so oblivious? Xiao Tian is not holding a grudge against you, and you can't even manage a simple apology or a word of thanks. Chu Tian, thank you for being willing to save my father, Liu Yun murmured, biting her lip, her voice barely audible. It seemed that uttering these words had drained her of all courage. After all, no matter how capricious she had been or how unreasonable her demands had been, Chu Tian had always been the one to forgive her, to be understanding and considerate. However, in the past few days, he had seemed like a different person. His gaze toward her felt as though she were a complete stranger. He no longer brought her the precious cultivation resources gifted by the Chu family, nor did he even initiate a greeting. It felt as if she were merely an inconsequential passerby. Especially after the news broke that Chu Tian had risen to the top of the earth rankings, Liu Yun felt increasingly aggrieved, sensing that she had somehow fallen out of favor with him. Yet, why should Chu Tian disdain her? What wrong had she committed? It was the Chu family that had sought a union with the Liu family, establishing an engagement, and it was Chu Tian who had willingly come to her aid. What fault did she possess? When she had seen Chu Tian arrive at the Liu home, she had thought that as long as he spoke to her first, she would graciously forgive him and overlook the fact that his uncle had killed so many from her family. But Chu Tian had completely ignored her. What was so remarkable about suddenly achieving the top rank? Who could say how long he would remain there? Why had he suddenly turned cold toward her? Just yesterday, he had been so fierce, even resorting to violence over a servant girl. Liu Yun was filled with grievance, yet remained steadfast in her belief that she had done nothing wrong. With her lips pursed and her head bowed, she refused to offer an apology. Seeing her in this state, Luo Yushan was infuriated and anxious, hastily defending, Xiao Tian, please do not be angry. Liu Yun knows she has erred. She is just a shy girl. Please be understanding. Though you are both young, a bond has already been established between your families. Do not take it to heart. A family? Upon hearing those words, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he recalled the distasteful events from the original narrative, stirring a surge of murderous intent within him. He immediately lost interest in continuing the fade and replied indifferently, "It is not a trivial matter, nor is it worthy of my concern. As for being family, let's not dwell on that. I cannot bear it." At once, Luo Yushan's complexion turned pale, for the implications of his words were profoundly significant. "Xiao Tian, allow me to explain," said the aunt. However, Chu Tian paid no heed to the mother and daughter. Striding forward, at that moment, Liu Yun's eyes were red, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Suddenly, she dashed in front of Chu Tian, arms outstretched to block his path. "Chu Tian, you must clarify this for me. Do you consider my affairs to be trifles? Yi Fan saved my life, and I wish to repay him with everything I have. Is that wrong?" How dare you treat me this way because of it? You must explain yourself, or you shall not leave. Chu Tian's gaze was icy, his tone indifferent as he replied, Your actions are of no concern to me. Step aside. I will not. You must clarify this today. Liu Yun shouted. A sharp sound of wind accompanied a crisp slap as Liu Yun was sent flying. Chu Tian retracted his hand, exchanged a brief greeting with Chu Tianyun, and then departed from the Liu family estate, returning to his chariot in the palace. The majestic fire lions let out a roar and soared toward the sect. He was never a saint. Reborn, he sought to witness the wonders of this world, ascend to its pinnacle, and behold the view from the summit. The cunning antics of such a girl were utterly transparent to him. Were it not for the deep entanglement between the Chu and Liu families due to their arranged marriage over the years, he would not have even cast a glance at Liu Yun. You bastard, you hit me again, Liu Yun cried, her face swollen as she lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. She genuinely could not comprehend the drastic change in Chu Tian's demeanor toward her. It felt as though a beloved puppy, once eager to greet her with wagging tail, had suddenly ignored her and even dared to bite her when she approached. Why must you be so stubborn, girl? Liu Yu rushed over to help her daughter, exasperated. You have been led astray by your father's foolishness. The notion of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude is utter nonsense. The benefits you bestowed upon that good-for-nothing are worth his 100 lives. Now, look where it has led you. Retribution has arrived. Yet, despite her scolding, she could not help but feel a motherly affection for her daughter. Moreover, the survival of the Liu family depended on Chu Tian. In a softer tone, Liu Yu advised, as someone who has been through much, I can see the Chu Tian still values you deeply. If you merely humble yourself, admit your mistakes, and promise never to associate with that good-for-nothing or the Yi family again, he will forgive you. Mother, I only wish to repay my debt of gratitude. Is that wrong? Liu Yun gritted her teeth, clinging to her last shred of defiance. Yet, an inexplicable pang of regret began to stir within her. Had she gone too far in her quest for repayment, neglecting Chu Tian's feelings? Should she seek an opportunity to apologize to him face to face? Your desire to repay your debt has nothing to do with my Chu family. Suddenly, a voice filled with intense hostility broke through, belonging to Chu Tianyun. The mother and daughter turned to see him glaring at them, causing them to shudder involuntarily, their faces paling instantaneously. It has been clarified that the matters concerning the Liu family and their breach of ancestral laws bear no relation to you. You are permitted to return to your residence within the estate and to travel back and forth to the sect. However, wandering about the estate and engaging in casual conversations with others is strictly prohibited. Any consequences arising from such actions will be borne by you. Chu Tianyun paid little heed to the mother and daughter, as there remained numerous matters within the Liu family that required his attention. After all, it seems that preserving Liu Yun's engagement is merely a temporary measure. Without the divine essence bestowed by the celestial path master, Liu Yun's true talents will soon become evident. At that time, after the Chu family's righteous severance of ties, an annulment of the engagement will unfold naturally, inciting no doubt within the sect. How could an ordinary girl, possessing only a mere innate physique and a family burdened by original sins, ever be deemed worthy of the Chu family's heir? Chapter 23. Whether to forgive is a matter for the divine congratulations host. The daughter of fate, Liu Yun, has developed a tinge of remorse towards you, granting you 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The fate of Liu Yun has suffered a grave blow, her fortune declining, awarding you 5,000 destiny points. Just as Chu Tian returned to the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, the gentle voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Liu Yun feels regret? Chu Tian's gaze remained tranquil, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes, and he did not dwell on it excessively. What significance did her remorse hold for him? The great hate demon lord sacrificed everything for Liu Yun, facing disgrace and the loss of his entire family, only to receive in return the sword that pierced the head of a star slave, wielded by Liu Yun herself. As the saying goes, the mountains may change, but one's nature is immutable. If there were to be any connection, it would be that forgiving Liu Yun is a matter for the divine. His role is to send Liu Yun to meet the divine. However, there remains much for him to accomplish. as long as Liu Yun does not provoke him. He has no time to seek her troubles. The downfall of the Liu family is merely a matter of time. Without the protection of the Liu family, Liu Yun, a mere innate body, will see her fortune continually decline. Within the Holy Heavenly Sect, she would merely be a slightly more outstanding genius, destined to diverge from his path like two parallel lines. He currently lacks the energy to pursue conflict with Liu Yun. Why should I squabble with such a little girl? How trivial. Returning to his senses, Chu Tian suddenly chuckled silently, casting aside this tedious thought. With a shift in his mind, the system panel opened before him, allowing him to examine the numerous benefits acquired from the corpse of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th layer of bone forging, possessing 180,000 gene of divine power, capable of slaying dragon cubs in an instant, truly. The future soul son of destiny. Physique, chaos demon god body cultivation technique. Chaos creation true scripture. First layer, Destiny Dao scripture. This scripture is unsuitable for the host. It is not recommended for cultivation. It can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. Divine ability, Eye of the Heavenly Dao treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly Sha Divine Ring can be refined for 1,000 destiny points. It contains a remnant soul from ancient times, posing a certain threat. Host, proceed with caution. Dao, Pearl, aiding in cultivation, already refined. Destiny points, 51,500 points. Chu Tian was taken aback to discover that the imperial scripture he had plundered could also be sold to the system. Without hesitation, he decided to sell it. The amount in the Destiny Points section immediately rose to 61,000 points. Little Master, Elder 2 seeks an audience. At that moment, the voice of the star slave reached him from outside the vehicle. Chu Tian opened a vertical pupil in his brow. Instantly perceiving Elder 2 standing respectfully at the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, seemingly waiting for his return. Even after his injuries had healed, Elder 2 continued to regard himself with humility, displaying no hint of arrogance. Chu Tian exited the vehicle, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, Elder 2, you are too kind. You have come all this way to wait. Has something occurred? The old hunchback smiled broadly, revealing a set of weathered, yellowed teeth that drew attention. Indeed, my young master, you are astute. Some matters have arisen, though they are not of great consequence. You have surged to the top of the bone refining rankings and claimed the first position on the earth rankings, overshadowing the two paragons of the Zihong sacred sect. Now, they have come seeking an audience with you, yet you have kept them waiting all day without an appearance. In a fit of anger, the prodigy Huimei has set up a challenge for all disciples below the divine refinement realm of our sect. The Lord wishes to avoid drawing undue attention. Hence, he has instructed me to wait for you and to inform you that he and the Lord of the Tianxiong sect will handle this matter. So you need not show yourself. Is this not a blatant affront to our sect? Such brazen audacity. Xingnu was taken aback at this revelation. After all, this was the stronghold of the Holy Heavenly Sect. What manner of reckless individual would dare to act in such a manner? Should we may sweep through our sect, the Holy Heavenly Sect, the foremost sect on the continent, would suffer a grave blow to its reputation. Generally, among elite sects, matters are handled with decorum, allowing for some leeway. It's merely the antics of children, Chu Tian remarked with a smile, explaining to Xingnu that this was indeed characteristic of Huimei's erratic nature, one that relished in ostentation. Otherwise, in the original narrative, he would not have been repeatedly bested by the protagonist Yi Fan. However, currently, Yi Fan was under immense pressure, having been forcibly subdued and stripped of the heavenly mysterious divine ring, and it was uncertain whether he could still contend with Huimei. Yet, eccentric behavior does not equate to foolishness. Huimei undeniably possesses formidable strength, ranking among the elite prodigies across the realms. Within the Holy Heavenly Sect, Chu Tian believed there were scarcely any qualified opponents for Huimei among those in the bone refining realm. Yi Tianxiong and his father, Lord Chu Tianwang, likely faced considerable concern. Furthermore, he had not anticipated such swift contact with this individual. He wondered if the saintly maiden Huolian had accompanied him. The hunchback, somewhat at a loss for words, glanced at the young master and thought to himself, "You are but a child, and Huimei seems to be 2 years your senior. Old hunchback, does this mean I should not make an appearance at the sect's behest?" Chu Tian inquired with a knowing smile. "Indeed, young master," the hunchback replied. "The Lord of Tianxiong believes that, given the circumstances, the Chu family should refrain from confrontation with the Zihong sacred sect to preserve our relationship with them. He will take charge of this matter." Such words were more pleasing than a song. It was clear he merely wished to prevent the young master from gaining credit and instead allow the Yi family to bask in the limelight. Xingnu quietly voiced his discontent on behalf of Chu Tian. That Huimei must be lacking in judgment, daring to challenge only those below the divine refinement realm in our sect. Surely he does not think this is akin to the bone refining realm tests in the Hengtian Hall, where only physical strength is utilized. Chu Tian understood Xingnu's sentiments, as he too had begun refining his spirit the previous night. Some who commenced with spirit refinement in the bone refining realm could indeed amplify their strength manifold. It was not uncommon for those at the top of the bone refining rankings, after refining their spirits, to exhibit strength surpassing 1,000,000 pounds. Thus, even if one held the title of the strongest in the bone refining rankings, it did not guarantee invincibility against those below the divine refinement realm, and Huimei's strength, as listed, was merely around 900,000 pounds. Yi Tianxiong seems to have seized upon this flaw, which is why he dares to allow Chu Tian, the foremost on the forging bone ranking, to remain uninvolved in this matter. He will handle the resolution himself. Star Servant, since both the sect leader and my father share this sentiment, I shall refrain from intervening, especially as this matter is not easily resolved. At this moment, Chu Tian remarked with profound significance, for he did not believe that Huimei would be oblivious to these intricacies. Even if she were unaware, her companions would certainly comprehend. Nevertheless, Huimei still set the stage for a confrontation, indicating that there was an apparent issue. Yet Chu Tian chose to disregard it, bowing respectfully to Old Two, stating, "Old Two, since my involvement is unnecessary, I shall return to my cultivation." "Please do, young master," Old Two replied with utmost respect. As night fell, once the effects of the supreme forging god pill and the 3 great auras waned, Chu Tian immediately exchanged for a continuation in the marketplace and resumed his mental forging. With the supreme forging god pill in hand, Chu Tian need not expend his own energy to refine his spirit. Thus, he devoted all his efforts to honing his physical form and practicing the chaotic creation scripture. Ordinarily, even those at the divine refinement realm, or even higher, cannot cultivate incessantly without the necessity of rest. However, after activating the 3 great auras, Chu Tian's energy remained perpetually abundant, requiring no respite whatsoever. For him, as long as the auras were active, he could cultivate for countless eons without experiencing fatigue. Chu Tian first activated the chaotic creation scripture, channeling spiritual energy to circulate within his body through 9 grand cycles, refining his physique and absorbing medicinal essence. In the latter part of the night, he began to study the Eye of the Heavenly Path, which he had just acquired. Buzz! The Eye of the Heavenly Path opened at his brow, and in an instant, he felt his spirit expand, even perceiving Star Servant, who sat outside with closed eyes, meditating. He could see her true visage through the veil draped across her face, revealing an exquisite and flawless countenance, one that could captivate kingdoms. Yet, Chu Tian did not linger excessively and quickly withdrew his consciousness. Star Servant seemed to sense something, opening her star-like eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. It felt as though someone had been observing her, gently caressing her face with a soft touch, reminiscent of the young master's hand. Surely, it must have been an illusion. After all, they were within the sacred Emperor Peak, a realm teeming with powerful figures. Who would dare to pry into the residence of the young master of the Chu family, unless they wished for their demise? Yi Hongwu, as the supreme elder, scheming against the young master, would meet a similar fate as history has shown. Ha! Star Servant scolded herself inwardly, 2 crimson hues blooming upon her cheeks. Star Servant, what are you thinking? The young master is so young, and yet you entertain such improper thoughts, imagining him caressing your face. How shameless! She severed the wandering thoughts in her mind, closed her eyes, and returned to her state of cultivation. Chapter 24. The Sect in Turmoil, Little Tian. It is your moment to shine. The star slave surprisingly remained oblivious to my scrutiny. Chu Tian had been keenly observing the star slave's reactions, deep in contemplation. The star slave, chosen to accompany him, undoubtedly possessed immense talent. Now an adult, their prowess had long surpassed mere refinement of spirit, their consciousness having been honed over the years, giving rise to a divine soul. Yet, astonishingly, the star slave only sensed a faint presence, unable to discern the source of the probing. The wonders of the eye of heaven transcended even Chu Tian's expectations, a testament to the extraordinary innate Tao body of a legendary figure, the Tao sovereign, who crafted this unparalleled divine ability through a lifetime of enlightenment. With the enhancement of the eye of heaven, although he had yet to enter the realm of spirit refinement, he could already achieve separation of spirit from the body, and his mental acuity had been magnified manifold. Those who typically break through to the spirit refinement realm would likely pale in comparison. Though he had not yet transcended to spirit refinement, his mental prowess already surpassed that of practitioners in that realm, and his physical form had not yet reached the pinnacle of bone forging, leaving him with vast potential for advancement. At that moment, a minuscule spiritual insect, resembling a mosquito, flitted past the window. In a swift motion, Chu Tian produced a silver needle as thin as a strand of hair and flicked it. Buzz! The insect was instantly pinned to the tree trunk, the needle merely grazing its almost transparent wing, sparing its life. Buzz! Another needle shot forth, accurately securing the insect's other wing to the trunk. With his enhanced mental strength, his control over power had become exceptionally refined, and mastery over his physical form had grown increasingly adept. No wonder the spirit refinement realm was regarded as the next stage following bone forging, Chu Tian mused. He now possessed a strength of 1,700,000 pounds. But under the tenfold enhancement of the eye of heaven, his power rivaled that of the spirit refinement realm, with insight that far exceeded ordinary limits. He could potentially wield a force exceeding 3,500,000 pounds. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian, already endowed with extraordinary comprehension, further augmented by the halo of enlightenment, found himself in complete command of the eye of heaven. His mental prowess had seen significant advancement, and upon opening his eyes, the brilliance of his gaze could leave marks on the sturdy bluestone floor. Moreover, his physical strength had increased by 100,000 pounds, reaching an impressive 1,800,000 pounds. If this rate of enhancement were to be shared, even the young of ancient ferocious beasts would be struck with fear, unable to discern who truly was the beast and who was of the human race. Even ancient ferocious beasts, gifted with innate physical prowess and potent bloodlines, could not achieve such rapid progress. However, this night, the consumption of medicinal liquid by Chu Tian had also multiplied, reaching 4 barrels, and he had awakened the star slave 3 times throughout the night. Young master, after I fetched your medicinal liquid last night, I took a moment to visit the Holy Emperor Peak and observe the arena. The master of Hengtian Sect is currently in a dire predicament, the star slave said, her voice tinged with excitement as she assisted Chu Tian in changing his attire. Since the young master had bestowed upon her the sacred vein flower's fruit, their relationship had grown closer, allowing her to share whispers with him. Oh, do tell, Chu Tian replied with a smile, raising his hand for the star slave to kneel and tie his waistband. The young prodigies of the Yi family, who had yet to transcend into the spirit refinement stage, took turns challenging their opponent, yet scarcely any could withstand even a single strike from the illustrious Huime of the Hengtian sacred sect. Upon engagement, they were swiftly incapacitated, suffering grievous injuries and spitting blood. Xing Nu's voice carried a hint of vindication. Even the few esteemed prodigies of the Yi family, such as Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yi Qin, all aged 12 this year, endowed with strength surpassing 3 to 400,000 pounds and brimming with vitality, had barely stepped into the spirit refinement realm. Even at their utmost, they could exert force exceeding 1,000,000 pounds, Yet none could endure a single blow from Hui Mei. When the maid arrived, the disciples of the sect were in an uproar, while the higher-ups wore grim expressions, silent in the weighty atmosphere. It was rumored that in a moment of desperation, the master of the Tianwang sect administered a miraculous elixir to Yichang, the youth rendered paralyzed by the young master, and sought to refine his spirit through secret techniques to challenge Hui Mei. Even the patriarch was anxious, urging some prodigies from the Chu family to prepare for the arena, promising divine elixirs to anyone who could defeat Hui Mei. Furthermore, it was said that the eldest son of the third elder, Chu Tian, was also preparing to enter the fray. However, the maid hurried back to replace the medicinal liquid, leaving her unaware of subsequent events. Chu Tian smiled faintly. This was precisely as he had anticipated. In the original narrative, Hui Mei was renowned throughout the realms as an unparalleled prodigy. Within the Sacred Sky sect, those who could rival her were either confined within the depths of the criminal dungeons or had already surpassed the bone-forging stage, rendering them unable to compete. The notion that Yi Tianxiong believed other disciples of the same realm could defeat Hui Mei was nothing short of an underestimation of her prowess. Chu Tian could easily envision the agitation and weighty discontent amongst the higher echelons of the sect, if a mere 10-year-old were to sweep through the Sacred Sky sect's contemporaries. With none able to withstand even a single strike, the sect would lose all face on the Hengtian Continent. At that moment, Chu Tianwang entered the chamber, his demeanor grave and somewhat fatigued. "Xiao Tian, come with me to the arena. If all else fails, it will have to be you who steps forth." If not for dire circumstances, Chu Tianwang would have preferred to let the Yi family take the spotlight and alleviate the current tension. However, as the deputy sect master, he had to prioritize the reputation of the sect during such times. "Understood, Father," Chu Tian replied with a smile. Before long, Chu Tian accompanied Chu Tianwang to another prominent peak of the Sacred Sky sect, Xingdi Peak, where the current sect master, Yi Tianxiong, resided. Upon reaching the mid-slope, Chu Tian heard a somewhat youthful yet arrogantly bold voice resound. "I have long heard of the Sacred Sky sect's formidable reputation, claimed to surpass even my Xihong sacred sect, hailed as the foremost sect of the Hengtian Continent. Yet upon witnessing it firsthand, I am truly disappointed. Such a grand sect lacks even a single disciple capable of withstanding my strike." On the arena stood a young boy with a fair complexion and a strikingly bold demeanor, arms crossed over his chest, adorned in a coarse, cream-colored robe, casting a disdainful gaze over all assembled below. The young boy, with a delicate visage and striking features, stands at approximately 1.60 meters. Despite his baldness, he exudes an enchanting beauty that could evoke feelings of inferiority in many women who behold him. Below the arena, numerous disciples from various sects were expressions of deep frustration and indignation, bitterly regretting their own lack of strength, as they are belittled by this young outsider. Where is the young saint, Chu Tian? Why has he not yet taken the stage? The young saint is the strongest among our sect, holding the first position on the bone refinement rankings. What are the higher-ups of our sect doing, merely idling about? Allowing such a young boy to audaciously demean our sect on the summit of Hengtian is utterly intolerable. The feeling of humiliation is palpable. If one lacks the skill, one must endure defeat. It is said that Yi Chong has ascended to the third rank of bone refinement, having recovered from his injuries after consuming a divine elixir, his strength now reaching 600,000 pounds. The sect leader even utilized secret methods to enhance his spirit before the match, allowing him to unleash a force that could potentially peak at 1,300,000 pounds, an act bordering on deceit. Yet, even with such advantages, he was still vanquished by this young boy in an instant. If word of this spreads, our sect will become a laughingstock. Whispers of discontent among the disciples resonate throughout the square. Meanwhile, the expressions of the higher-ups seated at the top of the observation platform darken, as if they could draw water from their faces. Where has the sect leader vanished? A higher-up remarks solemnly, glancing towards the empty seat designated for Yi Tianxiong. The vice leader is also absent. Could he be fetching the young saint? An elderly man, his hair white with age, furrows his brow. This concerns the dignity of our sect. Now is not the time for internal strife. If necessary, we must summon the young saint to intervene. This young boy's arrogance in belittling Sheng Tian cannot be tolerated. An elder's face turns a shade of iron gray. Chapter 25. The Command of the Sovereign. I cannot intervene as numerous high-ranking officials and esteemed elders engaged in discussion. King Chu led his son, Chu Tian, to the high platform. Pointing towards the small bald figure in the arena, he spoke in a grave tone. This small bald-headed boy has displayed a strength of only 900,000 pounds on the bone forging rankings, which led your father and Uncle Tianxiong to underestimate him. However, he should now possess at least 110,000 pounds of strength, surpassing many juvenile ancient ferocious beasts. Furthermore, his mental prowess is robust and refined. His gaze is penetrating, having reached a level of perception that allows him to discern subtle changes, akin to sensing autumn leaves falling with the wind. He is but half a step away from the realm of spirit refinement, capable of unleashing a force of at least 2 million pounds. Xiao Tian, do you have confidence in defeating this small bald-headed boy? King Chu's voice was low and filled with anger, yet he refrained from sending his son into the fray immediately. After all, Chu Tian was 2 years younger than Hui Mei, and the cultivation of mental acuity required time and effort. Should his son decline, he would not force him. King Chu, a figure of high stature, was not one to often resort to harsh words, yet the audacity of Liu Yun to be so brazen and unrestrained had even managed to rattle this esteemed emperor. Never had anyone dared to exhibit such arrogance within the sacred Heaven Sect, treating it with contempt. Yet, the target of this insolence was merely a 10-year-old child, making it difficult for anyone to muster the courage to intervene. Had it been someone slightly older, even from the compassionate navigation sect, they would have been utterly annihilated. At that moment, many high-ranking members of various sects turned their discerning gazes towards Chu Tian, filled with astonishment and anticipation. Although Chu Tian had been personally guided by King Chu and seldom emerged from seclusion, he had been designated as the little holy son from birth, yet even they rarely had the opportunity to witness him. Chu Tian did not appear particularly robust. Rather, he exuded the air of a refined gentleman of the world. Were it not for the infallibility of the Hengtian rankings, they would hardly connect this seemingly genteel youth with the one who had, in 30 seconds, exterminated 1,000 ancient mammoths, and, in another 30 seconds, dispatched 30 juvenile ancient ferocious beasts, including mythical entities like true dragon offspring. Little holy son, the reputation of our sect is at stake. This small, bald-headed boy is exceedingly arrogant. Are you confident? One elder could not help but inquire. Should you have any requests, feel free to present them to the sect. We do not even demand that you defeat him. Merely enduring 3 of his strikes would suffice to maintain our sect's dignity. The venerable elder with a head of white hair spoke solemnly. The other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. At this juncture, they no longer harbored extravagant expectations. After all, Hui Mei, the prodigy from the compassionate navigation sect, indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Many renowned talents on the Hengtian bone forging rankings, older than him by several years, had failed to withstand even a single strike, suffering broken bones and profuse bleeding, thus losing their combat capability. Such a prodigy emerged but once every myriad of years on Hengtian Continent. If Chu Tian could withstand 3 strikes and preserve the honor of the sacred Heaven Sect, they would be thoroughly satisfied. Chu Tian cast a glance at Liu Yun in the arena. Although still in his youth, and not yet having made his entrance in the original narrative, he was already as extraordinary and beguiling as remembered, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance that instinctively provoked the desire to deliver a resounding slap to his bald head. It is no wonder that the protagonist, Yi Fan, would ultimately suppress him, sealing away his formidable powers and consigning him to a brothel for the auction of his first night, which fetched an astronomical price. Apart from his undeniably captivating appearance, which outshines even the most exquisite beauties, it is also a desire to assertively diminish his arrogance. However, under the expectant gazes of the many high-ranking members of various sects, Chu Tian shook his head and smiled, stating, "Esteemed uncles and elders, I beg your pardon, but I cannot comply, for the sect leader has declared that he will personally handle this matter, and there is no need for Chu Tian to intervene." The leader's word is as solid as a promise, and I cannot contravene it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking members visibly darkened. Chu Tianwang's lips twitched imperceptibly. After all, the request for Chu Tian to refrain from acting was not solely at Yi Tianxiong's behest. Yet, the high-ranking members remained unaware of this fact. Chu Tian's words effectively distanced him from the situation, attributing the prohibition solely to Yi Tianxiong. At such a critical juncture, they insisted on internal strife and scheming, disregarding their dignity. The venerable elder, his hair and beard white, glared furiously, his eyes wide with anger, his beard bristling. As a senior elder of the Duanmu family, he was of a generation that preceded even that of Chu Tianwang, who would respectfully bow before him. It was utterly disheartening. Was there no one willing to rise to the challenge? On the arena, Liu Yun, noticing the prolonged silence from challengers, began a taunt. The Holy Heavenly Sect boasts nearly 100,000 disciples, 2 legendary founding families, and 3 premier families renowned across the continent. Yet where are they? Have they all vanished? Is there not a single prodigy worthy of note aside from Chu Tian? Have they all been paralyzed by fear? If this is the case, let us not waste my time. Summon that little brat Chu Tian forth, and I shall dispatch him with ease. How dare he seize the top spot from my sister and trample upon my dignity? I am eager to ascertain just how much substance this little brat truly possesses, and whether his chaotic, demonic body can withstand even a few of my strikes. Little wretch, outrageous! The elder Duanmu trembled with rage. His face flushed as he turned repeatedly, seeking the figure of sect leader Yi Tianxiong. Unable to contain himself any longer, he directly pointed at their families, exclaiming that while an uncle might endure, an aunt could not. A senior member shouted, looking at Chu Tianwang, deputy sect leader, allow the young saint to take action. Some high-ranking members directly urged Chu Tian, young saint, step into the arena and eliminate this little bald head. Should the sect leader pursue the matter, we shall bear the brunt of it for you. This is a battle for the honor of our Holy Heavenly Sect, a grand merit, and the sect leader would not dare to hold you accountable. Those elders with the most seniority even resorted to cursing vehemently. When I fought for the sect across the lands, Yi Tianxiong was still an infant. Let him dare to pursue this matter. Just because he has become the sect leader and ascended to the imperial level, does he think I will not stand against him? Chu Tianwang, speak up. Or do you also oppose allowing the young saint to enter the fray? An elder glared ominously at Chu Tianwang. Though these esteemed elders do not occupy high positions, and their prowess may not surpass that of King Chu Tian or Yi Tianxiong, their contributions are significant, their tenure extensive, their seniority pronounced, and their influence profound. As long as they do not commit the same taboos as Yi Wu, they can generally navigate the sect with ease. At their advanced age, with one foot already in the grave, concepts of hierarchy hold little weight. For those who have devoted the majority of their lives to the sect, the honor and interests of the sect take precedence above all. The demise of Elder Yi Wu, driven to suicide, who leaked sect secrets and conspired against the younger generation of prodigies, is seen by them as a deserved fate. King Chu Tian sighed deeply, feeling compelled to turn to Chu Tian, and said, "Little Tian, you." Before he could finish, Chu Tian shook his head and replied calmly, "The sect leader has issued a decree. As a disciple of the sect, it is my duty to obey the leader's orders. I cannot intervene." King Chu Tian, overwhelmed, pressed his forehead in exasperation. He should have understood by now that his son's presence was not due to obedience, but rather a lingering grudge, likely compelling him to force Yi Tianxiong to submit. Had he been compliant, he would not have gone to the Hengtian Hall for the test, and none of these events would have transpired. At that moment, a youth clad in tattered garments, stained with blood, ascended the arena. His gaze was resolute as he addressed Hui Mei in a low, hoarse voice. "Yi Fan of the Yi family challenges you to a duel." Chapter 26. Was this individual truly remarkable? Upon this statement, the disciples of various sects beneath the arena were momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Yi Fan been cast into the prison of sins? How had he emerged, ascending the platform to issue a challenge? The incident atop the sacred Emperor Peak, where a venerable elder had been driven to suicide, entangled with the scandal involving the young saint and the so-called waste of the Yi family. had undoubtedly spread throughout the sections. What was happening? How had this worthless individual managed to return? Not only had he resurfaced, but he also dared to challenge Hui Mei, seemingly unbothered by the humiliation brought upon the Sacred Heaven Sect. Whispers erupted among the disciples, all struggling to comprehend why such a waste had been allowed to return. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, harboring ulterior motives, attempting to exonerate Yi Fan in this manner. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as a figure suddenly appeared beside the sect chairman, revealing himself to be Yi Tianxiong, who had unexpectedly taken his place beside the king of Chu. "Esteemed elders, I apologize for the wait," Yi Tianxiong declared with an authoritative demeanor. "Yi Fan is the son of my third brother, Yi Tianying. While he has erred in consuming numerous sect treasures, he is still young, and his transgressions do not warrant a death sentence. Furthermore, Elder Hongwu has already paid the ultimate price for his actions, taking on full responsibility. I urge you all to consider the contributions made by Tianying during his lifetime and grant Yi Fan a chance to redeem himself." Turning to King Chu, Yi Tianxiong continued gravely, "Brother, what say you?" King Chu nodded, eager to ease the tensions between their families, and thus consented. As long as he can contribute to the sect, his merits may balance his faults. The high-ranking members of the sect fell silent, as Yi Tianxiong's words left them little room for dissent. "Master, do you believe this lad can withstand 3 strikes from Hui Mei?" inquired the elder of the Duanmu family. "For the honor of the sect, Yi Fan will exert every effort," Yi Tianxiong replied, casting his gaze upon Yi Fan, standing in the arena. A smile crept upon his lips as he added, "You may not be aware, but signs of revival have emerged in Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone, and his strength has reached an impressive 700,000 pounds. While he may not surpass Hui Mei in power, enduring 3 strikes from her is not beyond his capability." This proclamation sent tremors through the assembly of elders. The revival of Yi Fan as primordial sacred bone suggested that the Yi family might soon boast a prodigy capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Chu Tian. Yet, doubts lingered. Hadn't the primordial sacred bone been tainted, leaving even the emperor powerless against it? Was this claim genuine? Many elders nodded in agreement. Since the sect leader had personally interceded, they would allow Yi Fan a chance to prove himself. If he could withstand 3 strikes, redeeming himself in the process, it would be a boon for the sect to retain such a talented individual. Chu Tian maintained a stoic expression, yet beneath the surface, his eyes glimmered with cold intensity. Indeed, he was a child of destiny, a figure of prominence. Yi Tianxiong, in his fervent desire to protect Yi Fan, had abandoned pretense, stepping forth to secure his safety. The revival of the primordial sacred bone was an astonishing development. It appears that he has fallen short in his attempt to seize the Heavenly Sha divine ring. For Yi Fan has already harnessed its power to awaken a fragment of the primordial sacred bone's strength. Aspiring to rise? A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced at the divine ring adorning his left ring finger, pondering within. System. Can you revive the Heavenly Sha divine ring and reclaim the power enveloping the Lux child, Yi Fan's primordial sacred bone? The system, ever diligent, responded with a soothing and melodious voice. Indeed, host, it is possible to revive the divine ring and reclaim its power at the cost of 500 fate points. Alternatively, it can be directly refined for 1,000 fate points. However, this would result in the awakening of the lingering soul within. I shall expend 500 fate points to reclaim the power of the divine ring, Chu Tian declared decisively. The system proved to be utterly reliable, as one can always trust it. Very well, host. Suddenly, a dark, resplendent glow enveloped the divine ring on Chu Tian's ring finger. On the arena, Yi Fan stood in confrontation with Hui Mei, poised and ready, a faint trace of purple radiance swirling at his brow. Yet, in an instant his brow quivered slightly, as if an inexplicable force surged forth, causing the purple glow to abruptly dissipate. No! Yi Fan's resolute gaze widened in horror as his pupils constricted violently, instinctively exclaiming, "Do not." With the imminent battle at hand, he felt as though he could no longer wield the strength of the primordial sacred bone. He had yet to consolidate his spirit. Devoid of the support of the sacred bone's might, He was merely an ordinary individual, possessing a strength of 700,000 pounds in the bone refinement realm. The disparity was vast. Without the enhancement of spirit, he would be utterly crushed. Yifan, born with the primordial sacred bone, had been tainted and his meridians poisoned. At that moment, Hui Mei, with an enchanting smile, raised her hand to tousle her gleaming head, seemingly privy to all of Yifan's secrets. This is getting interesting. Dare you challenge me? Has your primordial sacred bone's power been restored? Let me test your might. As Yifan heard this, a chill coursed through him, his complexion paling slightly, yet the words had not yet escaped his lips. Boom! Hui Mei let out a low shout, her foot striking the ground with ferocity, her body launching forward like an arrow, producing a thunderous sound as she barreled ahead. Akin to an ancient demonic bull, the sheer force caused the vast arena to shudder violently. Seemingly aware of Yifan's identity as the bearer of the primordial sacred bone, she held nothing back in her attack. Her overwhelming spirit surged forth, causing the surrounding air currents to swirl like a vortex, propelling her physical prowess to its zenith. Yifan's eyes brimmed with profound fear, his blood surging as he experienced a violent eruption, yet his feet instinctively retreated. Without the sacred bone's strength, he comprehended his own limitations. The possibility of being vanquished by this otherworldly figure was all too real. Fool, why are you fleeing? Get in there. Are you merely a disgrace to your sect? Below the arena, some disciples of the sect, having held their tongues for far too long, erupted in scathing insults. Something is amiss. Yi Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, sensing the unease, and abruptly rose to his feet. Yifan once remarked that, with the power of the primordial sacred bone, while he may not be able to defeat Hui Mei, he would certainly have no issue with the next three moves. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he murmured to himself, "To rise, one must dream." What a waste. Did you come to the stage merely to flee? Hui Mei's enchanting visage twisted with anger, initially believing that a worthy rival had ascended. But what was this? Stand still, she commanded. Buzz. With a fierce shout, Hui Mei dashed forward, swiftly bending like a great bow before unleashing a sudden, sword-like thrust, her luminous head colliding forcefully against Yifan's chest. Phew! Yifan expelled a copious amount of blood, his eyes bulging, yet he did not fly backward. Instead, Hui Mei's polished cranium had penetrated directly into his chest cavity, leaving a profound dent. Visibly, a significant bulge protruded from his back, precisely mirroring the size of Hui Mei's head. The sound of splintering bones echoed violently, blood gushed forth, instantly saturating his entire physique, while the stone platform beneath him was stained a deep crimson. Thick, dark red blood surged violently from Yifan's mouth. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn of events. I did not foresee this. You worthless being, how dare you challenge me? At this moment, however, Hui Mei appeared increasingly furious, her grotesque visage displaying signs of exasperation. Rising to her feet, she delivered a powerful punch that struck Yifan squarely in the center of his face, causing blood to splatter and stain Hui Mei's aberrant cheek. It seems that the Holy Heavenly Sect is truly devoid of capable individuals, allowing such a waste to ascend the stage, each one more incompetent than the last. Even the few inept members of the Yi family on the bone refinement ranking fall short in comparison. Sending such a worthless contender to humiliate me? Begone! With a furious shout, Hui Mei unleashed a kick that sent Yifan flying hundreds of meters away. A torrential spray of crimson blood erupting as he plummeted from the considerable height, crashing down onto the square below. At this juncture, Yifan's face was obscured by congealed blood, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. His bones lay shattered, and, as he lay on the ground, he was breathing heavily. A pitiful sight indeed. Yet, the surrounding disciples regarded him with nothing but revulsion and disdain, their expressions suggesting a desire to trample him in their fury. After pilfering and consuming a plethora of the sect's precious elixirs and treasures, he brazenly took to the stage, believing he could prove his worth. Yet, he failed to withstand even a single blow. What does it mean to be struck once? He was outright defeated before he had the chance to engage. Those who had previously faltered nonetheless faced their opponents head-on. Even a mere pig, having ingested such an abundance of divine elixirs and treasures, could muster a strength of several tens of thousands of pounds. The sect's reputation has indeed been tarnished. It is incomprehensible why the sect expends such vast resources to nurture this failure, were it not for his lineage as a descendant of the founding family. This wretch would not even qualify to be a novice disciple, let alone remain atop the main peak. A cacophony of insults resonated throughout the arena. Under ordinary circumstances, the disciples were preoccupied with their cultivation. Even upon learning of Yi Fan's squandering of precious elixirs, they would merely express mild discontent, muttering a few words, too apathetic to delve deeper. However, now that Hui Mei had taken the initiative to confront him, the matter pertained to the sect's dignity. In this critical moment, Yi Fan emerged, only to be toyed with and brutally beaten, igniting the collective wrath of all present. In times of peace, as a prominent scion, his antics were often tolerated, for everyone had grown accustomed to them. But at such a juncture, his foolishness seemed to mock the collective spirit of the sect, as if he reveled in their humiliation. Not a single soul felt pity for Yi Fan. Some disciples even called out for his death, demanding that his corpse be displayed as a warning to others. At this moment, the dignitaries of the sect atop the platform wore expressions beyond mere gloom. They felt as though they had been subjected to a farce, and had it not been for Hui Mei's status as the head of the founding family, they might have lost their temper. Describing their mood as overcast, akin to the ominous signs preceding a powerful storm, would not be an exaggeration. This is unexpected. I did not foresee this. Yi Tianxiong's veins throbbed at the corners of his eyes as he attempted to explain to the crowd. He spoke the truth, yet it was evident that none would believe him. The esteemed leader, it is well known that you are concerned for your nephew. But in such a grave occasion that pertains to the dignity of our sect, it may be unnecessary for him to perform on stage. A senior elder spoke in a deep tone, ultimately preserving some semblance of face for the leader by refraining from explicitly stating the words embarrassment and merely suggesting a performance. Enough of this. At such a moment, infighting only serves to provide amusement to outsiders. The elder from the Duanmu family wore a grim expression and stated, "Leader, I have heard that you ordered the young saint not to intervene, believing you could handle the situation. However, given the current circumstances, with the talents of the Yi family having suffered defeat, and some having brought shame to the Western ancient forbidden zone, our esteemed families have endured enough humiliation. Might I implore the leader to retract the order and allow the young saint to take action? Otherwise, the events of today may prove difficult to resolve. The ancestral teachings dictate that the interests of the sect must come first, and at such a time, we should cease our internal strife. Leader, please reconsider your command. Otherwise, the news of today's affair will make it impossible for our Holy Heavenly Sect to maintain its dignity. Leader, I beseech you to prioritize the reputation of our sect." Many high-ranking members of the sect echoed their sentiments, while King Chu, standing nearby, lowered his head in silence, hesitant to speak. After all, he too bore some responsibility in this matter. Yet, who could have anticipated that the situation would develop in this manner? To show one's face at such a time would invite scorn, a fate he had no desire to endure. Moreover, Yi Tianxiong had brought this upon himself through his own missteps. Had he not involved Yi Fan, the criticism directed at him would not have been so sharp. Yi Tianxiong's expression twisted in fury, veins bulging at his neck, as he faced the relentless accusations, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It suddenly dawned on him that something must have transpired during his absence. Yet why was the ire of the crowd solely aimed at him, with no mention of King Chu, especially since he had deliberately involved him to avoid any unforeseen complications? Nevertheless, Yi Tianxiong understood that in this scenario, any attempt at defense would be futile, only serving to further incite the crowd. Very well. Bloodshot, eyes glimmering with fury, Yi Tianxiong nearly spat the word from his throat. "I request the young Saint Chu Tian to take the stage." He recognized that regardless of whether the sect's dignity would be preserved, he had already lost all semblance of face today. His authority would inevitably be undermined, and it could indirectly affect everyone's perception of the Yi family. A family willing to sacrifice the interests of the sect for internal conflict would find no favor anywhere. At that moment, the numerous high-ranking officials and elders turned their gaze toward Chu Tian, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Tian, do you have confidence? The elder from the Duanmu family inquired, carefully considering his tone. You should be able to withstand 3 exchanges, correct? After all, this is the young saint, the legitimate heir of the founding family, the Chu family, with both parents being revered emperors. If Chu Tian were unwilling, none would dare to coerce him. Under the weight of many hopeful gazes, Chu Tian slowly rose, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture toward the senior elders. Then calmly declared, engaging him will be as easy as plucking a flower from a bush. Since the leader has already spoken, I am willing to take the stage for the honor of our sect. Personal glory or shame is of little consequence. However, esteemed uncles and grandfather, Chu Tian has one condition. As long as you agree, I will resolve the matter of Hui Mei within 3 moves. The high-ranking members of various sects were filled with astonishment, instinctively believing that this young man was excessively arrogant. After all, although this little bald head was indeed insufferably bold and rather irritating, his strength was undeniable. However, the expression and tone of Chu Tian conveyed an inexplicable sense of formidable confidence, as if his intervention would guarantee Hui Mei's swift defeat. What conditions? Inquired Elder Duanmu. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he turned to Yi Tianxiong and stated, from this moment forward, for any reason whatsoever, Yi Fan must not be absolved of his crimes or released from the realm of punishment. I have stated that he must bear the consequences of his actions. All the divine medicines and treasures he has consumed must be refined, even to the extent of being transformed directly into elixirs. Chapter 28. This is the first and last time. What a disgrace. At such a tender age, you exhibit such malice, relentlessly pursuing my Yi family's pride, as if you were intent on obliterating him. Yi Tianxiong suddenly barked, fixing his gaze upon Chu Tian, an aura of intimidation radiating from him, a formidable presence that could instill fear. As a revered emperor on the Hengtian ranking and the head of the Holy Heavenly Sect, Yi Tianxiong's accumulated authority was terrifying. A mere glare from him could render an ordinary adult weak at the knees, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Yet Chu Tian, having lived 2 lifetimes and embodying the spirit of a great mentor, possessed a will that was no less formidable than Yi Tianxiong's. With a hint of cold indifference gracing his lips, he met Yi Tianxiong's stare. Sect Master, as the holy son of the sect, I am upholding the rules of our order. The strong are revered, and only the exceptional may access all resources. Your nephew, Yi Fan, possesses neither talent nor strength, nor has he contributed anything to the sect. His clandestine consumption of numerous divine herbs is a gross waste of the sect's abundant resources and is, in itself, a capital offense. Were it not for Yi Hanwu's sacrificial confession and the Yi family's surrendering of a portion of divine herbs, he would have faced death long ago. Furthermore, this worthless individual dares to approach my fiancée, Liu Yun, under the pretense of having saved her, attempting to sow discord between us. For this alone, I could strike him down 1,000 times. What is he? A mere waste to trample upon me. I am merely respecting my own convictions. Standing firm against Yi Tianxiong's terrifying authority, Chu Tian's gaze remained icy and indifferent, undeterred as he stepped forward. Positioning himself a short distance in front of his father, Chu Tianwang, and declared coldly, Sect Master, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this will be both the first and the last time. To all the uncles and elders present, I implore you to bear witness. If the Yi family ever releases Yi Fan from the confines of the Sin domain again under any pretext, I shall follow my convictions and, according to the sect's rules, strike him down on the spot. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Chu Tian's frigid eyes, a deadly determination belied by his youthful visage. At that moment, the senior members of the sect and the esteemed elders were profoundly shaken, unable to fathom that this young boy had the audacity and fortitude to confront Yi Tianxiong directly. It was astonishing. Chu Tian was merely 8 years old, while many disciples in the sect, some over 20 and on the verge of igniting their divine fire, trembled in fear and could not even lift their heads in the presence of Yi Tianxiong. What remarkable resilience and unwavering spirit he possessed. Many practitioners sought such fortitude, but could only attain it through arduous trials. Yet, Chu Tian, at such a tender age, seemed to possess it innately. Chu Tianwang's heart trembled intensely as he gazed at his son, realizing as if for the first time who Chu Tian truly was. Over the years, had his son been enduring grievances, yielding to his old father? Given Chu Tian's talents, he should have already made a name for himself across the continent, basking in the spotlight and surrounded by countless accolades. It is due to him that the son spends his days sequestered on the sacred Emperor Peak, venturing out only occasionally to seek the enchanting melodies of the Liu family. Yet even because of this, he finds himself ensnared by external machinations. Congratulations to the host for triggering the second phase of the villain's unmasking. Defeat the Child of Destiny, Hui Mei, from the Zihong Sacred Sect, and receive a reward of 10,000 destiny points and a seedling of the innate spiritual herb, Enlightenment Tea Tree. The system's gentle voice echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Without waiting for Yi Tianxiong's response, Chu Tian propelled himself from the high platform, landing upon the arena with determination. Chu Tian, the holy son of the Holy Sky Sect, bore a cold smile as he beckoned Hui Mei with a casual flick of his fingers, declaring, "Do not squander time. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I shall defeat you in 3 moves." Boom! At this proclamation, silence enveloped the arena. Moments later, an explosion of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. The restrained emotions of the disciples of the sect bursting forth after a night of witnessing the famed prodigy Hui Mei's varied displays of prowess, leaving them with an indelible impression. They had witnessed enough. Here was the foremost sect of the continent, the Holy Sky Sect, and they could not fathom why an outsider, a mere bald youth, could act with such arrogance. "You may have surpassed me on the bone refinement list, and even claimed my cousin Hualian's top spot, Chu Tian. But now you finally dare to face my challenge." Hui Mei raised her hand, playfully tousling her hair, her enchanting visage twisting into a somewhat sinister grin. "You are brash indeed. Yet it remains to be seen what strength you possess." Boom! In an instant, Hui Mei vanished from her position, her form transforming into myriad afterimages that appeared at every point on the arena. At that moment, it seemed as if hundreds, if not thousands, of Hui Mei were simultaneously launching an assault on Chu Tian. Though Hui Mei spoke with bravado, she approached Chu Tian with utmost seriousness, directly employing her divine martial techniques. The Phantom Dragon's secret art, a pinnacle technique of the Zihong Sacred Sect, had been created by their 18th generation Holy Master, inspired by the ancient dragon's soaring trajectory, ranking among the top 10 martial arts across myriad realms, a notoriously challenging discipline that had not been mastered in many years. An elder, in Demu, gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. Other high-ranking members of various sects mirrored his disbelief. To think that at the bone refinement stage he had already comprehended such an elite technique and had made tangible progress. This bald youth's talent was indeed astounding. It was no wonder that the Zihong Sacred Sect, fully aware of the Holy Sun's strength of 150,000 pounds, still permitted his actions. A somber voice from a sect elder remarked, "With his intellect, he can unleash over 200,000 pounds of strength, and, coupled with his premier technique, he is virtually invincible at the body refinement stage. If the young Holy Sun falls to him, it would not be unjust, for he is 2 years younger and has yet to fully cultivate the sect's techniques. Let us hope the young Holy Sun can withstand 3 moves." At this moment, Yi Tianxiong's expression was exceedingly grim as he turned away from the battle on the arena to face King Chu. In a hushed tone, he implored, "Second brother, is the Chu family still under your command? How can you allow Shao Tian to act with such reckless abandon? Do we not agree to unite our efforts to revitalize the sect and to refrain from internal strife?" Yi Fan possessed the primal sacred bone. Although tainted, it still held immense potential. No matter the circumstances, Yi Tianxiong was resolute in not relinquishing hope. "It is not that I, as his uncle, do not care for him, but Shao Tian's temperament is exceedingly violent," harboring grudges and exhibiting a narrow-minded disposition. His actions have already begun to affect the relationship between our two families. As his father, should you not take some responsibility? Yi Tianxiang's tone grew increasingly frigid. Tianying has rendered service to the sect, and within the Yi family, I am hesitant to brother. Perhaps you should know when to stop. Suddenly, King Chu's somber voice resonated. Yi Tianxiang felt a jolt within as he met King Chu's gaze, who articulated each word with gravity. Brother, you must understand, Chu Tian is my only son. Over the years, due to matters concerning the sect, I have already imposed too many grievances upon him. We are well aware of right and wrong. This time, Xiao Tian has done nothing wrong. As his father, I shall no longer use the pretext of sect unity to bind him or restrict him. I cannot continue to wrong my son. Chapter 29. Crying out in dismay. This truly seems like a ghost encounter, second brother. What do you mean by this? Are you going to indulge Xiao Tian in his reckless behavior, thereby undermining the unity of the sect? Yi Tianxiang's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the space, causing both Yi Tianxiang and King Chu to shudder in unison as they turned their gaze towards the arena. There, amidst the throngs of bald-headed Hui Mei, a vertical eye opened in the center of Chu Tian's brow, emitting a brilliant purple light that surged forth. Instantly, the majority of the illusory figures dissipated like snow under the spring sun. The eye of Heavenly Tao, Yi Tianxiang's pupils constricted sharply. This is, my heavens, the eye of Heavenly Tao, Elder Duanmu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. The essence of the Tao flowed seamlessly, purple light overflowing, and the resonance of rules echoed. Resembling the likeness of the eye of Heavenly Tao created by the Taoist of fate, identical in form and characteristic. The eye of Heavenly Tao, how could you possibly? Hui Mei's voice trembled in horror as, bereft of the cover from the illusory figures, she stood exposed behind Chu Tian. Boom! With the illusions gone, Chu Tian appeared before her in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck Hui Mei squarely in the chest. Puff! Blood erupted from Hui Mei's mouth as her ribcage shattered, sending her hurtling through the air. Yet at that moment, Chu Tian emerged above her, his foot descending as Hui Mei crashed down onto the arena. The impact akin to a meteor's fall, shaking the ground and causing terrifying fissures to erupt. At this moment, on the opposite side of the platform, a white-robed elder, whose lips had previously curled into a smile, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "How dare you harm my young master?" A menacing aura radiated from him, darkening the sky above. However, just then, King Chu appeared before the white-robed elder, his expression placid as he placed a hand gently on the elder's shoulder, compelling him to return to his seat involuntarily. Elder Chu, do not be anxious. This is a battle of the younger generation, and the outcome has yet to be determined, King Chu remarked indifferently, turning to gaze upon Chu Tian. His eyes filled with astonishment. How could the eye of Heavenly Tao manifest in Xiao Tian? What was the unimaginable event that had transpired? The Zihong's sacred sect would surely tremble at this revelation. I am invincible in this world. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Hui Mei's furious voice echoed from the depths of the pit. Boom! Her body shot forth like a sharp sword, the gleaming head resembling an arrow as it surged straight towards Tianhong. A dense stream of mental energy swirled around her, condensing her strength into a singular point. The explosive force reaching an astounding 260,000 pounds, effectively doubling her might. Such overwhelming power could topple a mountain, let alone a mere human. To clash head-on? So be it. The eye of Heavenly Tao at Chu Tian's brow closed, releasing a profound mental energy. As the chaotic creation true scripture operated, he shouted lowly and suddenly unleashed a mighty slap. Boom! The air surged, the winds and clouds reversed. This strike seemed to tremble the very void. Resonating with a deep hum, the vibrant essence surged like an ascending flame, rendering him akin to a blazing sun suspended in the sky, radiating brilliance. At this moment, he possessed an astonishing strength of 180,000 pounds. Bolstered by formidable spirit, the force of his strike transcended 400,000 pounds. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of a thunderclap, causing those near the arena to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. His hand struck fiercely upon the luminous head of Hui Mei, leaving 5 distinct, dark crimson imprints visibly sunk into the bare crown, prompting a shriek of agony as Hui Mei's distorted visage, contorted in pain, propelled back into the pit with alarming speed. The arena trembled violently, akin to a celestial meteor crashing down upon the peak of the Holy Emperor, fissures appearing around the periphery. Dust billowed upward, and fragments of stone flew through the air, creating a scene of terror. The disciples from various sects surrounding the arena stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Gazing at Chu Tian's slender frame and youthful countenance, they found it utterly incomprehensible that such a fierce and potent force had emanated from his being. It was truly unfathomable that a child possessed the power capable of shattering mountains. On the high platform, the leaders of various sects were left in shock, their minds consumed by a singular thought as they beheld Chu Tian's diminutive figure. This young lad was not boasting. He genuinely possessed remarkable strength. This was the prodigious talent of our Holy Sky sect. Suddenly, Elder Duanmu let out a boisterous laugh, liberating the pent-up frustration that had accumulated moments before. One of the prodigy from the Compassionate Voyage sect. 3 moves to defeat you. And indeed, it was 3 moves. This was cathartic, allowing that little bald head to revel in arrogance. On our Holy Sky sect's territory, we showed you mercy. The young saint was too lenient, pulling back at the last moment. In my opinion, he should have delivered a more decisive blow. The leaders of various sects began to voice their frustrations, venting the indignation they had just experienced. For years, no one had dared to act so brazenly on the Holy Sky sect's grounds, arrogantly issuing challenges as if the sect were devoid of power. The only reason this was tolerated was due to the formidable background of the Compassionate Voyage sect. Had it been a lesser sect, they would have faced annihilation. For a while, no sound emerged from the pit. Hui Mei did not rise again. It seemed to validate Chu Tian's assertion. 3 moves indeed meant 3 moves. No more, no less. Young master, are you all right? An elder clad in white appeared within the pit, gazing at the young master lying in the depths, his eyes devoid of spirit, filled with compassion. He hurriedly assisted the young master, grinding a miraculous herb into powder and sprinkling it upon Hui Mei's head. The young master, accustomed to a life of ease and impunity, was unprepared for such a devastating blow. Suddenly, Hui Mei burst into inconsolable tears, her voice heart-wrenching. Grandfather Chu, he struck me and humiliated me, and I could not prevail against him. Hui Mei wept bitterly, large tears streaming down her cheeks as if they were of no consequence. It seems as though it was not he who had visited, overwhelming the prodigy of the sacred celestial sect's bone-forging realm, but rather that Chu Tian had somehow bullied him. Hui Mei nestled into the embrace of the elder in white, her shoulders shaking incessantly, filled with profound grievance. Young master, do not weep, do not weep. You are the most exceptional. This time, the defeat was due to his possession of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed so easily over you. The elder in white gently consoled her, yet internally he was filled with astonishment. He understood that even without the eye of the heavenly Tao, the young master would have undoubtedly been unable to prevail. It would have merely been a more arduous victory for Chu Tian. The sheer force of 400,000 pounds, had Chu Tian not withdrawn at the last moment, would have likely resulted in a single slap that could have obliterated the young master's head. Not only would a head have perished, but even a mountain would have been shattered. Woo woo woo. Hui Mei cried, even more sorrowfully. Didn't my cousin embark on the cultivation of the heavenly destiny Taoist master's legacy? Why has the eye of the heavenly Tao manifested upon him? This is precisely what my cousin desires most. The elder in white sighed and replied, Grandfather Chu is equally perplexed. A message has already been sent back to the sacred sect. It truly is as if encountering a specter. Chapter 30, Brother. Allow me to bow to you. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Child of Fortune, Hui Mei, successfully bringing him to tears and earning a reward of 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations for completing the second phase of the task, no longer low-key, as a villain, receiving a reward of 10,000 destiny points, with a seedling of the innate spiritual herb, the enlightenment tree, now placed in the warehouse. A gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ear. His expression remained calm, yet upon seeing Hui Mei, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. In the original narrative, the highly popular ghostly sacred sovereign, renowned for his otherworldly beauty, extraordinary talent, elusive movements, and formidable strength, had made a name across the myriad realms, even exchanging blows with Yi Fan. His tempestuous temperament had led Yi Fan to ambush him, sealing him and selling him in a brothel. Who could have imagined that as a child, he would be so fragile, reduced to tears by a mere blow? After all, he was only 10 years old, a child who had yet to weather the storms of life. Remember, this is the territory of the Sacred Heaven Sect. It is not your place to act with impunity, Chu Tian said lightly, concluding his statement before stepping down from the arena. The throngs of disciples below regarded him with awe, instinctively parting to allow him passage, even though many among them were of a much higher cultivation realm than he. Such was the treatment afforded to a top-tier prodigy. Approaching Yi Fan, Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Although Yi Fan lay in a state of unconsciousness, his previously concave chest, struck by Hui Mei, had remarkably returned to its original state, his breathing steady. Chu Tian understood that this was due to the divine essence coalescing within Yi Fan's body after consuming numerous divine herbs and treasures, combined with the power of the primordial sacred bone, rendering him akin to an indestructible cockroach. In the original plot, he had endured severe injuries countless times, faced myriad crises, and engaged in reckless behavior. Yet he thrived and rose anew, all for this reason. System, is there a method to extract the divine herb's power from within him? Chu Tian pondered inwardly. He had initially planned to imprison Yi Fan in the Sin Domain prison, monitoring him closely for an opportunity to act, but Yi Tianxiong, lurking in the shadows, suddenly cast aside all pretense and directly brought Yi Fan forth, intending to exonerate him. As the sect master, Yi Tianxiong wielded considerable influence by stepping into the limelight, and Chu Tian had no desire to leave this significant threat lingering for too long. The child of fortune harbored too many possibilities, only adding to the uncertainties. A strong desire to eliminate Yi Fan surged within him, contemplating the immediate obliteration of his skull. However, he sensed an elusive, chilling gaze fixated upon him from the high platform, scrutinizing his every movement. Yi Tianxiong was keenly observing him, giving Yi Tianxiong strength. The likelihood of killing Yi Fan beneath his watchful eyes was approaching zero, yet unable to eliminate him. Chu Tian did not wish to allow this child of fortune to roam freely. While the Sin Domain prison could not fully restrain him, every action would be under Chu Tian's vigilant gaze. This was one of the reasons Chu Tian dared to confront Yi Tianxiong directly. The host could transition to practicing alchemy, mastering the supreme scriptures of the alchemist king's Heart Sutra, and cultivating the destiny extraction technique, which would enable him to effortlessly extract the divine herb's power from Yi Fan's body upon reaching the harmonization realm. The gentle and melodious voice soon resumed. Host, the power of the divine medicine is fundamental to Yi Fan's survival. Without the treatment of the divine medicine, the potent toxicity within him poses a significant risk to his life. This indeed presents a path to eradicate the Son of Destiny. By completely eliminating the Son of Destiny, the host will receive a substantial reward of destiny points. How many destiny points are required to exchange for the Dan King's Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique? Chu Tian felt a stirring in his heart. He certainly did not intend to switch to the practice of alchemy. He understood the wisdom in not overextending oneself. A person's energy is finite, and professional matters should be left to professionals. His foolish second sister, Chu Yueyao, had been schemed against by Yi Tianxiong since childhood, following the deathly poison sovereign to learn poison techniques and alchemy. Despite possessing extraordinary talent for cultivation, she had been suppressed by her mastery of poison and diverted onto the path of alchemy. However, given that she had already embarked on this journey, it would be most fitting for her to cultivate the Dan King's Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique, thereby freeing herself from the control of the deathly poison sovereign. Host, a total of 11,000 destiny points are required, the system replied. That is not an excessive amount. Chu Tian not that Tao Gu Fun. He had inquired with Chu Tian, and his second sister, Chu Yueguang, would be returning shortly to collect some precious divine medicine for the deathly poison sovereign. After all, alchemy is not mainstream. Although it is a top-tier scripture, its price is not particularly high. At this moment, two disciples from the law enforcement hall appeared and respectfully addressed Chu Tian, young saint. We have come on the orders of the hall master to apprehend the escaped convict, Yi Fan. Chu Tian not that. Understanding that Chu Tian had learned of the situation and sent someone to pursue him. He waved his hand and instructed, take him away, strengthen the guards, and inform my third uncle to decree that no one is to take Yi Fan out of the Sin Domain prison without my permission. Remember, this applies to anyone. Yi Fan had been taken away directly by Yi Tianxiong without the consent of the hall master, Chu Tian. To label him as an escaped convict was not entirely unfounded. However, if Yi Fan were to successfully withstand the 3 moves from Hui Mei and achieve merit for the sect, coupled with the Yi family providing a portion of divine medicine and receiving the approval of the higher-ups, he might truly clear his name. Yi Tianxiong's expression turned dark as he was publicly labeled as the mastermind behind Yi Fan's escape. This was clearly an affront from Chu Tian, challenging his authority as the sect leader for not adhering to the sect's rules and procedures, bypassing him as the hall master to privately remove a serious offender from the Sin Domain prison. Furthermore, Chu Tian's words, referring to anyone, evidently pointed to him as the sect leader. Yet, even as he was humiliated by these two, he could not retort. The disgraceful performance of Yi Fan on the arena had indeed brought shame upon the sect, and it could even be said that he had tarnished the sect's reputation. Had it not been for Chu Tian stepping in to defeat Hui Mei, the Holy Heavenly Sect would have become a laughingstock. At this juncture, Yi Fan's continued survival relied solely on his surname and the protection of his uncle, the sect leader. Moreover, with Chu Tian now uncooperative, having just achieved a significant feat and garnered the praise of many senior elders, Yi Tianxiong could only wear a grim expression, remaining silent as he watched Yi Fan be captured once more. Very well, young saint. In a state of unconsciousness, Yi Fan was swiftly shackled with iron chains by the law enforcement disciples and taken away, vanishing from the sacred Emperor Peak. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity as he lifted his gaze to the pallid face of Yi Tianxiong on the high platform, before he turned to descend the sacred Emperor Peak. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt someone clinging to his thigh. Turning around, he looked down to find a gleaming bald head before him, upon which faint traces of 5 dark red fingerprints were still discernible, though they had nearly healed. Yu Mei, with wide eyes, clutched his leg with both hands, her strikingly ethereal face tinged with embarrassment, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she resolutely declared, "Big brother, please accept me as your little brother." Before long, Chu Tian, bewildered, returned to the sacred Emperor Peak, now accompanied by a bald little follower, Hui Mei. He found the situation rather absurd. After stepping out to engage in a brawl, he had inexplicably gained a little brother, and a child of fortune at that. Yet, Hui Mei's following him had received the tacit approval of King Chu Tian, despite the earlier commotion where Hui Mei had boldly asserted her opinions. For the two colossal sects involved, it was merely a minor episode. The Zihong Holy Sect, which Hui Mei represented, had long occupied the esteemed position as the foremost sect on the Hengtian Continent, and naturally, King Chu Tian sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, making it awkward for him to dismiss her. However, the notion that a child of fortune, having endured a beating, would shamelessly insist on recognizing him as an elder brother struck Chu Tian as exceedingly peculiar. After all, he was a man bound to a villainous system. "Big brother, this is a token of my respect for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you," Hui Mei said, as she returned to the main hall, producing a violet box. Upon opening it, a rich essence of vitality and profound Taoist principles wafted into the air. Within lay a divine fruit, resembling an apple in size, adorned with purple veins, exuding a captivating allure. The Zihong's sacred fruit? Upon seeing it, Chu Tian's expression returned to calm. He closed the box with a steady hand and remarked, "One does not receive rewards without merit. And furthermore, I just gave you a beating." This Zihong's sacred fruit was reputed to cleanse impurities from a body, facilitate a rebirth, and comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, proving invaluable for breaking through to the emperor's realm. You wouldn't be offering me such a weighty gift in hopes of another beating, would you? If that is the case, I could easily oblige you right now, Chu Tian said with a half-smile, raising his hand as intense mental fluctuations surged. Big brother, please, please don't. I yield. I cannot contend with you. Hui Mei scratched her shining bald head, a hint of embarrassment creeping on her face as she continued. But you must promise me that this remains a secret. Also, can you teach me how to cultivate the eye of heavenly Tao? I wish to pursue my cousin, the one who ranked first in the Earth list, Liu Yun. Chapter 31. This is rather unfortunate. Do you wish to pursue the Saintess Liu Yun? Chu Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The Saintess Liu Yun is, after all, the most prominent female figure in the original narrative, at least. That's the case for now in the author's unfinished storyline. In other words, within the current realm of Hengtian, the Saintess Liu Yun stands as one of the most exceptional prodigies. However, in the original plot, there is no indication of Hui Mei harboring feelings for Liu Yun. At most, it is merely depicted that Yi Fan took advantage of Liu Yun, causing her distress, which ignited Hui Mei's wrath, leading her to pursue Yi Fan relentlessly. Could it be that Hui Mei's furious pursuit of Yi Fan is not solely due to Liu Yun being her senior sister, but rather because she has secretly harbored feelings for Liu Yun, yet dared not confess? The more Chu Tian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The flamboyant and reckless ghostly Saint Venerable has secretly adored his senior sister, the Saintess Liu Yun, for decades, all while witnessing her succumb to Yi Fan, yet never mustering the courage to reveal his feelings? This is indeed quite tragic. Hui Mei lowered her head and smiled, seemingly a bit shy, vigorously scratching her gleaming head, as if her scalp itched. Yet, Chu Tian thought it unlikely that her bald head would harbor any flakes. Brother, this is something I can only share with you. You must not disclose it, or else others will mock me. With a furrowed brow, Hui Mei continued, the primary reason I have come to the Holy Heavenly Sect to challenge you is not merely because you usurp my position at the top of the bone refining rankings. It is because you seek to attract the attention of the Saintess Liu Yun by claiming the first position on the Earth rankings. Chu Tian can li into that, articulating the remainder of her thoughts. Brother, you are truly astute. How could you have guessed? Hui Mei gazed at Chu Tian with astonishment, as if he were a celestial being. Reserved individuals often behave this way. Chu Tian muset silenti, reflecting on the rarity of someone who has harbored unspoken affections for decades. Your extravagant actions, your posturing and pretentiousness are all attempts to capture the attention of your goddess, the Saintess Liu Yun. The mere glance from her would set your heart racing, yet you would strive to maintain an air of calm indifference. Am I correct? Chu Tian remarked with a playful smile. Oh my, brother, from now on, you shall be my true elder brother. Everything you say is spot on. Yu Mei, increasingly elated, rushed forward to embrace Chu Tian's leg. This is why I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother, to learn the eye of heavenly Tao. My cousin cultivates the scriptures of the Tao of destiny, and the eye of heavenly Tao is the culmination of the insights of the Tao of destiny. It is of utmost importance to her. Once I master it, I will. Hui Mei faltered, her cheeks flushed, and, after a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Regardless, as long as you teach me, for this lifetime, you will be my true elder brother. Wherever you lead, I shall follow without question. I cannot teach it, Chu Tian replied, shaking his head. The eye of heavenly Tao is a direct inheritance bestowed upon me by the Tao of destiny, akin to a unique imperial weapon. There is no specific method of cultivation. It must be comprehended through enlightenment. Brother, I understand. Just allow me to stay by your side each day to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. Should any difficulties arise, please guide me, dear brother. The eye of heavenly Tao holds great significance for my cousin. She will undoubtedly cultivate as well, and at that time, I shall be able to join her. Hui Mei spoke, suddenly bursting into a fit of laughter, seemingly lost in a daydream. Slap! Witnessing Hui Mei's rather awkward demeanor, Chu Tian felt speechless and swiftly delivered a light smack to her shiny head. Alas, I accept the holy fruit of compassionate navigation. If you wish to follow, then do so. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. But one condition remains: do not disturb my cultivation. Chu Tian remarked calmly as he took the box and entered the room. Thank you, brother. Hui Mei's delighted voice echoed from behind. At that moment, Xing Nu, who had been stationed outside the door, furrowed her brow and said, Since the young master has permitted it, you must remain here obediently and refrain from wandering. This is the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, filled with countless restrictive formations. If you accidentally trigger them, no one can save you. Xing Nu felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, she had been tasked with guarding the young master's door, and this was her territory. Now, a bald little brat appeared to usurp her domain. Once Chu Tian entered the room, Hui Mei shifted her expression, her eyes narrowing as she cast a sidelong glance at Xing Nu. You are my brother's personal maid, aren't you? Not bad-looking, fair-skinned, and well-proportioned. However, you pale in comparison to my senior sister. What is your name? This bald little brat, though undeniably attractive, was somehow quite unlikable. Xing Nu's expression darkened as she replied, I have no name, only a code, Xing Nu. Do you wish to know who I am? Hui Mei asked nonchalantly, hands clasped behind her back. I do not wish to know. I am from the Compassionate Navigation Sect, the heir of the Hui family, Hui Mei. I shall be the future leader of the Compassionate Navigation Sect, and your young master is my brother, my sworn sibling. Hui Mei déclared. I intend to stay here for a while. As long as you behave, you shall reap the rewards. Where are you going? Hui Mei's sentence trailed off as she noticed Xing Nu turning to leave. To fetch the medicinal liquid required for the young master's cultivation. Perfect. Bring me a barrel of that liquid as well, Hui Mei commanded imperiously. I too shall cultivate here and comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. Alas, speaking to you, a mere maid is futile. Just heed my words. Rest assured, my elders have already communicated with your family head, King Chu Tian. No one will reprimand you. If you need the medicinal liquid, follow me. I only serve the young master. Xing Nu's expression darkened further, for some reason. Looking at the boastful little bald head made her want to slap the back of his shiny head. You little girl, dare you defy me? Do you know what my relationship with your young master is? Hui Mei retorted angrily. At that moment, Chu Tian's calm voice drifted from within the room. Xing Nu, this is the Holy Emperor Peak, your home. No matter who it is, should they dare to belittle or insult you, you are free to strike them. The young master will support you. As soon as the words fell, Hui Mei's expression soured. She feared nothing in the world, but she harbored a psychological shadow regarding Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is nearly the same age as him. Striking him cannot be deemed as bullying the young. Yet, he finds himself utterly incapable of matching his prowess. In terms of background, Chu Tian's parents are both esteemed emperors, particularly the formidable Sword Emperor Jian Kongzhu, whose very name instills fear even in the hearts of seasoned warriors. In every conceivable aspect, Chu Tian possesses the upper hand. Suddenly, Hui Mei felt a sharp pain at the back of her head as Xing Nu, with a scowling countenance, unhesitatingly delivered a slap to her nape. Deep down, Xing Nu considered himself to have a rather good temperament, yet he had never before been driven to strike anyone with such fervor. This little bald head seemed to exude an aura that incited an irresistible urge to strike. You, Hui Mei glared intensely, taken aback that a mere servant, emboldened by her slightly superior realm, dared to slap her. I swear, if I were to summon my father's influence. My father is an emperor. With each proclamation, she was met with another resounding slap. You are finished, utterly finished. Do you not realize you have struck the future of the Compassionate Sea Holy Sect? All right, dear sister, I will procure the medicinal solution myself. Just cease with the slapping. Chapter 32, The Eye of Fate. The return of Jian Kongzhu. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the Child of Fortune and acquiring the sacred fruit of compassion, rewarded with 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the Child of Fortune, rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. It reminded the host that eliminating the Child of Fortune would yield substantial destiny points as a reward. Chu Tian glanced at the small bald man outside, who was also indulging in a medicinal bath, and felt a flicker of temptation. This was the territory of the Holy Emperor Peak. Eliminating this little bald man would indeed pose little challenge for him. However, upon deeper contemplation, Chu Tian ultimately abandoned this notion. While it would be simple to dispose of Hui Mei, her demise within the confines of the Holy Sky Sect would inevitably lead to endless troubles. The Chu family had yet to resolve their various predicaments within the sect. There was no need to provoke the formidable compassionate Sea sect further. Chu Tian retrieved the sacred fruit of compassion and consumed it. The fruit dissolved instantly, transforming into a powerful violet energy that began to purify his body. The sacred fruit of compassion is an unparalleled divine medicine, revered as the elixir of immortality, and serves as the treasured essence of the compassionate Sea sect, cultivated over an extraordinarily lengthy period, its rarity surpassing even that of the sacred pulse blossom. This supreme elixir possesses tremendous benefits for practitioners across various realms, aiding in body refinement, spirit cultivation, and even breakthroughs to the Emperor's level and comprehension of the Tao. It is likely that the compassionate Sea sect has very few of these elixirs, reserved primarily for Hui Mei's body refinement and spiritual fortification, yet he had employed it for frivolous pursuits instead. Suddenly, Hui Mei, immersed in the medicinal tub, felt a chill and shivered, opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze on Xingnu. Could it be that this maid had developed an addiction to striking his head? It appeared he would need to find an opportunity to curry favor with this lady. Otherwise, enduring daily assaults on his head would be unbearable. Little did he know, he had just narrowly escaped death. As night fell, starlight cascaded down, draping the Holy Sky Sect in a silken silver veil. In the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, numerous high-ranking officials gathered. King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong occupied the central seats, while the senior members of the Holy Sky Sect took their places to the left. On the right, an elderly figure clad in white from the compassionate Sea sect sat at the forefront, accompanied by a group of elegantly dressed men and women, exuding an air of nobility. Above the hall, a projection of a divine soul hovered, its features obscured, draped in a voluminous white robe, emanating a terrifying majesty that rivaled that of King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong seated at the head. Boom! Suddenly, King Chu Tian's deep, seething voice reverberated through the hall. Who dares to covet the eye of destiny from my son's brow? I care not whether the eye belongs to the Tao sovereign or anyone else. What I know is that the eye of destiny has already recognized my son as its master. Anyone who dares to target my son shall pay with their life. King Chu Tian's expression was one of fury as he surveyed the gathered figures in white, particularly the elder Chu at the forefront, his eyes brimming with a terrifying killing intent. He then directed his gaze towards the divine soul projection in the air, Tao, sovereign of fortune. If the compassionate Sea sect seeks to wage war against my Holy Sky sect, I shall gladly oblige. However, I do not wish to hear such words again. You are dismissed. The Lord of Chu erupted with a rare and formidable presence, a terrifying aura that rendered many powerful men and women of the compassionate voyage sacred sect pale. Imperial Lord of Heaven, please temper your wrath, spoke the heavenly fate Taoist, his voice measured and calm. He was the current leader of the compassionate voyage sacred sect, ranked 85th on the celestial rankings, surpassing both the Lord of Chu and Yi Tianxiong. I have not come to coerce your sacred sect, but rather with great sincerity to seek a discussion. You both must understand the immense significance of the Eye of Heaven's Tao to our compassionate voyage sacred sect. The Destiny Taoist is one of the most formidable figures in our sect's history. Her refinement of the Eye of Heaven's Tao offers tremendous benefits to the cultivation of our members. Our current holy maiden, Hui Lian, cultivates the Tao of Heaven Scripture, and should she acquire the Eye of Heaven's Tao, her potential would be greatly enhanced. As for the young holy son, Chu Tian, his scripture is likely the imperial scripture of the Chu family or perhaps the sacred heaven scripture. While the Eye of Heaven's Tao would also benefit him, it would not yield its maximum effect. If your sect consents, you may propose any conditions, and I assure you, As a man of integrity and with the reputation of my sect, that once the eye of Heaven's Tao is extracted, it will not harm the foundation of the young Holy Son in the slightest. The expression of the Lord of Chu grew increasingly grim, a dark aura swirling around him. Within the grand hall, the senior members of the Chu family also appeared increasingly displeased. Heavenly Fate Taoist, I repeat. The Lord of Chu nearly spat each word through clenched teeth. Brother, please do not lose your temper, interjected Yi Tianxiong, placing a hand on the shoulder of the Lord of Chu, his own expression somber. The Heavenly Fate Taoist intentions are for the benefit of the sect. As leaders of the sect, we must remain composed and understand his perspective. Buzz. The Lord of Chu felt a buzzing in his mind, incredulous as he exclaimed, Brother, what do you mean by that? Little Tian has grown under your watch. You even proposed to take him as your adopted son, only to relent because of Kong Zhu's unwillingness. Even if little Tian's attitude towards you has faltered recently due to the matters with the Liu family, it is understandable. He is still a child. How can you say such things now? The eye of Heaven's Tao had already been refined by little Tian, recognized as his master, and fused with his very flesh. How could you expect me to comprehend or remain calm when you suggest forcibly extracting it from his brow? Bloodshot veins filled the Lord of Chu's eyes, and the muscles in his neck bulged as he incredulously gazed at his most trusted and respected elder brother. You must calm down, listen to what I have to say, Yi Tianxiong urged, his voice firm. As leaders of the sect, we must consider the long-term benefits for our organization. Look at what happened to Uncle Hongwu, who was driven to suicide due to his mistakes, or how the child of our third brother is imprisoned because of little Tian. As the sect leader and head of the Yi family, have I ever spoken out against it? The Lord of Chu's eyes were filled with fury, his fists clenched tightly as his anger surged. The significance of the eye of heaven to the compassionate navigation sacred sect is well understood. The eye of heaven is determined to secure their interests, and rather than allowing them to plot in secrecy against Chu Tian, it would be more prudent to acquiesce and procure substantial benefits for the sect from them. Yi Tianxiong spoke in a low tone. Chu Tian has grown under my watchful eye. I cannot bear to see him harmed. However, for the long-term welfare of the sect, my brother, you must understand my position. Even if it were not Chu Tian, but my own flesh and blood, for the sake of the sect's interests, I would suppress my reluctance. King Chu trembled, his heart filled with boundless rage. Yet, Yi Tianxiong's incessant focus on the sect's larger interests left him at a loss for how to counter such arguments. Suddenly, the heavens split apart, and a beam of sword light crossed the void, aimed directly at the Tao sovereign of destiny and Yi Tianxiong. The terrifying sword energy rent the sky above the sacred Emperor Peak, as if even time and space were to be obliterated by its brilliance. Jian Kongzhu, have you lost your mind to strike at the sect's main peak? Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened as he rose in fury, his fist clenched tightly, launching a powerful blow into the depths of the void to confront the sword light directly. The broken sword divine, sovereign vanished, retreating into the depths of time and space. Yet the sword light relentlessly pursued, cleaving through the fabric of reality and diminishing the essence of his projected soul significantly. Within the main hall, the senior members of the sect were taken aback, hastily employing their powers to dispel the dissipating sword energy. Otherwise, countless lives upon the sacred Emperor Peak would be at risk from the residual shockwaves. On the sacred Emperor Peak, the hunchbacked elder observed with a grin, his sparse yellowed teeth visible as he withdrew the silver small sword from his hand. Fortunately, before departing, the lady had anticipated her husband's temperament and discreetly arranged a means of contact for him. Chapter 33. No interference. Speak to my son instead, madam. Why have you returned once more? King Chu rose, gazing at the ethereal projection of the sword-wielding sword Kongzhu, whose murderous aura pierced the heavens. Trembling, he implored, please, do not act impulsively. I am merely in discussion with my elder brother. First, sheath your sword. You coward, Chu. Thankfully, I kept a watchful eye. Had I not returned, you would have been sold out, your own son's brow gouged, and you would still be left paying others. Do step aside quietly. Sword Kongzhu's voice was frigid, laced with a palpable threat, as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Tianxiong. Old man, Do you think that because I have returned to my maternal home, I cannot wield my sword against you? You dare to plot against my precious son. Have you truly lost your senses? The air around Sword Kongzhu vibrated with the energy of her broken sword. The strands of sword chi flowing forth distorted the very fabric of Shengdi Peak, threatening to cleave it in two with a single strike. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened to an extreme, his fists clenched tightly. He could not comprehend how this woman, who was supposed to be far away in the ancient sword divine clan, separated by endless starry skies and numerous realms, had acquired such swift news and returned with impeccable timing. It seemed that his desire to take advantage of this moment to neutralize Chu Tian would be thwarted. Sword Kongzhu, this is a matter of great significance for our sect. I am the sect master and am currently in discussion with my second brother. Discussion? What is there to discuss? Sword Kongzhu's voice turned icily sharp as she interrupted Yi Tianxiong. Tell me, what is there to negotiate? Are you proposing terms under which you might exchange for the gouging of my precious son Esperao, the Eye of Heaven Dao? The entirety of your Yi family combined is worth less than a single finger of my beloved son. What do you have to offer in return? Dare you to attempt such a thing? Sword Kongzhu then turned to King Chu, her voice cold as ice. King Chu, you tell me, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? King Chu wore a bitter smile, though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Madam speaks the truth. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened further, yet he remained silent, realizing the futility of the situation. Sword Kongzhu directed her gaze towards the depths of time and space, addressing the Taoist of heavenly fate with indifference. You best retract your little schemes. Should my precious son suffer even a single hair's harm, those two little ones from the Zihong sacred sect, named Huolian and Hui Mei, hiding within the depths of your sect, shall meet their demise. If you doubt this, feel free to test me. As Sword Kongzhu concluded, her gaze shifted towards Shangwang Peak. Seemingly able to see Chu Tian cultivating within the medicinal barrel, her eyes filled with affection as her projection gradually faded, traversing the boundless starry expanse. Multiple realm projections initiated their movements. Even with her formidable strength, she could not endure for long. The white-clad Elder Chu, along with numerous men and women from the Zihong sacred sect, bore expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing a myth come to life, crossing the infinite starry skies, simultaneously striking down the Emperor Tianxiong and the Holy Lord. Was this not the essence of myth? They began to comprehend that the Eye of Heaven Dao rightfully belonged to the Zihong sacred sect, and its reclamation was indeed justified. Why is the typically domineering and assertive sect leader suddenly chosen to negotiate earnestly with the Holy Heavenly Sect, even willing to pay a considerable price? The Taoist of heavenly fate emerged from the depths of time and space, his expression tinged with helplessness. He sighed and clasped his fists towards King Chu, saying, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My actions are indeed for the benefit of our sect and the future generations, compelled by circumstances beyond my control. I too am perplexed as to why the Eye of Heavenly Tao has recognized your son as its master. He is neither a disciple of my compassionate navigation sect, nor has he cultivated our sect's techniques. It is truly bewildering. The Taoist of heavenly fate shook his head, his voice imbued with resignation. If it were not absolutely necessary, who would wish to penetrate the brow of a child with both parents being sovereigns? Yet, the Eye of Heavenly Tao is of paramount importance to the compassionate navigation sect, especially for Huolian, a prodigy who emerges only once in hundreds of thousands of years. It is crucial for her future endeavors. I have scoured the myriad realms, beseeched countless powerful beings, and paid a hefty price for diviners to predict the fate. Yet I have been unable to locate the inheritance of the Taoist of destiny, who would have anticipated that the Eye of Heavenly Tao would appear, only to recognize the Holy Son of the Holy Heavenly Sect as its master. At this moment, Hui Mei, that mischievous lad, was situated atop the Holy Emperor Peak. In due time, I shall summon the little girl Hui Lian as well, the Taoist of heavenly fate declared, clasping his fists. Henceforth, it seems our two little ones from the compassionate navigation sect will frequently trouble your esteemed son. I hope the esteemed Emperor Tianxiong will grant us this favor. and my compassionate navigation sect shall certainly offer ample recompense. King Chu replied with a smile. That is agreeable. The Holy Heavenly Sect has had a long-standing relationship with your sect. As long as my mischievous son does not drive anyone away, I, as his father, have no objections. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong's countenance had darkened to its utmost extent. His greatest fear had ultimately come to fruition. This development meant that the Chu family had formed a connection with the Compassionate Navigation Sect. The Compassionate Navigation Sect had bypassed its own sect to seek assistance from the Chu family, and King Chu's influence within the sect was bound to soar. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from outside the main hall. Who dares to penetrate my nephew's brow? I will put them to death. Chu Tian strode into the hall, his face radiating ferocity, wielding a lifeless corpse clad in a snowy white dress. The terrifying authority of the sovereign emanated from the corpse. Brother, is it that old trickster Yi Tianxiong stirring trouble again? By the heavens, I cannot endure this any longer. They have bullied my Chu family. Whoever dares to pierce the brow of my family's pride shall face my wrath, and I will lead the law enforcement hall to annihilate their entire lineage. Chu Tian's fury surged as his gaze swept across the numerous high-ranking members of various sects, ultimately landing on Yi Tianxiong. Yi Tianxiong, I once regarded you as a brother, but do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. There is nothing to discuss regarding this matter. There is no room for negotiation. Everyone be gone. King Chu, spitting with rage, had been attending to matters concerning the Liu family when he received the news. Nearly exploding with fury and hastily rushing over with the corpse of the Taoist of destiny in hand. Chu Tian, you have gone too far. This is the main hall of the sect leader, not your holy emperor peak. Yi Tianxiong was filled with rage. He was the lord of the Holy Heaven Sect. First, there was Jian Kongzhu, and now another named Chu Tianyun had emerged. Chu Tianyun se zipiten. At that moment, King Chu approached and quietly informed him of the situation. Nevertheless, his eyes were still filled with murderous intent as they swept over the Compassionate Navigation Sect, led by Elder Chu. How dare the Compassionate Navigation Sect bully my Chu family? At this juncture, the Taoist of Heavenly Fortune suddenly spoke, addressing Chu Tianyun. Master Tianyun, what you possess is none other than the imperial corpse of our sect as founding ancestor, the Taoist of destiny. I seem to sense the essence of the Tao pearl within you. Indeed, but what of it? Chu Tianyun retorted with a cold smile, his aura thick with malevolence. After little Tian acquired the inheritance of the imperial corpse, I intended to return it to your Compassionate Navigation Sect out of respect for your dignity. However, you audaciously sought to extract the eye of the heavenly Tao from little Tian's brow. Therefore, if you desire the imperial corpse, you may approach little Tian yourself. I shall not intervene. With that, Chu Tianyun exited the main hall, carrying the imperial corpse and soaring directly towards the sacred emperor peak. Can the heavenly King Taoist? The Taoist of Heavenly Fortune looked at King Chu, his face marked by helplessness. He had never anticipated that the young holy son, Chu Tian, had received not merely the eye of the heavenly Tao, but the entirety of the inheritance from the Taoist of destiny, including the corpse. It was truly a sight beyond belief. King Chu smiled wryly and remarked, "As you can see, I cannot involve myself in this matter. You may send someone to negotiate with my son. P.S. For newcomers and their new works, if the esteemed readers find it satisfactory, please extend a small encouragement to the budding author." Chapter 34. In this middle age, he truly wants to slay him on the sacred emperor peak. The starlight cascaded down, illuminating a sleepless night. During this night, Huimei endured immense suffering and torment, never having felt so tortured before, grappling with both psychological and physical assaults. What tormented Huimei the most was the realization that, throughout the night, he had barely managed to absorb the potency of a single barrel of medicinal liquid. In contrast, Chu Tian had summoned the star slave 5 times over the course of the same night to exchange for new vials of medicine. This starkly indicated that, within an equivalent time frame, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the medicinal essence was a staggering 5-fold greater than his own. This disparity was inexplicable. How could such a vast chasm exist? With a strength of 110,000 pounds, A mere 40,000-pound difference should not yield such a celestial divide. Was the chaos divine demon body truly so formidable? Huimei, psychologically tormented throughout the night, felt the faint traces of blood vessels constricting in his eyes as he stared unblinkingly at Chu Tian's door. The psychological strain he endured was profound. The blow was not merely one of talent. Standing beside him was a towering middle-aged man, gripping a female corpse in his hands. His eyes filled with malice as they remained fixated upon Huimei's face, seemingly intent on carving a hole into it. Huimei was petrified throughout the night. His body chilled to the core, utterly drained, acutely aware that this man was likely attempting to intimidate him, yet the palpable aura of terror he exuded was undeniably real. This middle-aged man genuinely harbored murderous intent. Throughout the night, not only was he unable to comprehend the essence of the heavenly Tao, but he also felt as if he could perish at any moment. Suddenly, Chu Tian's voice resonated from within the room. "Star slave, change attire." "Yes, young master," the star slave replied, picking up the neatly folded black garments. Addressing Chu Tian, "Third master, I shall assist the young master in changing. Go on in. He is someone I have watched grow up. What has he not seen?" Chu Tian said, his expression dark and foreboding, casting a fierce glare at Huimei before pushing the door open and entering. "Brother, save me." Huimei, trembling in fear, hastily darted into the room. Chu Tian stood calmly before the mirror, raising his hands for the star slave to assist him in changing attire. Chu Yun, with a sullen countenance, lingered beside him, occasionally casting a menacing glance at Huimei, recounting in detail the events of the previous night. After consuming the Zihong sacred fruit, he had made significant strides in his strength overnight, his power surging by an additional 200,000 pounds, reaching a formidable 2 million pounds. In the dead of night, he had also ingested a top-tier divine refinement pill, renewing the energy of his 3 major halos and greatly enhancing his mental acuity to an exquisite level, allowing him to observe the intricate patterns on a grain of sand with clarity, further refining his control over his physical form. If he were to engage Huimei in combat, Chu Tian was confident that, without resorting to the eye of the heavenly Tao, he could defeat Huimei with a single strike, relying solely on his physical prowess and mental acuity. Chu Tian estimated that his physical strength was nearing its limit for even the most powerful divine beast. The true dragon cub typically possessed just over 100,000 pounds. The Zihong sacred sect seeks to exploit my eye of the heavenly Tao. After listening to the third uncle's words, Chu Tian murmured to himself, gesturing for Xing Nu to stand aside. He stepped out of the room, gazing into the distance at the sacred emperor peak, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He was not surprised by Yi Tianxiong's attitude. It was entirely reasonable. However, he found the stance of the Zihong sacred sect somewhat peculiar. He was aware of the original narrative, recognizing that the heavenly fate Taoist was a cunning and strategic figure, not one to engage in such foolish and irrational actions. If this were directed at an ordinary disciple of the sacred heavenly sect, it might be understandable. Yet, considering his background, it was almost certain to enrage the powerful Emperor Chu Tian, who held significant authority. Even if he was assessing the larger picture, it was inconceivable for anyone to attempt to gouge out the eye of his only son, thereby provoking the Chu family, a founding lineage of the sacred heavenly sect, and unwittingly creating a formidable enemy. "Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. Elder Chu never mentioned it to me," Huimei said, her face drawn in distress. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, she was taken aback. She finally understood why this middle-aged man had been wearing an expression as if he wished to carve a gaping hole in his face all night. It was no wonder that the elder of the opposing family wanted to enlighten him, given that their sect intended to bore a hole into the brow of their family's young master. "Xiao Tian, this matter is partly my oversight. I never anticipated that the Zihong sacred sect would dare to act so recklessly for the eye of the heavenly Tao, and I failed to inform your father in advance, leaving him caught off guard. Nevertheless, your father responded quite resolutely last night, enduring immense pressure and slamming the table to express his disapproval, even going so far as to mention waging war against the Zihong sacred sect. Chu Tian's expression darkened as he replied, "The main issue is our family being isolated." Yi Tianxiong gathered a large group of families for a high-level meeting, incessantly speaking of the sect's righteousness. Coupled with the fact that the Zihong sacred sect was indeed willing to make concessions, the conditions they offered were immensely tempting. Fortunately, your mother's spiritual projection returned, shattering their pretensions and silencing them. With a cold smile, Chu Tian raised the imperial corpse in his hand and said, "In this matter, Shao Tian, you are the protagonist, and it falls upon you to decide whether to return this imperial corpse of the heavenly fate Taoist to the Zihong sacred sect. If you feel anger in your heart, just say the word, and I shall have your second uncle forge this imperial corpse into a weapon, infuriating the Zihong sacred sect. We can then convene a family meeting and seize the opportunity to eradicate a number of their members and destroy several of their branches." The third uncle has already conveyed the message. In the future, if anyone from our clan encounters the Zihong sacred sect, particularly those from the heavenly fate Taoist line, we will strike them down mercilessly. Should any issues arise, our clan will provide protection. Shortly, I will have this little bald head suspended at the peak of the sacred Emperor Mountain, where he shall receive a good whipping to relieve your frustrations. Those who dare to insult our family must first contemplate the price they will pay. Big brother, third uncle, please do not be angered or act impulsively. Oh my heavens, I am still young. I wish to pursue my cousin, and I do not want to die or lose face. Yi may descend, her enchanting visage turning as pale as death, a foreboding sense of doom creeping into her heart. For Tianyun Dao Zun was none other than her master. It seemed that her master intended for her demise at the hands of the Chu family. Trembling, she uttered, "Tianming Dao Zun is one of the most formidable ancestors of our Heng sacred sect. If her imperial corpse were to be forged into a weapon, the elders of our sect would surely be driven to madness, and even the sect leader would be left gasping for breath. This would be an unending humiliation. Eldest brother, third uncle, please do not act impulsively. There must be a misunderstanding. My master cares for me deeply and would never wish me harm." At your tender age, you comprehend the gravity of this humiliation. Yet, does the sect leader of Heng sacred sect consider our Chu family's dignity when discussing the extraction of our sacred son's third eye? Chu Tianyun's eyes glinted with malevolence. "Is this a matter open for negotiation? I shall first take one of your eyes and subsequently demand double compensation from your Heng sacred sect." His gaze scrutinized Hui Mei's face, as though deliberating which eye to pluck first. The oppressive aura surrounding him rendered Hui Mei's countenance ghostly, leaving her at a loss for words, her legs quaking in fear. It was evident she was on the brink of peril at the hands of the Chu family. "Little sacred son, Tian Yinhal master, please temper your anger," pleaded the elderly figure in white, Elder Chu, as he arrived on the scene. Observing Yi Mei's frightened visage, he rushed to embrace her and turned to instruct the members of Heng sacred sect to stand back and observe from a distance. "Little sacred son, Tian Yinhal master, there's been a misunderstanding. Allow me to elucidate. Our Heng sacred sect never intended to offend the Chu family," Elder Chu said with a wry smile. "Indeed, I have just concluded matters at St. Emperor Peak overnight, and the sect master has ordered me to come here personally to clarify the situation to you." Hui Mei's once enchanting face drained of color, even the sheen of her bald head losing its vibrancy. She nodded fervently. "Eldest brother, it must be a misunderstanding. My master holds me in great affection and would never harm me." In this lawless atmosphere, she was truly paralyzed by fear. Though audacious, she was not devoid of intellect. This was no mere playful rivalry among children. Under such grave humiliation, the Chu family would indeed seek her life. Chapter 35. Enough. Cease your words, misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Go speak to the king of hell about it. My elder brother is quite amenable, but I shall not indulge you. The air around Chu Tianyun was thick with menace, his cold laughter echoing. "You hastily arrive here, no doubt for that imperial corpse. My Chu family has resolved to forge it into a weapon. As for you lot, not a single one shall depart from the Holy Heavenly Sect. Otherwise, should word reach the outside, My Chu family shall be unable to survive on the Hengtian Continent. Third uncle. Let's first hear how the compassionate vessel sect explains this, before we proceed to forge the imperial corpse into a weapon. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. With the intuition gleaned from his 2 lifetimes and understanding of the original narrative, he sensed a deeper, more intricate reason lurking beneath the surface. The young saint, Haihan, was magnanimous and broad-minded, destined for unparalleled achievements in the future. Elder Chu exhaled, first flattering Chu Tian before continuing. Lord Tianyan, please temper your fury and allow this old man to elucidate. The imperial corpse of the ancestor of the Destiny Dao sect is indeed one of the reasons for my visit. After all, our sect's higher-ups believe this situation to be truly bizarre, considering the young saint's lack of any connection or affinity with our sect. Yet he has acquired the complete inheritance of our ancestor, which is indeed extraordinary. However, since the Eye of Heaven's path has already acknowledged the young saint, merging with him, and given that the Chu family has enjoyed a friendship with our compassionate vessel sect for 1,000,000 years, we are solely focused on resolving this matter in a manner that safeguards our friendship. Prior to this, a meeting was convened among the sect's leaders, most of whom were reluctant to antagonize the Holy Heavenly Sect, a sentiment shared by the sect master. Only a small faction believed that the Eye of Heaven's path should be extracted, arguing that as a divine artifact, the essence of our sect's ancestors' blood and sweat. However, the master of your sect communicated with our sect master, indicating that should the compassionate vessel sect be willing to pay a sufficient price, this matter could be negotiated. After due consideration, the sect master believed that since the Tianwang Emperor and the Tianwang Emperor were sworn brothers in life and death, this must also reflect the sentiments of the Tianwang Emperor. Hence, he personally projected himself to negotiate, prepared to offer any substantial price in exchange for the Eye of Heaven's path. Little did the sect master anticipate the vehement fury of the Tianwang Emperor, who even uttered threats of war against our sect, prompting the appearance of the sword god from the realms beyond. It was at that moment that the sect master sensed something amiss and abandoned the notion of extracting the eye, subsequently apologizing to the Tianwang Emperor. Oude Zhu, Kezeling Hu Mi, turned to Chu Tian with a wry smile. Young saint, Lord Tianyun, the sect master felt something was off after the fact, which is why he urged me to promptly clarify this matter, lest your family take rash actions that jeopardize the relationship between your Chu family and our compassionate vessel sect. The idea of extracting the eye was truly not our sect's original intent. There has indeed been a misunderstanding. Hui Mei's shoulders trembled slightly, still shaken from her fright. Tears the size of beans glistened at the corners of her eyes, yet she lifted her head, gritting her teeth. Elder Chu, that scoundrel Yi Qianxiong intends to ruin me, and when I grow up, I shall not rest until I have avenged myself upon him. He proclaimed that since the master cherished him so deeply, it was inconceivable for him to suddenly approach the Chu family regarding the extraction of Chu Tian's third eye without just cause. Such an act would surely endanger his life. Boom! Yi Tianxiong, I have always known that this individual speaks of righteousness while harboring ulterior motives, filled with schemes and conspiracies. Only my elder brother, in his naivety, regards him as a brother bound by life and death. Chu Tian's fury surged like an impending volcanic eruption. The sect leader himself proposed to extract the sacred eye of the sect's saint. If this were to leak, the Holy Heavenly Sect would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. After all the commotion of the night, the true source of the turmoil lay within the Holy Heavenly Sect itself, originating from the very leader of the sect. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor. As anticipated, he had sensed the anomaly from the very beginning. His parents, the dual emperors of the Compassionate Voyage sect, despite their profound heritage, would not descend to such absurdity as to negotiate the extraction of his third eye. In the original narrative, the Taoist of destiny managed to cultivate prodigies like Hui Mei and Liu Yun, wielding power with ease. It seemed implausible for them to be so foolish. This was why he had felt from the outset that there was more to the situation. It was likely that Yi Tianxiong sought to exploit this opportunity, ideally to extract his third eye, while simultaneously instigating a complete rift between the Compassionate Voyage sect and the Chu family. At this moment, a slight smirk appeared on Chu Tian's lips. Could it be that this Taoist of destiny was truly so naive as to realize only after the fact that this was Yi Tianxiong's scheme, filled with regret and hastily offering apologies? A legendary hero would not be so foolish as to allow Yi Tianxiong to manipulate him as a pawn, thereby securing the position of the compassionate voyage sect's leader. It seemed more likely that the intent was merely to sow discord, taking advantage of the situation to divide the two founding families of the Holy Heavenly Sect. However, from this perspective, Chu Tian's constant compromises and concessions, aimed at preserving Yi Tianxiong's authority as leader, indeed bolstered the prestige of the Holy Heavenly Sect, causing even the formidable Taoist of Heavenly Cloud to tread cautiously, seeking to exploit the opportunity for discord. Of course, Chu Tian's ongoing concessions came at the expense of the Chu family's interests, ultimately leading them to the brink of ruin. To incite discord, I too can turn the tables. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Yi Tianxiong likely had no inkling that the Taoist of destiny would turn the tables on him, revealing everything. The sect leader colluding with outsiders to extract the sacred eye of his own disciple would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire sect. However, this matter needed to be substantiated. The sect leader lamented, fortunate that the sword god of the broken blade returned at the last moment to interrupt the negotiations. Otherwise, had they truly taken action, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this point, Elder Chu solemnly remarked, "The relationship between the Holy Sect and the Chu family will be irrevocably severed, leaving no room for reconciliation. This is merely your opinion. Do you have any evidence?" At this moment, Chu Tian calmly interjected, "Uncle Tianxiong is a sworn brother to my father and has watched me grow. How could he possibly commit such an act? I have reason to suspect that your compassionate voyage sect seeks to sow discord between the two founding families of my Holy Heaven Sect, utilizing contradictions, leveraging strength, and employing the art of subtle manipulation. These are tactics with which Chu Tian is all too familiar." Yi Tianxiong sought to sow discord between the Chu family and the Zihong Holy Sect, and to accomplish this, he needed to instill hatred for the Zihong Holy Sect within himself. Injustice. Injustice. Young saint, how can you say such things? Even with the boldest of hearts, I would not dare to speak carelessly on such matters, Elder Chu remarked with a pained smile. The sect master Tianxiong communicated through divine techniques. Where is the evidence? However, young saint, you might invite the emperor to the holy sect to seek the saint master, who possesses the power to transcend time and space and can recreate the dialogue that transpired. Chu Tianyun scoffed repeatedly, stating, "Little Tian, what need is there for evidence? The facts are evident. You have targeted him twice, leading to the death of Yi Hongwu and the imprisonment of Yi Fan. Coupled with your ascent to the top of the leaderboard, he perceives you as a significant threat and wishes to incapacitate you. What facts, third brother? Do not speak recklessly in front of outsiders." At that moment, the voice of Chu Tianwang echoed from outside the door. He had just returned from the Sacred Emperor Peak, appearing somewhat weary and drained. "Little Tian, you are aware, are you not?" Chu Tianwang smiled gently at his son, saying, "Do not worry, it is all in the past. With your father and mother here, no one can harm you in the slightest. However, do not blame Uncle Tianxiong. He, like your father, is solely concerned for the future of the sect. Brother, what time is it? He seeks to gouge out your own son's eyes, and you still speak on his behalf." Just then, Chu Tianyun roared, directly interrupting Chu Tianwang. Pointing at Elder Chu with fierce intensity, he declared, "Damn it, you old man of the Zihong Holy Sect, recount to my elder brother the words you just spoke, so he may understand the underhanded deeds perpetrated by his sworn brothers." Elder Chu, with a bitter smile, comprehended that the Saint Master had assigned him a thankless task, yet with no choice. As the imperial corpse of their ancestor lay in the hands of the other side, and recognizing their own faults, he proceeded to recount the events to Chu Tianwang once more. "Sect Master, the Saint Master also mentioned that he is currently in seclusion and cannot emerge for the time being. If you do not believe it, you may go to the Holy Sect. He can provide you with the divine technique of time and space reversal, and the truth will become evident." Enough! Suddenly, Chu Tianwang bellowed, unleashing a terrifying imperial aura that sent Elder Chu reeling back, causing him to spit blood and stumble several paces, his complexion ashen. With bloodshot eyes, Chu Tianwang glared at Elder Chu and said, "So, this is the Zihong Holy Sect, first seeking to gouge out my son's eyes, and now attempting to incite discord within my sect, hoping to instigate conflict between the two founding families, leading to mutual destruction, so that you may profit and regain your position as the premier sect of the continent. Is it?" Chapter 36. 2 million pounds? King Chu's furious roar echoed, his hair dancing wildly, as a terrifying imperial aura erupted, causing the entire room to explode. The sky darkened ominously, thick clouds pressing down, making even Chu Tian feel breathless. Chu Tian's gaze remained tranquil. He could see that King Chu's hands and entire body trembled violently. It was not disbelief that plagued King Chu, but rather a reluctance to accept the truth, a fear of acknowledging it. Together, they had traversed the myriad realms, faced life and death, and elevated the sacred Heaven Sect to the pinnacle of power on the Hengtian Continent. Yet, his brother Yi Tianxiong had betrayed him in the shadows. Although the manipulations of the heavenly fate Taoist were divisive, in a certain sense, they had inadvertently aided him immensely. "Brother, at this point, what is there left to doubt? He fears our Chu family, which is in its prime. Your repeated concessions have only encouraged further encroachment. We must confront Yi Tianxiong and lay our cards on the table." Chu Tianyun's complexion turned slightly pale, yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he growled, "Third brother, cease your words. Allow me a moment to ponder." King Chu's voice was hoarse as he interrupted Chu Tianyun, bowing his head in contemplation. After a pause, he addressed Chu Tian. "Little Tian, grant your father a bit of time. I need to reflect carefully." Suddenly, King Chu was seized by a violent coughing fit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He continued, "Remember, you are the legitimate eldest son of the Chu family, an unparalleled prodigy, the future leader of the sacred Heaven Sect. The entire sect will belong to you henceforth. Therefore, regardless of the truth of the situation, the sect cannot be divided, nor can we turn against one another. Otherwise, we will deplete our own strength and allow outsiders to profit. Do you understand?" In the present context, King Chu's words carried profound implications. Having wielded power for many years, he had become acutely aware of the fickleness of human relationships, yet he had placed too much trust in that sworn brother. It was evident that he was genuinely hurt this time. A barely perceptible smile graced Chu Tian's lips as he respectfully bowed, saying, "Rest assured, Father, I will exercise discretion." He understood all too well that infighting would only benefit outsiders. Yet the Yi family sought the demise of the Chu family, and he would not allow the fate of the Chu family to repeat itself as it had in the original story. He desired the power of the sacred Heaven Sect, but not through King Chu's method of persistent retreat. He would seize it in his own manner. "Let today's events remain confidential. Otherwise, we shall invoke the family law." King Chu's complexion was ashen, and he vanished from sight, leaving only his voice echoing. "Tianyun, your elder brother shall enter seclusion for several days. You shall temporarily manage family affairs. Report to me only in case of significant matters." "Understood, brother." Chu Tianyun gritted his teeth, still reluctant, but ultimately sighed, "Damn it. Yi Tianxiong, he dares to be so arrogant only because our family stands isolated and unsupported. If it were up to me, I would turn the tables. With our 3 emperors, let us see how many lives Yi Tianxiong possesses. Third uncle, the future is long. The current situation is quite favorable." Chu Tian said with a faint smile. "As long as Lord Chu Tian refrains from folly in the future and abandons his blind faith in that sworn brother, this will indeed be a significant gain. The holy sect of Zihong may possess its own intricate calculations, yet inadvertently, it has rendered him substantial assistance. Furthermore, with his father in seclusion, and you, third uncle, temporarily managing affairs, matters concerning the Liu family will undoubtedly become much more manageable, will they not, third uncle?" Chu Tian chuckled. Chu Tianyun's eyes gleamed as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, how did you not think of this, third uncle? This truly is an unexpected delight. And it seems little Tian has a quick wit." Chu Tian fell into silence. Whether it was his own sharp intellect or his third uncle's stubbornness that was at play remained ambiguous. Little Tian, I have dispatched all those capable from the law enforcement hall, and we have effectively controlled the key figures of the Liu family. However, that old fellow Liu Yun has been clamoring in prison see you. Otherwise, he refuses to answer any questions. Would you like to meet him? Chu Tian inquired. Moreover, that girl Liu Yun, when I returned last night, I saw her loitering outside the main hall, demanding to see you, claiming she had something important to discuss. She even asked me to convey that she recognizes her mistakes and wishes to apologize in person. This father-daughter duo is indeed quite bothersome. Chu Tian mused that he could indeed visit Liu Yun, but he preferred to let him stew for a few days to temper his arrogance. Shaking his head, he replied calmly, as for Liu Yun, instruct them to send her away from the mountain and ensure she is never allowed to set foot on Shanghuang Peak again. Understood. Chu Tian nodded, suddenly intrigued, observing Chu Tian with a teasing glint in his eye. You young lad, I never would have guessed. You used to complain daily about wanting to find Liu Yun. Yet now you turn your back so swiftly. Your heart is truly ruthless. I see that girl is indeed a beauty in the making. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a captivating maiden. Have you not considered her? Chu Tian replied in a flat tone. I solely wish to devote myself to cultivation and to elevate our family and sect. If you are interested, it seems cousin Chu Xiong is still unmarried. Perhaps Liu Yun could. Enough, enough, enough. Little Tian, cease this talk. Chu Tian exclaimed in surprise, waving his hands. Even you nearly fell for her charms. That arrogant little fool. If Liu Yun were to truly marry into our family, would she not drive him to his demise? My family's foundation cannot withstand such turmoil. Chu Tian merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Elder Chu approached, accompanied by the brilliantly polished Hui Mei, his complexion somewhat pale, yet unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Young holy son, Master Tianyun, now that the misunderstandings have been clarified, may I take the imperial corpse of the Taoist of destiny back to the Holy Sect for burial? I assure you there will be ample rewards in the future. Clarified? Chu Tian replied coldly with a smirk. When exactly did that happen? I am unaware. You seek to pry open my third eye and exploit the opportunity to sow discord within the Holy Sect. The fact that I have not seized you on the spot already speaks to the long-standing camaraderie between our two sections. Do you truly believe you can reclaim the imperial corpse so easily? Such opportunities do not come without cost. Although he did not wish to embroil himself with the holy sect of Tsihong at this moment, the imperial corpse of the Taoist of destiny should rightfully be returned. However, now that Tsihong Xingzong has taken the initiative to present itself, providing a ready-made excuse. To conclude matters so easily would lead the outside world to perceive the Chu family as excessively timid, as if intimidated by the Tsihong Xingzong. Failing to seize this opportunity for substantial leverage would be a disservice to the great deed accomplished by Yi Tianxiong. The small bald man may remain, but the rest, I regret to say, the Chu family cannot accommodate. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, nonchalantly gesturing to dismiss them. Elder Chu forced a bitter smile, while the individuals from the Tsihong Xingzong who followed appeared equally frustrated. They had suffered a silent loss, losing both their lady and their soldiers, and they had no recourse to voice their grievances. Young saint, I shall report to the Holy Master and send others to negotiate with you regarding the return of the imperial corpse. Please, do not act impulsively and transform the ancestral imperial corpse into a weapon. Elder Chu clasped his hands, setting down the pale-faced Hui Mei, and continued, young master. The Holy Master is atop the Holy Emperor Peak and has already made arrangements with the Heavenly King Emperor. You may continue your training alongside young Saint Chu Tian, and the Holy Maiden will soon arrive as well. Upon hearing that her cousin would come, Hui Mei's initially fearful expression brightened, tears glistening in her eyes. She had been on the verge of retreating, as following Chu Tian under such circumstances felt like inviting suffering. However, with her cousin's arrival, she felt reassured, for the misunderstanding had been resolved, and the Chu family would not harm her. Big brother, Hui Mei beamed as she approached Chu Tian. Last night, I grasped some residual insights from the Eye of Heaven's path. I would appreciate your guidance. By the way, big brother, what is your true strength now? After some reflection, Chu Tian responded casually. Merely 200,000 jin. Hui Mei's smile froze. 200,000 jin? Elder Chu and the members of the Zihong Shengzong, who were about to take their leave, were taken aback, their minds going blank. On the side, Chu Tianyun was equally bewildered. Wasn't it 150,000 jin? At this moment, Chu Tian's gaze turned cold as he walked towards the palace's exterior, leaving the others with their mouths agape. Big brother, where you going? Hui Mei inquired from behind. To the Hengtian Hall for testing, Chu Tian replied without looking back. This was only the beginning, and Yi Tianxiong could hardly contain himself, waving the banner of sect interest to pry his eyes out. Since that was the case, he had no qualms about delivering an even greater shock to the Hengtian Continent and the Yi family. Chapter 37. My elder brother is here. How dare you speak like that? As dusk approached, Chu Tian arrived at the Hengtian Palace, with Hui Mei trailing behind him, her expression languid. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon his gleaming head, the rosy hue of his scalp accentuating his strikingly peculiar features, rendering him exceptionally eye-catching. The atmosphere in Hengtian Palace remained as lively as ever, yet the small branch dedicated to the bone-forging rankings was sparsely populated, with only a few figures present. After all, Hui Mei had spent the entire night challenging and injuring nearly all the disciples of the Holy Heavenly Sect who had the opportunity to contest the bone-forging rankings. They were likely still recuperating. At that moment, from the nearby integration hall, a series of gasps could be heard. In just 5 seconds, young Master Yi Feng had slain 20 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. In 10 seconds, that number rose to 50. Heavens! Yi Feng had only recently broken through to the integration realm, and now it seemed he might leap from 95 to the top 10 of the integration rankings. Yi Feng. Upon hearing this name, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he gazed at the Hengtian integration rankings. There amidst the list, the name Yi Feng was glaringly evident in the 95th position. In the Hengtian rankings, he was 4th. Yi Feng, son of the heavenly hero emperor, had previously ranked 3rd in the blood condensation realm, 5th in the bone forging realm, 1st in the spirit refining realm, and now found himself at 95 in the integration realm. He was also the fiancé of Chu Yun, Chu Tian's elder sister, and one of the culprits behind the downfall of the Chu family, having deceived his sister, who possessed innate holy bones, into a state of distress. He had inquired with his third uncle, Chu Tianyun, and learned that his sister had ventured out to train alongside Yi Feng. It appeared that she had returned as well. A profound chill enveloped Chu Tian's gaze. He would not permit the tragic events of the original narrative to unfold anew. At that moment, Chu Tian noticed that his own ranking in the Hengtian rankings had plummeted to 2nd place, while the holy maiden Huilian had ascended to the 1st position once more. Although her rank in the integration realm remained unchanged, her subsequent achievements had significantly surpassed previous records. This formidable woman elicited a slight smirk from Chu Tian. In the original narrative, she was indeed an exceedingly ambitious and proud individual, always striving to be first. Hiss, Hui Mei grimaced, scratching her head incessantly, discomfort evident as her scalp itched. At this rate, when will I ever catch up to her? Meanwhile, within the spirit refining hall, astonished murmurs arose. Yi Wu had surged to the 83rd position on the spirit refining rankings, having slain 10 illusory nightmares in a single minute. The Yi family members today seemed invigorated, as this marked the 16th member of the Yi clan attempting to confront the lower integration rankings at Hengtian Palace. Was the Yi family intent on monopolizing both the integration and spirit refining rankings? It was worth noting that just yesterday, the sect's bone-forging disciples have been thoroughly defeated by the bald-headed disciple of the compassionate voyage Holy Sect, followed by a loss to the young saint, prompting the sect leader to return in a fit of rage, berating the Yi family for their incompetence and bringing shame upon their lineage. Now, the Yi disciples were fueled by a desire to reclaim their honor, determined to surpass the young Saint Chu Tian, even summoning young Master Yi Feng back from his external training. Truly breathtaking, the Yi family undoubtedly stands as a founding lineage, and this generation is replete with extraordinary prodigies. In stark contrast, the Chu family boasts only a scant few exceptional talents. Although the young Saint Chu Tian possesses remarkable gifts, he remains too youthful to shoulder the burden alone. At that moment, an overwhelming chorus of astonishment erupted from the adjoining Harmony Hall. In just 1 minute, 367 Crimson Flame crystal leopards have been slain. Good heavens! Yi Feng has surged into the top 10, securing the 6th position on the Harmony ranking. My word, Yi Feng is merely 17 years old this year. Quick, observe the Earth ranking. Yi Feng has ascended to 2nd place, surpassing the young saint. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian glanced upward and saw that his previously held 2nd position had plummeted to 3rd, with Yi Feng leaping ahead of him. At just 17 years of age, holding the 2nd place on the Earth ranking and the 6th on the Harmony ranking, such talent is indeed formidable, perhaps rivaling even that of his cousin. Hui Mei scratched her head vigorously, grinning broadly. Why does it seem like this generation of your Sacred Heaven sect is so fierce, only slightly inferior to my sacred sect? Brother Feng, that little bald head is Hui Mei, and Chu Tian is also present, came a familiar voice from the Harmony Hall. Chu Tian looked up to see the pale-faced Yi Chong emerging from the hall, pointing towards him and Hui Mei while speaking to a handsome man clad in white robes. The man in white was tall and imposing, exuding a commanding presence that captivated all who beheld him. He is Yi Feng, the current heir of the Yi family, a prodigious talent, and the betrothed of Chu Tian's elder sister, Chu Yun. As Chu Tian was about to enter the testing space, he heard the voice and turned to meet Yi Feng's gaze. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Feng said with a warm smile, beckoning him over, resembling a benevolent elder calling a child in a familial setting, his demeanor notably affable. In Chu Tian's memories, Yi Feng had always been amicable due to his kinship with his elder sister, bringing him unique trinkets and treasures upon returning from his adventures. Chu Tian held great respect for this extraordinary yet approachable elder brother. However, his elder sister, Chu Yun, had been deceived by Yi Feng's charming exterior, ultimately leading to her being ostracized by the entire Hengtian Continent, pursued by various sects, and meeting a tragic end at his hands. When Yi Feng personally led powerful figures to hunt down the malevolent demon lord, there was little semblance of the amiable and cultured demeanor he displayed now. Chu Tian's expression remained composed as he suddenly raised his hand, mimicking a gesture of slitting his throat before stepping into the swirling vortex of golden stones. As this was indeed the purpose of his visit. From a moment of his rebirth, Yi Feng had long been perceived as a dead man in Chu Tian's eyes. The only distinction lay in determining when his demise would occur. Chu Tian, this rascal dares to provoke Brother Feng. Yi Chang's voice was low and ominous. Yi Feng maintained his cultured smile, explaining, there is no need for haste. Xiao Tian must have some misunderstandings about me. Let us wait here a moment. At that moment, Yi Wu emerged from the alchemy hall, having ascended to the 80th position on the alchemy rankings, a robust young man indeed. Brother Feng, your temper is exceedingly lenient. The little tyrant of the Chu family has forced Elder Hong Wu to his demise, imprisoned Yi Fan, and openly defied our sect leader, demonstrating a complete lack of decorum and an utter disregard for authority. Such behavior is inexcusable, Yi Wu stated coldly. If my brother were present, would you dare to speak so boldly? At this juncture, Hui Mei crossed her arms, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she ruthlessly mocked. You only dare to slander my brother in whispers. With your kind of uselessness, you are destined to remain mere mortals. Having suffered at the hands of Yi Tianxiang, Hui Mei harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the entire Yi family. Beside her, Yi Chang's expression darkened. Yet, facing Hui Mei, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. For he had once been utterly defeated, his bones shattered, and even after consuming healing elixirs, his arms still throbbed with pain. Even if Chu Tian were standing here, I would speak as I please, and he would have no power over me. Yi Wu scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Hui Mei's bald head. Lacking in hair, one cannot manage affairs properly. The prodigies of the Compassionate Voyage sect are not all they are cracked up to be. What they're claimed to defeat with a single strike. After being bested, they weep openly, clinging to Chu Tian's leg. They can only bully the waste of our Sacred Heaven sect's bone refinement realm. It is well known that the true prodigies of the Yi family are my brother Yi Feng and other outstanding talents of higher realms. Even if you enter the alchemy realm, you will never be considered invincible. I could defeat you with a single blow. Yi Chang's face darkened further. Yi Wu's words ridiculed him alongside Hui Mei. Yet he dared not retort, for he was an orphan in need of support from her family to rescue his younger brother, Yi Fan. A 15-year-old, merely ranked 80 on the alchemy rankings, dares to be so arrogant? Hui Mei's eyes glinted with ferocity. Before Chu Tian, he was but a lamb, recognizing his inferiority in skill. However, in the presence of others, he was a different creature entirely. Boom! Hui Mei launched herself like an arrow released from a bow, her spirit resonating fiercely, blood surging within her as she unleashed a punch aimed directly at Yi Wu's face, the explosive sound akin to thunder. Chapter 38. The disparity of the bone-forging realm is vast, greater than that between man and pig. How bold! Yi Wu was infuriated, astonished that this individual dared to challenge him across realms. His mental energy surged like a torrential flood, coalescing in his fist as he clashed with Hui Mei. Boom! It was as though two colossal mountains had collided, causing a painful ringing in their ears. Yi Wu staggered back 5 steps, each footfall leaving a profound imprint on the floor, with fine cracks spreading outward. Coming to a halt, Yi Wu's complexion slightly paled, even with his mental shield. His arm trembled, as if he had struck an iron mountain, the impact resonating painfully. Surrounding the Hengtian Hall, onlookers gasped, their mouths agape in astonishment. The mental power of the spirit refinement realm was vast as a river, yet when enveloping the body, it represented a qualitative transformation compared to the bone-forging realm. Under such mental coverage, even a casual strike could unleash immense force. Occupying the 80th position on the spirit refinement ranking, Yi Wu's accumulated mental energy equated to at least 3 to 4 million pounds of strength. The fact that Hui Mei could force him back was nothing short of extraordinary. Hui Mei was propelled backward, landing and retreating 10 steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he rubbed his bald head, sneering, "Is there truly no one left in the esteemed Yi family? Such a feeble spirit refinement practitioner dares to call himself a prodigy. Weakness aside, to be so arrogant before me, should I break through to the spirit refinement realm, I could slay you with a single punch. Little bald head, you are merely courting death." Yi Wu's fury intensified as he raised his foot to charge forward. But at that moment, Yi Feng raised a hand to intercept him, his brow furrowed and his tone slightly elevated. "Have you made enough of a scene? Is it not humiliating enough for you?" "Brother Feng," he started it. "Je vous protestet, défiant. Stand down. Yi Feng, replied coolly. With great esteem, Yi Feng commanded respect, and though Yi Wu ground his teeth in frustration, he retreated to the side, his gaze still fixed on Hui Mei, filled with malice. "You are from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect. As a guest, my younger brother has acted thoughtlessly and offended you," Yi Feng said with a refined smile. Hui Mei scoffed, rejecting Yi Feng's goodwill, and gestured towards Yi Wu, muttering waste. A barely perceptible shadow crossed Yi Feng's eyes, but his smile remained, indicating he was unfazed. At that moment, on the golden monolith of the bone-forging rankings, the name Chu Tian suddenly appeared, and the subsequent numbers began to fluctuate rapidly. Chu Tian, 1 second, 20 ancient mammoths. Buzz, a flash of golden light. Chu Tian, 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoths. Chu Tian, for seconds, 300 ancient mammoths. The numbers danced erratically, soaring at an irregular pace, the golden radiance dazzling to behold. The time counter remained nearly motionless, while the subsequent figures surged dramatically. In scarcely a couple of breaths, Chu Tian, 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoths. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoths. 8 seconds, 900. 9 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. In merely 9 seconds, equivalent to 2 breaths, the numbers on the golden monolith ceased their frenetic dance. At that moment, everyone within the hall finally comprehended the situation. However, by the time they did, the numbers on the Hengtian ranking had already solidified, Inside the hall, silence reigned, punctuated only by the sound of a falling needle. It truly felt as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. This was no ancient mammoth. It was akin to trampling a vast expanse beneath one foot. Suddenly, a disciple could not help but smile wryly. Last time, it had taken 30 seconds. This time, it was a mere 9. The disparity between realms in the bone-forging stage felt even more pronounced than the chasm between man and beast. When the gap becomes overwhelmingly vast, the intensity of the disparity leaves everyone feeling weak and at a loss for words, utterly drained and unable to voice their frustrations. Yichang's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion ashen as he gazed at the golden boulder, his entire being trembling violently. It had been the same previously. He had lain in a pool of blood beneath the boulder, watching as the golden numbers danced frantically above him, nearly suffocating him with anxiety. Fortunately, the Yi family had arrived just in time to rescue him. Otherwise, he would have perished there. 2 days had passed, and he had made significant strides in his strength. Yet the gap between him and Chu Tian seemed to have widened to the point where he could no longer even glimpse Chu Tian's figure. Yi Feng's gaze was slightly somber, yet his face bore a cultured smile, seemingly pleased with his nephew's performance. This prodigy, Huime remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Just then, the numbers on the bone-forging ranking shifted once more. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true roar cub, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Damn it! He truly slaughters ancient ferocious beasts of the same tier, as if they were mere dogs. Huimei's eyelids twitched. Although he considered himself capable of commanding and slaying ancient beast cubs, he knew it would never be this effortless. Within the testing space, sensing the surge in his power, had the number of ferocious beast cubs tripled to 90. In the testing realm, Chu Tian's eyes were icy, his immense vitality soaring, his body radiating a chaotic glow. He moved like a sharp blade, weaving through the horde of beasts, their blood splattering in his wake. Yi Tianxiong commanded the Yi family disciples to act in unison, striving to suppress his momentum. They even plotted in secret, seeking an opportunity to incapacitate him. This time, he intended to show Yi Tianxiong what a true prodigy was. Ahead lay 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 30 golden-winged rock cubs, rushing toward him from all directions, both above and below. The creatures simulated by the Hengtian ranking seemed to possess a spark of intelligence, understanding how to launch a coordinated assault, exploiting Chu Tian's vulnerabilities. The roar of dragons filled the air, the golden-winged rocks struck like lightning, and the true roars engaged in hand-to-hand combat, their synergy flawless. You wish to kill me? That is still far from sufficient. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, his body moved like lightning, his speed unimaginable. With each strike, the force was overwhelming, akin to a meteor crashing down, causing the ground to tremble and emit a deafening hum. With a mere lift of his fists, 2 true roars were obliterated. A swift kick transformed several golden-winged rocks into mist. The leap from 200,000 pounds of strength to 100,000 was not merely an increase in power. It was a profound transformation. Chu Tian utterly disregarded their assaults, an aura of chaotic brilliance swirling around him. The talons of the golden-winged rock clawed at his back. It could not breach his skin. The tail of the dragon hatchling lashed against his chest, failing to force him back even a single step. Instead, Chu Tian seized it with a raised hand, wielding it like a whip to obliterate several dragon cubs with a single strike. Chu Tian moved like lightning, darting through the vast expanse, a mist of blood swirling in his wake. In a mere few moments, 90 ancient ferocious beast cubs lay slaughtered. Meanwhile, upon the external golden monolith, the digits froze once more, radiant golden light shimmering as if it could pierce the very essence of sight. Every individual within the hall widened their eyes in fury, faint blood vessels intertwining within their irises, heavy breaths echoing throughout the chamber. The inscription upon the golden stone struck their minds like a bolt of lightning, shaking their spirits and rendering them immobile. Chu Tian, 30 seconds, 30 dragon hatchlings, 30 golden-winged rock cubs, 30 true roar cubs, 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. A lengthy sequence of numbers, each character weighted with the gravity of a mountain, causing the hearts of those present to feel unbearably heavy. Chapter 39. The dragon hatchling of the divine refinement realm, the progeny of the ancient ferocious beasts, had tripled since the last time. Yet the duration taken had diminished by a factor of 3. Within the hall, a voice, hoarse and strained, echoed. Was there truly no foul play involved? These were dragon hatchlings, comparable to the pinnacle prodigies of a human race. The atmosphere suggested an imminent breakthrough on the celestial bone forging rankings. It had only been 30 seconds. How would the subsequent tests proceed? A sequence of golden numbers remained fixed upon the colossal stone. Within the celestial hall, a moment of silence was succeeded by an eruption of fervor. Yifeng wore no semblance of a smile. His expression darkened slightly, and his fists, concealed beneath his white robe, clenched tightly. There had to be cheating involved. I must return and insist that my father conduct a thorough investigation. Having also ranked on the bone forging list, I know such power is unattainable in the bone forging realm. In merely a minute, even you, brother Yifeng, could not vanquish 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. How could one possibly defy the heavens? Yi Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He too had penetrated the top 10 of the bone forging rankings and understood the arduousness of that challenge all too well. Unless Chu Feng could harness mental prowess, there existed but a slim chance of such an outcome. However, mental capabilities could not be utilized within the testing space. There had to be cheating. Yi Wu gritted his teeth, speaking with unwavering conviction. Hui Mei cast a sidelong glance at Yi Wu, her tone laced with mockery. True prodigies and anomalies are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Your inability to succeed does not imply that others are equally incapable. On the bone forging list, his name stood proudly in second place. Hui Mei, with an immense strength of 900,000 pounds, managing to eliminate 836 mammoth giants in a mere minute. Furthermore, he had already completed the test 6 months prior. However, due to the staggering lead he had over those ranked after him, even the third-ranked Yichang could only defeat 33. His position at the top was nearly unassailable, and thus he had little interest in further challenges. Initially, he had intended to attempt another challenge, but it now seemed unnecessary, as Chu Tian had established an even more pronounced lead over him. Hui Mei calculated that after finishing off the mammoth giants, he could at most defeat 5 ancient ferocious beast hatchlings. The gap was despairingly vast. 5 vials of medicinal liquid, 5-fold absorption efficiency, the chaotic divine demon body in the coagulation of blood and bone forging realm was indeed too extraordinary. No wonder it was heralded as the mightiest constitution. Hui Mei grimaced. He had no intention of competing with this freak in the bone forging realm, yet the divine refinement realm was his domain. Brother, when we reach the divine refinement realm, I shall be the elder brother, and you the younger. At that moment, within the heavily labored atmosphere of the palace, someone spoke in a low tone. Look, the time digits have begun to move. Oddly, the subsequent numbers remain static. On the golden monolith, the time behind Chu Tian suddenly leapt to 31 seconds, yet the lengthy sequence of numbers remained unmoving. Before long, the time reached 33 seconds, and still, there was no change. Accustomed to the frenzied fluctuations of the numbers behind, the crowd now found themselves in a state of disorientation. Their eyes brimmed with confusion. Pondering what transpired within the testing space, time flowed, yet there was an eerie stillness. Roar. In the testing space, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air, its golden scales gleaming brilliantly. A magnificent golden true dragon, measuring 20 meters in length, coiled and danced across the heavens. Its claws struck, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. From the massive, intricate eyes of the true dragon, beams of light burst forth with a tangible intensity, showering down upon Chu Tian, stirring up clouds of dust and leaving behind indelible marks upon the ground. This was, astonishingly, a young true dragon of the divine refinement realm, its gaze capable of slaying, and the spirit it wielded could shatter a small mountain with mere casual gestures. This young dragon, representative of one of the most formidable divine beasts in existence, was favored by the heavens, and its power only intensified with time. Reigning supreme at the apex of the multiverse's food chain, Chu Tian's trial in the bone refinement realm had inadvertently summoned forth a young, true dragon from the divine refinement realm, propelling him beyond a significant boundary of testing, confronting an ancient, fierce beast that had never before been witnessed. The resounding roar of the dragon, imbued with spiritual power, made Chu Tian's eardrums throb painfully. With the emergence of a young dragon from the divine refinement realm, it became evident that it had achieved a state of true invincibility within the bone refinement realm. Even the heaven-ranking understood that no further attempts would prove effective. Chu Tian murmured to himself as he endured the overwhelming assault of the young dragon, sustaining grievous wounds that exposed his bones. Yet, under such immense pressure, he maintained his composure, his vitality surging, at times clashing with the young dragon, resulting in resonant thuds, only to be sent reeling back, blood spilling from his lips. The young dragon's strength was terrifying, empowered by its spirit. Each strike possessed a force of 400,000 pounds, nearly double that of Chu Tian. Were it not for the formidable chaos demon body and the operation of the chaos transformation scripture, which enveloped him in a chaotic sheen, rendering his form as resilient as divine steel, he would likely have been defeated instantaneously. Challenging a young dragon of the divine refinement realm from the bone refinement realm was, indeed, a rather unrealistic endeavor. If he could harness his spiritual power, perhaps he might stand chance. However, the testing space of the bone refinement realm forbade the use of any force other than one's physical form. The body, Chu Tian used thoughtfully, narrowly evading the glimmering claws of the dragon, only to be swept away by its tail, spewing out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. In that moment, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. A vertical eye suddenly opened at his brow, radiating a purple glow as the essence of the Tao flowed through him. A delicate spiritual force enveloping his entire being. Indeed, the eye of the heavenly Tao was a unique artifact, merging with his flesh, a natural divine ability akin to the wings of the golden-winged Great Peng, part of his corporeal existence. With a mere wave of his hand, the 2 million pounds of power, augmented by the eye of the heavenly Tao, resonated through the space. In the external world, the eye of the heavenly Tao could amplify Chu Tian's spiritual strength tenfold, rivaling that of the divine refinement realm. Yet in this testing space, he was unable to utilize his own spiritual power. It was the inherent energy of the eye that emerged. Just then, the dragon's tail lashed out, golden light flashing, and the sound of its passage was akin to thunder. With cold determination in his gaze, Chu Tian's hands transformed into claws. Seizing the dragon's tail, he gripped it firmly, swinging the true dragon as one might wield a whip. Boom! The small mountain peaks were shattered, and the young dragon let out a deafening roar, seemingly possessing a nascent awareness, filled with intense fury. Flung by Chu Tian, the young dragon collided violently with a mountain, causing it to explode, dust billowing into the sky. Roar! The young dragon bellowed, its scales fracturing in countless places, blood cascading down as it charged furiously towards Chu Tian. Although lacking the accumulation of spiritual energy, even with the eye of the heavenly path, it could only unleash a force of 400,000 pounds. Yet that was sufficient. The eye of the heavenly path atop Chu Tian's brow radiated a violet light, enveloping him entirely, allowing him to comprehend the various trajectories and flaws of the young dragon in an instant. The eye of the heavenly path observes the heavens above and investigates the abyss below. Despite the young dragon's speed resembling that of lightning, to Chu Tian, it appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. Boom! Chu Tian unleashed all his blood energy, surging forth without any ostentation, directly aiming for the dragon's head. His gaze cold and resolute, disregarding all the young dragon's attacks, landing a heavy punch squarely on its forehead. Every second in the testing space was immensely precious. He could not afford to waste time in fruitless entanglements. With a splatter, a torrent of power erupted forth, obliterating the dragon's head, with blood mist surging towards the heavens. The dragon's body crashing down to the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. At the same moment, Chu Tian's body was torn in two by the dragon's claws, transforming into a radiant light, vanishing from the testing space. It was at this moment that the numbers on the golden stone of the bone forging ranking froze. First on the bone forging ranking, Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slain a true dragon cub of the god refinement realm, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 young golden winged pungs, 30 true roar cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. What? The true dragon cub of the god refinement realm. The heavenly list must be mistaken. Hue Mei's eyes widened in fury, nearly frightened to death on the spot. The arena fell into silence. At that moment, Chu Tian, who had dropped to 3rd place on the heavenly list, instantly surpassed Yi Feng and the first-ranked Saintess Huilian, reclaiming the top position. Chapter 40. Yewu enferms, no cheating. It's real in the realm of physical prowess. To contend against the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts is not the limit of humanity, is it? Now you tell me that the young saint, Chu Tian, has crossed boundaries to engage in battle with a true dragon of the divine refinement realm? Surely, this is an outrageous jest, blatant cheating. The atmosphere erupted, with numerous disciples flushing with disbelief and shock. The disciples of the Hengtian Hall began to engage in fervent discussions, even attracting the attention of powerful beings who had already ignited their divine flames within the higher echelons of the hall. Gazing at the words displayed on the bone forging rankings, they shook their heads in utter bewilderment. Bone forging rankings first. Chu Tian, age 8, strength of 2 million gene, slayed a young, true dragon of the divine refinement realm. While the latter details were somewhat acceptable, this line had transcended their comprehension. Yet fianc to them. His face pale as the dazzling golden words induced a pang of pain in his lower abdomen. The last time, a single punch from Chu Tian had nearly cost him his life. Now, with strength skyrocketing from 1,500,000 to 2 million gene, a single blow from Chu Tian could undoubtedly obliterate him, leaving no chance of survival. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex. Casting a glance at the Hengtian rankings, where his name shone as the first on both the Earth rankings and the Bone Forging rankings. Subsequently, his calm and indifferent voice echoed within the Hengtian Hall. Some individuals, under the guise of sect interests, seek to conspire against this holy sun in secrecy, yet they remain oblivious. I, Chu Tian, embody the greatest interest of our sect. This statement was a direct response to Yi Tianxiang, as well as the very purpose of his visit to the Hengtian Hall. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The prodigies soar and radiate brilliance. He aimed to counter Yi Tianxiang's assertions of sacrifice for the sect's benefit with tangible actions. He is, indeed, the greatest asset of the Hengtian sect. Chu Tian's voice remained tranquil, albeit tinged with a youthful innocence, for he was still young and his vocal cords not fully developed. Yet, within his words lay an unparalleled dominance, akin to a meteor crashing into the serene surface of a lake, stirring colossal waves. In an instant, the entire assembly was rendered breathless. The crowd fell into a profound silence. His words, brimming with arrogance, were irrefutable. Being first on the Earth rankings served as the ultimate validation, requiring no further elaboration. Brother, from this day forth, you're not only my elder brother, but also my idol to emulate. Hui Mei approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration, realizing that in the art of drawing attention, Chu Tian could indeed be regarded as a progenitor. Who harmed you? Chu Tian inquired calmly upon noticing the blood at the corner of the little bald head's mouth. Merely a trivial matter, nothing to concern yourself with. Hui Mei dismissed, wiping away the blood, for as a prodigy of the CI, Heng sacred sect, he possessed his own sense of pride and had no habit of whining. Little Tian, come here, your brother-in-law has a gift for you. At that moment, Yi Feng, with a friendly smile, half-squatted to beckon Chu Tian, revealing a uniquely shaped blue small sword in his hand. In just 2 months, little Tian has become so exceptional, even surpassing your brother-in-law in the Earth rankings. A proper reward is in order. Yi Feng, with a strikingly imposing stature exceeding 1.90 meters, appeared nearly equal in height to Chu Tian even while half-squatting. Brother-in-law, Chu Tian did not depart immediately. Instead, he approached Yi Feng with a serene demeanor, casting not a glance at the blue sword in his hand. He gazed intently into Yi Feng's eyes and said softly, "You are unworthy to marry my sister. In a few days, I shall request the elders of our clan to annul the engagement." He had already learned of Yi Feng and his elder sister, Chu Yunshang's imminent return to the clan, where a grand wedding was to take place. The tragedy of the original narrative would not be allowed to unfold again. With the wedding on the horizon, he chose to dispense with any frivolity and speak directly. Upon hearing his pronouncement, the assembly, still reeling from shock, was left only with a resounding echo in their minds. Did they hear correctly? The young saint, Chu Tian, opposed the union of Chu Yunshang and Yi Feng? Unworthy? What nonsense was this? Yi Feng was renowned for his extraordinary talents, while Chu Yunshang possessed a natural holy bone. They had been betrothed since childhood and were celebrated as a match made in heaven, admired by countless within the sect, akin to the union between Chu Tian and Liu Yun. It was said that the sect leader and deputy leader had already conferred on the matter, preparing to hold a wedding soon to showcase the long-standing friendship between the two families. Yet, the young saint, Chu Tian, had suddenly declared his intention to annul the engagement. If true, this would be nothing short of a slap in the face to the Yi family, shaking the very foundations of the sect. Everyone was dumbfounded. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Even Yi Feng, known for his profound composure, felt his smile vanish, replaced by a stormy countenance. His fists clenched tightly around the blue sword. Chu Tian's status was not to be trifled with. As the heir to the Chu family and the sect's young saint, he was destined to lead the next generation. Though youthful, his every word was scrutinized under the spotlight, wielding tremendous influence. Childish candor must be tempered by context and audience. His declaration was tantamount to an open affront to the Yi family's honor. "Chu Tian, your audacity knows no bounds." Yi Wu, already irked by Chu Tian, erupted in fury, bellowing in outrage. Chu Tian, however, offered no reply to Yi Feng. He preferred brevity over superfluous words, turning instead to face Yi Wu, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. "No one dare to touch my younger brother. Who gave you the audacity?" Chu Tian's voice remained calm. It resonated with a fierce and dominating edge. Though Huimei said nothing, he was acutely aware of his surroundings, his perception heightened under the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Within 100 meters, nothing escaped his notice. Observing the slight tremor in Yi Wu's arm, indicative of a recent violent clash, he could already surmise the events that transpired. Suddenly, Chu Tian's third eye opened, emitting a brilliant purple light, amplifying his mental prowess tenfold. "Chu Tian, dare to move and see what happens," Yi Wu seethed, his rage reaching a boiling point, having been belittled by two mere children of the refining bone realm in a single day, publicly threatened. With a resounding force akin to the might of the sea, Chu Tian unleashed a punch, and in that fleeting moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, as if mountains were collapsing and oceans were surging. With that punch, a vortex of energy erupted, hurtling toward Yi Wu's chest. "You shall pay for this." In a fit of rage, Yi Wu's spirits surged as he clashed fists with Chu Tian, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. "Since you, Chu Tian, have taken the initiative to strike, do not blame him for his ruthlessness." However, Yi Feng's urgent admonition came too late. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would act so swiftly. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Yi Wu's arm shattered, flesh and blood scattering as the spiritual energy enveloping him was utterly dispelled. Chu Tian's punch bore a force of 6 million pounds, capable of obliterating a mountain. The ground trembled with each thunderous impact as Chu Tian's relentless fist met Yi Wu's chest. With a sickening thud, Yi Wu's chest caved in, his eyes wide with fury as he spewed blood, his body propelled like an arrow into the hall of divine refinement, crashing against a colossal golden stone. The earth seemed to shudder violently beneath him. In an instant, blood flowed freely, and Yi Wu lay in a pool of crimson on the brink of death. A suffocating silence enveloped the arena. The eyes of many disciples widened in disbelief. Had he been instantly vanquished? Yi Wu, ranked 80 on the divine refinement list, was not significantly inferior to a true dragon hatchling, yet he had been dispatched with such ease. Yi Wu's downfall served as irrefutable proof that Chu Tian's slaughter of a true dragon hatchling in the realm of divine refinement was no mere trick. It was indeed reality. Chapter 41. Since I have pledged allegiance to the dock, I will protect you. The first place on the leaderboard is indeed well-deserved. A disciple from a sect, ignited by divine fire, murmured in awe. To annihilate one at the body refinement stage while being ranked 80 on the spirit refinement list. How many have achieved such a feat throughout history? The little saint's son mentioned earlier that he embodies the sect's greatest interest. I now find that sentiment entirely reasonable. A celestial being whispered amidst the astonishment that engulfed the crowd. As the events in the Hengtian Hall spread like wildfire within the sect, Yi Feng suddenly appeared beside Yi Wu, administering healing elixirs and applying spiritual herbs to his chest, preserving the last flicker of his breath. Chu Tian, you have deeply disappointed me. In just 2 months, you have transformed into someone unrecognizable, disregarding the laws of our sect, harming your fellow disciples, and disrespecting your elder brother. Upon my return, I shall report your actions to Uncle Chu, so he may teach you a proper lesson. Yi Feng turned, his voice laced with fury, his eyes tinged with crimson and malice. Despite his usual composure and depth of character, the relentless provocations had pushed him to the brink of his endurance. Chu Tian retracted his fist, his brow furrowed, eyes closed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Yi Feng before making a slashing motion across his throat and striding towards the entrance of Hengtian Hall. Yi Feng, slightly stronger than Yi Chong, deserved a modicum more of his time and attention. Regaining her senses from the shock, Hui Mei hurried to catch up with Chu Tian, scratching her head in confusion. Elder brother, are you standing up for me? Since you have pledged allegiance to my dock, calling me elder brother, I shall protect you within the Holy Heavenly Sect. Chu Tian replied, a testament to his unwavering principles over 2 lifetimes. In his previous existence, he never neglected his brethren. When they were wronged, he would always lead the charge in retaliation. Even after ascending to the role of a patriarch, that principle remained unchanged. What does pledging allegiance to a dock mean? Hui Mei wondered, her scalp tingling with curiosity, scratching her head with increasing intensity. However, this time, Chu Tian did not respond. His gaze fixed ahead. Before the Hengtian Hall, a middle-aged man descended gracefully, landing not far from Chu Tian. The little saint's son likely does not know me. The man, clad in a green robe and wearing a friendly smile, introduced himself. I am Duanmu Lei, the Vice Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, and the second elder of the Duanmu family. With a gentle demeanor that exuded approachability, he resembled a neighborly uncle. However, upon hearing his name, Chu Tian's perception shifted. In the original narrative, this man was one of the most formidable members of the Duanmu family, a half-step emperor sovereign, his strength comparable to that of his third uncle. Chu Tian. The Internal Affairs Hall oversees the management of sect affairs, including rewards and punishments, the establishment of rituals, and the oversight of disciples' daily lives and ceremonial events, making it a powerful department within the Holy Heavenly Sect. As the Vice Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Lei held significant authority within the sect. Yet, Chu Tian knew that, akin to the Law Enforcement Hall, being long dominated by his family, the Internal Affairs Hall had been under the control of the Yi family for countless millennia, with all Hall Masters bearing the surname Yi. In this generation, the Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall was the 4th elder of the Yi family, Yi Tianwang. Given the Yi family's firm grip, Duanmu Lei's ascension to the position of Vice Hall Master spoke volumes about his true prowess. In the presence of Lord Duanmu, Chu Tian demonstrated impeccable decorum, clasping his fists in greeting. You are too courteous, young saint. My friendship with your father spans many years. You may simply call me Uncle Lei. Duanmu Lei remarked with a smile. He further advised, moreover, I am merely the Deputy Hall Master. Do not omit the title, lest outsiders misinterpret our relationship. My apologies. Uncle Lei. It was an oversight, Chu Tian replied calmly, as if the address had been a mere slip of the tongue. I wonder what brings you here to see me. After a few pleasantries, Chu Tian inquired, eager to delve into the matter at hand. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, it was unlikely that he had come without purpose. The reasons for the visit were twofold. First, to congratulate the young saint on reclaiming the top position on the earthly rankings, Second, to make up for the awards ceremony that should have been held days prior. According to the customs of our sect, to encourage diligent practice among disciples. Those who ascend to the pinnacle of any list on the eternal sky rankings are honored with a ceremony on the heavenly sacrifice peak, where the sect master and the hall master personally commend them and bestow generous rewards, elevating their status with gifts such as divine herbs, scriptures, weapons, spiritual stones, and supernatural abilities. Particularly for those who attain the first rank on the earthly list, they are entitled to make a single request of the sect, which must be fulfilled without fail. Naturally, the young saint might not covet such rewards. Nonetheless, it is a matter of sect protocol that must be observed, and it brings great honor to both the deputy sect master and the Chu family. Duanmu Lei continued with a smile. Although you were named the sect's heir at birth, your current rank in the Internal Affairs Hall is merely at the first level, akin to an outer disciple. Now you have the opportunity to rise 2 levels, achieving the status of an inner disciple at the tender age of 8, an unprecedented feat in the history of our sect. Since this is a matter of sect protocol, why? Having achieved the top rank 2 days ago, is the awards ceremony only being held today? Chu Tian inquired, his expression devoid of surprise, as he shifted the conversation. He was well aware of the significance of the ceremony. In the original narrative, Yifan had also reached the top of the earthly rankings and requested to marry Liu Yun, seeking to annul the engagement with the demon lord of great hatred, thus delivering a harsh blow to the Chu family. Chu Tian had felt a surge of indignation, yet he had been compelled to acquiesce to the sect's regulations. The demon lord of great hatred, Chu Tian, had embarked on the path of darkness from that moment, sacrificing everything, only to see his fiancée turn to Yifan. Duanmu Lei lowered his gaze, casting a seemingly casual glance at the critically injured Yi Wu within the Divine Refinement Hall before he replied. The ceremony was delayed due to certain circumstances. Chu Tian understood well that it was the Hall Master Yi Tianhong, or rather the Sect Master Yi Tianxiong behind him, who had suppressed the event. They did not wish for Chu Tian to gain prominence and recognition. However, with his recent resurgence to the top of the earthly rankings and his record of slaying a divine dragon hatchling, the sect was once again stirred. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to hold the awards ceremony, as the eyes of the entire sect were upon them. The injured Yi Wu is none other than the second son of Yi Tianhong, which explains why Duanmu Lei cast an unintentional glance at him. The uncle has come at the behest of the esteemed leader Yi Tianhong to personally invite the young saint to the sacrificial peak. Duanmu Lei stated, due to the leader's pressing commitments, it is the hall master who will personally bestow the reward upon the young saint and fulfill any request he wishes to make to the sect. With a calm demeanor, Chu Tian suddenly clasped his fists in respect and said, Uncle Lei, I appreciate your personal visit, but I regret to inform you that I am unable to attend and accept the honor. Chapter 42. The sect faces a tremor. Why? Du NML, I furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yi Ti Ching, as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was the custodian of the sect's ceremonial regulations. However, he disregarded these principles by unilaterally suppressing the award ceremony. This was a grave offense. CHT raised his gaze to meet Du NMLI's eyes and stated, in bygone days, the revered ancestor Du NM left behind a sacred edict. The senior members of the sect must exert their utmost to nurture the cultivation of the younger disciples and must not abuse their power to stifle the promising. Only by allowing the talented to emerge can the sect prosper for generations to come. Yet, the sect leader, under the guise of upholding the greater good, seeks to extract the heavenly eye from my brow to curry favor with the C.H. sacred sect. This is a blatant violation of the sect's interests, a disrespect to the ancestral teachings, and a detriment to internal unity. This constitutes a second offense. In his youth, the revered ancestor Du N.M. suffered oppression within the sect, and upon ascending as leader, he guided the sect through adversity, specifically enjoining that this decree must not be violated. As the holy son of the sect, CHTN, though still young, refused to conspire with those lacking the spirit of a true warrior who contravened the ancestral mandates. These accolades and honors I find distasteful. I shall have none of them. His voice, though not loud, resonated profoundly within the solemn confines of the Hengtian Hall, akin to thunder echoing in the ears of numerous disciples present. At that moment, the disciples were left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to process the magnitude of Chu Tian's words. The notion that the sect leader would seek to extract the Holy Son's divine eye to appease the Heng sacred sect was nothing short of a thunderclap to those who had grown up within the sacred Heaven sect and pledged their allegiance to it. Chu Tian, how dare you so brazenly insult my father and mock the sect leader? Do you not realize this is a grave transgression? Yi Feng seethed with fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He instantly appeared before Chu Tian, raising his hand to strike him across the face. As your elder brother, I shall impart to you the lessons of respect, propriety, and filial piety. Boldness. The smile faded from Du Nmli's face, replaced by a shadow of displeasure. With a casual wave of his hand, a flash of azure light surged forth, and Yi Feng, blood spewing from his mouth, was sent flying. Yi Feng, how audacious you are to lay hands on the Holy Son before my very eyes. Du Nmli's voice was frigid. Do you truly believe that, as the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, I cannot handle the likes of you? The son of the sect leader and heir of the Yi family? The Internal Affairs Hall was responsible for rewards and punishments, as well as the establishment of the sect's ceremonial order. The Holy Son represented the dignity of the sect, and Yi Feng's actions before so many witnesses were not merely an affront to Chtn, but a slap to the face of the sect itself. Yi Feng, blood staining his white robe and hair disheveled, appeared utterly disheartened, no longer exuding the might he once possessed. Eating du nmlis world. His face turned pale as he clasped his fists and bowed. Uncle Li, I beg your forgiveness. In my moment of rage, I acted irrationally. However, Chtn has slandered the sect leader and defied the directives of the Internal Affairs Hall, which is a serious crime. Furthermore, he unjustly harmed my cousin Ew, which is also a grave offense. Uncle Li, please apprehend Chu Tian and uphold the dignity of our sect. Otherwise, should this matter spread, the consequences would be dire. Chu Tian smiled faintly and replied, Every word I utter is rooted in truth and can withstand scrutiny. Should even a single word be deemed slanderous, I shall resign from my position as the Holy Son. Since the first of the Earth rankings can make any request of the sect, I hereby ask Uncle Li to present a request to the Council of Elders, and let the three halls of law enforcement, internal affairs, and justice jointly investigate this matter until the truth is fully revealed. Let's see whether I, Chu Tian, have sullied the name of Master Yi Tianhong or our esteemed sect leader. Chu Tianyu. Yi Feng's complexion grew even paler. He had just received an urgent summons from his father, Yi Tianxiong, compelling him to return to the sect, and he was not well informed about the recent events unfolding within. Faced with Chu Tian's aggressive rhetoric, he dared not respond. Duanmu Lei remained silent for a moment before stating, The request of the young Holy Son will be reported to the Council of Elders in accordance with sect regulations. The events of the previous night were deemed top secret within the sect. However, as a high-ranking member of the sect present at the time, Duanmu Lei was certainly aware of them. The three prominent families maintained a neutral stance on this matter, albeit with a slight inclination towards the Yi family. After all, this was a topic that should not have been brought to discussion. Their attendance at the meeting, neither supporting nor opposing the issue, represented a certain attitude. Naturally, this inclination was only marginal. The information had been restricted to the upper echelons of the sect and classified as confidential. They believed that the matter would end there. Little did they expect that Chu Tian would be so resolute, not only storming back into the first position of the Earth rankings the following day, shaking the entire sect, but also compelling Yi Tianhong to hold a reward ceremony, directly bringing the issue to light for all to discuss. Duanmu Lei could only imagine the immense commotion that would ensue among the sect as hundreds of thousands of disciples once this matter was made public. However, Chu Tian targeted Yi Tianxiong and the Yi family, acting in accordance with sect regulations, for the first of the Earth rankings could indeed make any request, which the sect was obliged to fulfill. Being a member of the Duanmu family and the deputy head of internal affairs, He would not dare to openly oppose this for the sake of the Chu family, risking grave consequences. Duanmu Lei gazed at Chu Tian, his calm eyes betraying shock and awe. Chu Tian's assertive and domineering demeanor truly reshaped his perception of the Chu family. After all, the family rules of the Chu clan had always prioritized the stability and unity of the sect. Chu Tian's approach contrasted starkly with that of Chu Tianwang, ruthlessly tearing away the facade that concealed the discord between the two founding families, exposing the conflict between the Chu and Yi families to the scrutiny of all within the sect. Uncle, my nephew has other matters to attend to and must take his leave. Chu Tian's expression remained placid, as if he had merely uttered a trivial remark. He clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart. Huime gasped, for he, being of noble lineage and not lacking in intellect, understood the magnitude of the stir that Chu Tian's words would undoubtedly provoke. He believed himself to be sufficiently reckless, yet he would never dare to act so wantonly within the esteemed, compassionate sect. In comparison to Chu Tian, his actions appeared as juvenile as a child's play. Thus, throughout the entire affair, he remained dutifully stationed behind Chu Tian, refraining from uttering a word. Upon witnessing Chu Tian depart, he hurriedly pursued him, scratching his head and sighing. "Brother, why is it that our compassionate sect lacks such traditions? Otherwise, I would surely rush to claim the top spot on the earth, ranking and negotiate terms to betroth myself to my cousin." The sect, it seemed, was on the brink of upheaval. Duanmu Lei muttered softly to himself before swiftly making his way toward the Internal Affairs Hall. The sky at dusk was painted with a blood-red sun. Its rays spread like a crimson satin across the peaks of the mountain gate, seemingly warning all of the impending tempest. Chapter 43. Sister, what do you see? As nightfall enveloped the sky, a furious roar echoed ominously from the Internal Affairs Hall, its ferocity causing the heavens to tremble. Shortly thereafter, an even more formidable aura reverberated from the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak, shrouding the skies for miles, altering the very fabric of the world. The oppressive presence of the Emperor's sovereign rendered the atmosphere stifling, as thunderous roars reverberated across the firmament. Within the sect, the three foremost families remained silent, observing the unfolding events with bated breath. Outside the sect, various families held their collective breath, fully aware of the significant disturbances occurring at the entrance of the Eternal Heaven Palace. The senior members of the sect wore grave expressions, swiftly receiving a communique from the Council of Elders, summoning an emergency meeting that very night. They hurriedly prepared to attend. At that very moment, a colossal golden hand emerged from the sacred Emperor Peak, stretching across 100 miles to strike the Internal Affairs Hall with a thunderous clap. A distant, anguished roar could be faintly heard, seemingly uttering the name Chu Tianwang, accompanied by the sound of blood being spat. The plaque that had hung for 1,000,000 years at the Internal Affairs Hall was reduced to dust beneath the might of the Golden Hand. Subsequently, the Golden Hand delved into the sacred Emperor Peak, encircling it before finally descending upon the pinnacle, obliterating several palatial structures belonging to the Yi family and leaving an enormous five-fingered imprint in its wake before retracting into the darkness. In the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak, Yi Tianxiong sat in a position of authority, his eyes rimmed with bloodshot hues as he gazed into the pitch-black expanse outside. After a prolonged silence, he turned his head and spoke in a low voice. That little demon truly declared his intent to annul the engagement with our Yi family. Indeed, father, Chu Tian claims that I am unworthy of his sister. Do you think he has uncovered something? Yi Feng, standing at the foot of the hall, inquired with a pallid complexion. Father, was that golden hand? Was it you, uncle? Yi Tianxiong, his eyes tinged with faint blood, nodded slightly and replied, "This matter does not concern you. He is merely warning me not to overstep. This time, it is my miscalculation. No need to be anxious, son. Even if that lad possesses immense audacity, he would not dare to come and annul the engagement. He will remain oblivious to that situation. How is Yunshang faring with you? Does she harbor any doubts?" "None, father," Yi Feng responded respectfully. "Yunshang is obedient and consults me on all matters. She is eager to hold a grand wedding and join our Yi family. Chu uncle also holds great trust and affection for me. That is good. You may withdraw for now. Yi Tianxiong waved his hand, rising to his feet. I must meet with Chu Tianwang to stabilize matters before attending the Elders' Council. The repercussions of this event will be significant. Our family may face considerable losses. Xiania, you must observe diligently and learn well. In time, the Yi family will inevitably be entrusted to your stewardship. Remember, a momentary lapse can jeopardize grand designs. My impulsive actions have taught me this lesson the hard way. For the long-term prospects of our Yi family, you must establish good relations with Yunshang and that lad, Chu Tian. If our generation fails to achieve this, you must carry on the legacy. Do you understand? Father, I understand. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and remarked, Chu Tian has a free-spirited nature and lacks scheming intent. My child will swiftly regain his trust. Yi Tianxiong nodded, exited the palace, and vanished from sight. The Holy Heavenly Pool would open tomorrow, and as Chu Tian would also enter, you possess a slot. Do not squander this opportunity. At Sacred Emperor Peak, upon returning to the summit, Chu Tian was greeted by a flash of pale yellow as a lively, joyous voice called out, Little Tian, I miss you dearly. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and though his instinctive reaction was to display a cold glare upon recognizing the visitor, a gentle smile graced his lips. She embraced him, and he felt a tender kiss on his cheek. Moi, don't move. Let your sister kiss you a few more times, as a reward for being my remarkable little brother, who has ascended to the top of the earthly rankings. Moi. Chu Tian, feeling helpless, recalled that this lively and innocent demeanor belonged to Chu Yunshang, who cherished her younger siblings immensely. She was nearly the antithesis of the heartless enchantress he had come to know later. Born with sacred bones and extraordinary talent, though not quite comparable to his chaotic divine demonic form, she was indeed a rare gem. Shortly after her birth, Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong arranged a marriage contract between her and Yi Feng. With a gentle disposition and little experience of hardship, she lacked guile and was easily swayed by her family, eventually developing an all-consuming love for Yi Feng under his intentional guidance, sacrificing everything for him. The original narrative described Chu Yunshang as someone whose deeper love resulted in greater wounds, a tragic yet detestable, heartless enchantress. Come, let your sister have a good look at you. The one who has risen to the top of the earthly rankings, eclipsing that insufferable iceberg from the CI, Heng, sacred sect. Chu Yunshang's radiant smile was imbued with a hint of playfulness. Dressed in a creamy white gown, she was almost impossible to refuse, playfully pinching his arm. Not bad. Not bad. You've grown stronger in just 2 months. My, how tall you become. You're almost catching up to your sister. But why do you always wear such a serious expression, like a little adult? Come, smile for your sister. This time, when I ventured out with Yi Feng, the experiences were quite thrilling. Little Tian, you've yet to leave the sect. I'm sure you're curious. Come, let me recount everything for you. Chu Yunshang, brimming with joy, pulled Chu Tian to sit at the entrance of the main hall, gazing at the starry sky while chattering incessantly about how well Yi Feng treated her during their travels, his kindness, thoughtfulness, and willingness to indulge her. Chu Tian litzten guieli, cherishing this rare, familial warmth. Not far from the main hall, Lao Tu leaned against an ancient tree, occasionally glancing over with a broad smile, his withered, wind-worn front teeth seeming to shimmer under the night sky. Inside the dimly lit chamber of the main hall, Chu Tianwang withdrew his hand from the void, observing his children chatting at the entrance, a smile curling his lips, though the bloodshot hue in his eyes deepened. No one shall harm my children, he murmured, rising to tear open a rift and stepping into the void. Little Tian, I've shared my experiences. Now it's your turn to tell me if anything interesting has happened during this time. Chu Yunshang said, her eyes twinkling as she rested her chin on her hands. A familiar scene between the two siblings. Although Chu Tian had spent much of his past in rigorous training under the tutelage of the Heavenly King, a monotonous endeavor, his sister listened with rapt attention. At this moment, Chu Tian smiled slightly, pointing to his forehead. Elder sister, look here. Wow. Little Tian, you have developed a third eye. It's beautiful. What wondrous ability is this? Chu Yunshang exclaimed, reaching out cautiously to touch it, her eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. This is the eye of heavenly path. Chu Tian et Lai. It is a divine ability bestowed by the celestial compassion sect's destined sage. It allows me to gaze upon the heavens and delve into the netherworld. Nothing can escape my sight, including the nature of one's cultivation techniques and the bodily transformations resulting from their powers. As Chu Tian gazed at his elder sister, his voice grew increasingly somber. Yet, Chu Yunshang remained blissfully unaware of his emotional shift, continuing to marvel at her brother's unique eye. For instance, I can discern that. Dear sister, has Yi Feng instructed you in an extraordinary secret technique? Chu Tian's tone darkened further, tinged with an unsettling chill. The eye of heavenly path is truly remarkable. You can even perceive that. Chu Yunshang's eyes widened in astonishment. The matter of Yi Feng guiding her in a secret technique was something she had kept to herself, deeming it a private secret between them. Is this secret technique called the supreme yin-yang art? Chu Tian's voice became increasingly grave. Under the ancient tree, the leisurely figure of the old camel suddenly changed countenance upon hearing these words, slowly rising to his feet. Little Tian, you can even see this? Chu Junsang et Gelim. Her surprise deepening. Chapter 44. This child has chosen a path to death. Cursed be it. The old servant bowed respectfully before the young lady and her companion. Suddenly, Tuo Lao appeared before them, performing a courteous greeting. However, Chu Tian noticed that Tuo Lao's gaze was slightly somber, though he concealed it well. At least, Chu Yunshang remained oblivious. Grandfather Tuo, you should call me Yunshang. You always promised to do so, yet the next day you revert to calling me young lady. Chu Junsang pouted, rushing forward to embrace Tuo Lao's arm, playfully swaying as she sought affection. Tuo Lao had guarded the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak for many years, and the 4 siblings of the Chu family were all born within that hall, growing up under his watchful eye. Thus, while not bound by blood, their bond was akin to that of family. All right, my young lady, do not sway so. This old body of mine may well fall apart. I promise to call you Yunshang next time. Tuo Lao chuckled, his face beaming with warmth. Yet, as he spoke, his eyes shifted towards Chu Tian. Young master, the supreme yin-yang art you mentioned earlier, could it be the technique left behind by the ancient demon clan that once invaded our Hengtian Continent? Tuo Lao, being well-versed in history, recognized that the supreme yin-yang art was one of the supreme secrets of the supreme demon sect, a practice cultivated by its higher-ups and core disciples, which was left after the demon clan withdrew from Hengtian. The reason Chu Tian was aware of it was due to the information contained within the legacy of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. Chu Tian responded in a low tone, his fists clenched tightly. He was merely fabricating the notion of the supreme yin-yang art being recorded in the legacy of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. The system had merely plundered the legacy, not memories. Moreover, the Destiny Dao Sovereign lived 100,000 years ago, while the supreme demon sect had been vanquished nearly 1,000,000 years prior by the top sects of the righteous path in Hengtian. The demonic scriptures and abilities had been sealed away by the powerful sects, and it was unlikely that the Destiny Dao Sovereign would possess knowledge of them. However, attributing matters to the Destiny Dao Sovereign would save him from unnecessary explanations and trouble. Damn it, cursed be it. This vile creature dares to act so recklessly, plotting against the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Suddenly, Tuo Lao's voice dropped to a low growl, his murky eyes igniting with a fierce glint. A fleeting, terrifying aura erupted, causing the dim night sky to tremble slightly. Tuo Lao straightened his back, and a towering silhouette seemed to materialize, with gray hair billowing like a tempest, exuding a demonic energy that threatened to annihilate the world. Chu Yunshang's face paled in fear. In that brief moment, she seemed to experience a fleeting illusion. Perceiving the hunchbacked elder as a mountain-like figure, his blood-red hair cascading down, a veritable demon god stained with countless lives. Grandfather Tuo, what has happened to you? Chu Yunshang's voice trembled. However, the scene quickly dissipated, and Tuo Lao's expression returned to its warm demeanor, smiling broadly at her. My young lady, it is nothing to worry about. That is a relief. Just now, Grandfather Ta, you were quite terrifying, like a demon god with countless lives on your hands. Chu Yunshang playfully stuck out her tongue, turning to inquire of her brother if he had seen the same thing. Chu Tian shook his head, denying it outright. Sister, you may have just returned from your training, feeling fatigued, leading to an illusion. Grandfather Tuo has watched over our main hall for so many years, never leaving the sect. How could he be a demon god? Indeed, it seems I am truly fatigued. Chu Yunshang was greatly shaken by the earlier scene, her mind still in disarray, her complexion somewhat pale. After bestowing a kiss on both old Tuo and her brother, she turned and retreated to the main hall to rest. Once Chu Yunshang had departed, the smiles that adorned the faces of old Tuo and Chu Tian vanished entirely. Young master, can you ascertain whether the eldest lady is cultivating the supreme secret technique of the supreme demon sect, the supreme Yin-Yang art? Old Tuo's expression grew unusually grave, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, a terrifying light flickering in his eyes. Not only the supreme Yin-Yang art, but I can also confirm it is the auxiliary technique of the supreme Yin-Yang art. Chu Tian spoke with cold detachment, articulating each word deliberately. Eldest sister has been turned into a humanoid, demonic furnace by Yifeng. The day she ignites the divine fire will mark the completion of the supreme Yin-Yang art. The 7 emotions and 6 desires within her will ignite, and the power of Yin and Yang will coalesce into demonic fruits. At that time, she will descend into the demonic path, transforming into a heartless, desireless humanoid demonic warrior. Once harvested by those who cultivate the main technique of the supreme Yin-Yang art, she will become akin to stone, devoid of individual desires, knowing only slaughter and cultivation, providing her master with the fruits of her labor. Chu Tian's earlier inquiry was merely a probe, for at this stage of his rebirth, he was in the youth of the great hate demon lord, and Chu Yunshang had yet to wed Yifeng, leaving him uncertain whether Chu Yunshang was indeed practicing this secret art. However, upon receiving her response, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. The supreme Yin-Yang art is divided into a main and a secondary technique. The practitioner of the main technique becomes the sovereign over the practitioner of the secondary technique. Their souls intertwined, bound for life. Should the practitioner of the main technique perish, the consciousness of the secondary practitioner will be instantly extinguished. Moreover, upon igniting the divine fire, the practitioner of the secondary technique will eternally become a furnace, their cultivation results automatically shared with their master. Furthermore, the practitioner of the secondary technique will see their 7 emotions and 6 desires consumed, becoming utterly forgetful of emotion, free from external distractions. With only the master in their heart, they live and die for their master, wholeheartedly devoted, their combat prowess exponentially enhanced, and their cultivation speed accelerated, making them a formidable humanoid demonic warrior capable of both offense and defense, as well as assisting their master in cultivation. In ancient times, the higher echelons and core disciples of the supreme demon sect would capture the prodigies and even leaders of various sects, coercing them to cultivate the supreme Yin-Yang art, molding them into exclusive humanoid demonic furnaces. Their excessively nefarious methods incited the wrath of numerous sects in the Hengtian Continent, leading to a united effort to eradicate the supreme demon sect, resulting in its total annihilation. Many demonic scriptures and divine abilities left behind by the supreme demon sect were sealed away, accessible only to the heads of the top sections. In the original narrative, after igniting the divine fire, Chu Yunshang severed her emotions and desires, descending into the demonic path. Possessing innate holy bones, her combat prowess surged, her demonic might thunderous. After betraying the Holy Heavenly Sect, she committed countless slaughters, inciting both divine wrath and public ire across the Hengtian Continent. Chu Tian, deeply concerned for his beloved sister, repeatedly intervened to protect her, leading to the Chu family being despised by many sections. The eventual destruction of the Chu family, which had endured for 1,000,000 years, was significantly intertwined with these events, as the Chu family had long been a target of public outrage in the Hengtian Continent, with no clan willing to extend a helping hand. Otherwise, a prestigious clan that has endured for millions of years, with connections and alliances meticulously cultivated over generations, cannot be so easily extinguished. Chu Tian originally believed that Yi Feng would allow his elder sister to cultivate the supreme yin-yang art only after her marriage into the Yi family at Shengdi Peak. To his utter astonishment, Yi Feng exhibited such audacity, shamelessly having already exploited Chu Yunshang's innocence to initiate her into the supreme yin-yang art. The earlier one begins to practice this art, the more profound the transformation at the moment of igniting the divine fire, as it consumes the 7 emotions and 6 desires, culminating in an even more potent manifestation of demonic fruit. Such audacity! This child has embarked upon a path leading to his own demise. He deserves death. The old tortoise trembled all over, seemingly well-versed in the sinister arts of the supreme demon sect. Young master. Yi Feng must be eliminated for daring to cultivate the supreme yin-yang demonic art, using the young lady as a vessel to forge puppets. What are we to do now? Should the practitioner of the primary art perish, the one practicing the secondary art will immediately face annihilation. A faint hue of crimson clouded the old tortoise's murky eyes, his voice quaking. Moreover, as cultivation progresses, the reliance of the practitioner of the secondary art on the one practicing the primary art will continually intensify. This process cannot be interrupted, or else the secondary practitioner will instantly face total obliteration. The young lady is so kind-hearted and vivacious, despite her astounding talent. Having been taken as a disciple by an otherworldly saint since birth, she has never displayed any airs. Yet, she has fallen prey to such despicable individuals. Chapter 45. The Supreme Tao Clan and the Arcane Arts. In a moment of unsettling clarity, the old hunchback, with crimson glimmers flickering in his eyes, began to straighten his posture, exuding an ominous aura that rendered the heavens a somber shade of darkness. The air thickened with a palpable sense of dread, distorting the surrounding space as an overwhelming scent of blood wafted through. Do not be overly agitated, Master Tua. I possess a solution, Chu Tian asserted, stepping forward to steady the elder. His voice was grave. The old man steadied himself, turning his gaze, trembling as he spoke. Young master, is it true that within the legacy of the celestial Tao sovereign, there exists a scripture specifically designed to counter the supreme yin-yang art? Do you truly have a method to save the young lady? Indeed, Chu Tian nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Master Tua, please remain calm and do not act recklessly. This matter must not reach the ears of a third party, lest we alarm the enemy. If Yi Feng feels cornered, it could place my elder sister in grave danger. Though bloodshot, the old man's eyes conveyed understanding as he nodded, realizing that informing the master and mistress, or even alerting the young lady's mentor, the outer realm sacred being, would be futile and might complicate matters. The celestial Tao sovereign, a paragon of wisdom, possesses the ability to perceive the past and present, and if he can discern that the young lady has cultivated the supreme yin-yang art, then a remedy must exist within the teachings. Young master, I entrust the safety of the young lady to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform this old servant. I would risk my life to ensure her safety, he declared, understanding the elder's deep affection for the 4 siblings. Chu Tian offered a few words of comfort to soothe Master Tuo's anxiety before returning to the main hall. Xing Nu had already prepared a medicinal concoction, and, after assisting Chu Tian in disrobing and entering the bath, she cautiously closed the door and began to meditate outside, sensing a slight tension in her master's demeanor upon his return. Chu Tian took his time, first consuming a top-grade divine refinement pill to enhance his physique, comprehension, and mental acuity. He then focused his mind, channeling the chaotic essence of the chaos creation canon through 3 great circulations within his body, calming his previously restless spirit. Though heaven offers a path, you choose to stray, and though hell has no entrance, you dare to trespass. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he murmured to himself before inquiring, System, does the marketplace offer any secret techniques capable of resolving the supreme yin-yang art? Ideally, one that allows my elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to transform Yi Feng into a corporeal demonic weapon, thereby nurturing her own cultivation. As the adage goes, the system never disappoints. A gentle, melodious voice soon echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Host, the scan is complete. You can cultivate the supreme Yin-Yang Dao art. Upon breaking through to the divine refinement realm, you will be able to condense the supreme Yin-Yang Dao seed, implanting the main seed within Chu Yunshang and the secondary seed within Yifeng. This will allow for a reversal of their roles. The fruits of Yifeng's cultivation will be partially devoured by the Dao seed, replenishing Chu Yunshang, and when he ignites the divine flame, he shall transform into her corporeal demonic weapon. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Dao Clan, both originating from the exalted realm of the Supreme World within the myriad realms, have been adversaries for many years. The Supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique was created by the Dao ancestor of the Supreme Dao Clan, specifically designed to counteract the formidable Supreme Yin-Yang art. To exchange for the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique, one would need to expend 20,000 destiny points, while acquiring the profound comprehension of the Yin-Yang Great Dao technique requires 2,000 destiny points. When paired with the insight aura, it can assist the host in grasping the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique in the shortest time possible. A spark ignited within Chu Tian, prompting him to access the system panel. Host, Chu Tian Realm, 10th layer of bone forging, possessing 2 million gene of divine strength, capable of swiftly vanquishing a young true dragon. Indeed, the host is destined to be the singular child of destiny in the future. Physique, Chaos Demon Physique Cultivation Method, Chaos Creation True Scripture, 1st layer, divine ability. Eye of the Heavenly Dao Treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat prowess. Heavenly Mysterious Divine Ring can be refined for 1,000 destiny points. Containing a trace of an ancient remnant soul, posing a certain threat, the host should exercise caution. Dao Pearl Auxiliary Treasure. Already refined. Innate Spiritual Herb. Sapling of the Enlightenment Tree Destiny Points. 86,100 points, suppressing Yifan, Liu Yun. And Yifeng has yielded significant rewards and destiny points for Chu Tian, along with dealing with pivotal characters of fortune such as Yi Wu and Yi Chang. And targeting Yi Tianxiong would also bring some sporadic rewards over the course of a few days. Although the purchase of top-tier divine forging pills and the renewal of 3 major auras consumed a considerable number of destiny points, the total count of destiny points has nonetheless increased by several tens of thousands. System exchange. A fearsome glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Despite the considerable value of the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique and its corresponding profound comprehension, he resolutely proceeded with the exchange. Yifeng and the Yi family would pay a grievous price for their actions. Upon successfully exchanging for the Supreme Yin-Yang Great Dao technique and the relevant secret comprehension, Chu Tian was left with 64,100 destiny points. In the next moment, a vast array of runes surged into Chu Tian's mind, accompanied by the insights and understanding of powerful practitioners flowing through his consciousness. This was the supreme secret art of the Supreme Dao Clan, meticulously designed to counter the formidable Supreme Demon Clan, imbued with incomprehensible information. With the enhancement of the insight aura and the guidance of the profound comprehension, Chu Tian swiftly mastered this secret art. Bolstered by his physique and spiritual aura, he felt no mental fatigue or concerns about his physical limits, continuously digesting, understanding, and absorbing this intricate and grand supreme secret art without pause. Chu Tian's robust spirit enveloped him, and as his comprehension deepened, mysterious Dao runes coalesced around his body, radiating with a resplendent glow, as if encapsulating the highest laws of the universe, advancing rapidly. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would likely be struck with terror. It is important to note that grasping such a high-level secret art requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense expenditure of time and energy. Yu Mei, a prodigious talent, comprehended the top-tier movement technique, the Phantom Dragon art, at the bone forging realm, leaving the higher-ups of the Sacred Heaven Sect in shock, even proclaiming that as long as Chu Tian could withstand 3 moves from Hui Mei, it would be considered a victory. This was the reason behind their astonishment. Yet, even though Hui Mei possessed a formidable strength of 900,000 pounds 6 months ago, her advancement has been a mere 200,000, despite the abundant resources provided by the Zhihong Holy Sect. This is primarily due to her devoting the majority of her time and energy to the comprehension of divine abilities. One can only imagine the arduousness involved in grasping such pinnacle powers. Otherwise, even if Hui Mei's innate constitution does not match that of Chu Tian's chaotic demon body, as a prodigious talent within the original narrative of the myriad realms, she would not be so vastly outpaced in her cultivation of the highest scriptures. Chapter 46. Granting deference to the brother-in-law of the night was tranquil, as if woven from water, and within the confines of Chu Tian's chamber. An aura of profound understanding enveloped him. Immersed in the comprehension of the supreme yin-yang path, he chose not to have the star slave replace the medicinal liquid throughout the night. However, due to the intense cultivation of the exalted secret art, his spirit underwent rigorous refinement, resulting in significant enhancements over the course of the night. Through this night of cultivation, Chu Tian discerned that the supreme yin-yang path was not merely a simple technique aimed at countering the supreme demon clan. Rather, its primary function was a mere adjunct. As the pinnacle secret art of the supreme Dao clan, it harbored numerous lethal techniques, with its myriad transformations surpassing those of the Holy Heavenly Sect, which likely possessed few divine arts that could rival its prowess. As dawn broke, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze dark and penetrating, capable of piercing the solid stone floor beneath him to depths exceeding 2 meters, leaving no trace of cracks in its wake. His penetrating power had reached a terrifying level. Should he confront Yi Chong, he would require no physical exertion, nor even the use of the eye of the heavenly Tao. A mere glance could obliterate Yi Chong's chest, or even shatter his skull entirely. The exceptional divine refinement pill incessantly bolstered his spirit, and combined with the high-intensity understanding of the supreme yin-yang path throughout the night, the density and potency of Chu Tian's spiritual power had reached a critical threshold. Although his physical strength had not increased, if he were to unleash the eye of the heavenly Tao, his spiritual energy could erupt tenfold, potentially exceeding 10 million pounds of force, capable of dispatching Yi Wu with a single blow. If he were to employ the supreme yin-yang path, even those within the top 50 of the divine refinement rankings would fall before him. His spiritual power had also reached the limit permissible within the bone refinement realm, signaling that it was time to break through to the divine refinement realm within the sacred heaven pool. Ye Feng. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he rose from the medicinal barrel, the remnants of the medicinal liquid cascading down his robust form, shimmering with a chaotic divine iron-like luster, harboring formidable explosive potential. Star Slave, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the door throughout the night, heard the sound of water and entered upon opening the door. Upon witnessing her young master's powerful physique, exuding an overwhelming force, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lowering her head, she took a towel to dry him off, dutifully assisting Chu Tian in changing attire. Indeed, the young master's body resembled that of an ancient ferocious beast, robust and increasingly captivating. Star Slave mused, her veiled face warming with embarrassment, internally scolding herself for her shameless thoughts. Star Slave, you are fortunate beyond measure to serve so closely at the side of your young master, receiving his affection and favor. Do not dare to entertain further desires. Brother, everything is prepared. I am ready to enter the sacred heaven pool with you, a distant voice called out. In the next moment, a bald head came into view, followed closely by the enchanting visage of Hui Mei, her small face adorned with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her willow-like brows elegantly arched. At such a tender age, her allure surprisingly surpassed even that of the beautiful Star Slave. Yesterday, the reason why Hui Mei did not return with Chu Tian was that upon learning of his impending 10-day sojourn in the sacred heavenly pool, he was unwilling to squander the invaluable time for comprehending the eye of heavenly Tao. Thus, he sought out Elder Chu to facilitate connections with the higher echelons of the sacred heavenly sect. According to Hui Mei, every additional moment spent grasping the eye of heavenly Tao would mean an increment in his cousin's attention, thereby augmenting his stature in her eyes. It remains uncertain how much effort Elder Chu expended how many influential figures he contacted within the sacred Heavenly Sect, or what concessions he made to grant Huime, this prodigy from the outer sect, the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool. It is imperative to acknowledge that the sacred heavenly pool is a high-level secret realm that even a semi-imperial figure like Chu Tian could greatly benefit from. It is shrouded in utmost confidentiality. Once Xing Nu completed his attire, Chu Tian accompanied Huime to the Hall of Internal Affairs. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the Internal Affairs Peak. The sacred heavenly pool is among the few high-level secret realms of the sacred heavenly sect, containing the imperial corpse of the revered Lord Duanmu, a closely guarded secret managed by the Hall of Internal Affairs. To Chu Tian's surprise, the Deputy Hall Master, Duanmu Lei, was personally awaiting their arrival at the hall's entrance. Upon seeing Chu Tian, a smile graced his face as he stepped forward to greet him. Oncle Lei, Chu Tian addressed him, casting a glance upwards at the entrance where he noticed a state of disarray, with multiple damages resembling remnants of crumbled wall. The plaque that had hung there for 1,000,000 years had vanished. He immediately understood the intention behind Duanmu Lei's personal greeting, likely a precaution against any potential altercations with the disciples of the Yi family during this tense juncture. Nevertheless, Chu Tian was unconcerned. His objectives for this visit were twofold: to confront Yi Feng and to seek the imperial spirit born of the ancestor Duanmu. He had neither the time nor the energy to squander on trifling matters. Duanmu Lei exhibited warmth towards Chu Tian, yet merely cast a cold glance at Huime. Chu Tian was not surprised by Duanmu Lei's demeanor, for the sacred heavenly pool was a precious legacy left by the ancestor Duanmu. Crafted from her remaining vitality and Tao essence, with her body at its core, and was strictly off-limits to individuals from the outer sect. Although the sect's higher-ups had permitted an outsider to enter in exchange for substantial benefits, it was likely that they had received numerous advantages from Elder Chu in private. Given that Duanmu Lei was the second in command of the Duanmu family, it was indeed peculiar for him to regard Huime favorably. In contrast, Huime was quite audacious, strutting with her nose held high, scratching her head as she followed Chu Tian and Duanmu Lei into the Hall of Internal Affairs, casting sideways glances at those around her. Having endured the torment of Chu Tianyun's gaze the previous night, she found the chilling stares inconsequential. As they passed the glowering members of the Yi family, Huime shot them fierce glares and even brandished her fists in bravado. Apart from Chu Tian, who could subdue her within the same realm, she had never feared anyone. The imperial household department, under the control of the Yi family for a millennium, harbored individuals loyal to them, even if they did not bear the Yi surname. Last night, their ancestral plaque, venerable for 100,000 years, was shattered, and now, on their own turf, they were provoked by those brought by Chu Tian. The faces of the Yi family members flushed with rage, their expressions darkened with an intensity that seemed capable of dripping water. Had it not been for Duanmu Lei personally guiding the way, even a prodigy like Huime from the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect would have had to enter with trepidation and leave in a state of disarray. They journeyed deep into the heart of the Imperial Household Department. Ahead lay a lake, its waters a milky hue, shrouded in swirling mist that thickened the atmosphere. This was none other than the Sacred Heaven Pool, one of the esteemed secret realms of the Sacred Heaven Sect. By the lakeside, a few young prodigies stood in clusters, while others sat cross-legged on massive rocks, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, preparing to enter the Sacred Heaven Pool. The opportunity to enter this sacred place was not only exceedingly precious, but also required one to achieve great merit for their sect. Thus, it was a rare chance. Many divine-level powerhouses throughout their lives never secured even a single opportunity to enter. Consequently, most would arrive well in advance, even if they could not enter. To cultivate in the vicinity of the Sacred Heaven Pool, with a spiritual energy and Tao insights were far richer than in the outside world. Individuals like Chu Tian, who timed their arrival meticulously, were essentially the last to show up. Upon witnessing Vice Hall Master Duanmu Lei arriving with his entourage, numerous young talents from various sects directed curious glances toward Chu Tian. Even the elder generation, meditating on the boulders, opened their eyes. "Young saint, we have arrived," Duanmu Lei announced with a smile. "Uncle, please prepare. as we will soon open the entrance to the secret realm. As Chu Tian raised his gaze, he spotted two familiar figures amidst the clusters of people: his nominal brother-in-law, Yi Feng, and his fiancée, Liu Yun. "Little Tian, look who your brother-in-law has brought for you," Yi Feng said with a gentle smile, seemingly having forgotten the events of the previous day, his injuries fully healed. He strode forward with the confidence of a dragon, accompanied by the petite and beautiful Liu Yun, to resolve any misunderstandings between you and your fiancé, Yi. Your brother-in-law has expended considerable effort to allow Liu Yun entry into the sacred heaven pool, creating an opportunity for you both to meet. Give your brother-in-law some face and have a word with Liu Yun. As long as you are willing to communicate, there is no misunderstanding that cannot be clarified. Liu Yun's delicate face was slightly pale, her eyes betraying a hint of conflict. However, as she approached, she softly called out, "Chu Tian." Chu Tian cast a glance at them, his expression tranquil, and simply replied with a single word: "Leave." Chapter 47. Soon, you shall kneel and plead for mercy, actively seeking to annul the engagement. "Begone." Chu Tian's voice, calm and icy, drew astonished glances from those around. It is often said that one should not strike a person who comes with a smiling face, especially considering Yi Feng's esteemed status, along with the lowly posture he adopted. Coupled with Liu Yun's porcelain-like beauty, her slightly pale visage adorned with misty, tear-filled eyes was enough to render anyone reluctant to speak harshly to her. Despite his tender years, Chu Tian bore a youthful countenance that belied his cold demeanor, resembling an ancient sage who had traversed the trials of life and death, astonishing all present. "You." Liu Yun's face grew even paler, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I have done nothing wrong. Chu Tian, how can you treat me this way time and again? Why can you not show me kindness? I have taken the initiative to apologize. What more do you wish from me?" A fleeting shadow crossed Yi Feng's gaze, yet he smiled and remarked, "Little Tian, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Although you are merely betrothed by your families, having grown up together, it is inevitable that you will soon mature and celebrate a grand wedding. At that time, you shall be life partners, supporting one another through all. Why allow a trivial matter involving Yi Fan to create a lasting rift between you two? As your brother-in-law, I speak from experience, wishing only the best for you. When you venture into the world, your elder sister Yun Chong can also be a tad capricious, yet I have always smiled and let it pass. Moreover, Yi Fan saved little Yun's life, and her actions, although somewhat excessive in gratitude, are understandable. You both have grown up under my watch. It pains me to see you remain at odds. Listen to your brother-in-law." Yi Feng spoke with warmth and kindness, deftly avoiding mention of the previous day's events, continually citing his own experiences with Chu Yunchang as examples for Chu Tian to consider. He urged him to be magnanimous, reminiscing about how he had witnessed the two of them playing together, his words imbued with nostalgia and sentiment. After contemplating for an entire night, Yi Feng concluded that this was the most effective method to mend a relationship between Chu Tian and Liu Yun. Within the halls of the Hengtian Palace, Chu Tian, without any prior indication, had suddenly claimed he was unworthy of Chu Yunchang and sought to annul the engagement. In the days that followed, tensions with the Yi family escalated, causing the situation to deteriorate further. Yi Feng believed that the root of the problem lay in the affair between Liu Yun and Yi Fan, which had ignited the initial spark of discord. Thus, he contacted Liu Yun overnight, expending considerable effort to facilitate her entry into the sacred heavenly pool. Yi Feng perceived that he had grasped the crux of the issue. If he could resolve a relationship between Chu Tian and Liu Yun, everything else would fall into place. "Brother, this man appears imposing and extraordinary, yet he drones on like an old woman," Hui Mei remarked, scratching her head in irritation. However, she cast a few more glances at the porcelain-like Liu Yun, noticing that this young girl seemed poised to rival even her elder cousin in beauty, truly befitting one who is destined for a betrothal with a brother. "It is because he is a scoundrel." Chu Tian responded with indifference before turning his gaze toward Yefeng, his voice laced with an icy chill. "Yefeng, should you utter my elder sister's name once more, I assure you that your fate within the sacred heavenly pool will be even more dire. You are unworthy." In an instant, The shadows in Yefeng's eyes could scarcely be contained. With his remarkable talent and status, he was accustomed to being the center of attention, the focus of all admiration. Chu Tian's repeated public disdain had ignited a furious blaze within him, and despite his efforts, this individual remained impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. You're still young. Allow me to advise you, brother-in-law. Know when to cease, for excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Do not overstep your bounds. Yefeng's words emerged through gritted teeth, each syllable deliberate and forceful. As for my relationship with Yunshang, it is not within your purview to comment. Our engagement is certainly not something for a mere child like you to meddle in. Meanwhile, Liu Yun paled further, for throughout this encounter, Chu Tian had not spared her even a fleeting glance, rendering her presence utterly inconsequential. Summoning her utmost courage, she recalled her mother's teachings on how to reclaim a man's affection, and stepped forward, her trembling hand reaching out in an attempt to grasp Chu Tian's arm. Chu Tian, have you forgotten that we were once? A resounding slap echoed through the air like a clap of thunder. Liu Yun's body was propelled like an arrow, soaring over 100 meters before crashing into a massive stone by the lakeside, shrouded in a cloud of dust. The onlookers felt a chill race up their spines, their hearts heavy with dread. What manner of person is this? He shows no regard for sentiment, as if his heart were made of stone. Chu Tian wasted not a single moment on Liu Yun, his gaze indifferent, seemingly exuding frost as he turned his attention to Yefeng. What a chilling atmosphere, Huime murmured under her breath, feeling a sudden wave of coldness wash over her as she stood beside Chu Tian. Little brat, do you still wish to take action against me? Yefeng sneered as he observed Chu Tian advancing toward him, the darkness in his eyes thickening. He had done all he could and had reached the limits of his patience, disregarding his father's counsel to maintain cordiality with Chu Tian. Your sister will inevitably be mine. This is an unalterable truth. The decision to break off the engagement is not yours to make. Your father will not consent, nor will your sister, Chu Yunshan. Do you truly believe your eldest sister will heed your words over mine? Yefeng's voice was frigid. He had concluded that Chu Tian was a man who would not back down from confrontation. With unwavering confidence, he declared, if you are wise, you will comply with my wishes, mend relations with Liu Yun, and secure the release of Yi Fan from the Sin Domain prison. Otherwise, suddenly, a formidable and expansive aura emanated from Chu Tian, causing all present to tremble instinctively, fearing that this ruthless individual might indeed strike Yefeng. The two were separated by two significant realms. Chu Tian, cloaked in mental fortitude that shielded him from external scrutiny, spoke in a voice laced with chilling malice, audible only to Yefeng. You seem quite pleased with yourself, believing you can persuade my sister to cultivate the supreme yin-yang techniques, secondary arts. Soon, I shall compel you to kneel before me and beg for mercy, imploring my sister to annul the engagement. In an instant, a thunderous shock reverberated in Yi Feng's mind, his countenance paling to a ghostly hue, and a terrifying murderous intent ignited in his eyes. How could Chu Tian possibly know? Was it Chu Yunshang who divulged this information? Yet that seemed implausible. Yi Feng's heart raced wildly. Should this matter become public, his ruin would be inevitable, and no one across the Hengtian Continent could save him. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively contemplated striking down Chu Tian. However, a formidable aura bound him, as Duan Mulei, wary of a conflict between Chu Tian and Yi Feng, had been discreetly observing and promptly restrained Yi Feng's movements with his profound energy. Hush! Chu Tian gently pressed his index finger to his lips, his expression serene as he cautioned, do not raise an alarm. Otherwise, you will meet a swifter demise. Your life holds little value, and I have no desire for my sister to be embroiled in this. Yet, the calmness exuding from Chu Tian sent chills down Yi Feng's spine, causing his legs to tremble subtly. He could not fathom how his secret had been exposed. How had Chu Tian acquired this knowledge? What should he do? Yi Feng stood rigid as a statue, his face devoid of color. The onlookers were filled with confusion. It appeared that Chu Tian had merely whispered something. Yet the once imposing Yi Feng, the esteemed son of the sect leader, had been reduced to such a state of fear. Chu Tian, do you dare to engage me in battle? At that moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed. A tall figure emerged from the crowd by the lakeside, his eyes radiating an intense ferocity. Striding confidently to Yi Feng's side, he declared in a low tone, "Brother Feng, this little demon is unruly and lacks any decorum. He shows no respect for you. To reason with him, one must resort to force. Allow me to challenge him and avenge Yi Wu." The emergence of this individual caused a ripple of unease among the onlookers, for he was none other than Yi Yun, the eldest son of the Inner Affairs Hallmaster. Chapter 48. The ants dare to challenge the might of heaven. Merely seeking their own demise, it is said that Yi Wu suffered a grievous blow from the young saint in the Hengtian Hall, resulting in fractured ribs and shattered internal organs. Only through the personal intervention of Master Yi was he barely saved. Yet he may be incapable of normal cultivation for a considerable time. A talented individual spoke in hushed tones. The surrounding crowd suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Yi Yun rushed out in a frenzy after witnessing Yi Feng's misfortune. He was intent on defending his brother's honor. Yi Yun had broken through to the divine refinement realm many years prior, ranking 38th on the divine refinement list, while the young saint was merely at the body refinement stage, reportedly not yet 9 years old. It seemed an affront to the sect's rules for him to challenge the young saint. A woman began to voice her thoughts, but was swiftly silenced by her companion, who fervently gestured for her to remain quiet. They were on the verge of entering the Holy Tian pool. Offending the son of the Hallmaster of the Internal Affairs would not bode well. To challenge him? Chu Tian turned to glance at Yi Yun before withdrawing his gaze and returning to stand beside Hui Mei. "You are truly unworthy." A chilling intensity radiated from Chu Tian's eyes. Yi Yun, as a mere supporting character, failed to pique his interest, and he had no desire to squander time on such a person. He closed his eyes to contemplate the supreme Yin Yang Dao, awaiting the opening of the Holy Tian pool. This fellow, though younger than I, possesses a murderous intent far beyond reason. Hui Mei mused inwardly. As Chu Tian stood beside her, the eerie sensation returned, causing goosebumps to rise along her skin. Despite their brief acquaintance, she noted that Chu Tian seemed indifferent to everything, rarely wasting even a modicum of time or energy on matters that did not concern him. His approach was direct and focused, as evidenced in their previous confrontation. This was the first time she sensed genuine fury emanating from Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, you dared to ambush and injure my brother. Why do you now shy away from accepting my straightforward challenge?" Yi Yun's expression darkened, imbued with a profound sense of being scorned by Chu Tian. He spoke coldly. As the heir of a founding family, the sect's young saint, the first on the earth ranking, do you lack the courage to accept my challenge? Were it not for the sect's regulations forbidding high-level practitioners from indiscriminately attacking those of lower realms, I would have already struck. Why are all you Yi family members so bothersome? My elder brother can hardly be bothered with you, yet you insist on pressing forward one after another. Yu Mei grinned, scratching her bald head. Moreover, you truly lack the merit to challenge my elder brother. Even having broken through to the divine refinement realm, you still appear so fragile. In our realm, I could dispatch you with a mere finger. Possessing a strength of 110,000 jin, below the realm of igniting divine fire, few could capture his attention aside from Chu Tian, including Yi Feng himself. Little bald head, you share my brother's affairs. Others may fear you because of your connection to the Hui family, but I do not. Once I deal with Chu Tian, I shall settle accounts with you. As the son of the Hallmaster of Internal Affairs, Yi Yun felt emboldened, casting a cold glance at Hui Mei before addressing the still meditative Chu Tian. What is it, Chu Tian? Weren't you quite audacious in front of Brother Feng just moments ago? Why the sudden retreat? Due to the marriage contract. Brother Feng is reluctant to put you in a difficult position. However, I do not possess Brother Feng's patience. If your sister wishes to marry into the Yi family, she must adhere to our family rules. Otherwise, suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing within. The third vertical eye on his forehead opened. Violet light flowing forth, a vast spirit surging like a tempest, an aura of profound truths enveloped him, and in an instant he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Chu Tian appeared before Yi Yun, his eyes radiating a chilling light as he stared intently at him, a dreadful killing intent emerging. "You are courting death." This was precisely the moment Yi Wen had anticipated. Yi Wen, who had been on high alert, bellowed furiously upon seeing Chu Tian's sudden appearance. He had awaited a justification to strike, disregarding the fact that Chu Tian had yet to make a move. A powerful surge of spiritual energy resonated as he unleashed a whip-like kick towards Chu Tian's chest, the air erupting with explosive force. An overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave, leaving onlookers astounded. As the 38th ranked genius on the spirit refining list, the force behind his sudden strike had reached an astonishing 7 million pounds, capable of obliterating mountains. The crowd watched in horror, believing Yi Wen had lost his senses. For he was clearly at a higher realm than Chu Tian, yet he had chosen to attack without hesitation. Moreover, this kick was executed with full force, clearly intending to kill Chu Tian in a single blow. "Yi Wen, stand down." A woman in green rushed forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "This is the sacred ground where my ancestor Duanmu attained enlightenment. Such recklessness is intolerable." Yet Yi Wen's attack was executed with such swiftness that there was barely a moment for anyone to react. And he was so close to Chu Tian that there was no time for evasion. Boom! Chu Tian's gaze was icy as he transformed his spirit into numerous grand symbols enveloping his arm. His formidable spirit amplified tenfold, his blood energy surging like a roaring dragon. He unleashed a punch. In that instant, it felt as if the very space trembled. This punch was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain, its weight unimaginable. When their fists and feet collided, a shockwave erupted, the essence of the Tao surging forth as Chu Tian's power poured out like a tidal wave. Crack! Suddenly, Yi Wen's foot was obliterated into a mist of blood. He let out a horrific scream as the overwhelming force from Chu Tian's punch reverberated through him, causing blood to seep from his every pore, his features becoming a grotesque mask of crimson. With the convergence of the eye of heavenly Tao and the tenfold amplification of his spirit, the explosive power had reached a staggering level of 10 million pounds. Such immense strength could reduce a mountain to dust in an instant, let alone the fact that Chu Tian had also employed the recently acquired supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique. This strike could undoubtedly turn even the bloodline-strong, true dragon cub of the spirit, refining realm, into a mere mist of blood. Yi Wen's physical form was far inferior to that of a true dragon cub, had it not been for his vast spiritual energy, which far surpassed that of Yi Wu. Chu Tian's blow would have reduced him to a bloody pulp, even if it had only struck his thigh. The onlookers were left speechless, nearly gasping for breath, unable to articulate their emotions as they witnessed this scene. The 38th ranked Yi Wen on the spirit refining list had nearly been struck to death by a single punch from Chu Tian. No one would deny that had that punch landed on Yi Wen's body instead of his leg, he would have undoubtedly been obliterated, shattered into countless pieces. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak so boldly? A chilling glimmer reflected in Chu Tian's eyes, his killing intent surging like a tide. Initially, he had little inclination to engage with someone so insignificant. Yet this fool dared to approach him and utter such nonsense, particularly regarding Chu Sha. He preferred not to lower himself to contend with an ant, yet the audacity to challenge celestial authority was tantamount to courting death. Buzz! A lethal glint erupted from Chu Tian's gaze, his focus sharpening as it bore down upon Yi Wen's head, seemingly perforating the very fabric of space. At that moment, Yi Wen possessed almost no capacity for resistance. Should that strike connect, it would undoubtedly pierce through his skull. Just then, a flash of green darted past, intercepting Chu Tian's deadly gaze and saving Yi Wen's life. The woman clad in green moved with remarkable swiftness, rescuing Yi Wen and distancing him from Chu Tian before looking up to address him. Chu Tian, the sacred heavenly pool is about to open. Do not cause a disturbance. This opportunity is of immense significance to many, and if you were to kill Yi Wen, even if the Hall Master is currently in a meeting at Elder Peak, he would be compelled to respond immediately, resulting in an indefinite delay of the sacred heavenly pool. While the green-clad maiden was not conventionally beautiful, Her cherubic face bore a hint of baby fat, lending her a charmingly adorable appearance. She was not particularly tall, standing at around 1 meter 65, similar in age to Yi Feng, yet her formidable prowess far exceeded that of Yi Yun, as she had already reached the formidable realm of integration, a true prodigy. Chapter 49. Why are you not bound by the sacred heavenly pool? As Duanmu Wan gazed at the woman in green, a name flashed through Chu Tian's memory. Duanmu Wan was the daughter of the head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Rong, and also the niece of Duanmu Lei. In the original narrative, she played a relatively significant role. Her talent, while not as exceptional as Yi Feng's, was nonetheless commendable. After Yi Fan earned the recognition of the Duanmu sacred ancestor's imperial body, she took the initiative to approach Yi Fan on behalf of the Duanmu family. Suddenly, a passage opened above the lake, and an overwhelming essence of Tao permeated the air, imbued with a divine and sacred aura. The passage to the sacred heavenly pool had been unveiled. Duanmu Lei appeared before the entrance, his expression dark and foreboding. Casting a cold glance at the bloodied and howling Yi Yun, the sacred heavenly pool was the sanctuary of the Duanmu family, where fighting was strictly forbidden. Yi Yun, however, had brazenly attacked Chu Tian as if by ambush, even resorting to lethal force, an affront to the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Uncle Duanmu, I was careless. Chu Tian ambushed me with divine powers. I refuse to accept this, Yi Yun lamented, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and defiance. I demand a life-and-death duel with him. I'm certain I can slay him. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me in a life-and-death contest? Duanmu Lei replied grimly. You, who are at a significantly lower realm and still resorting to ambush, could not prevail. Had it not been for Wan's swift intervention, you would already be a corpse. Do you still have the audacity to shout? You have disgraced the honor of our clan. Duanmu Lei's gaze shifted to Chu Tian, astonishment flickering in his eyes. For he had discerned much from the moment Chu Tian had struck. The sacred heavenly pool will remain open for only 3 minutes. Enter at once. The entrance shall reopen in 10 days, he declared. As soon as Duanmu Lei's words fell, those present snapped back to reality, their astonishment giving way to urgency as they began to enter the passage in an orderly fashion. After all, not everyone hailed from noble lineages, and the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious for the vast majority. To miss it would lead to lifelong regret. Chu Tian. Yi Feng's complexion remained slightly pale as he shot a cold glance at Chu Tian before entering the passage alongside the swollen-faced Liu Yun. Uncle Lei, my apologies, Chu Tian said, clasping his fists. He had never intended to engage in a fierce altercation before entering the sacred heavenly pool. It matters not. I witnessed everything. Duanmu Lei replied with a faint smile, then cast a chilling look at the dazed Hui Mei. You little bald head, hurry inside. Remember, should you disrespect our Duanmu sacred ancestor, even the Taoist of heavenly fortune cannot save you. Hui Mei snapped back to her senses, casting a fearful glance at Chu Tian before following him into the passage. As darkness enveloped them momentarily, Chu Tian and Hui Mei emerged in a vast square of azure stone. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, the sound of splashing water resonating in the air. Amidst the fog, one could vaguely perceive creatures resembling divine dragons, gliding ominously through the mist, their presence terrifying. Deep, rumbling roars echoed from the periphery of the square. These creatures were colossal, likely stretching nearly 1,000 meters in length, coiling and twisting with scales thicker than water barrels. With single horns atop their heads and eyes brimming with ferocity, a mere accidental gaze into their depths would send shivers down one's spine, leaving the mind utterly blank. The legends have proven true. The revered Enmu saint ancestor indeed harbors a brood of pure-blood dragon serpents within the sacred Heavenly Sect. As the fearsome beasts roamed nearby, Hui Mei's complexion turned pale. Even for someone as audacious as he, the sight of such terrifying creatures sent shivers down his spine. Do not gaze into the eyes of the dragon serpents. Your spirit cannot withstand it. In the plaza, elder figures imparted wisdom to the young prodigies, elucidating that this was the legacy bequeathed by the Enmu saint ancestor to the sacred Heavenly Sect. It was said that she had traversed myriad realms to discover a clutch of dragon serpent eggs, which she brought back to nurture within the Sacred Heaven Sect. For countless millennia, these creatures have thrived in the Sacred Heaven Pool, only to be unleashed in times of dire peril for the sect. Rumor has it that within the depths of the Sacred Heaven Pool, there may even reside dragon serpents of imperial caliber, having survived for nearly 100 millennia. An astonished elder deity remarked to the young aspirants, "The aura and power of the Inmu, saint ancestor, permeate this Sacred Heaven Pool. Even those on the brink of imperial status cannot wield their divine abilities or spiritual energy here." The multitude of young talents listen humbly, captivated by the tales of the Inmu saint ancestor and the cautions regarding the Sacred Heaven Pool. They were profoundly moved and filled with yearning. After hundreds of thousands of years, the residual essence still restrains those nearing imperial status. One could only speculate how formidable the Inmu saint ancestor truly was in her prime. A curious young woman inquired, "Who is the Inmu saint ancestor?" "She is one of the most illustrious leaders in the history of our Sacred Heaven Sect, and the only female to have saved the sect during its darkest hour." An elder responded, shaking his head. "No one truly knows the extent of her power, for in that era, she had no rivals across the entire Hengtian Continent. She was an invincible figure, capable of overwhelming any adversary with a single strike." Soon, an elder figure seated himself cross-legged, unwilling to squander precious time. The Sacred Heaven Pool brimmed with profound essence and the spirit of the ancestor, bestowing boundless benefits for cultivation. Huime marveled at the scene. Although not a disciple of the Sacred Heaven Sect, she still felt an irresistible attraction to such exalted beings. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze, laden with a chilling intensity, scanned the surroundings until it finally landed on the figures of Yi Feng and Liu Yun, positioned to the right of the plaza. Yi Feng, too, was observing him, his eyes icy and imbued with a palpable aura of malice. Upon learning of Chou Yunshang's practice of the supreme yin-yang technique, Chu Tian had been contemplating how to navigate the aftermath. With a thunderous boom, upon spotting Yi Feng, Chu Tian's third eye opened at his brow, spirit surging forth as he vanished from his original location. In the next instant, he reappeared before Yi Feng, delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, the heavenly mysterious ring on his right hand glimmered faintly, counteracting the essence and pressure of the Inmu saint ancestor, allowing him to harness his spirit and divine abilities even within the Sacred Heaven Pool. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had similarly utilized the heavenly mysterious divine ring to dissipate the Inmu saint ancestor's oppressive force, which enabled him to approach her and gain her acknowledgement during her nascent stage. "You are capable of wielding divine abilities and spiritual energy." Yi Feng greeted swiftly, his pupils dilating with rage. However, as a formidable entity of the fusion realm, he managed to respond to Chu Tian's divine abilities despite the overwhelming circumstances, engaging him in a fierce clash of fists. With a resounding impact, Yi Feng coughed up blood, staggering back several steps, his eyes wide with fury and laced with blood vessels as he bellowed, "Chu Tian, why are you not constrained by the Sacred Heavenly Pool?" In the square, everyone was utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Chu Tian could wield divine powers and mental faculties. It was well known that even the most seasoned elders, who had ignited their divine flames, could only rely on their physical strength at that moment. "Chu Tian, cease your reckless behavior within the sacred ancestors' domain." Enduring from a distance, Duanmu Wan shouted in anger, but without the ability to utilize her divine powers and mental faculties. She was rendered powerless, limited to her physical form. Fear filled Liu Yun's eyes as she frantically distanced herself from Chu Tian, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. With a hum, Chu Tian's mental energy surged forth, the essence of the Tao swelling within him as he invoked the supreme yin-yang great technique. The Taoist runes coalesced into a colossal hand, descending with formidable force to subdue Yi Feng, causing him to spew blood and suffer grievous injuries. Though merely a single night had passed, Chu Tian had attained an exceptionally profound understanding of the supreme yin-yang great technique. This secret art, rich with myriad transformations, proved to be unfathomably lethal in combat. While the likelihood of Yi Feng igniting his divine flame within the sacred heavenly pool was slim, Chu Tian was determined to preclude him from any opportunity to cultivate within, ensuring he could implant the essence of yin and yang into Yi Feng's body with absolute certainty. With each wave of the rune-imbued hand, the overwhelming force exceeded millions of pounds. Any practitioner at the divine refinement stage would be pulverized beneath such might. Yi Feng, consumed by rage, howled incessantly, bloodied and battered, his body fracturing under the relentless assault. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. Yi Feng, drenched in blood, his eyes brimming with hatred, nearly screamed in madness. Even if you can wield divine powers, it matters not. You lack the courage to slay me. You will regret this when I escape. In the face of such profound provocation and brutal punishment from Chu Tian, Yi Feng's fury escalated to the brink of insanity. However, he found himself utterly incapable of retaliating against Chu Tian's onslaught, his internal organs shattered, bloodied, and his garments in tatters. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chu Tian relentlessly wielded the rune-imbued hand, making the very space tremble. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the square as Yi Feng's bones were systematically crushed, inch by inch, until he lay limply on the ground, resembling a mass of crimson pulp. Only then did Chu Tian cease his assault. Yi Feng's anguished wails sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, their hair standing on end. The entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye, too swift for many to register. The third ranked on the Earth ranking and sixth on the Fusion ranking, Yi Feng, had been nearly tortured to death by the suddenly aggressive Chu Tian, leaving only his skull intact. Yet, despite this, Yi Feng, as a being of the fusion realm, still possessed formidable vitality. At this level, the fusion of body and spirit enabled him to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, granting him a robust and vigorous life force. As long as his skull remained unshattered, Yi Feng would not succumb to death. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. Yi Feng lay sprawled on the ground, yet he still wore a venomous grin filled with resentment. Once we emerge from the holy heavenly pool, I shall make you regret every single thing you have done to me today, including what you did to your sister, Chu Sha. Chapter 50. How it was achieved. The bald scoundrel seeking death Chu Tian, regardless of how the Yi family has wronged you. This bears no relation to Yi Feng personally. He is your brother-in-law, the man who has an engagement with Yin Shang. How can you lay such a brutal hand upon him? Zongmen finally arrived, and upon witnessing the chilling malice flickering in Chu Tian's eyes, a shiver crept up her spine. However, as the last remaining descendant of a great family present, and a direct descendant of the Duanmu saint ancestor, she felt compelled to intervene and stop Chu Tian, both out of reason and sentiment. In truth, those ancient celestial beings, even if they merely relied on their physical forms, would not be weaker than Chu Tian. Yet, even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they would dare not meddle in the conflict between two founding families, for when the reckoning came, their lives would not suffice to pay the price. Duanmu positioned herself before Yi Feng, who lay bloodied and sprawled on the ground like a broken doll, and chastised Chu Tian, even disregarding our bonds of friendship. As the holy son of our sect and the future heir to the position of sect master, it is your duty to uphold the sect's rules. The holy celestial pool is a sacred site of our sect, the resting place of our revered ancestor. How can you strike here? This is a desecration, a profound disrespect. Chu Tian approached Duanmu, his expression unperturbed, and coldly replied, "Step aside. Do you wish to kill Yi Feng? Do not force my hand. Chu Tian, dare to try it." Upon hearing this, Duanmu's cherubic face flushed with anger, her already full chest heaving as she bellowed. As the legitimate daughter of the current patriarch of the Duanmu family, I solemnly warn you to cease your lawless and reckless actions immediately. Otherwise, once we leave the holy celestial pool, I will report you to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, even to the Elders' Council. At this moment, Hui Mei, initially taken aback, never anticipated Chu Tian would audaciously strike at Yi Feng. However, upon witnessing Duanmu's rising fury, she abruptly widened her eyes in astonishment. The disparity between her cousin, who was of similar age, and herself was staggering. Suddenly, a green figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily beside them, accompanied by Zongmen Mountain's anguished cry. The crowd gasped, astonished that Chu Tian dared to lay a hand on Zongmen Mountain. Although he did not strike her as he did with Liu Yun, he seized her by the neck as if she were a mere chick, lifting her effortlessly before casting her aside. Zongmen Mountain's face turned crimson, resembling a large red apple as she rose and shouted, "Chu Tian, our feud is far from over." Just as she was about to charge forward, she saw Chu Tian turn around, his piercing gaze breaking through space, striking the ground before her with the force of a falling star, producing a dull thud as the solid floor shattered, dust and debris swirling around. An icy killing intent enveloped Zongmen Mountain, causing her complexion to drain of color. For had she moved even a fraction faster, or if Chu Tian had raised his gaze a mere inch, his eyes would have pierced through her chest, or even her head. At that moment, Hui Mei stepped in front of Zongmen Mountain, her usually playful face displaying an uncommon seriousness. "Do you dare to obstruct me, member of the Zihong sacred sect?" Zongmen Mountain spoke coldly, yet her steps momentarily paused, for she had done all that was necessary. The abominable Chu Tian, possessing both psychic prowess and supernatural abilities, was beyond her current capacity to confront. "No, I cannot prevent those who wish to perish." Hui Mei shook her head, her ethereal visage imbued with seriousness. "I wish to inquire about a matter of utmost importance. This answer is crucial for me. Should you divulge it, I promise you will be richly rewarded in the future." "What question?" Seeing Hui Mei's gravity, Zongmen Mountain felt a flicker of curiosity. "Pray tell, how is it that you possess such ample form?" Hui Mei pointed with a grave countenance. She had just realized her peculiar fondness for this plump physique, though her aspirations remained unchanged, still fixated on her cousin. Nevertheless, she believed it imperative to extract this method from Zongmen Mountain to later share with her senior sister. "Scoundrel! Bald lecher seeking demise!" Zongmen Mountain erupted in fury, her anger reaching a boiling point as she unleashed a slap and subsequently sent Hui Mei sprawling with a kick. Unable to contend with Chu Tian, could she not handle this little bald head? How dare he, at such a tender age, come to tease her? She unleashed her wrath upon Hui Mei with abandon. During her time in the body refining realm, she had been among the top 5 on the bone refinement list. And now, having broken through to the harmonization realm, her physical strength far surpassed that of Hui Mei, overpowering her with ease. "Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. You dare not." Yifeng's face was smeared with blood, contorted in agony. Suddenly, Chu Tian's foot connected with his mouth, a shriek escaping Yifeng as he found himself rendered mute, his teeth and tongue obliterated by that single blow. The onlookers gaped in horror, staring at the young saint, their spines prickling with dread. "I warned you, your fate in the sacred heavenly pool would be even more dire," Chu Tian stated calmly, sitting cross-legged amidst the pool of blood beside Yifeng. With a flicker of his spirit, he locked onto Yifeng, then closed his eyes to begin contemplating the profound truths within the sacred heavenly pool, refining both body and spirit. He had endured countless storms of bloodshed. Even lying in a heap of corpses for 3 days, this pool of blood was but a trifling matter to him. Chu Tian uttered not a single word to Yifeng, as there was no need. His sole objective was to restrain Yifeng, preventing him from harnessing the truths of the sacred heavenly pool for his own cultivation. From the very beginning, his intent was to break through to the spirit refining realm within the sacred heavenly pool, to comprehend the supreme yin-yang path, to condense the seeds of yin and yang, and to invert the hierarchical relationship between his elder sister and Yifeng. In an instant, the cacophony of thunderous roars and surging truths transitioned into an eerie silence. Almost instantaneously, the spectators in the square felt a chill run down their spines, watching Chu Tian, serene amidst the blood, as he commenced his cultivation. They were taut with fear, as if about to explode. In their eyes, this young saint bore no resemblance to a rightful heir of a righteous sect, but rather seemed like a reincarnated demon god, steeped in slaughter. At that moment, As Duanmu pummeled Hui Mei into submission, she glanced at Chu Tian and noted he had spared Yi Feng, allowing a slight sigh of relief to escape her lips. Otherwise, the young saint openly slayed the son of the sect leader. Both were heirs of the two great founding families, and she could hardly fathom the dreadful consequences that might ensue. A civil war between the two founding families and a schism within the sect were both plausible outcomes. Little scoundrel, mind your tongue in the future, otherwise the next time. Duanmu let out a cold chuckle, her gaze fixed on the bruised and battered Hui Mei as she waved her fist, creating a tumultuous ripple across her chest that left Hui Mei entranced. Hui Mei yearned to call out to Duanmu, wishing for her to hold him down and continue the beating, but Duanmu had already risen, finding a place to sit and begin her meditative practice. Even for the scions of the top-tier families, the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious. Otherwise, Chu Tian would not have traded it for the elixir of transformation. The male and female prodigies in the plaza, along with the elder powerhouses, breathed a sigh of relief as the battle reached a temporary lull, each seeking a spot to commence their cultivation. Were it not for the overwhelming commotion caused by Chu Tian's intervention and the plaza's modest size, none would dare squander even a moment of their time. Yu Mei, with her bruised visage, approached Chu Tian and, upon seeing the incapacitated Yi Feng, unleashed a series of kicks towards him. "Useless wretch, what audacity do you possess? Let us see how bold you are when your father dares to come after me." Chapter 51. One gaze to annihilate a host of ancient mammoths. Hui Mei could not shake off the haunting memories of that fateful night when Yi Tianxiong had wreaked havoc in her life. For years, he had been insufferably arrogant, yet nothing had ever instilled such dread within him as that night. The despicable Chu Tian had truly intended to open his eyes, avenging his own grievances against Yi Tianxiong. It had been so close. The mere recollection of that evening ignited a simmering fury within Hui Mei, who, unable to restrain herself, unleashed a few kicks on Yi Feng, treating his head as though it were a football. After all, she could not hope to overpower Yi Tianxiong just yet, so venting her frustrations on his son would have to suffice. Once she had expended her pent-up anger, she cast a glance at Chu Tian, who was seated amidst a pool of blood. At merely 10 years of age, he invoked a chilling sensation within her. Yet, her purpose for entering the holy heavenly pool was to draw nearer to Chu Tian, seeking to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. For the sake of her cousin, Hui Mei gritted her teeth and settled herself amidst the sanguine puddle beside Chu Tian. As night fell, the scattered moonlight filtered through the milky surface of the lake, illuminating the square. Chu Tian was enveloped in a swirling chaos of energy, drawing upon the profound essence of the true scripture of chaos creation, absorbing torrents of spiritual power that coalesced into a dense mist around him. This was the most extraordinary aspect of the holy heavenly pool. Its spiritual energy was incomparably richer than that found in the outside world, imbued with a profound understanding of the revered ancestor Duanmu. Practicing here was akin to receiving direct guidance from ancestor Duanmu himself, and the benefits derived from such an environment were immense, contingent only upon how much spiritual energy one could consume. The true scripture of chaos creation was pushed to its limits by Chu Tian, every pore of his body seemingly inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy in a frenzied rhythm. The energy surged forth like an ancient behemoth voraciously devouring the essence of the universe. Thunderous roars emanated from within him, the sound of his bones and flesh being forged. A cacophony reminiscent of iron being hammered, impurities cast aside, leaving only the essence behind. What Chu Tian had once deemed the pinnacle of physical strength began to ascend at an astonishing pace. His rich blood flowed through his veins like a mighty river, creating waves of sound that resonated painfully against the eardrums. While other practitioners, after absorbing spiritual energy, would need to pause and recuperate due to the immense toll on their bodies, Chu Tian's unique constitution, comprehension, and spiritual prowess allowed him to continuously and voraciously consume spiritual energy without rest. Not only was his physical form expanding, but his spirit also surged exponentially. Moreover, as his mental acuity heightened, The premium spirit refining pill he had ingested accelerated the refinement of his spirit, akin to a colossal hammer relentlessly striking within his mind, producing a deafening thunder akin to a tempest. What was transpiring here? Hui Mei, who was close at hand, was jolted from her contemplations. After some time spent grasping the eye of Heavenly Tao, she suddenly perceived the boundless mysteries encapsulated within the Holy Heavenly Pool, which bestowed significant benefits to her spirit, body, and understanding of divine abilities. She began to immerse herself in her practice, only to be startled by the resounding tumult and roaring thunder that erupted nearby. Is this still human? Hui Mei, upon witnessing Chu Tian's state of cultivation, was rendered utterly speechless, feeling as parched as if gazing upon a monstrous entity. The tumultuous waves and the resounding thunder, accompanied by the echo of a colossal hammer striking, forging the spirit, left her astounded. Although she prided herself on her extensive experience within the Compassionate Sea Sacred Sect, she had never encountered such an extraordinary state of cultivation in another. Hui Mei could perceive that both Chu Tian's physical form and spirit were undergoing a frenetic enhancement, and the dense aura surrounding him indicated a deepening comprehension of that enigmatic divine technique, as if he were progressing into a realm of mastery. This was madness. She felt overwhelmed, as if she could no longer bear it. Hui Mei was profoundly shocked, experiencing a tremendous upheaval. Initially, she believed the disparity between herself and Chu Tian to be minor. Yet now, that gap seemed to widen uncontrollably, leaving her with a sense of insurmountable distance. Resolutely, she decided she too must cultivate and break through to the spirit refinement realm, lest her elder brother surpass her before she had the chance. With a grimace and a scratch of her head, her scalp prickling in agitation, she abandoned her contemplation of the eye of Heavenly Tao and hastily rose to find a nearby, untroubled spot to sit cross-legged and devote herself entirely to her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Feng lay in a pool of blood, his complexion ashen, his eyes filled with both shock and dread. Practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, he inexplicably felt a wave of fear wash over him in response to the rising aura emanating from Chu Tian. Yi Feng was no fool. Regaining his composure, he began to reflect on Chu Tian's actions, from their encounter outside the sacred heavenly pool to the moment he had unhesitatingly attacked him upon entering. Throughout the ordeal, Chu Tian appeared to possess a clear strategy, which led Yi Feng to realize that he had noticed Chu Yun practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, but chose not to inform Chu Tianwang. Nor did he reveal it to Jian Kongzhu, and certainly did not expose him, for doing so would mean his certain demise. Yi Feng continuously questioned himself as to why Chu Tian refrained from disclosing this information. A heavy chill seemed to envelop him in that moment. The supreme yin-yang technique was his lifeline. After all, if he were to die, so too would Chu Yunshang. As long as he remained outside the sacred heavenly pool and Chu Tian did not expose him, he still had an opportunity to turn the tide. Yet, he was now engulfed in profound fear. Could it be that Chu Tian possessed a means to unravel the supreme yin-yang technique? His father had once said that no one could decipher this demonic art on the Hengtian Continent. Otherwise, the supreme demon sect would not have acted with such impunity, ultimately compelling the major sects to join forces at any cost to eradicate it. Filled with dread, Yi Feng was unwilling to simply wait for the impending turmoil. He attempted to draw in spiritual energy to heal his wounds, but Chu Tian was perpetually vigilant, a thread of his consciousness fixated on him. The moment he sensed any recovery in Yi Feng's injuries, he would immediately condense the runes of the Great Way and strike him back into his original state. As Chu Tian continued to draw in spiritual energy, his mental strength grew increasingly robust and refined, even beginning to use his spiritual power to sever Yi Feng's connection to the spiritual energy of the sacred heavenly pool, thereby extinguishing any hope he had of recovery. Under the overwhelming pressure of Chu Tian's spiritual might, Yi Feng found himself utterly powerless, left to wait in silence, teetering on the brink of collapse. He truly could not fathom how Chu Tian could wield divine abilities and mental prowess within the sacred heavenly pool. In a moment of profound clarity, One may wonder how Chu Tian's spirit could be so remarkably concentrated, simultaneously monitoring his surroundings while enhancing his own power, a feat that many at the merging realm would find insurmountable. And yet, astonishingly, Chu Tian is but 8 years of age. Suddenly, with a flicker of determination, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a needle, piercing through the air and shattering the barrier surrounding the plaza. His focus landed upon a colossal dragon, nearly 1,000 meters in length, residing within the Holy Heavenly Pool, an awe-inspiring beast of the divine fire level. With a resounding crack, a scale the size of a water barrel splintered at a single point, and the fissure swiftly spread, ultimately culminating in a violent explosion of fragments. The dragon, feeling the disturbance, opened its icy, ferocious eyes and regarded the tiny human who dared to provoke it. Realizing the insignificant nature of the threat, it languidly returned to slumber. The essence of his spirit had finally manifested in tangible form. In the past, his father, at the pinnacle of spirit refinement, could obliterate an ancient mammoth with a mere glance. Although Chu Tian's spiritual strength does not yet rival that of his father, his penetrating and intimidating presence has increased tenfold, if not more, due to the refinement of his spirit. With a single gaze, he could vanquish a herd of ancient mammoths. Even a being of Yi Chang's caliber would falter under his stare, succumbing to mental collapse and a complete loss of resistance. While he has yet to ascend to the pinnacle of spirit refinement, his current spiritual power rivals that of a typical third-level spirit refiner. Should he reach the zenith of spirit refinement, even the young progeny of true dragons would fall before his piercing gaze. Chapter 52. The tender voice of the Dragon King Chu Tian felt the immense and refined spiritual power surging within his mind. Murmuring to himself as he slightly clenched his fists, a surge of explosive strength rising within him. The spiritual energy of the Holy Heavenly Pool surpassed even the potency of the medicinal liquid provided by his family, and in just one day, it had augmented his physical strength to 2.5 million pounds. Now, no matter how much more spiritual energy he absorbed, he could not elevate it even a fraction. With the full force of the Eye of Heaven, his power could reach as much as 15 million pounds. Now, facing Yi Yun, regardless of what divine abilities or hidden trump cards he possessed, he would be obliterated by a single punch, a force capable of shattering all methods of resistance. Although Yi Yun's spirit was formidable, it was disordered and feeble, compounded by his weak physique and insufficient vitality. His foundation was far too lacking. Such a practitioner was nothing but a waste. No matter how high he cultivated, he would crumble under a single strike. Unworthy of being Chu Tian's opponent, Chu Tian mused, harboring profound disdain for Yi Yun, a mere supporting character he had never regarded as a rival, particularly now. However, if anyone were to learn of Chu Tian's thoughts, they would likely be struck with disbelief. How could one at the body refinement stage dare to dismiss Yi Yun, who ranked among the top 50 on the divine refinement list, as a worthless being? Chu Tian's confidence stemmed from his extraordinary accomplishments. His physical body had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, and his spirit had solidified into substance, attaining an impenetrable state. The dual peaks of body and spirit allowed him to look down upon all of his contemporaries, past and present. With the assistance of the spiritual energy from the Holy Heavenly Pool and the profound understanding of the supreme Yin-Yang Grand Tao, he had cultivated the Yin-Yang Tao seed to an abundant degree. Everything was in place. He simply awaited the right moment. Determined, Chu Tian cast a glance at the pale-faced Yi Yun, slowly closed his eyes, and began to break through to the divine refinement stage. He initiated his breathing, gathering his energy to achieve a state of perfection, guiding the true scripture of chaos and creation to circulate, harmonizing his bones and stabilizing his spirit. As time flowed, 5 days and nights passed, longer than his time in this world. Throughout these 5 days, he refrained from forcefully breaking through the threshold. Instead, he focused on recuperating his body and spirit, familiarizing himself with his own power. When a moment was right, he would consume the finest divine refinement pill to renew his 3 great auras. Chu Tian believed that cultivation should be a natural process, akin to nurturing growth quietly, for forcibly shattering a bottleneck would ultimately lead to incompleteness. As night fell, the twinkling moonlight cascaded over Chu Tian. Suddenly, he felt a slight movement in his eyelids, as if awakening from slumber. In that moment, he could perceive a vision within his mind. Chu Tian understood that he had broken through to the divine refinement stage. In his consciousness, he beheld a dark, empty void, with a small chaos-colored sphere no larger than a thumb, suspended in the emptiness. With a mere thought, torrents of spiritual energy emanated from it. Chu Tian realized that this was the manifestation of his spirit, refined to its utmost limit. Should a powerful being attempt to intrude upon Chu Tian's sea of consciousness with their spirit at this moment, they would surely be rendered speechless for throughout history. No practitioner had ever managed to solidify their spirit in such a manner at the divine refinement stage. Refining the spirit, merging entities, igniting the divine fire, and condensing the divine soul. Only upon reaching this stage can one's spirit be distilled into a divine essence, enabling the soul to transcend the corporeal realm and traverse the vastness of the cosmos. From the comfort of one's abode, one may unravel the mysteries of the world. However, Chu Tian finds himself in the realm of spirit refinement, where he has materialized the essence of his spirit into a nascent divine soul, an astonishing feat indeed. Typically, those in the spirit refining stage can extend their spiritual reach merely 10 meters. Even at the pinnacle of this stage, the limit extends to a mere 100 meters. Remarkably, even the formidable Chu Tianwang, at the apex of spirit refinement, could only extend his spirit to 1,000 meters, a boundary not easily surpassed. Yet, I wonder how far I may now extend my reach. A slight stir of thought from Chu Tian activates the Tian Xian divine ring, liberating him from the constraints of the Holy Heavenly Pool. His spirit bursts forth, instantaneously enveloping a plaza spanning several hundred meters. At this moment, even the fine hairs upon Duanmu's visage appear distinct to his keen perception. This outcome does not surprise Chu Tian. After all, his mastery over spirit refinement far exceeds that of Chu Tianwang. Chu Tian's spirit penetrates the membrane of the Holy Heavenly Pool, advancing into deeper realms. 1,000 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Ultimately, he reaches a limit of 2,000 meters. Yet he does not cease. The third eye, a manifestation of the Tao, opens at his brow, and suddenly the intensity of his spirit expands tenfold, continuing to swell. 3,000 meters for 1,000 meters, until he reaches 10,000 meters, where his spirit expansion hits its zenith, not due to a lack of vigor, but rather constrained by the spirit chaos pearl, marking the pinnacle achievable at his current state. Just as Chu Tian contemplates retracting his spirit, a subtle wave of spiritual energy flows through the Holy Heavenly Pool, and a tender voice resonates in his ear. The infantile voice, seemingly unaccustomed to speech, utters fragmented phrases. Duanmu Xingzu. A tremor courses through Chu Tian as this name surfaces in his mind. His suspicions are confirmed. Although Yi Fan enters the Holy Heavenly Pool a decade later, Duanmu Xingzu's form has been steeped in the essence of the world for hundreds of thousands of years, birthing a nascent divine consciousness. He recalls that, in the original narrative, Duanmu Xingzu, years hence, had already gained control over her corporeal form, moving freely within the Holy Heavenly Pool. It was then that Yi Fan, unbound by spiritual constraints, first beheld her, akin to an infant's first gaze upon its mother, fostering recognition and a sense of attachment. Initially, Chu Tian merely sought an opportunity to explore this realm, hoping to glean insights. Little did he anticipate that by transcending the spirit refining stage, he would fortuitously resonate with the spirit of Duanmu Xingzu. This encounter stands as one of the greatest opportunities Yi Fan would seize in the original tale, tipping the precarious balance in favor of the Yi family and ultimately serving as the final straw that would crush the Chu family. Chu Tian initiates communication, engaging with the tender consciousness. I feel so lonely, I want to find you to play. After a moment, the infantile voice speaks in a stuttering manner. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberates. From the depths of the Holy Heavenly Pool emerges a colossal dragon's head, winding and coiling, surging towards the plaza. The colossal dragon, undulating through the waters of the sacred Heavenly Pool, stirred the surface into tumultuous waves, causing the entire square to tremble violently. Roars echoed, resonating through the air, mighty dragons bellowing, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chu Tian beheld a 1,000-meter-long dragon nearby the square, which had assumed a poised stance, raising its head as if to welcome the arrival of its sovereign. At the Elder's Peak of the sacred Heavenly Sect, the council had been in session for 5 consecutive days, filled with unrelenting disputes. The Elder's pupils dilated in shock as they abruptly turned their gazes towards the direction of the sacred Heavenly Pool within the administrative hall. What could be happening? The Dragon King, dormant in the depths of the sacred Heavenly Pool, had awakened. Yi Tianxiong's voice trembled with astonishment. At that moment, the Chu Duanmu and Su families were stirred as formidable warriors emerged from their slumber, bewildered by the sudden revival of the Dragon King, who was not supposed to awaken until the annihilation of a sect was imminent. The awakening of the Dragon King surely heralded momentous events. Duanmule, presiding over the opening of the sacred Heavenly Pool, quickly sought answers regarding the unfolding events. Yi Tianxiong's voice quivered slightly. In the square, those roused by the terrifying waves found themselves at a loss for words to convey their profound shock. In the air, a dark dragon's head slithered forth from the depths of the sacred Heavenly Pool. Its cold, merciless gaze was larger than the entire square. The mere act of meeting its eyes unleashed a terrifying psychological assault. Suddenly, some of the ancient figures, even those of divine caliber, coughed up blood, turning away in fear. For the stronger one was, the more acutely they could perceive the dragon's overwhelming might and its savage, rampaging spirit, capable of obliterating even those ignited with divine fire. "Look!" a female prodigy gasped, trembling as she pointed at the dragon's single horn, noting what appeared to be a figure clad in a purple gown atop the dragon's head. Yet, she could not withstand the intense mental pressure and immediately spewed blood, fainting from the overwhelming force. Chapter 53. The Holy Ancestor, Bing Bing? The head of the flood dragon loomed majestically, its eyes as vast as the stars, emanating a chilling and tyrannical aura that rendered one breathless. This scene was nothing short of mythic, as all present gazed wide-eyed, filled with horror, torn between the desire to witness and the incapacity to endure such a terrifying mental assault. Only a few exceptional individuals, whose foundations were profound and spirit solid, could discern the truth. Beside the dragon's horns, a female corpse clad in a purple gown lay within a transparent crystal coffin, which sparkled with countless glimmering points that resembled stars, continuously absorbing starlight into the lifeless form. This spectacle was immensely frightening. In the holy pool, thousands of flood dragons bowed in reverence to their sovereign. Even the singular head of the flood dragon appeared as grand as the cosmos itself, and atop it rested a female corpse, seemingly a mere mount or pet from her living days. The starry crystal coffin, even in death, remained a steed to the Dragon King, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that this female corpse was? One of the young prodigies trembled and, unable to withstand the overwhelming mental pressure, fell to his knees, his face ashen. At this moment, the identity of the purple-gowned corpse became all too apparent. Descendant Duanmu Wan, paying respects to the Holy Ancestor, Lord of the Dragon King. Duanmu Wan knelt, her gaze filled with boundless reverence and longing. The Holy Ancestor Duanmu, the founder of the Duanmu clan, was the very reason for its existence. Without the Holy Ancestor, the Duanmu clan might not have thrived, and perhaps even the Holy Heavenly Sect would have faded into obscurity. Thud, thud, thud. The crowd in the square knelt, regardless of whether they were youthful prodigies or venerable elders, all succumbing to awe and respect. That crystal coffin seemed to be the legendary clan treasure of the Celestial Clan, a superlative lineage among the myriad realms. Was it true that in her later years, the Holy Ancestor sought to relive a life, traversing the myriad realms in search of the mysteries of eternal life, with the clan's treasure vanishing during that time? An elder deity, seemingly aware of certain rumors, spoke with a quavering voice. All present felt a resonating hum in their minds, for the Celestial clan was among the most formidable races in the current myriad realms, ranking within the top 100. According to legends, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Celestial clan was even more powerful, boasting 3 or 4 emperors, ranking among the top 10 of all races. However, they seemingly encountered a cataclysmic disaster, resulting in countless strong beings perishing, and their clan treasure, the starry crystal coffin, vanished without a trace. From that point onward, they suffered a continuous decline, now on the verge of falling out of the top 100 races. Could it be that the Holy Ancestor? An elder muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The multitude of young disciples listened as if entranced by a myth, their eyes filled with boundless yearning. To single-handedly bring a top 10 clan to ruin and seize their clan treasure. How formidable must the peak Duanmu Holy Ancestor have been? Since the Holy Ancestor's ascension, her body had remained deep within the holy pool, personally guarded by the Dragon King. Now, with her sudden appearance, a momentous change must have occurred. Could it be that the Holy Ancestor truly lived again in a second life? An elder deity murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. A rumble echoed. A profound tremor shook the sacred heavenly pool. The colossal head of the dragon slowly descended, its icy, ferocious gaze gradually sinking into the depths of the pool. The overwhelming aura of violence began to dissipate until the crystal coffin atop the dragon's head became level with the plaza, at which point the movement ceased. The onlookers were engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom the intentions of the Dragon King. Suddenly, their pupils dilated in alarm, faces pale, bodies trembling violently. Saint, Ancestor. She sits up, a young celestial woman stammered, pointing ahead. Having already endured the Dragon King's mental onslaught, she had reached her limits. And upon witnessing the scene before her, she fainted in terror. The crowd was left in a state of shock, pondering whether the Saint Ancestor had truly defied fate to return in a second life, or if her corporeal form had transformed into a mere shell. Should the latter be true, it meant certain death for all present, with no glimmer of survival. Saint Ancestor, Duanmu Wan was paralyzed with disbelief, her body rigid as she stared at the figure in the starry crystal coffin as it sat upright, then stood, emerging from the coffin and walking into the plaza. The figure scanned the crowd, suddenly making its way towards her. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted in Duanmu Wan's mind. Could it be that she had gained the recognition of the esteemed ancestor, thus drawing the Dragon King to carry her crystal coffin? Her speculation was not entirely unfounded, for she alone among the crowd possessed the purest bloodline of the Duanmu family. Overwhelmed with excitement, Duanmu Wan trembled uncontrollably. However, as the Saint Ancestor passed by her without pausing, her gait unsteady as if she lacked full control over her body, she continued onward until she halted before Chu Tian. "Brother, play with me. I'm so lonely," the Saint Ancestor said, grasping Chu Tian's hand, her voice imbued with a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a girl no older than 3 or 4. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, utterly astounded. Even the elder deities trembled, questioning their own senses. Some raised their hands to administer slaps to their own faces in an attempt to awaken from what they presumed was a dream, conversing with those beside them to verify their hearing. Soon, they confirmed that their mental faculties were intact and their hearing acute. Yet this realization only deepened their conviction that they were either losing their sanity or trapped in an illusion. The Dragon King had arrived bearing the crystal coffin of the Saint Ancestor, and now the Ancestor herself had emerged, approaching the young saint to play. Such a jest was beyond comprehension. "Congratulations, host. You have seized the extraordinary opportunity of the fated child, Yi Fan, and have gained 20,000 destiny points." A gentle, melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ear. "Be good, Bing Bing, all right? Brother still has matters to attend to." Chu Tian offered a rare smile, gently tousling the hair of the Duanmu Saint Ancestor, its silky smoothness betraying the fact that she had been in a state of repose for countless years, her maintenance impeccable. Through their previous interactions, Chu Tian had come to understand that the Saint Ancestor's current mental state could only be likened to that of a 3-year-old girl. embodying the affectionate and endearing nature of childhood. The name Bing Bing was bestowed upon her during a previous conversation, where the esteemed Duanmu Xingzhu expressed that he had yet to receive a name, and the little serpent, silent as a piece of wood, refused to name her, thus allowing Chu Tian to name her instead. The little serpent referred to by Bing Bing is, of course, the majestic Jiao Dragon King, who silently guards outside the square at this moment. Duanmu Xingzhu, adorned in a flowing purple gown, has a cherubic face reminiscent of Duanmu Wan, yet she stands 5 centimeters shorter than Wan and is indeed not as tall as the 8-year-old before them. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Chu Tian would find it hard to fathom that this seemingly adorable and docile young girl is, in fact, the revered founder of the Hengtian sect. During the most arduous times of the sect, she valiantly rescued it and accomplished numerous feats that astonished the myriad realms, such as vanquishing the top 10 clans of the celestial beings to ensure her own rebirth. Thus, Bing Bing sits patiently beside her elder brother Chu Tian, waiting for him to finish his tasks before they can play together. After enduring long years of solitude, she feels immensely content simply sitting quietly beside her brother. Chapter 54. Duanmu Wan's Discovery. Cultivating the seed of the Tao Bing Bing is truly obedient. Chu Tian praised her with a gentle smile, then raised his hand to ruffle her hair before closing his eyes to familiarize himself with the mastery of the power of the spirit refinement realm, preparing to condense the seed of the Yin-Yang Tao. Gaining the recognition of the Duanmu ancestor was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Yet he remained mindful that his primary purpose in entering the sacred heavenly pool was to reverse the hierarchical relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Yunshan. Bing Bing seemed to revel in this affectionate interaction. Her large eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder, exuding a sense of languid fatigue. She murmured softly, "Little snake, you should return first. I want to play with brother Chu Tian." Following this, the ancestor rested her head against Chu Tian's shoulder and drifted into a deep slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips, reflecting a sense of contentment. In her second life, her consciousness was still not fully refined. She oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, and the prolonged exchange with Chu Tian had drained a considerable amount of her energy. The Dragon King seemed to have heard Bing Bing's voice, turning its head as its long, serpentine body melded into the darkness. Its enormous form stirred the waters of the sacred heavenly pool, creating tumultuous waves, yet soon vanished from the sight of those present. Only after the Dragon King had disappeared did the dragons, previously in a prone position, resume their natural state and begin to swim leisurely in the sacred heavenly pool, as if everything had returned to normal. Within the plaza, however, a suffocating silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop, with the atmosphere thick with tension, and even the sound of breathing seemed absent. Everyone held their breath, staring in awe at the ancestor peacefully slumbering on Chu Tian's shoulder, fearful of making any sound that might disturb her rest. Even the elder deities struggled to regain their composure and enter a meditative state. Not even the audacious Hui Mei could hide her shock at the scene, her expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. It was only after Chu Tian resumed his cultivation that the corners of her mouth began to twitch involuntarily. "Brother, indeed, is truly remarkable. How daring to ruffle the head of the Duanmu ancestor, and not just once but twice. In comparison, the few times he had playfully tousled my hair seemed trivial." At that moment, Hui Mei noticed Duanmu Wan cautiously approaching within 5 meters of Chu Tian, quietly glancing at him and the ancestor. Seeing that they remained undisturbed, she breathed a sigh of relief and settled down cross-legged to cultivate. As a formidable being of the emperor level, the comprehension of the laws and the merging of one's body with the essence of the Tao ensures that even after many years of passing, the insights attained will not dissipate. Merely being near the remains of an emperor for cultivation and understanding of the Tao's essence can accelerate one's progress exponentially. This is also the reason why the remains of the Tao Sovereign of Destiny enabled an obscure family within the sacred Heavenly Sect to rapidly ascend to the status of a second-tier family. The Duanmu ancestor, having been significantly more powerful than the Tao Sovereign of Destiny, once roamed the myriad realms invincibly, leaving no foe unchallenged. Before her passing, she created the sacred heavenly pool as a core to nurture countless powerful beings for the sacred heavenly sect. Now, she sat within the plaza, and combined with the spiritual energy of the sacred heavenly pool, the benefits of cultivating in her proximity were immeasurable. Hui Mei promptly became aware of the situation, sidling up to Duanmu Wan and nudging her with her arm. Upon witnessing Duanmu Wan's eyes widen in fury, her hand clenched into a fist as if to strike. Hui Mei instantly flashed à grand. Though her gaze remained fixed on the magnificent scene before them, she raised her hand to point at Duanmu Xingzhu. Tell me how you achieved such prowess, and I shall refrain from bothering you, Hui Mei whispered. Duanmu Wan, consumed by rage, yet fearful of disturbing Xingzhu, was compelled to stifle her anger, allowing Hui Mei to sit beside her. Casting a complex glance at Chu Tian, she too commenced her cultivation. The square fell into an eerie silence. However, with Bing Bing's arrival, an invisible surge of spiritual energy enveloped the atmosphere, rich and abundant, prompting those present to regain their focus and cautiously approach Chu Tian, halting within a 10-meter radius. Even the elders began to encircle Chu Tian, forming a circle around him as they engaged in their cultivation, recognizing the immense opportunity presented. Yet, even in their practice, they remained vigilant and concentrated, mindfully drawing upon spiritual energy without daring to create any disturbance. In the Sacred Heaven Sect, the title of Xingzhu held profound significance, revered beyond measure. Not everyone possessed the audacity to approach Xingzhu as Chu Tian did. The arrival of Duanmu Xingzhu brought immense benefits to all. Yet only Yifeng found his spirit on the verge of collapse, utterly helpless to reap any advantage, unable even to utter a word. Under Chu Tian's mental barrier, he could not absorb even a trace of spiritual energy. As time passed, 3 days elapsed, leaving but 1 day until the sacred heaven pool would be unveiled. Yin-yang Dao-si Gualesjie. Chu Tian opened his eyes, the essence of yin-yang Dao swirling within them. He extended his hands, and dense spiritual energy began to converge within his palms, forming 2 spirals of energy. His spirit transformed into the symbols of the great Tao, continuously merging into the whirlpool in his palms. The refinement of the yin-yang Tao seed was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in comprehending the supreme yin-yang grand art to an extraordinary depth. From the profound understanding Chu Tian had acquired, he learned that even the most exceptional beings among the Taishang Tao ancestors seldom grasped the supreme yin-yang grand art at the level required to refine the Tao seed, let alone those of a higher realm attempting to reverse the cultivation of a prodigious being like Yifeng in the composite realm. Such endeavors were typically undertaken by powerful ancestors of divine stature, dedicating over a millennium to the study of the supreme yin-yang grand art for a significant chance of success. The notion that someone like Chu Tian could refine the yin-yang Tao seed within the refining spirit realm, thereby reversing the cultivation of prodigious beings 2 realms above him, was nothing short of fanciful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 Tao seeds, 1 black and 1 white, gradually took shape in Chu Tian's palm, resembling 2 thumb-sized pills. This was the yin-yang Tao seed. Bing Bing, roused by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Chu Tian, you are cultivating the supreme yin-yang grand art of the Taishang Tao clan. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Even among the esteemed Taishang Tao clan, none possess your extraordinary prowess. At such a tender age and level of cultivation, to be able to refine the yin-yang Tao seed requires an exceptionally profound mastery of this secret technique." Bing Bing, with her youthful and innocent voice, yet possessing considerable knowledge, waved her hand, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth, merging seamlessly with the yin-yang Tao seed. Chu Tian was further astonished. It appears that the author from the CH in our era left many aspects unwritten, resulting in an incomplete tale. In the original narrative, there is no mention of ancestor Duanmu having practiced the supreme yin-yang Tao technique, a paramount secret art created by the ancestors of the Taishang Tao clan, a treasure of the clan, never to be divulged. Though Bing Bing's technique seemed somewhat inexperienced in Chu Tian's eyes, as her control over her physical form was not yet fully developed, The richness of her Tao essence was undeniable. Clearly, Ancestor Duanmu's comprehension of this secret art had reached an extraordinary level, allowing the insights he left behind to be grasped by Bing, whose consciousness had only recently emerged. Yet she had mastered it to a profound extent. It appears that apart from the Hengtian clan, the Taishang Dao clan has also been significantly influenced by Ancestor Duanmu. With Bing's assistance, her command over the spiritual energy and Tao essence within the Holy Sky Pool was astonishingly formidable. In an instant, the yin-yang Dao seed in Chu Tian's palm accelerated in its formation, and soon it solidified into a tangible form. Was this the thunder seed condensed from the yin-yang thunder technique? At that moment, not far away, Duanmu Wan sensed a somewhat familiar fluctuation. Awakening to see the black and white Dao seed that Chu Tian had coalesced, causing her to gasp in astonishment. The Duanmu family possesses a clan secret technique, known as the yin-yang thunder technique. Reputedly crafted by Ancestor Duanmu in conjunction with the supreme secret art and the divine abilities of his brother, Duanmu Shun. Mastery of this technique to a profound degree allows for the creation of thunder seeds, which can be consumed by the clan's descendants, aiding them in their swift cultivation of this divine ability. The contemporary Duanmu family descends from the lineage of Duanmu Shun, the brother of the ancestor. Ancestor Duanmu, having dominated the Hengtian Continent, swept through his contemporaries with unparalleled strength, and thus he left no offspring. The Duanmu family, descended from Duanmu Shun, inherited the legacy of Ancestor Duanmu, allowing them to rise among the pinnacle families of the Holy Sky Sect. Chapter 55. The Depths of the Chu family's concealment. This is not merely the yin-yang thunder technique. It appears to be a grander mastery encompassing myriad mystical arts. Likely the supreme secret technique from which the yin-yang thunder technique itself has been derived. Duanmu Wan was utterly astonished. Chu Tian had mastered this esoteric art, seemingly to an extraordinarily profound level. As her thoughts raced, a horrifying conjecture suddenly emerged in Duanmu Wan's mind. It was entirely possible that Chu Tian had long since acquired the inheritance of the saint ancestor, and his prolonged silence was a result of his dedicated cultivation and comprehension of that legacy. His sudden emergence into the limelight was likely due to the profound mastery he had attained over the saint ancestor's teachings. Because of this cultivation, Chu Tian was not subject to the constraints of the Holy Sky Pool, enabling him to wield both spiritual and magical powers. Moreover, the fact that Chu Tian, at the bone refining stage, was permitted entry into the secret realm was likely a deliberate arrangement by the Chu family. The appearance, awakening, and interaction of the saint ancestor with Chu Tian were probably not mere coincidences, but orchestrated events under the family's control. This revelation connected all the dots, clarifying the entire situation. After all, even among top-tier clans, it was rare to allow those at the bone refining stage to enter the Holy Sky Pool, as it primarily served to refine the body, offering minimal benefits compared to allowing higher-ranked individuals access, thus proving less efficient. The Chu family's concealment ran remarkably deep. Duanmu Wan murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, Chu Tian turned, clasping Yi Feng's mouth with his left hand, while his right middle finger flicked, sending a black Dao seed into Yi Feng's throat, which flowed into his dantian, causing a faint black radiance to envelop him. Bang! Having completed this, Chu Tian's expression remained tranquil as he stowed the white Dao seed away. Suddenly, with a series of thuds, Yi Feng, resembling a lump of mud, became suffused with black light, his injuries beginning to heal at an astonishing rate. The tongue that had been restrained by Chu Tian swiftly regrew. Chu Tian observed this scene with an indifferent demeanor, understanding that his consolidation of the yin-yang Dao seed had succeeded. The black Dao seed harbored the potent and concentrated spiritual energy he had gathered, which would empower those practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, significantly enhancing their physical regeneration and even accelerating their cultivation speed to the point of becoming uncontrollable, igniting divine fire, and transcending into the divine realm. Yi Feng's cultivation, vitality, insights, desires, and emotions would continuously merge into the black Dao seed. At the moment he ignited the divine fire, he would transform into an almost immortal killing demon soldier, with the black demonic seed maturing completely and feeding upon the white Tao seed, which had facilitated the cultivation of Chu Yunshang in the supreme yin-yang technique. Furthermore, henceforth, all his cultivation achievements would continuously nourish Chu Yunshang, effectively granting her a gifted top-tier demon to assist her in her training, leading to rapid advancements in her cultivation speed. Chu Tian, what have you done to me? Yi Feng roared in anguish, suddenly gripped by terror as he realized that, despite his body healing at an incredible speed, his spiritual power and blood energy were uncontrollably converging towards his dantian. He attempted to peer inward to examine his dantian, only to discover it shrouded in a sinister aura, preventing even his consciousness from penetrating. Chu Tian turned to Bing Bing with a faint smile, engaging in conversation and inquiring about her understanding of the supreme yin-yang Tao. As for Yi Feng's fate, it was already predetermined, rendering further investment of time and energy unnecessary. Even if Yi Tianxiong possessed extraordinary abilities and managed to locate the long-lost supreme realm and its demonic clan, he could not reverse the yin-yang demonic seed. After all, even they had once been powerless against it, no longer daring to wield the supreme yin-yang art recklessly, for the yin-yang clan, forged by the supreme Tao clan, held a lethal restraining power over them. Congratulations, host. You have delivered a fatal blow to the son of fortune, Yi Feng. Reward, 50,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Damn it, Chu Tian, answer me. In a brief moment, Yi Feng, whose body had been nearly pulverized by Chu Tian, found his injuries had remarkably healed by more than half. His bones had reformed. Yet, an overwhelming fear gripped him as he reached out to grasp Chu Tian's shoulder. Tell me, what have you done to me? Yi Feng roared, disregarding the reverence he usually held for ancestor Duanmu. Chu Tian turned, his gaze intense and focused, unleashing an invisible force that sent Yi Feng hurtling over 100 meters, where he lay, coughing blood. To his astonishment, he discovered that even with severe injuries, he was recovering at an unimaginable rate. In that moment, Yi Feng was further horrified to realize that his cultivation speed had inexplicably accelerated, even without consciously circulating his techniques. A devouring force emanated from his dantian, actively drawing the abundant spiritual energy from the Holy Heavenly Pool into his body, surging with spiritual essence and Tao insights, causing his strength to escalate at an extraordinary pace. Chu Tian recognized that Chunsheng had cultivated the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art. Would his own practice of the primary technique benefit him in such a manner? The dantian autonomously absorbed spiritual energy and Tao insights, enhancing his cultivation speed. Why did this phenomenon resemble the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art so closely? Yi Feng was utterly consumed by fear. Could it be that Chu Tian's actions were aimed at reversing the dynamics between him and Chunsheng? He could hardly believe Chu Tian capable of such a feat, yet he could not suppress the growing terror within him. Brother Yi Feng, are you all right? It was Liu Yun, her pale face reflecting deep concern. Witnessing Yi Feng's brutal defeat at the hands of Chu Tian filled her with dread, forcing her to retreat to the edges to cultivate, even as Chu Tian stood at the center, basked in the admiration of others. Due to Chu Tian's presence, those around her hesitated to approach, leaving her with a profound sense of isolation. Liu Yun understood that Yi Feng was her sole anchor in this tumultuous environment. Get away! Yi Feng's countenance twisted with rage. In his anxiety and fury, he resembled a wild beast, venting his anger towards Chu Tian upon his fiancée, he casually sending Liu Yun flying several meters away. As night fell, the moonlight sprinkled down like stars scattered across the sky. Chu Tian initially intended to utilize the remaining hours of the last night to familiarize himself with the powers of the divine refinement realm, absorbing the essence of the sacred heavenly pool. However, he could not resist the persistent coaxing of Bing Bing, whose innocent eyes were filled with pleading as she clung to his arm, requesting his company for a while. Reluctantly, Chu Tian abandoned his plans for cultivation and, under the envious gazes of those present, was led by Bing Bing out of the square. Her melodious, childlike laughter echoed within the sacred heavenly pool. Though she had possessed her consciousness for many long years, the little serpent had never played with her, and the smaller serpents quaked with fear at her presence, leaving her in profound solitude. With Chu Tian as companionship, even though he spoke little, she had never felt such joy and contentment. As they wandered through the night, Chu Tian observed that over the course of countless millennia, the Jiaolong clan had thrived immensely, with thousands of Jiaolong of all sizes populating the sacred heavenly pool. His formidable spirit allowed him to sense several terrifying auras beneath the waters. These were not the Jiaolong king, yet they exuded an extraordinary dread, likely belonging to fearsome Jiaolong in slumber, perhaps rivaling or even surpassing Chu Tian in strength. Chu Tian could not help but marvel at the terrifying heritage of the sacred Heavenly Sect, which had endured for over 1,000,000 years. This power was not under the dominion of the 2 founding families or the 3 prominent clans, only surfacing during crises that threatened the very existence of the sacred Heavenly Sect. Such latent power, akin to that left by the revered ancestor Duanmu, likely existed in abundance throughout the sect. In the original narrative, the Chu clan was thoroughly at a disadvantage, following the collapse of their great ship. King Chu Tian met his demise in prison by poison for a reason. Had King Chu Tian survived to lead the resistance, the chances of success would have been slim. This fortified Chu Tian's resolve. The Chu clan could not continue in the same low-profile manner dictated by King Chu Tian, allowing King Yi to gradually encroach upon their interests and seize power within the sect. The struggle for interests has always been a matter of life and death. Retreating is never an opening to vast possibilities, but rather a plunge into an abyss. On the following day, in the early morning, as the 10-day period concluded, the passage to the sacred heavenly pool was opened. Duanmu appeared at the other end, bloodshot eyes and a hoarse, thunderous voice reverberating across the square. Why has the Jiaolong king awakened? What has transpired? Yi Tianxiong, King Chu Tian, and numerous high-ranking members of the sect, including esteemed elders, awaited nearby, their expressions grave. The sudden awakening of the Jiaolong king after hundreds of thousands of years signaled that monumental events were afoot, especially with the heirs of both founding families involved. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, the sacred heavenly pool could only be accessed once every 10 days. They had waited 4 long days without receiving any information, and their anxiety was beyond words. Chapter 56. The incontrovertible Leaf Tianxiong within the swirling passage, numerous prodigious talents and venerable figures emerged with smiles illuminating their faces. The rewards from this endeavor exceeded their wildest imaginings, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the young Holy Sun permeated their hearts. As the revered ancestor Duanmu entered the square, the surrounding spiritual energy and Tao essence intensified manifold, granting them profound insights and breakthroughs, elevating their cultivation to unprecedented heights. Advancement was merely a matter of time. Gather them all and conduct separate interrogations. Should any discrepancies arise in their testimonies, none shall leave unscathed, commanded Chu Tian, a fierce glint in his eyes as he stood beside Duanmu. The enforcers from the law enforcement hall swiftly escorted the esteemed elders and prodigies who had just emerged from the vortex for solitary questioning. Over the past 4 days, Chu Tian had been consumed with anxiety and guilt. The opportunity to enter the holy pool was granted to his nephew, Chu Tian. If any harm befell him, how could he ever face his elder brother and sister-in-law, or the entire Chu family? No punishment could atone for such a failure. My brother, should anything happen to Shao Tian, do not blame me for disregarding our fraternal bond. Chu Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot, his expression weary, bordering on hysteria. For days, he had tirelessly sought retribution against Leaf Tianxiong for orchestrating Chu Tian's plight. However, he could never have anticipated the calamity that befell the holy pool, heralding the awakening of the Dragon King, a cataclysmic event for Chu Tianwang. The founding ancestor Duanmu had once proclaimed that the Dragon King, a cornerstone of the Holy Heavenly Sect, had been sealed by her at the depths of the holy pool, his life ebbing at an imperceptibly slow rate. Only in the face of a monumental crisis threatening the sect would he rouse from his slumber. The Dragon King's sudden awakening signified an earth-shattering occurrence. Moreover, Chu Tianwang learned that Li Feng had entered the holy pool alongside Chu Tian. Like a startled bird, he immediately suspected this might be yet another insidious plot by his elder brother, Li Tianxiong. Upon learning of Chu Tian's entry into the holy pool, had he covertly instructed Li Feng to leverage the Dragon King against Chu Tian? After all, with the immense power wielded by Li Tianxiong within the sect, such machinations were entirely feasible. Was it not Li Tianxiong who previously sought to exploit the external force of the Tianyan Taoists from the Zihong sacred sect, intending to extract the eye of Tao from Chu Tian's brow under the pretense of sectarian righteousness? Chu Tianwang's fury surged. For days, he had been restless, tormented by the thought of what he would say to his wife, Jian Kongzhu, should their son come to harm. His anxiety had reached a point where he longed to obliterate the secret realm of the holy pool, fearing, however, that such an action might endanger Chu Tian within. My brother, I have already explained that this was an unfortunate accident. My intentions were solely for the benefit of the sect. I have expressed my remorse, and the Li family has paid a significant price for this incident. Do you not understand my brotherly concern? Li Tianxiong's visage darkened. An overwhelming sense of injustice washed over him, as if no amount of water from the four seas could cleanse his name. He had merely intended for Li Feng to enter the holy pool and reconcile with Chu Tian. How had it spiraled so far out of control? Not only is King Chu Tian anxious, but Yi Feng, his most outstanding son who carries great expectations, has also been exceedingly agitated over the past few days. Facing relentless accusations and threats from both King Chu Tian and his brother, Chu Tianyan, numerous high-ranking members of various sects around them offered words of comfort to the two. At this moment, a blood-soaked Yi Feng emerged from the vortex, accompanied closely by a trembling Liu Yun, whose pale face betrayed her distress. In an instant, two terrifying auras erupted. Yi Feng, where's Shao Tian? Why has he not emerged yet? Both Chu Tianyun and King Chu Tian materialized before him, their fearsome malevolence causing Yi Feng to suddenly bleed from the corner of his mouth, half kneeling on the ground until he was swiftly taken away by the approaching Yi Tian Xiong, who inquired about the occurrences within the Holy Heaven Pool. Liu Yun, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, nearly slipping into unconsciousness. However, as the nominal daughter-in-law of the Chu family, she was commanded by Chu Tianyun to be taken for healing while she was meticulously questioned. Soon after, Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei followed out of the vortex, being received by Duanmu Lei, who began to inquire about the events that transpired in the Holy Heaven Pool. Shortly thereafter, Chu Tian emerged from the passage, while Bing Bing stood atop the head of the Dragon King within the vortex of the Holy Heaven Pool, waving goodbye to him with a reluctant expression and reddened eyes. She yearned to leave this lonely place alongside her brother Chu Tian, but the little snake informed her that her consciousness had only recently begun to stabilize, fluctuating between wakefulness and slumber, preventing her from departing the Holy Heaven Pool for the time being. Brother Chu Tian, you must come back to play with Bing Bing when you have the chance, she called out to him, her speech flowing much more smoothly after a night of conversation. No longer stuttering. The vortex could only be maintained for 3 minutes, and soon Bing Bing's figure vanished along with the passage above the Holy Heaven Pool. The Holy Heaven Pool could only be opened once a year, with a mere 10-day window each time. Shao Tian, you're safe. That's all that matters. Upon seeing Chu Tian emerge, King Chu Tian approached, firmly patting Chu Tian's shoulder with a voice that trembled slightly. However, at that moment, Chu Tianyun strode over. Though his eyes still bore traces of bloodshot rage, they also reflected a strange, shocked, and incredulous light. The results of the interrogations conducted by the law enforcement hall disciples had begun to surface, revealing consistent information. Chu Tian was unbound by the constraints of the Holy Heaven Pool, able to wield his powers and spirit, mercilessly besting Yi Feng. The Dragon King had appeared with the star crystal coffin, and the holy ancestor Duanmu was reborn, calling Chu Tian the little saint's son as her brother, to which Chu Tian bestowed upon her the name Bing Bing. You rascal, you've terrified your third uncle this time. Chu Tianyun playfully punched Chu Tian's chest and then laughed heartily. But this time you did splendidly. always managing to surprise your third uncle. What transpired, third brother? King Chu Tian, still somewhat bewildered, struggled to comprehend the rapid shift in Chu Tianyun's demeanor, but soon learned everything from him. The holy ancestor Duanmu had been reborn, the Dragon King referred to as Little Snake, yet she called Xiao Tian her brother, and had become quite attached to him. Chu Tianwang was astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the awakening of the Dragon King, which had sent ripples throughout the Holy Heavenly Sect, was orchestrated by none other than him. It was all due to the re-emergence of the second life of the venerable Duanmu, who sought to engage with his own son. Was this truly the reason behind the sleepless nights and the frenzied anger directed at Yi Tianxiong over these past few days? Because of the Dragon King's affair, numerous ancient figures from various sects had awakened, including some venerable elders thought to have long passed into oblivion. This young man had stirred up quite the commotion, leaving Chu Tianwang both amused and bewildered, while simultaneously feeling a profound shock and helplessness. Indeed, the world had been turned upside down. His son's connection to the venerable Duanmu's second life was an event more potent than even ascending to the top of the earth ranking, capable of shaking the very foundations of the sect. At this moment, the high-ranking officials, grand elders, and ageless beings from various sects gazed at Chu Tian with astonished eyes, their gazes infused with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 57. A Marriage Alliance? Nonsense. Second brother, this time you must trust that I am not deceiving you. I have arranged for Yi Feng to enter and mend his relationship with Xiao Tian, have I not? At this moment, Yi Tianxiong approached, his voice hearty, accompanied by the bloodied figure of Yi Feng, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his son had just endured 10 days of brutal torment at the hands of Chu Tian. Children often harbor misunderstandings. Xiao Tian has some misconceptions about me, his uncle. No matter, it is best to resolve these misunderstandings and let emotions out. Ye Tianxiong, chocolate amiably. Patting Chu Tianwang on the shoulder. Second brother, all misunderstandings have been cleared. Soon, Xiao Feng and Yun Shang will celebrate their wedding. Our families are to become in-laws. As the sect leader and deputy leader, we must prioritize the unity and stability of our sect and refrain from further disputes. Chu Tianwang's expression remained grim, yet he nodded, choosing not to press the matter any further. After all, in recent days, Yi Tianxiong had indeed humbled himself, compromising significantly to make amends with the Chu family, including relinquishing considerable benefits and some key positions within the sect's hierarchy. Moreover, he had learned from Chu Tianyun that his son, Chu Tian, had mercilessly beaten Yi Feng in the Holy Sky Pool, shattering his bones. Chu Tianwang surmised that his son had vented his fury over Yi Tianxiong's agreement to extract his heavenly Dao I on Yi Feng instead. Since Yi Tianxiong was willing to overlook the past and adopt such a lowly posture, Chu Tianwang did not wish to pursue the matter any further. Xiao Tian, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Your uncle acted impulsively for the sake of the sect's interests, and I formally apologize to you. Moreover, I congratulate you on gaining the recognition of the Holy Ancestor. This discovery is a monumental contribution to our sect and an unparalleled achievement. I will soon discuss with the elders how best to reward you. Ye Tianxiong similet. Exuding an air of reconciliation. The misunderstandings between you and Xiao Feng also stem from your uncle's actions. Some things are best left in the past. And do not forget, Xiao Tian, you have grown up alongside Xiao Feng. Soon, you shall address him as brother-in-law. So much had transpired during this time, overwhelming in its pace. And the relationship between the two families had been significantly affected. Your uncle has already spoken with your father about setting a date as soon as possible, ideally within this month, to hold a wedding for Yi Feng and Yun Shang, aiming to ease the tensions between our families. A wedding? Chu Tian glanced at Yi Feng, who was also glaring at him with resentment. However, from Yi Tianxiong's words, it was evident that Yi Feng had not disclosed the matter of his dantian or the fact that he had discovered Yi Feng practicing the supreme yin-yang art. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Tian's mind. It became clear that Yi Feng likely feared revealing the complete truth to Yi Tianxiong. Haunted by the tragic precedent set by Yi Hongwu's suicide, terrified that the same fate might befall him. Yi Tianxiong was not like Chu Tianwang, Upon learning that his daughter, Chu Yun had succumbed to darkness and had wreaked havoc on the Hengtian Continent, still softened at heart, and took tremendous risks to rescue her time and again. The half-truths articulated by Yi Feng led Yi Tianxiong to a misguided conclusion, believing that his ire was solely directed at Yi Feng due to the matter of the eye-gouging incident. After contemplating a plethora of information, he sought to dissolve grievances with a smile, intending to ease tensions through the wedding of Yi Feng and Chu Yun, thus restoring the situation to its former state, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to liberate Yi Fan from the confines of the Sin Domain prison. Master, why do you appear so pitiable, almost laughable? Mu Chu Tian. What did you say? The smile on Yi Tianxiong's face abruptly faltered, his expression darkening slightly, casting a shadow over the day as a fierce wind swept through. With his esteemed status, he had approached to mend relations, only to receive a slap in return. Unfazed, Chu Tian gazed into Yi Tianxiong's eyes, his own gaze cold and indifferent. I have ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth rankings, presenting conditions to the sect, requesting a joint investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall, the Judicial Hall, and the Internal Affairs Hall regarding the incident where the Taoist of Heavenly Fortune sought to gouge out my eyes, as well as the matter of the Internal Affairs Hall's master unilaterally suppressing my commendation. I wonder if the elders have reached a conclusion after their deliberations. Moreover, regarding Yi Hongwu and Yi Fan, my uncle, Chu Tian has apprehended numerous formidable figures from the Liu family, who are currently under scrutiny. The truth of the matter remains to be uncovered. Discussing the wedding of Yi Feng and my elder sister at such a juncture is rather absurd. I did not consent, nor will the Chu family at large. Chu Tian's gaze remained impassive as he turned to Yi Feng. Furthermore, I have previously stated that your son is unworthy of my sister, a sentiment I am sure your son now acknowledges as well. There is no need to broach the subject of the wedding any further. I shall report to my mother and, upon obtaining the consent of the powerful figures within my family, I will approach the Yi family to request the annulment of the engagement. Upon these words, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. No one anticipated that Chu Tian would show no leniency towards Yi Tianxiong, unearthing past grievances to pursue accountability, disregarding all semblance of courtesy. At that moment, Chu Tian approached, his gaze filled with lethal intent as he proclaimed, "The Liu family is steeped in egregious corruption, which I have commanded the Law Enforcement Hall to control. All misappropriated resources, including rare materials, spiritual stones, and mineral veins, have been surrendered to the sect's treasury and are currently under expedited examination. Once results are determined, the Law Enforcement Hall will notify the entire sect and report to the Elder Council, as well as to the sect leader and deputy leader. Current indications suggest that a faction of Yi family powerhouses, led by Yi Hongwu, has colluded with the Liu family, exploiting our Chu family connections to embezzle vast resources from the sect. This is far more than merely using Liu Yun to facilitate the theft of numerous divine medicines and treasures by the Chu family's young master. Many within the Yi family have been covertly targeting my Chu family, and every incident is crystal clear with irrefutable evidence. I am in the process of compiling this evidence, which will soon be submitted to the Elder Council for collective adjudication by the esteemed elders and the sect's upper echelons. Chu Tian speaks wisely. With so many matters laid before us, an alliance? Chu Tian's cop de the CV. They have gone so far as to trample upon my Chu family's dignity. What nonsense is this about an alliance? Chu Tian, have you lost your minds? In consideration of my bond with your second brother, I have repeatedly yielded, yet you continue to push your advantage, truly believing that I possess no temper. Do you think I am without recourse? His expression turning icy. He had never anticipated that, despite his public display of humility, this impudent youth would offer him no respect and brazenly turn against him in front of others. Lord of the heavens, is it still true that you, of the Chu family, are the head of the household? Do your words still carry weight? A mere child dares to act with such insolence on behalf of the Chu family towards me, the sect leader. Yi Tianxiong directed his gaze toward Chu Tianwang, only to find him equally taken aback, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. In that moment, Yi Tianxiong comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chu Tian and Chu Tianyun were likely scheming behind the back of their family head, Chu Tianwang. The Liu family had been covertly seized and controlled, a matter of such magnitude that both he, as sect leader, and his deputy had been left in the dark. The Liu family is a prominent clan within my Holy Celestial Sect, housing numerous formidable figures in significant positions. Who granted you permission to act unilaterally without my consent? Chu Tian, being but a child, lacks understanding, and Chu Tianyun, as the hall master, should be well versed in the regulations of the sect. The law enforcement hall is a body of the sect, not a personal force of yours, Chu Tianyun. This constitutes a grave crime of treason. Yi Tianxiong's eyes glinted with frost. He recognized that he could no longer afford to retreat. The senior members of the sect, including the revered elders, were observing closely. To continue yielding would obliterate the dignity of the Yi family and leave him utterly humiliated. As the sect leader, he must uphold his authority. Otherwise, he would no longer be able to govern the affairs of the sect, nor would anyone heed his commands in the future. Chapter 58. Whose interests are at stake? What a farcical notion that my son, Yi Feng, would agree to break off his engagement, believing himself unworthy of Chu Yunshan. Yi Tianxiong turned to Yi Feng. His voice icy. Fenger, in the presence of numerous esteemed elders, uncles, and senior members of our sect, speak forth. At merely 17, you have ascended to the 6th rank of the fusion list and the 3rd of the earth list. Do you possess the qualifications to wed Chu Yunshan? Your betrothal was arranged by your father and your uncle, and you and Yunshan have grown up together, nurturing mutual affection. No one shall dare to obstruct you. I shall stand by you. Unexpectedly, after Yi Tianxiong's declaration, the bloodied Yi Feng lowered his head, his gaze heavy, remaining silent for an extended moment. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Tianxiong as he sensed something amiss, and he thundered in anger. Fenger, speak. Yi Feng slightly lifted his head, but rather than meeting Yi Tianxiong's gaze, he turned to Chu Tian, only to find Chu Tian coldly staring back at him, making a slicing gesture across his neck. This gesture was the 3rd instance Yi Feng had witnessed. Previously, he dismissed Chu Tian's actions as mere jest, but now, fear enveloped him. Filled with regret for not having heeded the warning sooner, he felt his mastery of the supreme yin-yang technique had completely waned over his control of Chu Yunshan. Should he perish, she would remain untouched. If Chu Tian revealed the truth, his demise would be inevitable. Yi Feng understood his father well. Yi Tianxiong would undoubtedly sacrifice him to preserve the family's reputation. Yet he clung to life. Despite the aberration in his dantian, he believed salvation was still within reach, with a promising future ahead as the 3rd-rank prodigy. Father, given the circumstances, my enmity with Chu Tian is irreconcilable. Let us dissolve my engagement with Yunshan, Yi Feng rasped. Wishing to sever all ties between himself, Chu Yunshan, and Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's countenance, already darkened by the betrayal of his son and younger brother, seemed to radiate a chilling fury. Yi Feng, what did you just say? Let go. I have heard whispers of your intent to break the engagement, but I cannot abide by it. In the presence of so many, he felt compelled to remain composed, planning to address the matter later. Yet, Yi Feng's audacity astounded him, as he seemed to transfer the wrath of his own suffering onto his eldest daughter, Chu Yunshan. My daughter was betrothed to you since childhood, and now you dare to utter such words? Very well, if the engagement is to be annulled, it shall be my family that initiates it. In a few days, I shall personally escort Yunshan to sever this engagement. Chu Tian's wrath surged, his anger, previously aimless, now fixated entirely on Yi Feng. The terrifying pressure of his imperial aura darkened the skies, causing Yi Feng to cough up a mouthful of blood. You wretched fool, you dare disregard my words. Yi Tianxiong roared in fury, striking Yi Feng to the ground, utterly disgraced on this day. Young saint, would you do me the honor of visiting my family? The Duanmu clan? The clan head and numerous elders have prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. At this moment, Duanmu Lei appeared, his expression infused with an indescribable excitement, accompanied by Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei, clearly having learned everything from his niece. Uncle, I fear that may not be possible at the moment. Our esteemed clan leader might not allow me to leave, Chu Tian replied with a smile, though his eyes remained calm. The Duanmu clan extending an olive branch was indeed anticipated. What took him by surprise was how swiftly Duanmu Wan had managed to convince the clan, altering their stance so rapidly. After all, his connection was still only with the ancestral Duanmu saint, and he had yet to bring any tangible benefits to the Duanmu family, yet they had decisively chosen their side. Duanmu Lei's sudden appearance sent a tremor through the higher echelons of various sects, immediately signaling that the Duanmu clan's attitude was beginning to lean towards the Chu family. In this tense atmosphere, Duanmu Lei's invitation to Chu Tian was, in itself, a declaration of allegiance. For years, due to Chu Tianwang's defiance of the customary internal marriages by marrying Jiankongzhu, discontent among the three foremost families had become common knowledge among the sect leaders. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened, his fists tightening slightly. At this juncture, Duanmu Lei's invitation was tantamount to a blatant alignment with the Chu family. Since his ascension, although the three leading families had not publicly expressed their stance, they had subtly sided with him. This was the first instance of a prominent family openly declaring support for the Chu family. He understood that Chu Tian had gained the recognition of the reborn Duanmu saint, triggering a chain reaction. Brother Tianwang and Master Tian Yun, my elder brother has instructed me to remind you that it has been quite some time since you last visited the Duanmu family. We humbly request your presence at our home, where the clan head has prepared a feast to welcome your esteemed company. Duanmu Lei addressed Chu Tianwang with a smile, referring to his elder brother, the clan head Duanmu Rong. At this moment, Duanmu Wan stepped forward, her cherubic face tinged with a hint of shyness as she spoke. Brother Chu Tian, my apologies for any offense caused at the Holy Sky Pool. I hope you can forgive me. She had disclosed her significant findings regarding Chu Tian's likely acquisition of the ancestral legacy, as well as the Chu family's covert plans, to her father and uncle. The ancestral legacy and the rebirth were of paramount importance to the Duanmu family's rise, which was fundamentally rooted in the legacy of the ancestral saint. Consequently, after deliberation, Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei concluded that Duanmu Wan's assessment was astute. These occurrences were not mere coincidences, but rather indicative of the Chu family strategy that had facilitated Chu Tian's sudden ascent and connection with the ancestral saint, signaling something to the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Rong decisively resolved to align with the Chu family to exchange information regarding the ancestral saint, leading to the unexpected invitation extended by Duanmu Lei and Duanmu Wan. Chu Tianwang paused momentarily, turning to glance at Chu Tian, fully aware that he was benefiting from his son's achievements. Since marrying Jiankongzhu, the three leading families had not invited him for a visit in many years. Ah, Bai Sait. Chu Tian laughed heartily, then shook his head and said, however, I fear I cannot visit the Duanmu family at present. The sect leader has accused me of treason, and I may soon find myself imprisoned. These words instantly darkened Yi Tianxiong's countenance, for Chu Tian's remark was nothing short of a taunt, a reaction born of his earlier fury. Even though he held the position of sect leader, it would be inconceivable for him to arbitrarily arrest a hallmaster, especially when Chu Tian had the backing of the Chu family, which the Chu Tianwang would never permit. Duanmu family, the sect leader and the holy ancestor are of utmost importance to me. I implore your understanding. Perhaps we should set this matter aside for now. Duanmu Lei smiled faintly and addressed Yi Tianxiong. The Liu family and the Chu family are connected by marriage. The young saint and hall master Tian Yun act in the interest of the sect. In the name of righteousness, they have surrendered all gains to the sect, and the law enforcement hall remains utterly loyal with no self-interest. The sect leader's accusations of treason are indeed excessive. Furthermore, the law enforcement hall possesses the authority to enforce and supervise the sect. Why not allow Hall Master Tian Yun to continue his investigation and root out the troublemakers, thereby restoring justice for the Yi family? At this moment, Chu Tian also stepped forward, his expression calm as he addressed Yi Tianxiong. The sect leader repeatedly speaks of the sect's interests, even using it as a pretext to seize my heavenly eye. Yet when it involves the Yi family, the sect leader seems to disregard those very interests. The inconsistency in your stance is rather perplexing. Chu Tian then added, his eyes glinting with intensity. Little Tian is merely 8 years old, just a month shy of 9, yet he has surged to the top of the bone refining rankings and the earth rankings, shaking the very foundations of the Hengtian Continent. Such a prodigious talent is sought after by numerous sections. It is clear to all that the younger generation represents the future of the sect, the greatest asset of a major faction. It is truly laughable that the sect leader would invoke the sect's interests in such a context. For whose benefit this is truly intended remains a mystery. Chapter 59, Swift. Too swift outside the sacred heavenly pool. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The high-ranking members of various sects gazed at the unfolding scene, their hearts pounding with trepidation. It was as if they were witnessing a gradual push to drive Yi Tianxiong to the edge of a precipice. None could have anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Was the sect on the brink of upheaval? After all, Yi Tianxiong was the sect leader, the one who wielded the ultimate authority within the sacred Heavenly Sect. What was the Chu family attempting? Were they challenging the leader's supremacy, inciting a bloody conflict between the two founding families, leading to a schism within the sect? Everyone understood that neither of the two founding families possessed overwhelming strength over the other. Countless dreadful thoughts raced through their minds. Yet this course of action would yield no benefits for anyone involved. Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened as he found himself cornered by the relentless verbal assaults of Chu Tian and Chu Tian, teetering on the brink of despair. Utterly unsure of how to respond, how could he possibly answer? The assertions made by Chu Tian and Chu Tian were irrefutable, universally acknowledged truths, landing upon him like a series of resounding slaps to the face. The prosperous situation he had painstakingly cultivated over the years now appeared to be crumbling, all due to the reckless audacity of the young Chu Tian. His once unassailable authority within the sect was now in jeopardy. Damn it! Bloodshot eyes filled with a sense of hysteria reflected in Yi Tianxiong's expression. He felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, overwhelmed by a frustration that made him wish to spit blood. However, what gnawed at him the most was the stance taken by the Damu family, which intensified his discomfort. Otherwise, simply facing Chu Tian and Chu Tian, as long as Chu Tianwang did not completely sever ties, he would not have felt this degree of distress. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind Yi Tianxiong. Chu Tian, dare you face me on the life and death arena? Emerging from the crowd, Yi Yun, his bloodshot eyes piercing, shattered the tense standoff with his hoarse voice as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian. Previously, I was unaware of your secret techniques, caught off guard and restrained, resulting in my defeat. In a fair fight, I will not be outmatched. At this juncture, Yi Tianxiong breathed a sigh of relief. The stagnant situation had been disrupted, allowing him to gracefully extricate himself from this unfavorable predicament. He glanced back to see Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, giving him a slight nod, indicating that he had sent his son to intervene and break the escalating tension, temporarily aiding Yi Tianxiong's escape. The life and death arena? Chu Tian's eyes turned frigid as he regarded Yi Yun, a chilling murderous intent flickering within his gaze. Even though he had long ceased to regard this insignificant insect with any real concern, the persistent disturbances had become wearisome. Why bother with the life and death arena? If you wish to perish, I shall grant you that wish now. With a single step, Chu Tian surged forth, his spirit pulsating violently, enveloping his body as he seemingly teleported before Yi Yun. I shall allow you to make the first move, Chu Tian stated, his expression calm, yet imbued with an extreme, icy indifference. Mental displacement required an extraordinarily robust spirit and a formidable mastery over one's mental faculties. Hadn't he, the young saint, just recently broken through to the realm of spirit refinement? A senior member of the sect exclaimed in astonishment. How many days does it take to enter the realm of refining spirit and, until one breaks through to the harmonization realm, be unable to master mental displacement? Yet, Chu Tian, upon his breakthrough, has achieved this feat with astonishing ease. Brother, you truly have begotten a remarkable son. His talent is simply terrifying. If my reckless son possessed even half of Xiao Tian's abilities, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Chu Tian sighed, turning to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, and remarked, I was unable to grasp mental displacement in my time, and if I recall correctly, you only managed to do so after reaching the 10th level of refining spirit. Indeed, Chu Tianwang's expression mirrored profound astonishment, for he remembered that his son had previously inquired about the intricacies of mental displacement. His response had been to advise against aiming too high, promising to teach him once Chu Tian broke through to the refining spirit realm. Little did he anticipate that Chu Tian would achieve mastery immediately upon his breakthrough. Such a talent is truly formidable. Réincarnation en pouvoir technique. Yuan felt a momentary shock, quickly replaced by a sinister grin, for he intended to make Chu Tian pay for his arrogance. A tremendous surge of spirit erupted, coalescing into a vast vortex, its terrifying, devouring force enveloping Chu Tian, as if to obliterate him. Chu Tian, do you think you are the only one capable of secret techniques? Yevon laughed vigorously, channeling his spirit before launching a devastating punch. The Reincarnation Emperor technique is a premier secret art from the Yi clan's Reincarnation Emperor scripture. Yuan, despite his youth, had mastered it to such a degree, a testament to his remarkable talent. The senior members of the sect glanced at Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, for the Reincarnation Emperor technique was his specialty. It was evident that Yi Yuan's mastery at the tender age of 17 stemmed from his teachings. Is this all the strength you possess? Suddenly, Chu Tian's icy voice resonated. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from his body, akin to a true dragon's roar, as torrents of spirit surged forth, animating the dragon itself. As Chu Tian unleashed a punch, the blood energy dragon followed suit, colliding with Yi Yuan's strike in an explosive confrontation. Puff! Yi Yuan's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood under the might of Chu Tian's colossal punch. It was as fragile as paper, shattering instantly. As Chu Tian's fist advanced, the space trembled, the air roiling and howling for 100 meters around, conjuring a tempest. The massive boulders surrounding the holy sky pool were even swept into the air, countless stones whistling through the sky. One force shatters all techniques. Chu Tian's punch was terrifying. The so-called mental vortex, just beginning to take form, was obliterated in an instant. Yi Yuan's countenance contorted in fear as he let out a shriek of terror, overwhelmed by an intense dread that nearly drove him mad. This punch bore an oppressive intensity so profound that he felt as if his very being would explode. Little did he know that Chu Tian's physical strength had reached an astonishing 2,500,000 jin, combined with the tangible spirit he wielded. Without relying on any divine techniques or secret arts, not even invoking the eye of the heavens, the explosive power of his punch had already surged to approximately 13 million jin. Such immense power, one force shattering all techniques, would obliterate everything in its path. No divine art, secret technique, or treasure could withstand its might. Stop! The master of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Tianhong, bellowed in fury. Even he had not anticipated that Chu Tian, having just transcended to the realm of divine refinement, could unleash such explosive power without even resorting to his divine abilities, capable of annihilating his son in an instant. It was swift, astoundingly swift. Like a flash, Yi Tianhong appeared behind Yi Yuan and struck out immediately. At that moment, Yi Yuan's entire body had already been obliterated, reduced to a cloud of blood mist, with even his pristine white bones shattered into fine powder. By the time he acted, all that remained of Yi Yuan was his head, suspended in the air, which he reached out to catch. My son, Yi Tianhong cradled Yi Yuan's head in his hands, blood staining his palms crimson, droplets of scarlet cascading to the ground. Yi Yuan's eyes were wide open in fury, yet within them lay an unmistakable depth of terror, as all traces of life had vanished. In that moment, the atmosphere was suffocating. Chapter 60. The eruption of demonic energy from Chu Yunshang. The senior members of various sects stood in stunned silence, along with numerous elders and venerable patriarchs, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Before their very eyes, Yi Yuan had been slain, a turn of fate no one could have anticipated. He was the son of the esteemed master of internal affairs, a direct descendant of a prestigious lineage, his status exceedingly noble. Yet, who could dare to voice a contradiction? It was Yi Wen who had instigated the life-and-death duel, and both Yi Tianxiong and Yi Tianhong, the patriarchs of the Yi family, were present, having said nothing at that moment. Moreover, Chu Tian had permitted Yi Wen to strike first. What was most suffocating was that Chu Tian had only just recently attained the refining spirit realm, while Yi Wen had transcended it for 3 to 4 years. Having reached the 10th level of the refining spirit realm, by all accounts, it should have been Yi Wen who was admonished for bullying the weaker. Yet he was vanquished by Chu Tian with a single punch. What to be said? A potent mental force reverberated as Chu Tian transported himself back to his original position. His expression serene, his palm devoid of any bloodstains. He turned to Uncle Duanmu and said, "Uncle Lei, the battle has concluded. Let us depart." He understood that further pressuring Yi Tianxiong would yield no results. These events were insufficient to strip him of his position as sect leader. Continuing in this manner would merely squander time and energy. His intent was to make Yi Tianxiong aware that he should abandon his fantasies. The Chu family could no longer offer unconditioned support to uphold the so-called sect interests he espoused. Those were the interests of the Yi family, not the Chu family. With that, Chu Tian was the first to depart from the scene, as nonchalantly as if he had crushed an ant beneath his heel. Beasts, beasts, beasts. Terrifying intent to kill, overwhelming fury, and a desperate roar erupted behind him. The fierce reprimands of Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyun, and others could still be faintly heard, their imperial might wreaking havoc before ultimately subsiding. With the soothing words of Duanmu Lei and numerous senior members and venerable elders, the Chu family agreed to provide Yi Wen with a burial fund, crafting for him an opulent tomb. Ultimately, Yi Tianhong was compelled to stifle his grief over the loss of his son. Moreover, due to Chu Tian's formidable demands, Yi Tianxiong could not reach a reconciliation, and the Elder Council was obliged to convene once more. The first place on the Earth ranking held the right to make a request to the sect, a tenet of ancestral instruction that none could contravene. A resolution must be presented. The head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Rong, along with Duanmu Lei and Chu Tianyun, was also required to attend. As Chu Tian stepped out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Wan hurried after him, her gaze intense as she inquired, "Chu Tian, I wish to learn that secret technique of yours. What conditions would you require in exchange? You may name them." This was a request from both Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei, for based on her descriptions, they believed that the secret technique mastered by Chu Tian was crucial for perfecting the ancestral legacy of the Duanmu family. They even speculated that this technique, aside from the Yin-Yang Thunder method, might be linked to the Divine Thunder Sutra cultivated by the Duanmu family, as well as various other secret arts. Regarding the current circumstances of the Duanmu saint ancestor, the Duanmu family perceives the matter as one of great significance. It is unlikely that the Chu family will readily disclose information to them in the short term. Thus, it is imperative to gradually cultivate a relationship with the Chu family. Proceeding with caution. Allowing Duanmu Wan to learn this secret technique would also serve to strengthen her bond with Chu Tian, deepening their affection for one another. Chu Tian maintained a serene expression, anticipating Duanmu Wan's initiative to engage with him. After all, in the original narrative, following the establishment of a relationship between Yi Fan and the Duanmu saint ancestor, the Duanmu family encouraged her to approach Yi Fan as well. The only distinction lies in the fact that now, after several years, the Duanmu saint ancestor is capable of emerging from the sacred heavenly pool. "I cannot teach you," Chu Tian replied calmly, delivering a firm refusal. This supreme secret technique was one that even the Duanmu saint ancestor valued highly, having personally sought it from the Taishang Dao clan, though it holds little significance for him. To impart it to Duanmu Wan on her mere request would render it too trivial. It is the Duanmu family that must take the initiative to forge a connection, rather than him seeking to befriend them. Duanmu Wan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, well aware that her father and second uncle had anticipated this outcome. If she were to ask, and Chu Tian readily acquiesced, it would certainly be peculiar. "You aren't still holding a grudge against me for obstructing you, are you? That Yi Fan, I believe he should not be let off lightly. He is nothing but a waste." While in the sacred heavenly pool, Duanmu Wan sensed that the Tao essence emanating from Liu Yun seemed to be waning, though she could not ascertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination. She began to engage in a somewhat disjointed conversation with Chu Tian, actively seeking topics to discuss. It was apparent that she lacked experience in initiating social interactions, her efforts not as fluid or natural as depicted in the original narrative. Chu Tian was not surprised. After all, Duanmu Wan was only 17, and in a decade's time, she would be assisting Duanmu Lei in managing internal affairs, already a seasoned intermediary within the sect, adept in navigating interpersonal relationships. Presently, however, she still had much to learn. Chu Tian responded with casual remarks, occasionally nodding, while Hui Mei, seated nearby, seemed particularly fascinated by Duanmu Wan. It was unclear what had come over her, as she frequently drew closer, playfully ruffling her bald head, her eyes glimmering as they fixated on Duanmu Wan's chest, accompanied by an incessant series of sounds. Arriving at the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, Duanmu Wan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Chu Tian, I shall not accompany you further. The disciples from the Mo Yun County branch have reported signs of the Heart Demon Sect as disciples in the area. My second uncle has instructed me to take a group to investigate. I will seek you out upon my return." Were it not for her father and second uncle's counsel to foster a relationship with Chu Tian, recognizing its implications for the Duanmu family's future, she would have preferred not to engage in such overt flattery. This endeavor felt far more exhausting than 3 consecutive days of arduous training. The Heart Demon Sect, that notorious sect, is known to have enmity with the Yi family, yet you are tasked with addressing them? Chu Tian pondered, his interest piqued. Though he had intended to continue his ascent, he halted his steps. He recalled that, in the original narrative, years later, the position of the saint son of the great hate demon lord was abolished due to entanglements with the Heart Demon Sect's enchantress in Mo Yun County, leading to the capture of Yi Fan and Yi Feng. Yi Tianxiong convened an elder council to adjudicate the matter, culminating in a resolution to revoke the saint's son's title. Duanmu Wan was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time along their journey that Chu Tian had spoken to her at such length. 8 years prior, the master of the Heart Demon Sect, the Golden Wolf Demon Lord, infiltrated Mo Yun County and was personally slain by the sect leader. Since that fateful day, they had continuously dispatched individuals into Mo Yun County to trouble the Yi family's descendants. Just days ago, several collateral members of the Yi family were murdered, prompting a report to the Internal Affairs Hall. At that time, the Hall Master of Tianwang was occupied with rescuing Yuan, and upon receiving the report concerning the Yi family, my uncle instructed me to handle the matter. Rarely did Chu Tian take the initiative to inquire. So Duanmu Wan explained in one breath, the deceased collateral members of the Yi family were merely at the spirit refinement stage. Likely just a few insignificant members of the Heart Demon Sect, at most at the integration stage, posing no significant threat. I shall return within half a month at the latest. The sect had a regulation that disciples, upon breaking through to the spirit refinement stage, must embark on a journey for half a month. In 2 days, I will accompany you to Mo Yun County, Chu Tian stated coolly, not waiting for Duanmu Wan's consent as he ascended the sacred Emperor Peak, swiftly vanishing from her sight. She had yet to agree. Confronted with Chu Tian's domineering demeanor, Duanmu Wan felt powerless. Yet who could deny the needs of her entire family? Cough, cough. Huilan beside her coughed a couple of times, her enchanting face etched with seriousness as she said, "If you tell me how you managed to become so formidable, I can speak favorably about you to my elder brother." Slap. Get lost. Who needs your help? Ask your mother. Duanmu Wan exploded in anger, delivering a sharp slap to Huilan's head before turning briskly and disappearing beneath the sacred Emperor Peak. Since Chu Tian was also going, she naturally had to inform Duanmu Lei and await their departure together. "My mother is nowhere near your caliber. Why are you getting so worked up?" Huilan grimaced, the spot on her head where she had been slapped throbbing faintly. She merely wished to inquire about the method of becoming so impressive. It wasn't as though she was unwilling to barter for the information. Back then, seeking to comprehend the eye of the heavenly Tao with her elder brother had not been this difficult. Upon returning to the main hall, Chu Tian found Liu, too, his expression grave, standing before him, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue. Young master, the young lady's demonic energy erupted yesterday, and she has been in a coma for an entire night. Chapter 61. Ingesting the White Tao Seed. Reversing the yin-yang technique at the main hall of the Sacred Emperor Peak, outside the chamber of Chu Yun. My young master, the old servant shall remain right here at the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I would risk my very life to ensure your safety and that of the young lady. After receiving comfort from Chu Tian during their journey, the dark aura that lingered in the old man's slightly reddened eyes had begun to fade, yet he remained shrouded in a heavy, ominous presence. Despite Chu Tian's efforts to soothe the old man's spirit with a calm demeanor, suggesting that he could resolve the difficulties besieging Chu Yun with ease, the challenges they faced were indeed formidable. The supreme yin-yang technique, a fearsome legacy of the ancient demon clan, had wreaked havoc across the Hengtian Continent for thousands of years, leaving even the most powerful cultivators powerless against it. The old man, however, remained restless. He grasped Chu Tian's hand firmly, reiterating his insistence to be called upon should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Finally, with a determined resolve, he turned his hunched figure and settled himself at the threshold of Chu Yun's chamber, keeping vigilant watch. Rest assured, dear old man, I never engage in ventures without certainty, Chu Tian reassured him. Observing the old man's lingering anxiety and palpable unease, Chu Tian felt a pang of sympathy. This only served to highlight the old man's solitary life, akin to Xing Nu, having been raised by the Chu family and truly regarding them as his own kin, viewing the four siblings as his emotional anchor, akin to grandchildren. Had it been otherwise, a formidable figure of imperial stature, having weathered countless trials and seen the cycle of life and death, would not be so easily swayed. In the original narrative, when Jian Kongzhu perished beyond the realms, the news incinerated Chu Tian's heart, plunging him into despair. Subsequently, he was reported by the Yi family and imprisoned. Many families and powerful allies that had long relied on the Chu family began to betray them or flee in fear. Even within the Chu family, numerous direct descendants and powerful figures sought to escape. The collapse of the Chu family, once a grand vessel, was now evident to all. The once resplendent, sacred Emperor Peak, which had flourished for 1,000,000 years, saw servants and attendants fleeing in droves, with the three sisters of Chu Yun all perishing, leaving only the vengeful demon sovereign, who remained closely guarded within the main hall. Many who had dealings with the Chu family now sought to distance themselves, fearing the repercussions of being associated with them. In the end, the only ones remaining by his side were Xing Nu and the old man, who had initially possessed a significant chance of survival. The old man persistently stood beneath the ancient tree at the main hall's entrance, quietly steadfast, much like he did now outside Chu Yun's room. It was only upon receiving the news of the fall of the Chu sovereign that Chu Tian succumbed to the path of darkness, renaming himself the vengeful demon sovereign, as his demonic might swept across the skies. But the old man suddenly ignited his life force, unleashing his peak power. He forcibly opened a temporal rift, sending Chu Tian and Chu Nu beyond the borders of the sacred Tian sect. In that final moment, as the vengeful demon sovereign was thrust into the spatial fissure by the old man, he glanced back to see the elder grinning at him through the flames, his prominent yellowed teeth starkly visible. Chu Tian had no doubt that had anything befallen him within that chamber with Chu Yun, the old man, having regained his imperial strength through the consumption of the divine creation pill, would undoubtedly have chosen to embrace the dark path, confronting Yi Tianxiong at the sacred Emperor Peak. With that, he closed the door. Chu Tian approached the bedside, only to find Chun Shang's delicate skin suffused with a faint aura of demonic energy. The smile that once graced her face had vanished, replaced by an expression of coldness, indifference, and cruelty. Her brows were gently furrowed, as if she were engaged in a fierce struggle against some overwhelming consciousness. Naturally, a chill emerged in Chu Tian's gaze, and a pang of anguish gripped his heart, inciting a desire to immediately rend Yefeng into pieces. Yet, Chu Tian understood that this was merely an impulsive reaction driven by emotion, an instinctive murderous intent that arose upon witnessing a loved one in torment. In his mind, the chaotic pearl surged with spiritual energy, transforming into a blade that severed this fleeting impulse of wrath. He had perused the true interpretation of the supreme yin-yang great art and comprehended that those who practiced its core technique and ingested the black Tao seed would lose the ethereal tether of the secondary technique. Akin to a wild horse breaking free, wreaking havoc within Chunshang's body. These forces were inherently hers, accumulated unconsciously in her dantian as a result of her cultivation of the supreme yin-yang art, alongside the myriad of murderous thoughts that had arisen within her. This power was destined to erupt when she ignited her body, only to be consumed by Yefeng, who practiced the core technique, transforming it into sustenance. Fortunately, Elder Tuo had been discreetly observing Chunshang. The moment her demonic energy erupted, he sealed it away and returned her to her chamber. Otherwise, the revelation of her cultivation of demonic arts would have placed her in grave danger. However, Chu Tian's plan of retribution, to return the favor in kind, would have been thwarted. Now, as long as Chunshang ingested the white Tao seed, this demonic energy would be purified by the essence of the Tao, transforming into her own power and bestowing upon her a significant enhancement in strength. Of course, this was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited at the moment. Yefeng, uncontrollably ignited divine fire, broke through to the divine realm. The surging essence of the Tao, divine power, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires would amalgamate into a crucible. In that instant, Chunshang would undergo a profound metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth. Chu Tian eagerly anticipated the transformation of his elder sister, born with sacred bones and extraordinary talent. After she consumed this miraculous elixir from Yefeng, he wondered just how formidable she would become. Yefeng would ultimately be transformed into Chunshang's crucible for cultivation, severing emotional ties and becoming a vessel of ruthless slaughter. Chu Tian aided his sister in assuming a meditative posture, placing the white Tao seed into her mouth. He then closed his eyes, channeling a robust spiritual energy that surged like a river, manifesting as delicate Tao runes that flowed into Chunshang's form, assisting in the purification of the demonic energy. As the white Tao seed entered, it swiftly traversed through Chunshang's meridians and into her dantian. In an instant, a wave of Tao essence erupted from her dantian, enveloping her in a shimmering mist, gradually purging the demonic energy from her exterior and transforming it into her own strength. Meanwhile, Chu Tian sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, using his spirit to cleanse her meridians tainted by the demonic energy. Without his assistance, relying solely on the white Tao seed to dissolve the demonic energy accumulated over the years, Chunshang would remain unconscious for at least 10 days to half a month. Moreover, should the demonic energy ravage her body for too long, it could inflict internal injuries, hampering her future breakthroughs to higher realms. Chu Yunshang was born with a sacred physique and extraordinary talents. Although some of her cultivation was siphoned away by the supreme yin-yang technique, she has nonetheless transcended to the composite realm, surpassing the current state of Chu Tian by an entire level. Even though Chu Tian's spirit has solidified and materialized, he has only recently broken through to the refining spirit realm, and traversing such a vast gap remains a considerable challenge for him. After exchanging for a supreme spirit refinement pill in the system's marketplace, he discovered that, following his breakthrough into the refining spirit realm, the effects of this exceptional elixir were rather negligible, rendering it almost ineffective in the face of his robust and concentrated spirit. Furthermore, the 3 major auras he had been continuously renewing now seemed to offer a sense of constraint, proving insufficient to sustain his energy in its most vibrant and complete state. Chapter 62. The Blueprint of the System, Perfect and Extraordinary Solutions. Chu Tian, multitasking with unwavering focus, meticulously groomed his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, while simultaneously engaging in contemplation. Should anyone discover that he was channeling his spirit to assist another, while simultaneously diverting his attention to other matters, they would undoubtedly break into a cold sweat. Deeply concerned for Chu Yunshang's well-being, The human body is an incredibly intricate system, composed of countless meridians, acupoints, and vital organs. The act of channeling spiritual energy to alleviate demonic influences requires utmost vigilance. A moment's carelessness could inflict severe damage on Chu Yunshan's foundation, potentially leading to irreversible harm. Chu Tian's father placed great emphasis on the foundational knowledge of cultivation, imparting wisdom to him from a young age. Consequently, his mind is filled with memories pertaining to this knowledge, and he possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies involved. While multitasking presents a formidable challenge for most in the realm of spirit cultivation, Chu Tian found it to be a mere trifle. After all, during his time in the Holy Heavenly Pool, he had mastered the art of simultaneous cultivation while suppressing Yi Feng using the supreme Yin-Yang Great Path, effectively isolating him from the flow of spiritual energy. At that time, his spirit had yet to fully materialize. Now, it had coalesced into a chaotic pearl within his mind. The materialization of his spirit has bestowed upon him numerous advantages, rendering multitasking effortless. Furthermore, the technique of spiritual translocation, daunting as it may be for the average practitioner, has become second nature to him. Chu Tian has even experimented with his abilities, discovering that he could simultaneously wield two entirely distinct path symbols from the supreme Yin-Yang Great Path without any detriment to their efficacy. At this juncture, the system's gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears, announcing that the spirit refining pill, suited for those in the bone refinement stage to hone their spirit, had become obsolete now that the host had transcended to the spirit refinement stage. The pill could be exchanged for the exceptional spirit condensing pill, which, when taken daily, would consolidate spiritual power and facilitate the host's rapid ascent to the 10th level of the spirit refinement stage, devoid of any side effects. The spirit refinement stage serves as the foundation for cultivating divine souls and igniting divine fires, hence its nomenclature. With the host's spirit now materialized, a mere enhancement of his spirit equates to the accumulation of countless others. Consequently, this type of nourishing pill is the most suitable for the host's current state. As the spirit refines, it begins to touch upon the profound essence of the universe, the rules, and the natural way, laying the groundwork for comprehending divine mysteries and preparing for the next stage of integration. The integration stage involves the spirit permeating every acupoint and meridian, drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and refining the essence of nature within the body, allowing the natural forces to cleanse the physical form. In this current stage, the more divine techniques one cultivates and the deeper the comprehension of the path's essence, the greater the impact on the host's forthcoming breakthrough into the integration stage. This stage necessitates a harmonious balance among four elements: comprehension, essence, spirit, and physique. Each is indispensable. It is recommended that the host exchange for these four intermediate auras. The intermediate auras of comprehension, spirit, and physique will ensure that the host's body remains in an optimal state, while the intermediate aura of essence will accelerate the host's understanding of the forces of the universe. The supreme elixir of divine refinement, priced at 600 destiny points for one, possesses 4 grand auras and incurs a daily expenditure of 1,200 destiny points, culminating in a total of 1,800 points. It is initially estimated that within 3 months, the host shall reach the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, preparing to transcend into the composite realm while comprehending 3 superior divine techniques, ultimately attaining a state of perfection. It is advised that prior to the host's breakthrough into the composite realm, it will be prudent to cultivate at least 3 supreme secret arts to an extraordinary level, ensuring a flawless transition into the composite realm, thus preparing to become the singular child of destiny amidst the universe. The system's gentle and melodious voice continuously resonated in Chu Tian's ears, intricately outlining a blueprint for his journey within the divine refinement realm. The prospect of mastering 3 supreme secret arts to perfection within 3 months indeed posed a challenge. While tending to Chu Yunshan's body, Chu Tian mused to himself. He recalled that the last time he inquired about the system's recommendations for exchange in the current marketplace, the system estimated that it would take a month for him to flawlessly break through the body refinement realm. Yet, he achieved 250,000 pounds of strength in a mere 10 days, solidifying his spirit into substance, while simultaneously advancing the supreme yin-yang grand art to an exceptionally profound level. It appeared that the system's plan merely accounted for Chu Tian's steady and conventional approach to cultivation, neglecting the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. A thought sparked in Chu Tian's mind as the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chu Tian realm. First layer of divine refinement, possessing 250,000 pounds of strength, with a spirit solidified into substance. Even the young dragon pales in comparison. The host is indeed worthy of being the future, singular child of destiny. Physique, chaos demon god body cultivation method. Chaos creation true scripture. Second layer, divine technique. Eye of the heavenly path secret art. Supreme yin-yang grand art, advanced treasures. Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman grants 10 minutes of imperial combat prowess. Heavenly profound divine ring can be refined at the cost of 1,000 destiny points. Containing a remnant soul of ancient origins, posing certain risks. Host should exercise caution. Orb of the Great Path, assisting treasure. Already refined destiny points. 143,000 points unbeknownst to him. He had already elevated the supreme yin-yang grand art to an advanced state. Chu Tian understood that his rapid progress was largely attributed to the assistance of Bing Bing in the Holy Heaven Pool, who utilized the supreme yin-yang grand art to aid him in solidifying the yin-yang seed, thereby deepening his comprehension. Otherwise, achieving this in just 10 days, even with his prodigious talent and the aid of the insight aura, would have been implausible. It is important to note that the comprehension of divine techniques is typically classified into various levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, mastery, perfection, and the unattainable extraordinary state. This extraordinary state denotes the ability to forge one's own path beyond the foundations laid by predecessors, culminating in a unique understanding. As far as Chu Tian knew, many venerable experts of the divine god realm spent their entire lives without ever charting their own course, remaining confined to the boundaries established by their forebears, striving to deepen their mastery. Countless prodigies and geniuses, throughout their lifetimes, sought only to refine a single top-tier divine technique to perfection, incessantly honing their skills in pursuit of transcendence. Like Yi Tianhong, the half-step emperor, who, as a top-tier powerhouse of the Holy Heavenly Sect and one of its highest echelons, dedicated his entire life to refining the reincarnation emperor art to perfection. Chu Tian, in merely 10 days, advanced the supreme secret technique of the Supreme Dao clan to an advanced realm in the bone refinement stage. Should this news circulate, it would surely attract a swarm of ancient beings, eager to dissect him in an attempt to uncover the secret behind his rapid comprehension of the supreme technique. Without hesitation, Chu Tian resolved to exchange for the exquisite divine refinement pill and the 4 great auras, feeling no remorse whatsoever. The swift conversion of resources into strength was paramount. After expending 1,800 destiny points, the exchange was successfully completed. The system's voice was soft and melodious. Chu Tian immediately consumed the exquisite divine refinement pill, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous surge of power erupt within his mind. Initially fatigued from channeling Chu Yunshang's meridians, his spirit was somewhat drained. However, under the enhancement of the 3 great auras, he quickly returned to a state of fullness. In that fleeting moment, various insights regarding the supreme yin-yang Dao techniques and their pivotal nuances naturally surfaced in his mind, culminating in a complete understanding. Chu Tian recognized that the Dao essence auras had begun to take effect. P.S. I have been feeling particularly unwell these past few days due to a cold, suffering from severe coughing that woke me at 5 in the morning. I went to the hospital for saline treatment, which was quite distressing. I am sending 2 updates for now, and once I recover, I will find an opportunity to make up for the missed updates for my esteemed readers. Chapter 63. A spirit infused with boundless strength. Physical power surpassing 100 million as night fell. The stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky, their luminescence mingling with the moonlight, cascading over the sacred Emperor Peak. The mountains seemed to come alive, gently glowing as it inhaled and exhaled the essence of the heavens and earth. Chu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, channeling his mental energy to cleanse the demonic aura from Chu Yunshang's body while simultaneously guiding a strand of spiritual energy, now as thick as an infant's arm, through his own body, completing 9 great cycles in succession. Following his breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm, the chaotic creation scripture also ascended to its 2nd level, enabling him to draw upon a greater abundance of spiritual energy from the world, resulting in a qualitative leap in the purification of his physical form. A chaotic radiance flickered on his skin as the blood essence within him flowed. In a moment of reverie, he perceived a tiny golden dragon swimming in his chest, twisting and winding its way to the middle finger of his right hand. Buzz! Without opening his eyes, Chu Tian gently raised his hand. A golden divine dragon suddenly burst forth from the tip of his middle finger, illuminating the dim room with its golden glow. This dragon, the size of an arm, appeared to come alive, roaring as it surged forward, coiling and spiraling in front of him, occasionally emitting deep, resonant dragon roars that reverberated powerfully, containing a mental force capable of slaying ordinary practitioners of the spirit refinement realm. The divine dragon, vivid and lifelike, bared its fangs and claws, leaving tangible traces in the void, its attacking force immensely formidable. This blood essence manifested as a true dragon could likely engage in a fierce battle with Yi when alone, potentially overpowering him. This mastery of a top-tier divine ability had reached an extraordinary level, with profound mental refinement and immense control, resulting in a tangible manifestation of the divine power that lingered without dissipating. It was truly a testament to the supreme offensive technique within the great Emperor Scripture. Although it may not match the unpredictable nature of the supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique, its offensive prowess surpassed many, even outshining the Yi family's reincarnation emperor technique. Opening his eyes, Chu Tian gazed at the golden dragon coiling and swirling in the air, a sense of enlightenment dawning upon him. He was immersed in the study of a premier offensive secret art from the great Emperor Scripture, the prison suppression dragon emperor technique. Through the comprehension of this offensive secret art, Chu Tian grasped the immense benefits of refining one's spirit into substance, not merely enhancing physical power, but also augmenting the potency of divine abilities. In contrast, a prodigy like Liu Yun, though seemingly possessing robust mental energy, was fundamentally scattered. Thus, while his secret arts might have reached an advanced stage, the spiritual essence he wielded rendered them deceptively formidable, yet inherently fragile, easily shattered. Even though he had reached the 10th level of spirit refinement, his physical strength might have been in the realm of 1,000,000 pounds, yet the spiritual enhancement applied to his body fell short of even tenfold, failing to reach 10 million pounds. Even when paired with the advanced comprehension of the reincarnation emperor technique, he could still be obliterated by Chu Tian with a single punch. My single strand of spirit could equal Yi Yun's 10 or even 100 strands, should I attain the 10th level of spirit refinement. With my robust and refined spirit augmenting my physical strength, it is conceivable that I could unleash 100-fold physical power, potentially surpassing 100 million pounds, making it possible to vanquish even a formidable entity like Yi Feng in the composite realm with a single strike, unleashing a top-tier secret technique of the same level. My fragment of spirit surpasses his by 10-fold, even 100-fold. The rudimentary suppression dragon emperor technique I wield can rival his comprehension of the advanced reincarnation emperor technique. Now that I have advanced the suppression dragon emperor technique to an intermediate stage, I can effortlessly overwhelm him, even if he reaches a consummate stage. I can still engage him in battle. Chu Tian mused, feeling the rich blood energy within and the abundant spirit in his mind, increasingly understanding the significance of the eternal sky rankings on the continent. The disparity between true prodigies and ordinary cultivators may not be immediately apparent, merely a difference of hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength. Yet the distinct foundations ultimately construct edifices that are incomparable. He could hardly fathom that upon reaching the pinnacle of divine refinement, his physical strength would amplify, delivering a single punch that, when combined with his spirit, could exceed 100 million in power. There existed the possibility of slaying a divine, being ignited by divine flames with one strike. Presently, despite having just broken through to the realm of divine refinement, annihilating Liu Yun, a 10th-level divine refiner, was as effortless as the basic acts of eating and drinking. With a mere application of the transformative suppression Dragon Emperor technique, I could easily vanquish such a waste. At this moment, an ordinary cultivator of the integration realm could at most unleash 20 to 30 million pounds of strength and still be capable of obliteration. Chu Tian turned his gaze towards Chu Yun, observing that the demonic energy enveloping her had nearly dissipated. Through his spiritual perception, he noted that her internal organs still harbored a substantial amount of demonic energy. However, a single night was ample time to purify it entirely. Closing his eyes, Chu Tian began to dispel the demonic energy from Chu Yun while simultaneously delving deeper into the secret techniques. With the enhancement of the 4 radiant halos, he discovered he could now engage in 3 tasks simultaneously, cultivating the 2 secret techniques at his disposal while also using his spirit to assist Chu Yun in purging the demonic energy. Furthermore, with the intermediate halos of spirit and physical prowess, he would never experience fatigue or excessive mental strain. The true dragon that spiraled above began to gradually disperse. Its lingering roar resonated throughout the room, echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, outside the door, the old hunchback was astonished, his eyes widening slightly. Had it not been the young lady's private chamber, he might have ventured inside to witness firsthand whether the young master was indeed cultivating divine powers. Remaining at the door, as an emperor, even without deliberate sensing, he could perceive the subtle fluctuations of divine powers emanating from within the room. The aura of the young lady, Chu Yun, was steadily rising, and as the demonic energy gradually faded, he felt a sense of relief. Realizing that Chu Tian was not merely offering comfort, he truly possessed a method to assist Chu Yun in dispelling the demonic energy. Throughout the afternoon, although the hunchback was unaware of Chu Tian's exact actions within the chamber, he could sense his spiritual fluctuations, indicating that he was likely aiding Chu Yun in purging the demonic energy while simultaneously embarking on the understanding of divine techniques. It must be the suppression Dragon Emperor technique from the Emperor scriptures. The old hunchback's mouth slightly agape in astonishment. He felt the fluctuations of the true dragon technique within the room, which not only persisted but continued to rise. He harbored profound doubts about whether the young master had indeed just broken through to the divine refinement realm in the sacred heavenly pool. As the esteemed emperor, despite his waning eyesight and occasional moments of confusion, it is unlikely that he would misjudge the situation. Such mental acuity and mastery, the true essence of the dragon, far surpasses the capabilities of many divine beings who have ignited the divine fire. Moreover, he distinctly perceives that in a mere half-day, the young master's mastery of the prison dragon's sovereign technique has evolved from navet to proficiency and now to tangible manifestation, undoubtedly surpassing the threshold of entry level and achieving a mid-tier realm. In just one afternoon, while multitasking, he has comprehended the pinnacle of the Emperor's scripture to a mid-level stage. Old Two even suspects that his excessive concern for the young lady has led to mental strain, rendering him prone to illusions. Having spent an extensive period within the Chu family, he has witnessed countless prodigies struggling to master the prison dragon sovereign technique, expending half a year or even a year's worth of effort, often under the guidance of venerable elders, yet failing to grasp the basics. If those talented individuals from the Chu family, who have tirelessly toiled without success, were to learn of this, they would likely be driven to despair. They have endured countless nights doubting their own intelligence, pondering whether they are truly foolish. Yet Chu Tian, in merely half a day, has advanced the most supreme offensive secret technique of the Emperor's scripture to a mid-level stage. This is the unparalleled physique, the chaotic divine demon body. Old Two reflects with a sigh, ultimately attributing it to the extraordinary nature of the chaotic divine demon body, a testament to its reputation as one of the strongest physiques in the history of the Hengtian Continent. Certainly, the more exceptional Chu Tian becomes, the greater his sense of satisfaction. Chapter 64. Chu Yunshang awakens and decides to remain silent for a night. The following day at noon. Chu Tian, have you and old Tu been concealing something from me all along? Chu Yunshang's voice, tinged with melancholy, resonated in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Tian beheld his elder sister, who had awakened from her stupor, now leaning against the headboard, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ancient trees outside the window. Her eyes, once vibrant, now reflected a hint of desolation and emptiness, devoid of her usual vivacity. The pallor of her complexion from the previous day had transformed, now suffused with color. Her cheeks flushed, rendering her strikingly beautiful. The demonic energy cultivated through the supreme yin-yang technique had been dispelled, enhanced by the essence derived from the supreme yin-yang Tao, bestowing upon Chu Yunshang an ethereal beauty reminiscent of celestial beings. Yet, upon witnessing the hollowness in her eyes, which had lost their former spark and were instead laden with profound sorrow, Chu Tian instinctively felt a tightening in his chest. He understood, however, that this was a necessary ordeal for his sister. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang's deep love for Yi Feng remained unwavering until the eruption of the supreme yin-yang technique, never once casting doubt upon him. Observing the anguish reflected in his sister's eyes, Chu Tian surmised that the recent surge of demonic energy, coupled with his inquiries regarding the supreme yin-yang technique and his subsequent dialogue with old Tu, had led her to some unsettling realizations. Choosing silence, he rose to tidy his attire, preparing to exit the room. He firmly believed that many matters should unfold naturally, and that personal comprehension would yield deeper insights. No amount of explanation could rival the epiphanies gained through introspection. Chu Yunshang was far from foolish. In fact, she possessed great intelligence, albeit with limited experience. The affairs concerning Yi Feng and the Yi family were matters Chu Yunshang ought to unravel gradually, to perceive and ultimately accept. He feared that excessive elaboration on his part might prove counterproductive. The supreme yin-yang technique was a dark sorcery of the supreme demon sect, wielded by its upper echelons and core disciples. Across the continent, it had incited wrath and despair, rendering the foremost sects utterly helpless. At that moment, Chu Yunshang's somber voice pierced through the silence, causing Chu Tian to pause and slowly turn around. Elder sister, you're already aware, aren't you? He spoke in a subdued tone. Just then, old Tu entered the room, having heard the exchange. Upon witnessing the vacant, pained expression in Chu Yunshang's eyes, his own filled with bloodshot intensity. Young miss, please do not despair. That Yi Feng is nothing but a cultivated beast, a vile creature. Old Tu trembled, his voice laden with anguish and a palpable malice. I will accompany you to sacred Emperor Peak at once, so you may personally exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Yi Feng. Grandfather Tu, I do not wish to kill Yi Feng at this moment. I yearn only for the truth. Chu Yunshang's voice trembled as she gazed at Chu Tian with a plea. Chu Tian, please share everything you know and all that has transpired during this time. I refuse to remain in ignorance, a mere puppet to be manipulated. Her voice was imbued with an unfathomable agony, a sentiment born from having offered her unwavering trust only to be met with betrayal, an excruciating realization that in the eyes of the one she loved, she was reduced to a mere pawn, a vessel, a mere piece on a chessboard. The psychological impact on her was indescribable. She is innocent, yet not foolish, and possesses a sensitive nature. When Chu Tian mentioned the supreme yin-yang technique, her affirmative response was met with an icy chill emanating from her brother, as well as the sudden emergence of the hunchbacked elder, whose menacing aura she could distinctly sense. The following day, she began to peruse the ancient texts treasured within the Sutra Pavilion of the Holy Emperor Peak. Upon discovering the records of the supreme yin-yang technique within the dust-laden accounts of demonic sects, Chu Yunshang felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed around her. After finding the supreme yin-yang technique in the Sutra Pavilion, I found myself, rather absurdly, attempting to console myself internally, seeking justifications for Yi Feng's actions. Perhaps he too was unaware that this was a secret method of the demonic sect, Or perhaps he intended for me to cultivate only the primary formula of the supreme yin-yang technique, or perhaps. Chu Yunshang's voice trembled, and two streams of tears cascaded down her hollow, lifeless eyes. Yet at the moment when the demonic energy erupted from her dantian, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge for slaughter. Memories of her parents and the beautiful recollections with her younger siblings began to fade into the distance. In that instant, her mind was consumed solely by the image of Yi Feng, as all emotions and desires seemed to dissipate from her. Miss, if you wish to cry, let it out. Do not hold back. The hunchbacked elder trembled as he stepped forward, intending to offer comfort to the young lady. Ultimately, he merely placed a hand on Chu Yunshang's shoulder, for he was always one to adhere to the bounds of master and servant, never overstepping his limits. What have I done wrong for Yi Feng to treat me this way? Chu Yunshang wept softly in his embrace. Sister, you have done nothing wrong. It is Yi Feng who deserves to perish. Chu Tian's voice was deep, and he proceeded to recount the numerous events that had transpired in recent days. The betrayal of the Liu family, Yi Tianxiong's scheme to gouge out his eyes for sect benefits, all of which he shared with Chu Yunshang. Yi Hanwu, Yi Fan, the Yi family has even plotted against you. My younger brother, Uncle Tianxiong watched you grow up and was a sworn brother to our father. How could he conspire to harm you? Chu Yunshang lifted her head, an unprecedented ferocity gleaming in her vacant eyes. The scoundrels of the Yi family not only plotted against me, but even dared to target you, my younger brother. That little girl Liu Yun, who appears so obedient on the surface, is shockingly shameless behind the scenes, and the Liu family, who have taken so many benefits from us, still brazenly scheme against our family. Chu Yunshang gritted her teeth and suddenly exclaimed, I was perplexed as to why you would suddenly defy father's wishes and rush to the Hengtian Hall to participate in the test. No wonder Yi Feng hurried back upon receiving Uncle Tianxiong's message, rushing to the Hengtian Hall for the test alongside numerous elite members of the Yi family. They are clearly conspiring against us. Chu Yunshang turned her gaze to Chu Tian and suddenly declared, Little Tian, is it possible that the Yi family seeks to undermine us, wanting to prevent our family from gaining prominence? Chu Tian's expression remained calm. He could not disclose his knowledge of the many events that would unfold later. He nodded slightly, saying, Elder sister, at this stage, I too harbor suspicions, yet all signs are pointing towards the Yi family. Little Tian, I have made up my mind. I shall join you in participating in the test at Hengtian Hall. Chu Yunshang lifted her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing her words, Chu Tian offered a faint smile and nodded. He was pleasantly surprised by Chu Yunshang's intellect and rapid growth, which exceeded his expectations. At present, aside from himself, the Chu family remained steadfast in executing the orders of the formidable Chu Tianwang, maintaining a low profile without drawing attention. He was the sole representative of the younger generation of the Chu family on the Hengtian rankings. Chu Tian understood that the young prodigies of the Chu family were not averse to making their mark on the Hengtian rankings, basking in glory and earning the admiration of the masses. However, the formidable reputation of their father, Chu Tianwang, loomed large. Many of the young talents hesitated to defy his commands despite their ambition. Since his return, he had been contemplating how to reverse the prevailing trend of reticence within the Chu family. As a prominent founding family, the younger generation ought to be making waves and establishing their authority, rather than remaining in obscurity. Continuing down this path would only send a detrimental signal to the outside world, implying that the younger generation of the Chu family was lacking, which would severely undermine their prestige. It was well known that Chu Yunshang had always been the most obedient daughter of Chu Tianwang. Her ascendance to the Hengtian rankings would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in transforming the current atmosphere surrounding the Chu family. At that moment, a gleaming bald head appeared at the door, and Hui Mei's voice trembled with excitement. Elder brother, my cousin has arrived at the Hengtian sect, but upon learning that you have claimed the first position on the Earth rankings, she went directly to the Hengtian Hall for testing. Chapter 65. Why are the words so unpleasant? The annoying little brother, as Chu Tian entered the Hengtian Palace accompanied by Chu Yunshang and Hui Mei. He was met with a throng of shadowy figures densely packed within the hall. Inside, Countless disciples of various sects crowded outside the refining spirit hall and the harmonizing body hall, their eyes filled with astonishment, occasionally punctuated by gasps of disbelief. The current generation of the Zongmen sacred sect is undeniably replete with prodigies. The illustrious Holy Maiden of the harmonizing body, Liu Yun, has dominated the harmonizing body rankings for 2 consecutive years, and the remarkable Hui Mei has long held sway over the bone forging rankings. Were it not for the emergence of the Little Saint Sun, their positions would remain unchallenged. Now, they have even claimed the refining spirit rankings. Following the Little Saint Sun's breakthrough in the refining spirit realm and his departure from the bone forging rankings, it has become an unprecedented humiliation for the Holy Tian sect to find none of their own represented across the 4 major rankings for those under 18. It appears that the Holy Maiden Hui Yun aims to reclaim the top position in the Earth rankings, striving to surpass the Little Saint Sun, having already failed twice. This marks her 3rd attempt. The Little Saint Sun is indeed a marvel, having secured the top spot in the Earth rankings solely based on his achievements in the bone forging realm, leading to Hui Yun's 2 failures. Within the Hengtian Palace, murmurs of astonishment mingled with reluctant admiration for the Little Saint Sun, Chu Tian. Meanwhile, an explosive cheer suddenly erupted from the refining spirit hall. Lin Jie, who had already claimed the top position in the refining spirit rankings by vanquishing over 3,600 phantoms, was still dissatisfied with his accomplishments and had re-entered the testing space. In a mere 10 seconds, he had dispatched 675 phantom beasts, an increase of 100 over his previous attempt within the same time frame. The prodigies of the Zongmen sacred sect evoke a sense of despair. Each performance surpasses the last. How are they nurtured to such heights? Why has our Holy Tian sect generation, below the spirit realm, become so feeble? Chu Tian lifted his gaze to see that the name at the top of the refining spirit rankings had now transformed into Lin Jie. Lin Jie, the candidate saint son of the Zongmen sacred sect, was at the 7th level of the refining spirit realm, with a mental refinement degree of 70, annihilating 3,640 phantom beasts in a minute. Behind his name, a timer continued to count down, having already eliminated over 1,300 phantom beasts in just 20 seconds. In contrast, Yi Guilong from the Yi family, who previously held the top position in the refining spirit rankings, had been relegated to 2nd place, significantly trailing Lin Jie, who had dispatched only a little over 1,900 phantom beasts in a minute. It is no wonder that the Hengtian Palace has suddenly attracted so many disciples for various sects. Yi Guilong was practically the last bastion of the Holy Tian sect before Chu Tian's arrival. As the most powerful sect recognized across the Hengtian Continent, Holy Tian sects, standing among the 4 realms below the spirit realm, represents the competitive landscape for prodigies under 18, signifying the potential for the sect's future. Yet, among the 4 major rankings, only Yi Guilong barely maintained a tenuous grasp on the top position in the refining spirit rankings. A stark contrast to the overwhelming lead held by the Zongmen sacred sect in the bone forging and harmonizing body rankings. Following Chu Tian's breakthrough in the refining spirit realm, they have not only lost their standing in the bone forging rankings, but have now relinquished even the last vestige of their presence in the refining spirit rankings. In the memory of Chu Tian, there exists information regarding Yi Guilong, as he has been praised multiple times by the ruler of Chu Tian. Furthermore, he is the grandson of Yi Hongwu, who was compelled to take his own life. Chu Tian paid little heed to this, for in the original narrative, the most significant figures of the Yi family were Yi Feng and Yi Fan. Aside from these 2, even the prodigy ranked first on the divine refinement list did not warrant his attention. Conversely, the Saint Sect of Compassion, epitomized by the remarkable talents of Hui Mei and Hui Lin, truly deserved acclaim. As for Lin Jie, he was merely a supporting character, destined to be effortlessly defeated by Yi Fan with a single blow in the original plot. Chu Tian cast a glance at the integration list, where a formidable, ice-cold woman steadfastly maintained her position at the top. Her unyielding resolve to claim the first spot on the Earth list was evidenced by her relentless slaughter of the Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards within the testing space, marking refresh after refresh of her kills, totaling an astonishing 5,700 within just 1 minute, nearly double the second place. For context, Yi Feng, ranked 6th, had only managed 367 kills. It seemed that unless she regained her first rank on the Earth list, this relentless woman would not depart from the Hengtian Palace today. This infuriating Ice Queen appeared to possess limitless strength. Chu Yun, observing the integration list, remarked, "Little Tian, although my elder sister has never attempted the integration list, I doubt she could surpass this prodigy." With a cheerful disposition, Chu Yun soon regained her vibrant spirit after leaving the sacred Emperor Peak. Upon hearing from Hui Mei that her younger brother had vanquished Yi Yuan with a single punch, she gasped in astonishment, embraced Chu Tian, and showered him with affectionate kisses, declaring her intent to reward him handsomely. Throughout their journey, she incessantly inquired about how Chu Tian had avenged her against Yi Feng in the sacred heavenly pool, energetically gesturing with her fists, affirming that Chu Tian was indeed her beloved younger brother, living up to her affection. Chu Tian smiled gently, offering a few words of comfort to Chu Yun. He did not expect his elder sister to compete with Saintess Hui Lian at this moment. He believed that once Yi Feng ignited his divine fire and transformed into a murderous demon soldier, it might provide an opportunity for his sister's holy bones to undergo a rebirth, allowing her to potentially rival Hui Lian. "Brother, this Lin Jie keeps pestering my cousin. I've warned him several times, yet he remains undeterred, even following us to the sacred Heavenly Sect. Just give me some time to break through a few minor realms in the divine refinement stage, and I shall ensure his downfall," Hui Mei grumbled, scratching her polished head in frustration. "Goodness, 4,200 illusionary nightmarish beasts." At that moment, the numbers on the divine refinement list solidified, eliciting gasps from numerous disciples who gazed at the rankings with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, on the Earth list, Lin Jie had surged into the top 10, becoming one of the most celebrated prodigies under 30 in Hengtian Continent. From within the golden monolith of the Divine Refinement Palace, a youth of approximately 13 or 14, clad in a blue patterned robe, emerged. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he approached. "Yi Guilong, there is no need for further testing. We are entirely incomparable," Lin Jie remarked coolly to a black-robed youth beside the Divine Refinement Palace, before striding towards Chu Tian. "You must be Chu Tian, the young saint of the sacred Heavenly Sect." Lin Jie cast a fleeting glance at Hui Mei and casually addressed Chu Tian, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jie, the candidate saint's son of the Compassionate Sea Holy Sect. I shall be spending some time alongside senior sister Hui Lian to comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao in your presence. Rest assured, my Lin family will not treat you poorly. We shall provide ample benefits and rewards to your Chu family." His tone carried a subtle air of arrogance, though not as ostentatious as Hui Mei's, which could incite gnashing of teeth. It bore a condescending quality, as if he believed it was a privilege for Chu Tian to cultivate alongside him. Upon hearing his words, before Chu Tian could respond, Chu Yun interjected with evident displeasure. "You, young brother, have a way of speaking that is rather unappealing, prattling on as you do. My brother has yet to agree. And does our Chu family truly require your meager offerings?" Chapter 66, Tenfold Spirit. 99-fold Dragon Sovereign Technique. Our Lin family is one of the most formidable clans within the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, boasting a lineage spanning nearly 10 million years. As the young master of the Lin family, I'm the most gifted individual in our lineage over millennia. Who on this continent would dare refuse to cultivate a favorable relationship with me? Lin Jie casually responded, then turned his gaze towards Hui Mei and said, "You little bald head, you are truly bothersome. You seem to follow me wherever I go. Be a good girl and return to the sacred sect. Otherwise, now that you have broken through to the divine refinement realm, you will soon find your days filled with hardship. I will ensure you comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us." "You are such an annoying little brother. I do not like you," Chu Yun retorted, her irritation evident. What kind of person was this so arrogant? Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to Hui Mei and remarked, "Not just anyone is worthy of walking beside me as a subordinate. Since you are from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, you should handle this. Hui Mei bared her teeth in a grin, waving her hands dismissively. Elder brother, I am not acquainted with this little stray. He has nothing to do with me. I once vowed to sever his little 3-inch appendage. Her expression then turned cold, and with an air of false bravado, she glared at Lin Jie, declaring, Did you hear that? My elder brother does not welcome you, so be gone. Lin Jie's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would dare to disrespect him so openly. Chu Tian, the sacred master Tianwang Taoist has already made arrangements with your Chu family to allow my presence here. Have you considered the consequences of your words? Maintaining his calm, Chu Tian abruptly strode toward the divine refinement hall. He had no habit of meandering in his movements. As his shoulder collided with Lin Jie's, the overwhelming strength of his physique caused Lin Jie to let out a grunt and stagger back 3 steps. He had never engaged in petty banter with insignificant characters. Accompanying his elder sister, Chu Yun, to the Hengtian Hall was driven by his own desire to participate in the hall's trials. Chu Tian, you are utterly outrageous, Lin Jie shouted, his handsome features contorted in anger. No one had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. The sheer terror of Chu Tian's physical prowess was palpable. The unexpected impact felt as though he had been struck by a towering mountain, leaving him with the sensation that his body was about to shatter, as if his shoulder bones had cracked. Remember, my elder sister does not favor you, and you are not permitted to step foot into the sacred Emperor Peak's main hall. Chu Tian replied calmly, already stepping into the divine refinement hall. At that moment, Yi Guilong emerged from behind a massive golden stone, his face pale. He had just failed his test, unable to surpass Lin Jie, and even falling short of his previous performance. Chu Tian, Yi Guilong exclaimed, his pallor deepening. After all, his grandfather, Yi Hongwu, had been driven to suicide due to scheming against Chu Tian. Because of Yi Hongwu's incident, their family's wealth had been confiscated by the law enforcement hall, leading to a significant decline in their standing within the clan. The resources provided to him by the sect had also been drastically reduced, and he faced various investigations from the law enforcement hall. Were it not for his exceptional talent, being ranked first on the divine refinement list, he might have already been forcibly taken for interrogation. This urgency was also why he had hastened to the scene upon learning that his old rival Lin Jie was vying for the top position on the divine refinement list. He had not anticipated that after failing the challenge, Chu Tian would approach him directly. What do you want? Yi Guilong's voice trembled slightly, laced with dread, as he feared that Chu Tian had come seeking vengeance for his grandfather. He had already learned that Yi Yun had been killed by a single punch from Chu Tian. Although Yi Yun was far weaker than he, his background loomed large. If Chu Tian sought an excuse to eliminate him, it would be exceedingly simple. However, as Chu Tian drew near, he bypassed Yi Guilong entirely and stepped into the swirling golden vortex, commencing the test. Yi Guilong's face turned pale, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he was soon engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. He perceived a palpable disdain emanating from Chu Tian. It seemed he lacked even the qualification to warrant a glance from him. Before entering the vortex, Chu Tian faintly heard exclamations of astonishment emanating from the direction of the Harmony Palace. Seemingly in response to the Saintess Hui Lian having slain 6,500 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards, thereby reclaiming the top position on the Earth ranking. Buzz! Before Chu Tian's eyes, a pitch-black void materialized, revealing an endless darkness from which eerie and terrifying beastly roars echoed. Suddenly, within the inky blackness, pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, opened wide, densely clustered like a terrifying array of crimson stars hanging in the sky. From among these blood-red stars surged waves of crimson energy, potent mental torrents, accompanied by various images that flooded Chu Tian's mind, relentlessly assaulting his psyche. The nightmarish beasts of illusions, ancient creatures adept at mental assaults, could conjure phantoms that were exceedingly fearsome and formidable. Buzz! Chu Tian remained composed, as the chaos pearl within his mind radiated brilliant light, severing all mental attacks, causing the illusions in his mind to dissipate instantaneously. His spirit had solidified into a tangible form, and his will was unyielding. No illusion could disrupt his resolve. Before him, in a vast expanse, loomed beasts resembling bats with expansive black wings that could cover nearly 10 meters. Their blood-red eyes and massive mouths emitted sound waves, harboring immense mental impacts. They soared through the heavens, while those in the spirit refinement realm lacked the ability to fly. Forced to rely on mental prowess to execute secret techniques against the nightmarish beasts, thus limiting their physical capabilities. This limitation seemed to be an intentional design by the founders of the Eternal Sky ranking, aimed at more effectively testing the mental strength of the challengers. Time passed swiftly. During his initial encounter with the nightmarish beasts, Chu Tian unwittingly squandered 10 seconds observing them. At this moment, the Eternal Sky Palace was enveloped in silence, with disciples of the Holy Celestial Sect holding their breath in anticipation. Within the domain of the Holy Celestial Sect, the disciples of the Compassionate Voyage Sect had swept through the Harmony and Spirit Refinement rankings, and the top position on the Earth ranking had been reclaimed by the Saintess Liu Yun. They fervently hoped for someone to rise and temper the arrogance of their adversaries. However, as the 10 seconds elapsed with no movement following Chu Tian's name on the Spirit Refinement ranking, their hopes gradually morphed into disappointment. After all, the young saint has only just broken through to the Spirit Refinement realm. He needs a moment to acclimatize, murmured one disciple, attempting to comfort those nearby. Indeed, the young saint, at such a tender age, has already ascended to the top of the Earth ranking. His future holds boundless potential. We must have faith in him. A girl with a ponytail spoke up. Although those around her acknowledged her words, a sense of disappointment lingered in their hearts. Just then, the divine ranking on the golden monolith stirred, revealing the name of Chu Tian. Chu Tian, 11 seconds, 965 illusionary nightmares. Soon, the numbers flickered again. 12 seconds, 2,634 illusionary nightmares. 13 seconds, 3,795. In an instant, those in the Hengtian Hall, who had been fixated on the leaderboard, found themselves utterly bewildered. What was happening? What had they just witnessed? Was this a dream? At that moment, Lin Jie's expression froze. Upon seeing the leaderboard, he was rendered speechless. What was going on? He had participated in numerous tests, struggling fiercely to slay 4,200 in a minute. Now, in merely 3 seconds, Chu Tian had exterminated over 3,000? Was this some kind of cosmic joke? Within the testing space, a thunderous roar erupted. Chu Tian harbored no intention of concealing his strength. The eye of the heavenly Tao opened upon his brow, radiating a violet glow. His mental prowess surged tenfold, an ethereal wave of light cascading forth, sweeping across the heavens and engulfing the void for miles. In an instant, thousands of illusionary nightmares were obliterated, a nauseating mist of blood enveloping the sky. The massive illusionary nightmares, grotesque in form, with malevolent, lantern-like eyes, seemed as fragile as paper. They were swept away by the torrent of Chu Tian's tangible mental force, melting and shattering without a trace of resistance. With a surge of will, Chu Tian concentrated his formidable spirit into 99 true dragons. The golden light pierced the dim sky, and the thunderous roars of the dragons reverberated, annihilating countless illusionary nightmares. Soaring through the air, these true dragons, with their gleaming scales and lethal claws, became harbingers of devastation. Each breath brought forth the tearing and obliteration of hundreds, if not thousands, of illusionary nightmares, transforming them into a crimson mist. The sheer might of Chu Tian's spiritual prowess was terrifying. The energy contained within his spirit was already 100-fold that of an ordinary divine refinement realm practitioner, though he was merely at the first layer of divine refinement. The potency of his spirit was akin to a 5th-layer adept, capable of overwhelming even the so-called prodigies of the 10th layer of body refinement. Now, enhanced tenfold by the eye of the heavenly Tao and unleashing the suppressing Abyss Dragon Emperor technique. Each of his spiritually condensed true dragons was hardly weaker than a genuine dragon cub of the divine refinement realm. Any single true dragon could easily crush Lin Jie. With 99 true dragons working in unison, even those at the combined body realm would be obliterated in an instant. In the testing space, true dragons darted through like lightning, and the illusionary nightmares were mercilessly slaughtered, painting the sky in a deluge of blood mist. Meanwhile, within the divine refinement hall, an eerie silence had descended. Before them, on the golden monolith's divine ranking, it read, Chu Tian, 35 seconds, 39,700 illusionary nightmares. Chapter 67. Failing to reach the limit 35 seconds. 39,700. 40 seconds, 45,001. Impossible, impossible, how could this happen? Good heavens! Lin Jie trembled all over, muttering to himself incessantly. His face was ashen, his eyes wide with fury, on the brink of madness. The blow he had received was indeed overwhelming. In less than a minute, a gap of nearly tenfold had emerged. What was even more suffocating was the vast difference in age between him and Chu Tian. Chu Tian had just broken through to the first level of the spirit refinement stage, while he had been entrenched in the 8th level for over 2 years. Chu Tian must have cheated. Even Sister Hualien, when she reached the 10th level of spirit refinement, had only slain 12,000 illusionary nightmares. How could he possibly? Close your mouth if you can't speak, Huime interjected sharply. Cousin was already at the 8th level of spirit refinement when she ranked first. She simply chose not to test afterward. Unlike you, who, despite testing multiple times at the 8th level, could barely kill 4,000. Yet you flaunt an air of arrogance while suppressing a mere Yi Guilong. Huime shot Lin Jie a glare, but inwardly she felt a twinge of satisfaction. After all, she had once been similarly crushed by Chu Tian during the bone forging rankings. Now, it was Lin Jie's turn to experience that overwhelming sense of helplessness. At least I managed to eliminate the ancient mammoth in the bone forging rankings. You, on the other hand, have allowed a gap of over 10 times even when crossing several realms. You've brought shame upon the Holy Sect. If I were you, I would retreat back to the Holy Sect to avoid becoming a laughingstock here. Am I not right, cousin? Huime flashed a charming smile, scratching her head as she glanced at a stunning woman not far ahead. You little bald head, are you talking nonsense? Do you believe I will? Lin Jie erupted in fury, rolling up his sleeves, ready to vent his anger on Huime. Silence, or I shall send you back to the Holy Sect. The holy maiden Hualien stood clad in a flowing white gown, her exquisite visage as frosty as ice. Simply standing there, a chilling aura emanated from her being. Her gaze, sharp as ice blades, swept over Lin Jie and Huime, causing them both to instinctively shrink back, exchanging a glance before promptly silencing themselves. Huilin understood that although she had killed 11,000 illusionary nightmares at the 8th level of spirit refinement, even upon reaching the 10th level, she could only multiply that by 4 or 5 at most. And what level was Chu Tian at now? The first level of spirit refinement. What could she possibly use to compare against him? Buzz. Just then, the numbers on the golden boulder solidified. Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slain 60,315 illusionary nightmares. The spirit refinement leaderboard updated instantaneously, with Chu Tian's name rising to the top. Chu Tian, first level of spirit refinement, mental refinement level 100, slaying 60,315 illusionary nightmares. As the leaderboard continued downwards, Lin Jie appeared. Lin Jie, 8th level of spirit refinement, mental refinement level 70, slaying 4,000. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The multitude of disciples gazed at the spirit refinement leaderboard, lost for words, struggling to articulate the tumult of emotions coursing through them. This is no longer merely a chasm-like lead. It is a stark contrast, a disparity akin to the radiant stars juxtaposed against a flickering candle. The first position on the divine refinement rankings has been reclaimed by the young saint, and one of the 4 major rankings beneath the divine realm has returned to the hands of the Sacred Heaven Sect, restoring some semblance of dignity to the sect. Yet, many disciples find themselves grappling with mixed emotions, a tumult of excitement, melancholy, and bitterness. The young saint is truly extraordinary. Although Lin Jie possesses exceptional talent, they can at least glimpse his back. In contrast, when it comes to the young saint, they cannot even aspire to see his heels. Initially, they had hoped to test their limits, at least aiming for a place in the top 10 of the divine refinement rankings. Hui Mei, scratching her bald head, seemed as though she might peel off a layer of skin, her otherworldly visage twitching violently at the corners of her eyes and mouth simultaneously. What aspirations can one have? Even if he is at the first level of divine refinement, capable of slaying 1,000 or even 2,000 illusory nightmares, what does it matter? It is hardly enough to withstand the crushing weight of despair. Once, it was believed that breaking through to the divine refinement realm would earn him the title of older brother from Chu Tian, but now reflecting on that notion, Hui Mei's lips involuntarily twitched even more violently, wishing to sing her own praises, yet the path ahead remains arduous and daunting. It is impossible. It is inconceivable. Chu Tian must be cheating. How could one of the first level of divine refinement possess such strength? This is unfathomable. Lin Jie's handsome face turned pale. Disbelief etched across his features. How could the mental cultivation level reach 100%? My mental cultivation level is 70. And even my father and the esteemed elders of the sacred sect praise me as a rare prodigy among the sect's history. Even you, Sister Huilian, renowned as the most extraordinary talent over the long years of the sacred sect, did you not reach a mere 90 in your mental cultivation? Santes Yulian, already bearing a cold demeanor, appeared even frostier, her aura radiating a chilling energy that thickened the ground beneath her into a layer of ice. She glanced up at the Earth rankings, only to see her name plummet to second place, as Chu Tian ascended back to the first. After nearly 10 attempts to push her limits and reclaim the top spot, only to remain there for a fleeting minute before being overtaken, she realized that even achieving minor breakthroughs, such as defeating a few more Crimson Flame Golden Crystal Leopards, would not allow her to surpass Chu Tian. Chu Tian is my younger brother, declared Chu Yunshang proudly, her voice ringing out, surveying the crowd with a sense of superiority. Her brother's excellence brought her greater joy than her own ascent to the first place on the Earth rankings. Stepping out of the golden vortex, Chu Tian cast a calm gaze over the eternal rankings, noting his dual first-place standings on both the divine refinement and Earth rankings without a hint of surprise. Fully aware of his own limits, ascending to the first place on the divine refinement rankings was, after all, a matter of course. He quickly turned and re-entered the golden vortex, returning to the testing space for another assessment. His first attempt had been somewhat time-consuming, with certain aspects not executed perfectly. He yearned to ascertain his limits within the testing space, pondering how many illusory nightmares he must vanquish before unveiling what lay beyond, whether it be the offspring of a true dragon or other primeval divine beasts of unparalleled caliber. On this occasion, atop the golden monolith, the name of Chu Tian rapidly emerged on the divine refinement ranking. Chu Tian, in the span of 1 second, vanquished 1,278 phantasmal nightmarish entities. In 2 seconds, the count rose to 2,506, and within 10 seconds, he had annihilated 14,800. Ultimately, time crystallized at 1 minute. Chu Tian, within that fleeting minute, eradicated 74,816 phantasmal nightmares. Within the Hall of Eternal Heavens, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, which was eventually pierced by the weighty sound of breaths. Although it was understood that the young saint was likely not resorting to deceit, but rather achieving this feat genuinely, an inexplicable sense of disbelief lingered. A strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of valor, spoke with palpable frustration. All present were prodigies, selected from the vast domain of the Holy Celestial Sect, each one in 1,000,000. Even a rare find in 100,000,000, having endured rigorous selection processes. How could the disparity be so immense? During the previous bone forging ranking, there were those who suspected the young saint of foul play. Even ancient beings from the outside world came to investigate our sect's eternal ranking, finding nothing amiss. A nearby man replied with a wry smile. Eventually, the young saint proved his prowess, demonstrating that he could nearly annihilate any adversary of the same realm in a one-sided slaughter, even obliterating the son of the Hall Master with a single punch. and slaying dragon hatchlings in the testing grounds across boundaries. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, glanced at the figures on the divine refinement ranking, and shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself in an almost inaudible tone, "My realm still lacks a bit." Had I reached the third level of divine refinement, with my spirit magnified several-fold, I could certainly have killed 100,000. At the first level of divine refinement, I ultimately cannot attain the limits of power envisioned by the creator of the eternal ranking. Nevertheless, Chu Tian felt no despair. After all, during the bone forging ranking, he had also obliterated the ancient mammoth in 1 minute at the 10th level of bone forging, piercing through 30 ancient ferocious beast offspring. Chapter 68, 2D. To fulfill Chu Tian's voice was a mere whisper, yet the surrounding disciples of the sect, possessing keen hearing, caught his words, barely managing to maintain their composure, nearly crumbling on the spot. To challenge the limits set by the Hengtian rankings at the first level of spirit refinement, what did that imply for those who had attained the 10th level? Were they merely capable of slaying a handful, perhaps dozens, and even finding it arduous to achieve 100? Were they to be deemed worthless? Little Tian, come let your sister give you a couple of kisses. Accompanied by a waft of fragrant wind, the melodious laughter of Chu Yun rang out. Smack, smack, rewarding my most exceptional little brother. Embracing Chu Tian, she planted 2 affectionate kisses on him, then tilted her chin slightly, casting a haughty glance at the onlookers while walking out of the spirit refinement hall with her arm around Chu Tian's shoulder, as if declaring to the world, "This is my beloved brother. Chu Tian, I refuse to believe you possess such strength." Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice erupted. Buzz! A dazzling purple light flashed, and a violet apparition surged towards Chu Tian. "Let me see if you are truly as formidable as they say." Lingya, akin to a white tiger pouncing on its prey, leaped into the air, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. He could not accept that Chu Tian, at the first level of spirit refinement, could surpass him by a factor of 10. He sought to unmask Chu Tian's facade with his own hands. A powerful spirit surged violently, the purple glow morphing into a suit of purple-white tiger battle armor that enveloped him entirely. A fist struck towards Chu Tian's face, a white tiger roaring behind him, its roar resonating through the heavens. The chilling aura of ferocity sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding disciples, who instinctively recoiled. This is the white tiger sacred killing technique of the Zongmen sacred sect, the apex of offensive combat methods. One disciple gasped in astonishment. "The white tiger has manifested." Lin Jie must have nearly perfected this technique. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, echoing through the skies with deafening intensity. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with a cold light, his blood surging forth, unleashing a tempest of spirit within his mind. With a fist propelled forward, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar, a sinuous true dragon emerged, its scales shimmering with golden brilliance, its eyes cold, and its claws glinting with sharp, icy radiance, noble and powerful. The clash of dragon roars and tiger howls erupted as fists collided. In an instant, a terrifying whirlwind swept through, the residual force echoing for hundreds of meters, sending disciples who failed to flee soaring through the air. With each strike, it felt less like 2 diminutive figures colliding, and more like 2 mountain peaks crashing together. The resounding impact akin to muffled thunder, capable of rupturing eardrums. Many disciples of spirit refinement were directly injured by the backlash, coughing blood, their bodies cracking, their spirits severely wounded. The more formidable disciples, aghast, hurriedly intervened to shield themselves from the explosive aftermath of the confrontation. Chu Yun, filled with trepidation, withdrew, refraining from interfering in her brother's battle. Suddenly, a crack reverberated around Lin Jie as his purple-white tiger armor began to shatter, his complexion paling as he staggered backward. However, he was undeniably stronger than the likes of Yuan, being the foremost on the spirit refinement rankings, having slain over 4,000 phantasmal nightmares. Although he faltered in the first strike, he was not obliterated by Chu Tian. Boom! Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as he unleashed a powerful punch. employing the Supreme Dragon Sovereign technique. Blood and spirit coalesced to manifest 3 true dragons, encircling Lin Jie in a fierce battle. Subsequently, a torrent of profound Tao essence surged forth, forming a myriad of grand Tao runes that transformed into a colossal purple hand, which came crashing down, causing Lin Jie, besieged by the true dragons, to spew blood, while the white tiger behind him emitted mournful cries. The 3 true dragons radiated divine light, relentlessly assaulting Lin Jie, their razor-sharp claws inflicting deep, bone-visible wounds upon him. Lin Jie's eyes had lost their ferocity, and the white tiger, coalescing behind him, continued to wail. Its purple battle armor now shattered, leaving him with barely enough strength to defend himself. The Supreme Dragon's sovereign technique from the Emperor's scripture contained an esoteric secret that was yet to be fully comprehended. A highly knowledgeable disciple gasped in astonishment, noting that the young saint had reached at least an intermediate, if not advanced, stage of understanding and with 100% mental refinement. He had displayed the might of a perfected secret technique, materializing 3 substantial true dragons through sheer blood essence. At that moment, a distinguished figure on the integration rankings solemnly remarked, "Let us not forget, the young saint's physical strength had already reached 2.5 million pounds in the bone refinement realm. Under the enhancement of his spirit, the power he is now wielding nears 15 million, and combined with the Supreme Dragon's sovereign technique, he could almost obliterate Lin Jie, who ranks 2nd on the divine refinement list, with a single punch. With such overwhelming factors at play, the young saint's combat prowess in the divine refinement realm was verging on invincibility. The combination of his formidable physique, fully refined spirit, and advanced understanding of 2 secret techniques was astounding. Heaven above, can anyone confirm if this young saint is truly only 8 years old? A man lamented, striking his forehead in despair. Are you even human? We are all born of parents. How can you be so monstrous? Huime thought dryly, realizing that if he were to face his elder brother, he would undoubtedly be defeated in a single blow. Moreover, his proud comprehension of the illusory dragon technique, which he had mastered at a high level, had been caught up to and even surpassed by his brother. This is absurd, Huime muttered, reflecting on how he had once been the subject of such ridicule from others, never imagining he would one day find himself in a similar position. He turned to Saintess Huelien and suggested, "Cousin, perhaps you should refrain from competing with our elder brother, this anomaly. You rank 2nd on the Earth list, and I should be able to achieve 3rd without issue, ensuring we do not fall behind the Sacred Heaven Sect." Upon hearing this, Saintess Huelien's expression grew even colder, her eyes flashing with a chilling blue light as a layer of ice seemed to form upon her face, rendering her nearly a statue, fixated on Chu Tian. Yet, at that moment, Lin Jie, who had found himself at an absolute disadvantage and on the brink of death, gritted his teeth and shouted in fury, "Chu Tian, even if you're stronger than I am, there are limits to your power. How could you possibly surpass me by 10-fold, annihilating over 70,000 phantasmal nightmares? You must have cheated on the celestial rankings. You are utterly shameless, resorting to any means to ascend the Earth list." Chu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he cast a cold glance at Lin Jie. Suddenly, a vertical eye opened in the center of his brow, enveloping him in a rich purple radiance. If Lin Jie sought death so fervently, then Chu Tian would have no choice but to oblige. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, amplifying 10-fold around his entire being. A terrifying aura ascended towards the heavens, intertwining with the solid essence of his spirit, transforming above the hall of eternal sky into a majestic dragon, stretching 1,000 meters across the firmament. Its colossal eyes sparkled like stars, and as its whiskers swayed, the very sky trembled in response. With a single step, Chu Tian executed a mental shift, appearing before Lin Jie in the blink of an eye, and unleashed a powerful punch. The dragon let out a thunderous roar. The might of the dragon sovereign-s technique, combined with the 10-fold amplification of his spiritual energy, catapulted Chu Tian's original strength of 2.5 million pounds to an astonishing 50 million pounds in an instant, a 20-fold increase. As he struck, the void quivered, and the heavens seemed to shudder under the weight of his force. The 50 million pounds of power descended like an immense mountain, capable of crushing everything in its path. Lin Jie's pupils constricted sharply, his fear reaching its zenith as he gasped in silent horror, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. The terrifying might had utterly silenced him. Chapter 69. The exhilarating feeling of being revered. The golden rays of light dazzled the eyes. And the true dragon coiled majestically for 1,000 meters, standing tall above the hall of eternal heaven, its roar resonating like thunder. Ligne et despised, filled with terror, were utterly drowned out. With an unparalleled force, all rules were shattered. The very ground beneath him was compressed into a vacuum by the overwhelming power. Even before the punch landed, the immense pressure of the vacuum forced the blood from every pore in his body. Suddenly, a flash of icy brilliance flickered, and the Saintess of Liu Yun stood before him, her palm crystallizing with frost, intercepting Chu Tian's strike. Boom! The sound, deep and thunderous, pierced the eardrums, leaving the nearby disciples of the sect dazed, blood streaming from their ears, noses, and eyes. A terrifying mental shockwave, accompanied by a fierce chill, spread in a tsunami-like manner, sending dozens of individuals flying in all directions. In that moment, Lin Jie's scream, a manifestation of pure fear, shattered the heavens. Hidden behind the Saintess of Liu Yun, he finally found his voice, imbued with an endless dread of death. He had never imagined that he could be so close to the brink of mortality. At merely 14 years of age, born into immense privilege and possessing extraordinary talent, he had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admiration, never once contemplating that he might encounter death so intimately. Lin Jie could sense that if Chu Tian's fist struck him, he would undoubtedly perish. The force exceeding 50 million pounds bore down upon him like a colossal mountain crashing from the sky. In an instant, he would be obliterated into a pulp, transformed into a mist of blood and bone. Covered in blood, Lin Jie trembled violently, gazing at Chu Tian, his eyes reflecting a myriad of negative emotions. Endless fear, pleading terror, and suffocation. "Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong," he stammered, his voice hoarse. At this moment, drenched in blood, the 14-year-old had never before witnessed such a scene. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent seeped into his very marrow, instilling a profound fear that penetrated deep into his soul. This moment of terror would forever be etched in his memory. Brother, it's me, your kin. This is my cousin, the Saintess of Liu Yun." Huime rushed forward, anxious to prevent any conflict between her brother and cousin. But suddenly her brow furrowed in distaste as she glanced at Lin Jie, having caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. The icy visage of the Saintess of Liu Yun also contorted slightly, stepping back from Lin Jie. Upon noticing his distressing state, she waved her hand, summoning a wave of cold that encased his lower body in a thick layer of blue ice. "Get up. You provoked him, and now you're reduced to this, tarnishing the reputation of the sacred sect," she admonished. Lin Jie's eyes were filled with terror as he struggled to rise, humiliation flooding his features. His face flushed, yet his legs trembled violently, betraying his inability to stand firm. As a prodigy of the harmonization realm, to be so frightened spoke volumes of the profound shadow cast upon his heart. Soon, a figure clad in white robes from the Compassionate Voyage sacred sect appeared, bowing to the Saintess of Liu Yun before hastily escorting her away from the hall of eternal heaven. "He is a candidate for the holy son of our Compassionate Voyage sacred sect. How dare you attempt to take his life?" The Saintess of Liu Yun gazed at Chu Tian, her visage perpetually adorned with an unchanging, icy demeanor, her exquisite face betraying not the slightest hint of emotion. "I merely fulfill his desire for demise." Chu Tian spoke with a monotone voice, his vertical pupils closed, causing the serpentine true dragon in the firmament to vanish in an instant. "Moreover, the audacity of the Lin family to bargain with me is utterly contemptible. My third uncle, Chu Tian, has already informed me of the factions within the Compassionate Voyage sacred sect that support the excavation of the heavenly eye from my brow, including this very Lin family." Lin Jie, in his temerity, dared to approach the sacred Heaven Sect, displaying an audaciousness that knows no bounds, as if emboldened by the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. However, in Chu Tian's eyes, Lin Jie was merely a callow youth, unworthy of his energy, yet alas, Lin Jie chose to court his own demise, and thus he would unwittingly fulfill that fate, since he did not pursue the kill. Chu Tian had no intention of chasing him down. Based on his insights into human nature, having experienced that moment, it was unlikely that the boy would dare to confront him again, let alone seek revenge. The Saintess of Heiltian's countenance remained frigid, and she refrained from further discourse. For she had witnessed the entire exchange. It was indeed Lin Jie who had struck first, to provoke the Holy Sun on the sacred grounds of the sacred Heaven Sect, and to meet a fatal end would leave the Lin family with no grounds for complaint. Little Tian, wait a moment, big sister will be right back, came the eager voice of Chu Yun, who had already entered the golden monolith of the fusion hall to commence her test. Soon, her name appeared on the fusion rankings. Chu Yun, 1 second, 3 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. A rather ordinary result. However, her performance rapidly escalated. Chu Yun, 5 seconds, 36 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 82 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. 20 seconds, 186. 1 minute, 536 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yun ascended to the 4th position on the rankings, surpassing Yi Feng directly. Gasp! Instantly, within the fusion hall, many astonished disciples drew in a sharp breath, their mouths agape in utter shock. If I am not mistaken, this young lady is the direct descendant of the Chu family, Chu Yun, and it appears to be her first participation in the Hengtian Hall test. To achieve the slaughter of 530 crimson flame golden crystal leopards on her inaugural attempt is a testament to her formidable innate combat prowess. Chu Yun's age seems to be slightly younger than Yi Feng's. I vaguely recall hearing elders mention that Chu Yun possesses innate sacred bones and was recognized by a wandering divine being from beyond the realm shortly after birth. Taken as a disciple and trained for 3 years before departing. The Chu family has always maintained a low profile, with both direct and collateral descendants remaining obscure, hiding such depth. Heavens! The disciples of the sect were utterly astounded, fervently discussing the implications. While Chu Tian had previously set a high standard, this achievement is nonetheless astonishing. Let us not forget that Chu Yun is the second prodigy of the Chu family to participate in the Hengtian Hall test, making her prowess all the more terrifying. Just how many hidden talents lie within the younger generation of the Chu family? Goodness gracious! How am I was utterly astonished, never anticipating that the seemingly innocent and lively Chu Yun possessed such terrifying strength. Brother, your generation is simply formidable. Her talent surpasses even that of the scoundrel Yi Feng. The gaze of the holy maiden Huilin also grew solemn. Although her achievements were still far superior, she was nonetheless older than Chu Yun. Such innate combat prowess, even if not quite on par with her own, would certainly not fall short by a significant margin. Chu Tian Sumai Fai Li, realizing that his elder sister had absorbed and transformed the demonic energy within her Dantian, coupled with the white Dao seed, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her power. After all, his sister Chu Yun had previously practiced the secondary technique of the supreme yin-yang art, and her strength was undoubtedly inferior to that of Yi Feng. Yet now she had leapt ahead of him. From this perspective, once Yi Feng succumbed to darkness and became the Slayer's demonic soldier for his sister, there would indeed be an opportunity for her to undergo a transformative rebirth, potentially rivaling the holy maiden Huilin. At that moment, Chu Yun emerged from the vortex, and upon seeing her remarkable ranking on the integration list, she was taken aback yet exhilarated, astonished by her own strength. The admiration of the crowd made her feel somewhat euphoric. It turned out that the sensation of being revered by so many was truly delightful. Chapter 70. The tremor of the continent. Wait a moment, my little brother. I did not perform well on my first test. With a determined swing of her fist, Chu Yun's face radiated excitement as she plunged once more into the testing space. In her second attempt, she achieved a staggering feat, slaying 630 crimson flame crystal leopards within a minute. Yet, she remained dissatisfied with her performance. In her third attempt, she felled 658 creatures, followed by successive attempts, culminating in her ninth try, where her score soared to 739, securing her a place among the top 3 on the fusion rankings. Defeated, Chu Yun approached Chu Tian, expressing her despair, lamenting that the Holy Maiden of Lian was an unparalleled prodigy, one she could not hope to rival. Chu Tian offered gentle words of comfort, swiftly lifting his elder sister's spirits and bringing a smile to her face. At that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in a suffocating silence, as spectators marveled at the extraordinary talents of the Chu siblings. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend how such remarkable prodigies could emerge from the same family, a feat unattainable even for the most gifted of mortals. Witnessing Chu Yunshang's crestfallen demeanor, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if they might bleed from their disappointment. How could such a performance leave them breathless? Her achievements already placed her among the top 3 on the Hengtian Continent, while the Holy Maiden of Lian was regarded as an entity beyond mere mortals. Had it not been for the emergence of the young saint, she would have been universally acknowledged as the foremost genius under 30, the unrivaled strongest below the sacred realm, praised by the supreme master of the sacred sect as a once-in-a-million prodigy, destined to surpass even him and become one of the mightiest figures in the annals of the sect. At that moment on the Earth rankings, Chu Yunshang's name eclipsed Yi Feng, claiming the 3rd position, second only to the Holy Maiden of Hualien. Chu Yunshang, from the Sacred Heaven Sect, possessed innate sacred bones, achieved fusion at the age of 17, and ascended to the 3rd rank on the fusion rankings. This succinct statement, though brief, carried an unparalleled impact. The brevity only underscored the immense potential she harbored. The Earth rankings did not assess actual combat prowess, but rather potential, in fewer words, signified greater promise. A single test had led the Hengtian rankings to recognize her extraordinary potential. Much like Chu Tian, who, at merely 8 years of age, shattered the bone-forging rankings by vanquishing 30 ancient ferocious beasts, including a true dragon cub, thus claiming the top spot on the Earth rankings. Such an honor. In any sect, even within the Sacred Heaven Sect, this would send shockwaves throughout, garnering the highest attention, immense resources, and focused cultivation. Not to mention attracting the interest of esteemed clans eager to enroll such talent, irrevocably altering the course of one's destiny. At this very moment, the 1st place on the Earth rankings belonged to Chu Tian, while Chu Yunshang held the 3rd position. The mere mention of these 2 names silenced all within the Hengtian Hall. News of their remarkable feats spread like wildfire through the sect, reaching the highest echelons in the Elder Council. The Sacred Heaven Sect was shaken to its core. Across the Hengtian Continent, every Hengtian ranking was refreshed, leaving countless top sects and ancient beings in stunned silence. For now, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th spots were all occupied by members of the Sacred Heaven Sect, with the only distinction being that the first 2 bore the surname Chu, while the last was named Yi. Decades ago, 2 names frequently exchanged places in the top tier of the rankings, Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiang. An ancient being murmured within the forbidden grounds of a prestigious sect. Years later, the Holy Heavenly Sect ascended to become the mightiest sect on the Hengtian Continent. Is this scene destined to unfold once more? Has the Chu family perhaps garnered the favor of destiny on the Hengtian Continent? After years of silence, it was presumed that this generation of the Chu family was veering towards decline. Unexpectedly, they had been concealing their strength, hidden so profoundly. The Hengtian Continent was profoundly shaken. At this moment, Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang had just exited the Hengtian Hall, accompanied by Hui Mei and Hualien, when a familiar figure descended from the sky. Little Saint's son, Miss Yunshang, this old fellow wishes to extend my congratulations in advance. Duanmu Lei, beaming with joy, landed before the Hengtian Hall. Oncle Lei. Both Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang exclaimed simultaneously. After exchanging customary pleasantries, Duanmu Lei shifted to the main topic, still wearing a broad smile. Little Saint's son, I have come specifically to invite you to participate in the Heavenly Sacrifice Summit and the award ceremony. However, this time is different. Do not rush to decline until this old man has finished speaking. After a lengthy discussion lasting half a month, the Elder Council has approved your proposal, leading to the following resolutions. First, the position of the Internal Affairs Hall Master held by Yi Tianwang has been revoked. An Internal Affairs Hall will be temporarily managed by your uncle, the Vice Hall Master. Second, Sect Master Yi Tianxiong has made a grave error in judgment, severely impacting the internal unity of the sect, and is ordered to publicly reflect on his actions before the elders and the sect's higher-ups. Duanmu Lei's smile was ever more pronounced as he continued. Your proposal has been fully accepted by the Elder Council. Thus, there is no need for the Internal Affairs Hall, Judicial Hall, and Enforcement Hall to jointly investigate further. For now, the responsibilities of the Internal Affairs Hall will be handled by your uncle, who has personally come to extend this invitation. Surely, you can grant this old man a modicum of respect. Duanmu Lei did not deliberately lower his voice or create any barriers. Any attentive disciple nearby could hear him clearly. Upon hearing Duanmu Lei's words, the atmosphere within the Hengtian Hall was suffocating. All disciples were utterly astounded. This news struck like a colossal meteorite crashing from the cosmos, leaving everyone dizzy. One of the sect's high-ranking leaders, the Hall Master of Internal Affairs, dismissed? A public reflection from the sect master? This was an earth-shattering upheaval capable of stirring waves of monumental proportions. Such occurrences had never transpired in the million-year history of the Holy Heavenly Sect. Heavens, am I dreaming? One of the two titans of the founding family, the Yi family, faces dismissal while the other must reflect. How utterly unbelievable. How could this be accomplished? The suggestion proposed by the little saint's son, which merely sought an investigation into past events, had now culminated in a decisive conclusion and punishment. The Yi family would not merely suffer a setback, they would be severely weakened. Particularly, the sovereign's public self-reflection sent ripples through the assembled disciples surrounding the Hengtian Hall, their faces paling in shock. It is crucial to understand the significance of the individuals involved. The Sacred Heaven Sect governs vast territories, spanning millions of miles and encompassing nearly 100 billion souls. Among them, one is the supreme ruler of the sect, while the other is a titan whose mere footfall can tremor an expanse of 1,000,000 miles. The mere fact that the sect's leader has been compelled to issue a public apology is a monumental affair, one that will undoubtedly stir endless waves of unrest upon its dissemination. Moreover, the dismissal of the Inner Affairs Hall's master entails colossal interests at stake. Many disciples present, including those hailing from prominent families within the Sacred Heaven Sect's domain, such as the Liu clan, wore expressions of dread as they immediately conveyed messages back to their families. For decades, the Yi family has basked in glory. This marks their first significant setback, and it is indeed a staggering loss. Chapter 71, The Sovereign Good Heavens. Hui Mei was utterly bewildered, even forgetting her habitual gesture of scratching her head, illustrating the profound shock that resonated within her. Although she had often vented her frustrations, proclaiming that one day she would personally deal with Yi Tianxiong, it was merely idle chatter shared in private. After all, this individual stood as a colossal figure on the Hengtian Continent, equal to the revered master of the Zihong sacred sect and her own esteemed mentor, the Dao Zuns, a person who gazed down upon the masses. It was akin to someone whispering in Hui Mei's ear that her mentor, the Dao Zuns, would one day be compelled to publicly reflect upon his errors, or as if someone were to inform her that the towering authority of her sect, responsible for overseeing the daily cultivation and management of millions of disciples and billions of lives, would one day be unexpectedly dismissed. Hui Mei would not be angered. Rather, she would consider the speaker to be utterly delusional, undoubtedly mad. It seemed like a surreal dream. Yet, Hui Mei witnessed this scene unfold in its entirety, observing with her own eyes how Chu Tian achieved this remarkable feat step by step. My goodness! Chu Yunshang's eyes widened, her mouth agape, rendered speechless for an extended moment. For these events were orchestrated by none other than her own 8-year-old brother. Who would dare believe such a tale? The ever-cold countenance of Saintess Hualien shifted slightly, instinctively glancing at Chu Tian. Uncle, you are too kind. Since you have personally extended the invitation, how could your nephew dare to decline? Chu Tian replied with a calm expression, showing little surprise, as he smiled gently. I must also express my gratitude for the steadfast support from you and Uncle Duanmu. Moreover, I must extend my congratulations to you, esteemed uncles, for soon seizing control of the Internal Affairs Hall with the position of Hall Master within your grasp. Chu Tian understood that the Elder Council had been embroiled in disputes for nearly half a month without reaching any conclusion. The swift resolution this time was undoubtedly tied to his gaining the endorsement of the Duanmu ancestor, leading the Duanmu clan to ally with the Chu family. Upon hearing these words, the disciples surrounding the Hengtian Hall, privy to a hint of the underlying truths, turned pale, nearly rendered speechless. Those with a modicum of understanding would recognize that for millennia, the Internal Affairs Hall had been the domain of the Yi family, with all past hall masters bearing the surname Yi, without exception. The news of Chu Tian's assertion would undoubtedly terrify a vast number of people. Uncle, I cannot take credit for this, especially since I am merely an acting representative. Duanmu Lei chuckled, shaking his head. He suddenly leaned closer to Chu Tian and whispered, "You have no idea how intense the power struggles within the Elder Council can be. Had it not been for the news of you reclaiming the top spot on the Earth ranking, coupled with Yunshang's ascent to the third position on the combined ranking, which shook a considerable number of the esteemed elders, achieving even one of these resolutions would have been a stroke of luck. Moreover, we owe much to your father. His stance had been somewhat wavering, reluctant to delve too deeply into the Yi family's affairs. However, it was your third uncle and other high-ranking members of the Chu family who firmly insisted. Unexpectedly, following the news of you and Yunshang, he suddenly shifted his position, not only supporting the dismissal of Yi Tianhong, but also compelling Yi Tianxiong to issue a public apology, ensuring that such transgressions would never occur again. With a faint smile gracing his face, Chu Tian remarked, "My efforts outside have been trivial, and I dare not claim any credit. It is the unwavering support from my uncles and the Duanmu family that truly deserves recognition." After a few exchanges of modesty, Duanmu Lei chuckled heartily and, using his powers to shield their conversation from external eavesdropping, whispered, "You should assist your uncle in securing the position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall within the family." Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly, instantly comprehending that Chu Tianwang and several members of the Chu family were likely hesitant to pressure the Yi family too harshly, fearing it might disrupt the so-called stability of the sect, or even provoke the Yi family into retaliation. After all, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall was one of the Yi family's most critical interests. "Rest assured, Uncle Lei," Chu Tian replied calmly, "this position is rightfully yours. No one besides you is qualified to assume it. The Chu family will undoubtedly offer their full support." Although the Duanmu family had allied with them, due to the venerable Duanmu saint ancestor, it was imperative that they demonstrated tangible benefits to ensure the Duanmu family understood that loyalty to the Chu family would yield rewards, rather than merely suffering losses. As a patriarch, Chu Tian deeply understood a fundamental truth. Only interests are eternal. Without substantial rewards or promises credible enough to inspire belief in a prosperous future, no one would choose to follow you. With your assurance, little saint, I am at ease. Duanmu Lei laughed heartily, lifting the barrier. The ceremony of rewards is ready. Miss Yunshang has ascended to the third rank on the Earth list, and we shall bestow her rewards together. You and Miss Yunshang have certainly brought great honor to the Chu family. My Duanmu family is green with envy." Chu Tian note that, instructing Hui Mei and Huilien to return to the sacred Emperor Peak first, before accompanying Chu Yunshang with Duanmu Lei to the Altar of Heaven. The Altar of Heaven, a peak designated by the sacred Heavenly Sect for various ceremonies, was not far away. With Duanmu Lei's prowess, they soon arrived at the altar atop the peak. Surrounding the altar were not many individuals. The Heaven Sacrifice Guards, clad in black armor and wielding great halberds, stood stoically in two lines, stretching down to the foot of the mountain. At the base, countless disciples of the sect gathered, gazing up at the peak with hopeful eyes, yearning for the day they too might stand upon that platform and bask in such lofty honors. Yet the reality was that such disciples would not emerge for many years to come. Atop the altar of heaven, Only the senior members of the sect were permitted entry. At this moment, numerous esteemed elders and high-ranking officials had gathered at the peak, their expressions grave. Upon landing on the altar, Chu Tian scanned the crowd and spotted the ominously pale Yi Tianxiong at the forefront, standing alongside Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong's gaze was fixed on Chu Tian, his eyes bloodshot, filled with deep resentment. The death of his most talented son and the incapacitation of another, unable to cultivate for an extended period, had rendered him a figure of immense disgrace, the first in a millennium from the Yi family to lose the title of Hall Master. As Chu Tian cast a glance aside, he beheld his father, King Chu Tian, alongside his second uncle, Chu Tianxing, his third uncle, Chu Tianyun, and his fourth uncle, as well as a cadre of senior members from the Chu family, many of whom he had never encountered before. The gaze of King Chu Tian was imbued with a plethora of emotions, exhilaration, pride, and a tinge of conflict. Meanwhile, the rest of the Chu clan stood tall, their eyes gleaming with pride and vitality, exuding an air of confidence. The simultaneous emergence of two prodigies from the clan into the top 3 of the Earth rankings marked a historic first for the Chu family and the Sacred Heaven Sect alike. This was an unparalleled honor for the family. Following a resolution by the Elder Council, it was decreed that the grand ceremony of conferral would be personally presided over by the sect leader. To express gratitude to the heavens for bestowing such talents upon the Sacred Heaven Sect, Duan Mulay's voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the skies as he proclaimed to all present, before descending from the altar and respectfully addressing Yi Tianxiong, sect leader, please. Chapter 72. What more can be done? Yi Tianxiong nodded. Though there were faint traces of blood in his eyes, he revealed nothing as he ascended the altar to commence the celestial offering. Adhering to the ceremonial protocol, he then addressed the assembly with customary platitudes, emphasizing the collective effort for the sect's prosperity and the importance of maintaining unity and stability within the sect. With diligence, one could reap the rewards of the sect. Next came the awarding segment. As Chu Yunshang ranked 3rd on the Earth list, she stepped forward to receive her accolades. The rewards included the selection of 3 secret techniques from the sect's library, a weapon crafted by a divine-level artifact master tailored to her specifications, promotion to core disciple status, a doubling of the monthly sect stipend, a nomination for the Holy Heavenly Pool, and the promise of receiving the Holy Vein Fruit upon breaking through to the divine level. A lengthy list of rewards that, for an ordinary disciple, would be akin to soaring to great heights, yet for Chu Yunshang, it was merely a formality, primarily aimed at encouraging disciples of humble origins. In the realm of the Holy Heaven Sect, with a population exceeding 100 billion, the direct descendants of the founding family numbered scarcely 500. The chance of being born into such a prestigious lineage was less than 1 in 10 million. Rendering this status an unattainable dream for the average person. The entire affair unfolded without incident. Chu Yunshang, devoid of guile, wore a cheerful smile throughout, relishing the attention from the throngs at the foot of the mountain. Following her recognition, Mulay's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the cosmos. Little Saint's son Chu Tian has ascended to the top of the Earth list, the bone-forging list, and the spirit-refining list, shattering records that have stood for millennia in the Hall of Eternal Heavens, earning renown across the continent, blessed by the heavens upon our Holy Heaven Sect. We kindly request Little Saint's son Chu Tian to accept his rewards. The eyes of many high-ranking sect members and elders converged upon Chu Tian, meticulously scrutinizing this prodigious youth, who had repeatedly wrought miracles, shaking the very foundations of the sect and altering its hierarchical equilibrium. Yi Tianxiong's bloodshot eyes deepened, his breath growing labored as he regarded Chu Tian. For the first time in a million years since the sect's founding, a sect master of imperial caliber was compelled to publicly confess his missteps, all due to this youth, who, in many ways, had yet to fully mature. Saint Son Chu Tian, I have the honor to meet the esteemed Hall Master and the Sect Master, Chu Tian stated as he approached, his demeanor composed, executing a courteous bow with precision. Yet, as his words fell, it was evident that Yi Tianxiong's breath quickened, his expression darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. a barely perceptible aura of malice swirling around him. Below the altar, many esteemed elders and high-ranking members of the sect were momentarily taken aback by Chu Tian's remarks, which were tantamount to a public affront to Yi Tianxiu. It is crucial to note that the Holy Heavenly Sect has upheld its hierarchical structure for 1,000,000 years, with a rigid system of ranks outside its doors. In public settings, the sect master is the paramount leader, entitled to various privileges and honors, all adhering to the sect's highest standards. This adherence to protocol and hierarchy is a fundamental lesson ingrained in the offspring of prominent families from a young age. Even second- and third-tier families follow suit, while top-tier and founding families, as the supreme rulers of this system, are particularly vigilant in upholding these established norms. However, Chu Tian first paid his respects to the Deputy Hall Master, Duanmu Lei, before acknowledging the sect leader, Yi Tianxiu. This act, conducted in such a public and solemn setting, was a blatant affront and provocation to the authority of sect leader Yi Tianxiu. Despite his youth, it was evident that Chu Tian was well aware of the implications of his actions, suggesting a deliberate intent. Moreover, his greeting conspicuously omitted the title deputy in reference to Duanmu Lei. In this context, combined with his identity as the little saint's son and the heir of the Chu family, this omission was laden with significance, provoking myriad interpretations. It seemed to serve as a public declaration of support for Duanmu Lei's ascension to the position of Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, a role historically held by the Yi family for 1,000,000 years. The numerous esteemed elders and high-ranking members of the sect exchanged solemn glances, their hearts heavy with foreboding. Originally, they had hoped that Yi Tianxiang's personal commendation of Chu Tian and Chu Yun would serve as a means to mediate and ease the tensions between the two founding families. Recognizing that the ongoing strife would inevitably harm many and was contrary to the overarching need for unity and stability within the sect, they had all cherished the previously harmonious and stable atmosphere and sought to alleviate the conflicts that had erupted recently. Yet, unexpectedly, with Chu Tian's emergence, the atmosphere was charged with hostility, far from the intention of reconciliation. The elders and sect leaders turned their gazes to Chu Tian, who had tirelessly worked to maintain stability within the sect and foster relations with the Yi family, particularly as a sworn brother to Yi Tianxiu. Upon meeting the scrutinizing looks from the elders and leaders, Chu Tian could only muster a bitter smile, laden with a myriad of emotions. Discovering that his most obedient daughter, Chu Yun, had defied his wishes and joined her brother in participating in the Hengtian Hall trials, he realized that it was not just his son who was dissatisfied with him, but his eldest daughter as well. Thus, he swiftly allied with the Duanmu family and various supportive high-ranking members of the sect to remove Yi Tianhong from power and compel Yi Tianxiu to publicly reflect on his actions, allowing his children to vent their frustrations and ostensibly ease the familial tensions. However, in light of Chu Tian's demeanor toward Yi Tianxiu, it was evident that he was indirectly signaling that the Chu family could never revert to their previous relationship with the Yi family. Chu Tian disapproved of and rejected his father's conciliatory strategies toward the Yi family. Even his most obedient daughter, Chu Yun, had aligned herself with her brother, opposing their father. Chu Tian had initially intended to persuade Chu Tian that it was unnecessary to maintain such a rigid stance against the Yi family. After all, Yi Feng was not a bad match and had a good rapport with Yun, making the dissolution of their engagement unnecessary. Yet, it seemed that, unbeknownst to him, Chu Yun had fully committed to her brother's side. A profound sense of defeat washed over Chu Tian. With Chu Tian's public defiance, the impact on the family was immense. Although the clan continued to act according to his directives and maintained a low profile, he could distinctly feel that Chu Tian and a significant faction of the Chu family had developed a considerable resistance to him. During the assembly of the elders, these individuals resolutely backed Chu Tian, determined to confront the Yi family to the very end, although his stance was equally unwavering. Compelling Yi Tianxiang to divulge various interests and make numerous assurances, it appeared to fall short of satisfying the demands of his son and the clan. Chu Tianwang let out a deep sigh, Confronted by the gazes of numerous high-ranking sect members and esteemed elders, he was acutely aware of their intentions. They wished for him to step forward to alleviate the tension and quell the escalating conflict between his son, Chu Tian, and Yi Tianxiong. Yet, what more could he possibly do? His children had already expressed their positions, disregarding his counsel, and the majority of the clan's upper echelon had made their stance clear. Though they had not explicitly taken sides, they were in support of Chu Tian's actions. Esteemed colleagues, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Chu Tianwang declared, turning to depart, soaring away from the altar of heaven, vanishing from the sight of all present in an instant. Chapter 73. The Annulment of Engagement. The high-ranking members of various sects and the esteemed elders were profoundly shaken by the turn of events. What did King Chu mean by this? Was he relinquishing control over family matters and entrusting everything to Chu Tian? After all, within the Chu family's direct lineage, aside from King Chu himself, the next successor was none other than Chu Tian, the young master designated as the sect's holy child from birth, with both parents holding the title of emperor. At that moment, a thunderous realization echoed in their minds. The sect was on the brink of transformation. King Chu had inexplicably placed the steering wheel of a founding family's destiny in the hands of an 8-year-old child. It was evident that Chu Tian's stance was resolute. He would not yield to Yi Tianxiong and was determined to pursue him relentlessly. Yi Tianxiong stood in place, his expression dark and brooding, with bloodshot eyes fixed on King Chu's departure. He understood that the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. Under normal circumstances, King Chu would have intervened to mend the rift between him and Chu Tian. Yet this time, he had chosen to depart without a word. Master, Master, the entire sect is watching. It is time for you to speak, Duanmu Lei coughed discreetly, nudging Yi Tianxiong to offer some words of encouragement now that Chu Tian had completed his formalities. Yi Tianxiong's countenance was grim as he remained motionless, his heart in turmoil. A palpable aura of malevolence brewed in his gaze, and the imperial-level essence of his Tao cast a shadow over the heavens, darkening the skies. A fierce wind began to swirl, and distant thunder rumbled ominously, having been undermined, disdained, and challenged by Chu Tian through the Elder Council. He could not afford to lower his head now. To do so would not only obliterate his authority as the sect leader, but also render him unable to justify his actions upon returning to his family. The position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall had been abolished, and he bore an undeniable responsibility as the family patriarch. Yet at this moment, all eyes, ranging from the highest echelons to ordinary disciples, were upon him. Chu Tian's ascent to the top of the regional rankings had reverberated across the continent, bestowing immense glory upon the sect. It was only reasonable that he, as the leader, should refrain from erupting in anger or departing in haste. Yi Tianxiong found himself ensnared in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, his bloodshot eyes intensifying in their hue. At that moment, he caught sight of Chu Tian's calm and indifferent gaze, which seemed to convey, "I am aware of all your thoughts." Yi Tianxiong felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood in distress. Reflecting upon the series of events that had transpired recently, he was overwhelmed. One incident followed another, each surpassing his expectations and slipping beyond his grasp. His intricate plans and calculations had been completely derailed, and the talented scions of the family were either dead or wounded. Even his most cherished son, Yi Feng, appeared to be concealing something from him, unwilling to confide in him. All these troubles were inexorably linked to the 8-year-old Chu Tian standing before him. Yi Tianxiong realized that despite his precautions and strategies, everything had been unraveled and shattered by Chu Tian's actions. The sect leader, Duan Mulei repeatedly murmured. Yet he discerned that the malevolent aura surrounding Yi Tianxiong was intensifying, causing an unsettling chill to creep into his heart. He discreetly enveloped Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang with his spiritual essence. At that moment, many high-ranking sect members and esteemed elders also perceived Yi Tianxiong's emotional instability, their expressions turning grave as they promptly sealed off the void with their spirits. They were nearly paralyzed with fear. What could the sect leader be contemplating? Could he truly dare to lay a hand on the young saint, Chu Tian? Had he lost his senses? The thought that the sect leader might act against their own prodigious young saint was unfathomable. The repercussions could incite unprecedented upheaval and turmoil. This was absolutely, unequivocally, intolerably unacceptable. As the leader of the sect, wielding supreme authority, he must prioritize the collective interests of the sect. To strike at his own saint, the most extraordinary of the younger generation, would unravel the very fabric of sect regulations, leaving them incapable of governing their vast territories and the grand Hengtian sect. They were on the verge of insanity. It was utterly inconceivable that Yi Tianxiong would exhibit such signs. For one who holds the highest power over the sect, a leader who dictates the fates of countless lives, such a lack of emotional control was entirely intolerable. After all, Yi Tianxiong represented the dignity of the sect. Every action of his bore significant consequences for millions, and countless eyes were upon him. Sect leader, you have overexerted yourself. Your spirit is weary. Why not return and take a moment to rest? One of the esteemed elders spoke solemnly, stepping onto the arena, accompanied by 5 other elders who subtly sealed off all directions around Yi Tianxiong. A dense aura of Tao permeated the air, warping the space around them. Should Yi Tianxiong make even the slightest move, he would be met with immediate confinement from all sides. At this juncture, members of the Chu family had already communicated within their ranks, alerting Yi Tianxiong, notifying Elder Ta, and even attempting to reach Jian Kongzhu. An undercurrent of suppressed fury, akin to the ominous tremors preceding a volcanic eruption, filled the atmosphere above the Tian peak, causing the very heavens to quiver. Even though Yi Tianxiong was an emperor-level powerhouse, it was crucial to recognize that nearly all the prominent leaders of the Hengtian sect were gathered upon the Tian peak. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial aura surged forth from the Shenghuang peak, shaking the heavens and earth. The ominous essence of slaughter contained within it sent ripples through the outer starry void. One could faintly perceive Elder Tuo's dark red pupils, gazing down upon Yi Tianxiong through the celestial expanse. Boom! Abruptly, the aura of King Chu Tian surged from the main hall, pressing down towards the Shengdi peak. A terrifying malevolence that caused the majestic peak to tremble violently. At that moment, King Chu Tian's presence, having retreated into seclusion, seemed to manifest through this display. Signaling his stance to Yi Tianxiong, he chose to stand firmly by his son, Chu Tian. Should Yi Tianxiong dare to make even the slightest move, he would annihilate all the young generation upon Shengdi Peak without hesitation. In an instant, the situation atop Tian Peak reached a breaking point, as the sect appeared poised to plunge into an unprecedented chaos. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his entire being trembling slightly as he found himself seemingly at odds with the entire sect. He could not fathom how it had come to this. Just recently, he was a figure of immense authority within the sect, with King Chu listening to his every word and the 3 prominent families gravitating toward him. Why had everything changed so abruptly overnight? Master, since you are reluctant to speak first, allow your nephew to say a few words. At that moment, Chu Tian's calm and indifferent voice shattered the tense silence, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the void. Bang! Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Tian took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to Yi Tianxiong to less than a meter, seemingly oblivious to Ye's unstable emotions, which could no longer endure such intense provocation. In front of the many elders and high-ranking officials of the sect, as well as uncles and relatives, the nephew officially represented the Chu family, standing in for his sister, Chu Yun, to propose the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family. Chu Tian lifted his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto Yi Tianxiong's eyes, and with deliberate clarity declared, "Yi Feng is unworthy to marry my sister." Boom! In an instant, it felt as if a thunderous bolt had shattered the tranquil sky, and a torrent of malevolence surged forth like a volcanic eruption, disrupting the very fabric of time and space. Chapter 74. Prioritizing the bigger picture. You must reflect and remain steady. The voice of Chu Tian resonated like a bolt of lightning, striking the minds of all present. A portion of the senior sect members turned pale, instinctively voicing their concerns. Sect leader, Do not act impulsively. Young saint, be cautious. It is dangerous. Depart quickly. Sect leader. Unity is paramount. The young saint is still inexperienced. A cacophony of anxious voices filled the air. In an instant, the third uncle, Chu Tian, appeared beside Chu Tian, leading him away from Yi Tianxiong, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. A formidable aura surged forth, pressing toward Yi Tianxiong as he brandished a deep blue broadsword. Its hilt adorned with a roaring white tiger, his renowned weapon, the Qinyue white tiger blade. With a resonant hum, the blade's energy surged forth like a tempest, howling into the heavens. Yi Tianxiong, dare to make a move and see what happens. His voice was deep and hoarse, akin to the roar of a white tiger, with the wind howling as if the blade could cleave the sky in twain. Chu Tian assumed a stance ready for battle, and numerous senior members of the Chu family swiftly gathered around him, shielding Chu Tian and the pallid Chu Yunshang within their protective circle. They embodied the ancient creed of a noble clan, that the younger generation is the future of the family. Even in the face of a renowned emperor on the heavenly rankings, many among them were not even half-step emperors, and stepping onto the stage could very well mean death. Yet, they did not falter or hesitate. They immediately ascended the altar. In less than a fraction of a second after Chu Tian's words fell, 6 elders who had already taken to the arena enveloped Yi Tianxiong, placing their hands upon his shoulders and back. Sect leader, you must not act rashly. You are fatigued and should return to rest, spoke the elder from the Duanmu family, who had previously met Chu Tian during his battle at the Sacred Emperor Peak. Sect leader, the bigger picture is of utmost importance. The other elders echoed, urging restraint upon Yi Tianxiong. Their combined spiritual energy shrouded him, ready to immobilize him at the slightest indication of movement. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the ordinary disciples of the sect had already been obscured from sight, dispersed by the heavenly sacrifice guard stationed on either side of the altar. Yet, while their gaze was temporarily shielded, their voices could not be silenced. Yi Tianxiong's impulsive display and inability to control his emotions would inevitably spread at alarming speed, resulting in a significant blow to his authority. What a pity. Chu Tian, protected by his third uncle and numerous senior members of the Chu family, sighed internally as he withdrew the Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman he had previously taken from the system's repository. He was not mindlessly provoking. He did not wish to sacrifice his life for Yi Tianxiong's disgrace. He had not yet descended to such folly. His intent was to deliberately infuriate Yi Tianxiong, confident in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. Should Yi Tianxiong make a move, the position of sect leader would instantly fall to his father, Chu Tianwang. A person who loses control of their emotions to such a degree as to resort to violence against their own 8-year-old child in a public setting is utterly unfit to serve as a leader. Even if Yi Tianxiong were to retain his position as the sect master, his credibility would plummet to an all-time low, rendering him virtually powerless. The esteemed families, the venerable elders, and the upper echelons would swiftly descend into profound distrust of his capabilities. Regrettably, Yi Tianxiong's emotional restraint is indeed exceptional in such a dire situation. He managed to suppress his urges. Otherwise, with his imperial-level prowess, neither Chu Tian nor the myriad elders would have been able to react as swiftly, let alone safeguard and restrain the child. At merely 8 years of age, Chu Tian's youth serves as his greatest shield. Even if his actions display a degree of immaturity and whimsy, such behavior is largely excusable. It is the adults who must conduct themselves with decorum and consideration in all matters. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot, yet the malevolent aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. He clasped his fists in respect to the elder council, acknowledging Tianxiong lost control momentarily in a fit of emotion. The 5 elders within the ranks of Elder Duanmu shook their heads in silence, some emitting soft sighs as they turned back to the altar below. Although their faces betrayed no overt emotion, their thoughts remained their own. It is one thing for a sect master to repeatedly succumb to emotional lapses and engage in such undignified conduct. It is another to conspire with the compassionate C sect, only to be exposed by the Celestial Path Sovereign, leading to the current predicament in which he is manipulated by a child. If he were merely an ordinary senior member, the repercussions would be manageable. However, he is, after all, the sect master, the leader of the Holy Sky sect. Tianxiong, recent events have been tumultuous, and I understand your anxiety. Please take a moment to regain your composure and contemplate the situation. The losses are indeed substantial, but not irreparable. I have faith that you can navigate this challenge. The remaining elder gently patted Yi Tianxiong's shoulder. He was one of the esteemed elders of the Yi family. Yi Hongwu's second brother, Yi Hongchun, the former head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Second uncle, I regret my indiscretion. I will reflect on my actions, Yi Tianxiong replied, unclenching his tightly held fists. Though faint traces of crimson lingered in his eyes, the malevolence had dissipated. The abrupt turn of events had indeed thrown him off balance, instilling a fervent desire to swiftly return the situation to its rightful course. Upon reflection, had he maintained his composure, although the losses would still be considerable, they would not have escalated to such extremes. As the helmsman, he bore the primary responsibility. These past years had been too smooth. Certain individuals within the clan had indeed become overly arrogant. Allowing them to face some hardship and adversity could be beneficial. Yet it is imperative that the head of the family remains steadfast. As long as you occupy the position of sect master, you remain an imperial sovereign. And with the strength of the Yi family's heritage, stability can still be maintained. Yi Hongchun firmly patted his shoulder once more, casting a cold glance at Chu Tian before returning to the altar below. His words were unguarded, seemingly directed at those present, particularly the members of the Chu family. It appeared he was conveying to all that Yi Tianxiong remained the clan leader, wielding the ultimate decision-making power within the sect, and, as the emperor, he cautioned against overstepping boundaries. The Yi family, as the founding lineage, possessed the capacity to turn the tables if provoked. Xiao Tian, the matter of the annulment of the engagement is of great significance, affecting the union of our two esteemed families. Yi Tianxiong seemed to have regained his composure. Speaking in a grave tone, Uncle understands that due to recent events, you harbor grievances towards me, towards Yi Feng, and indeed towards the entire Yi family. I do not expect to earn your forgiveness immediately. However, throughout the generations, the Yi and Chu families, as founding clans of the sect, have always arranged unions among their direct descendants to strengthen ties. Our families, united, can benefit mutually, but if we engage in conflict, we shall only inflict wounds upon one another. Given our respective standings, any strife could inflict tremendous harm upon the entire sect. You are still young,